Shepherding Humanity Chapter 678 to Chapter 729. Shu Mountain. Following the white stone steps, they walked forward. In the distance, there were countless mountain peaks and magnificent palaces. They were surrounded by hazy mist and steam, looking like a paradise on earth. In the main hall, Carolyn met Lu Wenjian. This legendary figure, if he did not go crazy, he would not live. He was the first real mortal celestial emperor in history. In the Jianghu era, as an ordinary mortal, he cut off his own arm to forge a sword, and unexpectedly killed many terrifying Jianghu great grandmasters, frightening experts of the 5th and 6th level. The ancient existence who started the immortal cultivation era was simply a myth. You want to see Shu Mountain? Lu Wenjian was a little surprised. But with the mother green vine accompanying him, it was obvious that she was bringing this guest from a different world to tour around as a host. Then, the group walked to the back of the mountain. The peak was the sword catacomb, halfway down the mountain was the sword purification pool, and at the other end of the mountain was the sword forging furnace. This was an extremely cruel and touching place. It was like the structure of the sword forging villa in the pugilistic world. It was full of iron weapons and sword embryos, and all kinds of ores were everywhere. It could be said that it was the weapons factory of the entire 6 realms, providing the standard weapons of the armies of the celestial gods. And disciples who wanted to enter Shu Mountain first had to learn how to forge swords. Here were all blacksmiths who forged swords and practiced their skills. Clang clang clang, countless people waved their iron weapons bare-chested. The furnace was scorching hot, and it was in full swing. It usually took 7 to 8 years of hard work to completely become a famous blacksmith, which was to forge swords with their arms. If you want to learn swordsmanship in Shu Mountain, you must first learn how to forge swords. And blacksmithing takes 7 to 8 years. Life is unfair. Lu Wenjian sighed with emotion. Some people are born with great aptitude and are destined to embark on a smooth path of cultivation. But there are even more people who are born without the so-called aptitude for cultivation. If they want to become extraordinary, they will have to endure hundreds or even thousands of times more hardships in order to stand on the same level as others. Carolyn couldn't deny it. The vast world of extraordinary people was mostly made up of ordinary people. Even the ancient lava region of the 3 pillar gods was mostly ordinary people who didn't even have the talent of the lowest arcane swordsman. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a hierarchy. Isn't there already a body cultivator branch? Carolyn asked. Although body cultivation doesn't require bloodline aptitude, it consumes far too many resources. It's the most resource-intensive of all cultivation systems. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. Even cultivation families might not be able to afford 1 or 2. Lu Wenjian smiled. Therefore, most mortals who want to cultivate have to endure hardships and climb the towering and rugged Mount Shu to seek the path of immortality. Of course. In Shushan, after many disciples become sword immortals, they can earn their own cultivation resources and walk the path of physical cultivators. Lu Wenjian looked at the blazing furnace. After all, Shu Mountain disciples only have combat strength, but their lifespans are like mortals. Cultivating body cultivators can help us truly embark on the path of cultivators. Carolyn nodded and carefully digested the meaning behind his words. Many knowledge and details couldn't be fully understood from stories. But mortals without aptitude want to stand shoulder to shoulder with geniuses with cultivation aptitude. This is an extremely painful task. One hand is put into the furnace, and while enduring the pain, the other hand wields an iron hammer, hammering and forging through the meridians and flesh of their mortal body. This way, their arm will have aptitude, and then they will cut it off. Lu Wenjian's voice was calm, but everyone knew that this method was simply the cruelest torture in the world. Not even one of them. Putting one's hand into the furnace, what kind of experience would it be to wield an iron hammer? How terrifying would one's determination be? After all, stories were just stories. Only when Carolyn witnessed this scene with her own eyes did she realize how terrifying these mortals were. That's why our Shushan lineage is still sparsely populated. Every Shushan disciple possesses an unimaginably terrifying tenacity. If you look deeper, you'll find that they all have extremely tragic stories before coming to the mountain. Pitiful people. Lu Wenjian smiled peacefully. There's a saying in the mortal world that the Shu path is difficult, even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Those who could go to Shu Mountain were by no means ordinary people, and they were indifferent to life and death. However, it is also because they have experienced hardships that they can transform and know how to cherish. Every Shu Mountain disciple, if they do not die midway, can at least reach the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Heavenly Emperor. Carolyn's expression changed slightly. No wonder Shu Mountain was so fast. During the outbreak of the war with the demon world, a large number of terrifying forces surged out. Because their state of mind had reached that point, they only needed all kinds of resources and treasures to pile on the sword, and they could ignore the slow cultivation of the realm. After all, they could use the forging method to quickly improve the realm of the sword. And these words had thoroughly explained the entire arduous process of mortal cultivation. Perhaps it could be written into a bloody epic, the legend of mortals' journey to immortality. Or the legend of Shu Mountain heroes. Clang, not far away, there was a middle-aged man who had started the final sword-forging ceremony. Clang clang clang, his hand reached into the furnace and forged himself. His face was crazy and paranoid, like a mad demon, and he madly waved a sledgehammer. Beyond Carolyn's imagination, this man's face was calm and gentle, as if he had seen through everything. There was no pain, only determination. Clang clang clang, he steadily waved the hammer. The slightest tremble would cause the forging of the sword to fail. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment of pain for too long. He was waiting for the extreme pain at this moment, the moment of complete rebirth. He was waiting for his serious illness to be cured. He was waiting for his illness to be cured. Bearing 1,000 sins, training to never give up. The expression on Carolyn's entire body wasn't calm at all. In fact, there was even a trace of shock present on her face. It's hard to imagine exactly what he's experienced to be able to maintain his composure amidst his craziness. He's using all of his strength to wield the metal hammer, as though all of his pain and obsession are being poured into the forging of his sword like a flood. She thought of Lu Wenjian. Perhaps, this middle-aged man was also in the same situation. He crawled in front of the bones and blood, howling and crying, hating himself for being weak, hating himself for being powerless, hating his family for being destroyed. Weakness was an illness. He was waiting for his serious illness to be cured. In Mount Shu, there was a word for mortals to go against heaven and oneself. Mount Shu gathers the souls of the trillions of people in the 6 realms who have suffered the most sorrowful, and the most resolute. They pour their souls, their flesh and blood, and their will into the sword like a flood. The arm is also a kind of fusion of the soul and the flesh. Carolyn's eyes burst into brilliance, and she seemed to understand something. No wonder the broken arm of Mount Shu could not be reborn, no matter what Taoist method or means. Because they integrated the soul of the arm into the sword, cut off the first part of their soul, and formed a kind of fusion of flesh and blood on the arm. This was the disciple of Mount Shu. No matter how strong their cultivation was, even if they entered the realm of the 8th order god like Lu Wenjian and became a great existence with a high degree of rebirth of flesh and blood, they could only maintain the truth of the broken arm. The broken flesh would never be complete. Because a part of their soul had been completely cut off and integrated into the flesh and blood of the arm, turning it into a sword. After listening to Carolyn's explanation, the cute girl trembled all over. The mystery of the eternal broken arm of Mount Shu, even the leader of Mount Shu can only be a homosexual. The truth of this mystery is actually not the loss of morality. Now, it was perfectly fitted together, it was perfectly revealed. It turned out that this was a weakened version to a certain extent, the fusion of the soul and the flesh. Before, her knowledge was not enough, and she could not understand this strange phenomenon at all. Now she understood. It seemed that everything in the world about the pursuit and deduction of the 9th order pointed to the same end. Knowledge is the power of everything. The cute girl suddenly remembered Hermes's words to describe the truth. When that time comes, all the obscurities in the world will disappear from your side. At this moment, she was so excited that her whole body trembled, and she almost lost her voice. She was completely convinced by the legendary Hermes. It turned out that all the knowledge had long been by her side. She suddenly thought of another saying, there is no lack of beauty in the world, but there is a lack of vision to discover beauty. This is everything Hermes wants to tell us. In fact, the answer to the riddle that gives us the answer has long been on Mount Shu. Carolyn was also completely shocked. After coming to this world, she finally understood the feelings of the cute girl and the others. Hermes was terrifying and mysterious to this world, as well as his terrifying role in promoting civilization. But after all, she was not an ordinary person. After pondering for a while, she was still thinking, perhaps the path of the ninth order soul and flesh can be used as a reference for the Shu sect. First of all, I have to temper my heart in the mortal world. I have to have the same inner pain as them. I have to have an amazing will and determination. I have to create a furnace of heaven and earth and place myself in it. I have to use the terrifying high-pressure forging environment to speed up the cultivation of the fusion of my soul and flesh. I have to speed up the process of polishing the path of 100 trillion cells and the fusion speed of each cell. Just like the disciples of Mount Shu. Using the furnace to speed up the fusion of oneself, merging all of one's soul, will, and emotions into the body. If you want to become a god, you must first become a mortal. When Carolyn thought of this, it was as if thunder had exploded in her mind in an instant. A smooth path appeared in front of her. Let's go to Mount Shu first. So, Carolyn looked at the sword-forging furnace and turned to look at the entire Mount Shu outside. She asked seriously, I came here for a trip. Can I also enter Mount Shu and learn from a disciple? Enter Mount Shu, Lu Wenjian was stunned. In Mount Shu, cultivators with aptitude would never come to cultivate. This was an extremely unorthodox path opened up by mortals. Who would have the time to cut off their arm? Moreover, even if they reached the god realm, they would not be able to recover. If there were other choices, no one would choose to be in such pain and be incomplete. This was not a system worth learning. Even other cultivators would not be like body cultivators, who would also cultivate the sword immortal lineage. It's not the sword art of Mount Shu, but the spirit of Mount Shu's sword intent and determination to enter the path of cultivation here, Carolyn said with a serious expression. Carolyn had a serious expression on her face as she continued, this is a training ground for the ninth step. I feel that I'll be able to understand a little. Lu Wenjian was speechless and could only nod. Carolyn also sealed her cultivation and began to learn like an ordinary person, re-experiencing all the hardships of the path of cultivation. Soon, in less than a few days, the news spread through the mother green vine. The entire 6 realms was shaken because of this. This terrifying fact was simply unbelievable. Another ancient mystery has been solved? In ancient times, Bai Shaoxing had already told the world the 2 concepts of the ninth order path. Using the teachings of Hu Renong and Lu Wenjian? This? How shocking was that? In a previous historical dialogue, he told us the mentality of reaching the ninth order path and the 2 concepts of the ninth order path. Mount Shu's lineage, the fusion of the soul and the body, could it be the inspiration for the ninth order path? No, the general direction of Mount Shu's path is correct, but the minor direction is ridiculously wrong. They treat this arm as a whole and fuse it with the soul and the body, as a big iron plate, and not as an arm with billions of cells, splitting the soul and fusing it with precision. Yes, it's not precise enough. But it's inevitable. As the beginning of cultivation in an extremely low realm, how can it be so precise? They must treat the arm as a whole and fuse it with the soul of the whole arm. However, the path of cultivation after Mount Shu has also appeared. Indeed, Lu Wenjian will also recultivate the Mount Shu sword manual, break through the sword immortal god, and refine his own sword, turning it into a sword with billions of cells. He treats the sword as a world. The Mount Shu sword immortal god lineage can reach the ninth order path. It can be cultivated to the ninth order path. However, Lu Wenjian is already a mid-level god, and his lineage's path of cultivation is in line with the ninth order path. I'm afraid that once he breaks through to the high-level god level, his progress on the ninth order path will be countless times faster than ours. In an instant, all the gods in the entire 6 realms were moved. Great waves surged in their hearts. At this moment, they were almost speechless as they deeply felt that a terrifying, ancient, supreme existence had left everything for them before they died. It was as if everything had been nurtured and placed in front of them, teaching the mortals on the ground behind their backs. Hermes, countless powerful beings abruptly turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. They had been cultivating in seclusion, but now, they felt that it was time to change the location of their seclusion. In less than a few days. At the foot of Mount Shu, there were more than a dozen ordinary people who had sealed their divine power and were climbing slowly to seek immortality. They followed the answer left by Hermes and moved forward. To become a god, one must first become immortal. The gods entered Mount Shu. It was bitterly cold in the winter. In the orchard under Dongqing town, Suji glanced at the cellar. He looked at the barren ancient world, which was like spring all year round, and everything that happened on Mount Shu. He continued to rearrange everything in his study. In his opinion, this would be the origin of his new world, the world of the crystal wall. Although the size requirements for the spiritual world were not high, Suji still wanted to make the environment better. After all, this place was similar to a computer room. It seems that I have to start nurturing and planning the process of the new world, Suji said in a low voice. After all, a world could grow from nothing. Even if it was just the beginning, it still had to go through many stages of polishing. From Suji's point of view, they needed to rest for a while after the storm in Shu Mountain. They needed to digest and understand the profound meaning of their words. During this time, Ermin and the Emperor Alchemy were still researching in the underworld, researching the material of the new magic core and arranging the lines. They were making a new brain, a brain unique to the people of Ashutl. This process was very precise. The brain was a mysterious region that stored the soul and consciousness. This was related to the essence of life. However, for the person in the bottle who had created the essence of life, it was not too much work. At their level, they basically didn't need to sleep. They researched every day without rest. It took them just over 2 years to create the prototype. In the 3rd year, they continued to improve the version. Very quickly, a truly complete man-made magic core appeared. It was a glass bottle covered with fine transparent lines. The transparent lines were like the mucus of a snail crawling on the glass. At an angle, it flickered with a faint 5-colored light. Click. Ermin opened the lid of the glass bottle as if she was opening a human skull. She put a worm into the glass bottle and closed it again. It won't melt. This material was indeed successful. The magic core brain did not fail. Ermin felt it and was overjoyed. It can contain the substance. The calculation speed is close to the original magic core. Not bad. The Emperor Alchemy smiled and kept muttering in the original glass bottle. In this transcendent world, the 2 people with the most profound research had finally achieved the final result after exhausting all their efforts without sleep or rest. This result was enough to shock the world. This way, the Emperor Alchemy could live in a new bottle. He could live in a brain, like a parasite in the brain. It sounded strange. But the magic core was enough to contain souls. Like the god of death, it could create a virtual online game and store souls, forming a virtual world. What was this equivalent to? Mass production of spiritual space was similar to mass production of physical space and inner world. To them, this was a huge step. A new world, a new future. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile as they looked at the underworld outside. Ding, research results completed. Do you want to view it? A mechanical voice came from the subbrain. It's finally completed? At this time, Suji was tidying up and improving the entire bookshelf. At the same time, he remodeled the study's structure and turned it into a laboratory with all kinds of alchemy reagents, alchemy furnaces, and even all kinds of technological equipment, microscopes, and all kinds of high-tech equipment. Everything was available. Without a doubt, this laboratory was a super laboratory that combined multiple civilizations. The alchemy civilization, the primordial pill civilization, and the Ashutl civilization of science and technology all seemed to have a magical and even extravagant style. From now on, this would be his main research laboratory. Today's alchemy project was to be held in this room, fiddling with all sorts of experimental equipment to create the bottle of creation. But universe in a bottle was placed on a bookshelf. There was no corresponding laboratory next to the bookshelf. How could it work? Therefore, Suji completed the laboratory. However, a few minutes after he finished the laboratory, he received a surveillance report from the intelligent subbrain. It's as fast as I thought. Suji looked at the renovated study, which had turned into a brand new alchemy and pill refining technology room, and said seriously, as long as I tidy up this room, I can use the results of their research. They're busy with theirs, I'm busy with mine. Subbrain, pull up the other party's data, Suji ordered. Whoosh, a series of light blue records appeared in his mind. AI, increase the flow rate, 100 years a day. Boom, the time around him quickly changed. Suji fell asleep and woke up. The world changed. He was wearing a research suit, looking like a working scientist. He sat in the laboratory and slowly absorbed the entire production process. As for the more complicated original mechanism behind it, he naturally would not learn it. He would leave it to his doppelganger to study in detail in the future. Right now, he only needed to know how to use the results of his research. At this time, he had entered the world creation stage, so he increased the flow rate just like before. That's about it? Suji continued to ponder. Sitting in front of the laboratory table, he suddenly opened his mouth in a strange manner. Gulp. He slowly spat out white clay. Rectangular glass bottles, similar to the shape of a votive bottle, were spat out and placed on the table. He wasn't like the alchemy emperor, who needed special materials to store matter. Therefore, using clay as the material to create glass ceramics was the most convenient and powerful method. After all, glass bottles made of the entire race material were indeed amazing. Whoosh, transparent glass bottles began to be produced one after another. The materials of the whole race are so convenient. When I'm making the bottle, I can easily insert the motherboard inside. Next, I'll have to refine the special material to carve the mageweth into the brain. Suji, who was wearing a long black robe, stood up and slowly moved to the side to fiddle with the equipment. Poof, he ignited the flame. He directly used glass beakers and other equipment to put in biological materials, distilling some special materials. Then, he returned to the laboratory table and sat down. Holding a welding pen, he slowly inscribed the materials into the glass bottles. Soon, glass bottles were created one after another. It's done. It took a lot of effort. After all, the brain is the essence of life related to the spirit and soul. It's one of the core laws of the universe. And I used this law to create a new world. It's already beyond the traditional material universe. There's already a clear difference between high and low dimensions. Suji opened a magic core bottle and looked inside. This feeling, it's like opening a human skull? There was no difference in essence. A human's brain was flesh and blood, while an Isidol's brain was a magic core. His expression became strange again. But, not only do I have to open the brain, but I also have to fill it with water? Sand? All sorts of things? This was probably the true portrayal of water in the brain. Suji suddenly felt as if he really was a mad scientist, doing all kinds of scary experiments in science fiction. The brain in a vat. They are magic core bottles, but their essence is also a new shape, a magic core that can be opened. They will also develop intelligence. Of course, I won't let them develop true intelligence. He lowered his head and held a glass bottle with one hand. The bottle is like the world wall, surrounding the virtual universe in all directions. At the same time, the bottle wall is also a heavenly Axiom AI virtual program. I can set the physical parameters of this universe, such as gravity, the speed of light, and when the glass bottles are stacked together, it's the world of the crystal wall, and the bottle wall is the crystal wall of the world. A powerful soul can pass through the glass of a bottle and reach another bottle. This is too convenient, and too strange. It's as if, this is the real truth of the crystal wall universe. The so-called crystal wall mythological universe is just a bunch of ridiculous glass bottles stacked together, and there's a mysterious giant experimenting on them outside? After continuously crushing the bottles, new bottles are created and placed inside? Suji had a look of admiration on his face. He sat in the laboratory and raised a glass bottle. Under the light, he had a look of appreciation on his face, as if he was looking at a real universe. But it was obvious that ordinary people could not do this. For ordinary people, such as the alchemy emperor and the others, they could only be similar to a spiritual world, absorbing the souls of living beings in the existing external world and reproducing inside. But for them, it's just a spiritual world. For me, I can create species, kill them, and throw them in. In other words, death is the eternal life of the god of death. Death is only the beginning. It's a truly new spiritual universe that can be created. Suji's eyes gradually brightened, and he put down the glass bottle in his hand. It's time to get to work. He pushed open the door and came to the entrance of the courtyard. He bent down and picked up the snake-haired Medusa, who was curled up in a deep sleep beside the chair, and slowly walked into the laboratory. While the gods were on Mount Shu, Ermin and the others were researching the new magic core bottle technology. Suji's progress was not delayed either. Tap tap tap. He returned to the house from the outside world of ice and snow, walked through the living room, and came to the study. He placed the Medusa on the white ceramic chair next to it. Suji picked up a knife to take samples, bent down, and cut off some of the Medusa's tissues. He then brought it to the experiment table and put it on the Ashuttal's special energy microscope to study. During this period of time, has it completed a new leap in evolution? There is indeed an unexpected improvement. Although it is still a huge aggregated organism, the compatibility of the various tissues is close to perfect. Previously, it was a rough embryo of the Cthulhu evil god. Now, it is finally showing signs of maturity. Although it has only been a day, it is only half of the original 3-day deadline. Poof, Suji slashed with the knife. A piece of fine tissue fell to the ground. The originally motionless skin flakes, after being cut off, turned into coral-like tentacles, jumping and crawling on the ground in all kinds of ways. It was very strange. She looked like a harmless, beautiful, white-skinned, petite girl with snake hair, but after the skin tissue fell, it was jumping at will. Just from the appearance alone, it is impossible to tell that it is an aggregated monster. Even if it walks on the streets of Earth, it will only be a high number of heads turned, and people can't help but want to commit a crime. But in fact, it is still a huge 129,600 aggregated organisms made up of countless individual organisms, and these individuals are all controlled by the same consciousness of Medusa. Some people said, isn't this a rank 9 world? Could it be that Medusa, like the Xianxia immortals, had inadvertently coincided with the rank 9 path? In fact, it was completely different. Because it was a more subdivided step. She was composed of 129,600 independent organisms, each of which could cultivate their own realm, and could cultivate into a rank 7 celestial emperor, a rank 8 myth, and a rank 9 world. Yes, although each organism was small, perhaps only as few as the cells of a pixel organism, they were still individual organisms. And when each of her bodies has cultivated into a rank 9 world, there will be 129,600 worlds. Only Medusa is a complete rank 9 world, but is this still a world? It was a total of 129,600 worlds. Other people's level 9 was a world, but hers was a universe. It coincided with the number of the Great Thousand Realms. Therefore, it was not without reason that he was said to be the strongest late stage. The ceiling of the realm's combat power was frighteningly high, and it could be seen that Medusa's ambition had expanded to the limit. Since he had set up a laboratory, he might as well check on her body and see how she had evolved. Of course, checking his body was the first thing to do when searching for Medusa. According to this situation, I still have to perfect some small details. It will take more than a day to evolve. Suji took out a large number of petri dishes and kept some samples of all the tissues on his body. Then, he put them on a special specimen shelf. The biological specimen shelf was also one of the aspects that Suji had prepared in the laboratory. After all, in the world of the crystal wall, even if it was a spiritual world, it was still necessary to study some species. In the remaining 1.5 days of evolution, I won't let her return to the courtyard to complete her evolution. I'll let her continue the evolution in my bottle laboratory. Suji bent down again and picked up the snake-haired Medusa from the chair again. He came to the side of the bookshelf and placed the snake-haired girl into a glass bottle that was about half the height of a person. It was about the size of an urn. She's curled up and hugged her legs. In the glass bottle, it's perfect for squatting. After all, she's petite. Suji was wearing a black robe. He picked up a board and a pen. Looking at this scene, he was like a strict scientist silently recording data. As expected, the distance that I calculated is just right. I've successfully put the person into the brain. Next, I'll adjust the virtual fantasy of this brain, the images in the brain. Adjust the world's data, gravity, the spread of energy particles, and the division of realm breakthroughs. Whoosh, Suji stood in front of the glass bottle, his hand stretched out in front of the light blue virtual screen of the magic core. He constantly adjusted the world's parameters, as if he was controlling a magic core computer. At present, who else is more suitable than Medusa, who's in the courtyard, to be the guinea pig for this experiment? There's no one else. At the same time, I'll keep her in this new world. Although it was a spiritual universe, Suji still did his best to adjust the universe's parameters to be exactly the same as in reality. Why? The reason was simple. Because he was just using the spiritual universe to deduce reality. Just like Carolyn's death god's eternal life, she had also adjusted the data in reality to be exactly the same, making it impossible for people to distinguish the real from the fake. If the data was inconsistent, the experts' training in the virtual universe would become true trash when they came to the real world. They wouldn't be able to summon them in reality, and it would be meaningless. Experts in the virtual universe could only play around in the virtual universe. Once they left the lower dimensions and came to reality, they would be nothing. Therefore, at this moment, it was equivalent to using a supercomputer to deduce a civilization that matched the parameters of reality as much as possible. It would be completely applicable in reality. Although the parameters of the first-level data can't be changed, the second-level data such as gravity, air density, mountains, and rivers can still be adjusted. This will allow the environment of every crystal wall system world to be diversified. Suji continued to think, his expression solemn. After completely adjusting the parameters of the bottle, he made some adjustments and observations. After confirming that there was no error in the world he had set for Medusa, he finally relaxed. Sorry to trouble you. Suji walked out of the study and returned to the kitchen. He took a ladle of water and poured it into the huge glass bottle. Then, he added a large number of animals, green vegetables, and salt. Whoosh. He filled a third of the bottle to the abdomen of the snake-haired Medusa, whose legs were curled up in the glass bottle. Suji closed the bottle cap. It was equivalent to putting the snake-haired Medusa into a huge brain. Why does it look like pickled vegetables? Suji suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at the glass bottle, which was half filled with water and plants, and calmed himself down. This can't be eaten. Most importantly, he felt that this method of cooking would most likely not taste good. However, Suji's way of thinking was still influenced by traditional ideas and could not be separated from the framework of thinking. The first reaction of an ordinary person when they came to this science laboratory would definitely not be this. They would definitely curse that it was a perverted lunatic, and that it was obviously a prison for Polly. They would immediately call the crime hotline. But no matter what, according to the normal person's point of view, being a mad scientist in this mysterious science laboratory in the countryside of Earth and carrying out the terrifying experiment of the Genesis in a bottle was inexplicably terrifying. Let's make the real universe in a bottle first. After that, Suji carefully placed 2 glass bottles on the shelf. Then, he used a glass tube to connect the 2 glass bottles to the Medusa in the big bottle beside it. It's finally done. The preparatory work is done. It's time to wake Medusa up. Suji stood up and looked at the snake-haired Medusa curled up in the glass bottle. Universe in a bottle. Walala. A slightly cold breeze blew across the land. The sky was blue and the clouds were light. In the empty courtyard, Medusa curled up on the edge of a chair at the door and slowly opened her eyes. The god of creation is still not in this courtyard, evolving the origin of all things, the dimensional courtyard of dreams and reality. She looked around with some regret. Her long hair slowly fluttered in the wind, and she stood up from the chair. Then she looked at the evolving plants and animals in the courtyard. They were still constantly deducing and evolving. Every minute and every second revealed the ultimate miracle of life. Even though it was not the first time she had seen it, she was still intoxicated by this great original scenery. This was the origin of the world. I have to hurry up. She slowly closed her eyes and planned to seriously adjust and evolve everything in her body as usual. There was not much time left for her. She opened the gate of truth and made a request to the existence of the underworld. She had to be prepared to pay a huge price. At this time, she must absorb as much as possible of the huge benefits brought by this. Otherwise, she did not know if she would be able to deal with the situation when she needed to make an equivalent exchange. To gain means to pay. Everything in the heavens is balanced and equal. She collected her thoughts and put on a serious expression of a person seeking knowledge. She was solemn and dignified as she began to evolve seriously like before. However, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was a slight, inexplicable feeling. She opened her eyes again. She looked at everything around her, the rapidly evolving species and trees. Was it an illusion? There is nothing wrong. It just feels like a new batch of species, not the previous batch? Not as lively as the previous batch? The species were still alive, and they were still evolving crazily. But there was a strange sense of incongruity, and it felt a little unreal. She suddenly stopped cultivating and quietly stared at the evolving species. At this extraordinary level of life, she had a terrifying beast-like intuition. Her eyes did not move as she carefully observed the surrounding scenery. The entire latitude courtyard. After a while, her eyes suddenly trembled as she remembered the words of the God of creation. What is real, what is fake? She was in a trance as if she had opened the door to a new world. Boom! All of a sudden, like a piece of paper, the surroundings cracked and were blown apart, giving rise to huge ripples. Break! She shouted softly and opened her eyes again. She found herself in an extremely narrow frame world. She was hugging her legs and curled up in a pool of water. There were all kinds of plants and animals climbing and playing on her body. It was as if she was a huge continent. These species were still evolving crazily. Even the characteristics of their souls seemed to be the same as the evolved species in the courtyard. The body of the evil god, Ryla continent? She stared blankly at the bottle's surroundings. When did I come to this land? In the study. My spiritual universe was still pierced through. Suji sat on a chair and drank the steaming hot tea. He looked at the huge girl curled up in the glass bottle in the study. Her body was like a continent, and there were super small plants and animals crawling all over her body. But, of course, the spiritual universe can't hide from an ancient existence of this level. It's almost 10,000 years of eternal life. But I didn't intend to hide it from you in the first place. Because it's unrealistic to think that I could trap such a terrifying existence with my temporary and simple universe in a bottle. Suji sat on the chair, took a sip of tea, and smiled. Of course, she couldn't see the outside. Because he had also isolated her land, she could only move around in the bottle that was so small that she couldn't even move her body. The world was a circle. The wizard's sand table was a limited circle, and this bottle was an even smaller circle. From now on, Medusa will be kept in the study room next to my room. He will be kept in this bottle. Suji sat on the chair and suddenly stood up. He stared at Medusa with a serious expression. In front of me, she also turned into the little person in the bottle in another way. He could already imagine the days in the future. He would leisurely drink tea in the study all kinds of experiments, and occasionally turn his head to look at the glass bottle. Although, he always felt that it was a crime. In fact, there's no difference. It's just that from the small pond in my yard, I put it into the big bottle in the study. Suji smiled faintly and looked at the Medusa who was looking around and studying in the bottle. However, I've also started to let her take up some positions. At this moment. Clatter, inside the glass bottle, Medusa shook off some of the evolved animals and plants on his body. It was as if he was shaking off some small bugs. Like raindrops, they quickly fell into the sea below. He kept touching the entire glass bottle and curiously reached out to touch every glass wall. Another new world? She was full of curiosity. She liked new things the most, and even the arrival of a new civilization, because it often gave her unimaginable knowledge and gains. According to the ancient legend, when the Lord of Tao created the world was chaotic like a chicken, and with a roar, the world was divided. Now, I also seem to be in a small eggshell? Could it be that I have also begun my own mission? Began to descend into a world, take up some kind of responsibility, to create the world, and establish the principles? Then, how am I going to create the world? Her petite body could not help but gently turn around in the narrow glass bottle, curiously touching the walls everywhere, as if she was exploring the structure of a prison cage. This posture actually looked a little tempting and cute. Just by looking at her appearance, it was impossible to tell that she was a violent battle maniac who, apart from training in seclusion, went out to fight crazily. But it feels different from the Lord of Tao. It seems that I don't need to open this super miniature world in the egg, nor can I open it. The world is limited. This feeling is the same as the ancient world and the sorcerer world, with fixed boundaries. But is a world really so small? It's so small that even I can only hug my legs and roll it up. Poof, her eyeballs were tightly pressed against the transparent glass wall, and her whole face was squeezed out of shape, as if she wanted to see the outside world. Huh? It seems that the soul can pass through the wall? The outside world seems to be connected to two spiritual worlds? There's no hurry. She was not in a hurry to explore, and her soul spread to another world. The rules of this world are strange, and it doesn't seem that simple. The material world is weak, but what about the spiritual world? Could it be that the spiritual world is a huge inner world? What about the land on the soul? She remembered the scene she had just seen. The dimensional yard of the god of creation was also a spiritual world. Is this world a spiritual world? She had completely realized something and discovered the second point of suspicion. If this was the case, then the universe of the world, the heavens, and the worlds were really too gorgeous, and there were really all kinds of strange things. She was actually ordered to open a spiritual world. However, she was still not in a hurry to explore, and return to the spiritual world that she had just broken through. The god of creation had a deep meaning, and suddenly let her come here. She continued to touch the glass wall, and kept looking up, measuring in the bottle. This world is in the shape of a cuboid with the golden ratio. Just like a cuboid bottle? And it seems like it's alive? Suddenly, her eyeballs were pressed against the wall again, and her face was squeezed out of shape. Well, under extreme microscopy, I can indeed see that it is a cell wall. The world is alive. Suji, these people were really ruthless. Just such a small bottle, and they found 3 suspicious points. First, it was connected to other worlds, second, it was a spiritual world, and third, this small world was a living thing. Of course, it was alive. Not to mention that the magic core was a brain, it was a living thing, and it was made from all the cells of a whole race. How could it not be a living thing? It was like a living bottle. Fortunately, I am quick-witted. Suji rested his chin on his hand and sat on the chair, drinking tea with an indifferent look on his face. He looked at Medusa, who was exploring the bottle with a curious look on her face. Let her study for a while, explore for a while, and find out what she missed. She was not in a hurry, and he was not in a hurry either. It was mainly up to her. There was a saying in the art of war, if the enemy does not move, I will not move. In the study, Medusa was still curled up and exploring the bottle. It was obviously a very small space, but she had explored it more than a dozen times. Her mind was working frantically, and she was like a junior high school girl playing in a glass cage. The wall of this cuboid world, no matter how I try, has no soul. It is a living thing without consciousness. Then, why is it a living thing without a soul? She could not help but hesitate. This was the 4th point of doubt. Until now, the other creatures she had seen all had a soul. But this living flesh and blood wall did not have a soul. It was a walking dead. No soul, could it be for me? Medusa was shocked and whispered, first, it is a living creature. Second, it has no soul. Isn't it my, evil god's aggregate body, that fits these characteristics? Especially in front of me, it is still in that terrifying speed of evolution. Could it be that my, evil god's aggregate body, has 173 types of tissues, and then add them into this bottle, becoming 174 types of tissues? Suji rested his chin on his hand and also fell into deep thought. But, is it possible? Medusa was still murmuring, feeling that this was very inconceivable. Such a huge cuboid wall, becoming a part of his own creature and integrating it into his own body, with this size, it would be better to say that he had integrated himself into the other party's body. According to common sense, as a creature of aggregation, it is impossible for me to integrate into a world and become a part of the body. That is too incredible and almost impossible. Because the world is too big, even if I am a giant, I am still pitifully small compared to the vastness of the world. However, in this world, physical matter is so small that it can only wrap around me and use it as a thinking singularity to expand into a spiritual world. It is possible. After all, physical matter is very small. Her eyes gradually brightened, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes were burning. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Indeed, it is very possible. Such an audacious move. No, it is such an incredible and miraculous move, as expected of the Creator. It is simply a dreamlike groundbreaking idea. That's completely reasonable. I clearly still have half of the evolution time left. Why did it suddenly end? Coming here to open up a world, this is clearly not the end, but to let me use the remaining half of the time to integrate the new 174 tissues. Then, using this world to open up a civilization, this is the most reasonable logic. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. A living thing without a soul, this must be for her to use as a body. She began to use the creation flow excitedly to continue the evolution, and she tried to turn the entire bottle that surrounded her into a part of her body. Evolution, accelerate evolution. She closed her eyes in the bottle. Suji? Looking at the excited Medusa, his face suddenly darkened. That is my bottle, not yours. Don't think too much. Also, what the hell is turning the whole bottle into a part of your body? You plan to completely integrate with this bottle in the future, learn from the alchemy emperor and become a small person in a bottle? Suji's whole body was not good. He felt that only people like Medusa would have such an idea. I have seen waves, but I have never seen such waves. Using this world to become my 174th organization? He imagined the scene of a fight in the future. As his number one fighter, the number one god of war, completely integrated with the bottle, the origin demon god curled up in the bottle, this guy was like a figurine in a delicate plastic bag in a candy store, shouting arrogant words through the bottle, and then ramming into someone with the bottle. Thinking about the scene, he felt that it was not good. First of all, the momentum would be greatly weakened. No, could it be that he walked out of the bottle and then raised the bottle with both hands, like holding a gas can as a weapon? The more Suji thought about it, the more his expression became strange. After all, he was a battle maniac, and his momentum would be immediately restored. Suji thought about it and did not stop her. He looked at the snake-haired Medusa who was fumbling around in the glass bottle. You're still a bold fellow. However, since you want to possess this bottle and make it a part of your body, I'll give it to you, if you can eat it. As the strongest late stage, he still wanted to make himself a little more late stage. He was also a ruthless person. However, if Medusa wanted to evolve the whole bottle and use the creation flow to adjust the structure of the bottle and make it part of his organization, it would not be easy. If he succeeded, it would be a huge surprise. The bottle would become a part of the Cthulhu evil god. 174th Organization. The body of the Cthulhu evil god was connected to the outside of a crystal wall system universe. Just thinking about it felt like a high-dimensional fantasy. This would make the entire crystal wall system universe have more potential. Looks like the plan has to be changed. Sitting in the study, he looked at Medusa, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute. If Medusa's idea succeeds, then I have a bold idea as well. I'll make the crystal wall universe unimaginable, and turn it into an infinite multiverse that can grow on its own. The plan had indeed changed. Originally, in Suji's mind, these bottles would not have developed their own consciousness. Although they had brains, the entire world in their minds was an imaginary spiritual universe in their minds. In fact, the entire world was just a dream to them, but if the owner of the dream developed its own consciousness, it would be the so-called heavenly Tao. Perhaps it would also be the future three-pillar gods. It was not that Suji could not tolerate the emergence of heavenly Tao similar to the three-pillar gods, but it was definitely not in the early stages. This was because it severely restricted the accumulation and development of primitive civilizations in the early stages, and there was not enough freedom and unlimited potential. Even if it was born, it would be in the later stages of civilization. Regardless of whether the bottle itself developed its own consciousness due to some reason or the worship of all living beings, or if someone in a certain world saw through the falsehood and chose to merge with the Tao and replace the bottle, these were the two hypotheses that Suji had. But now, the core bottle has been forced to develop its own consciousness. Suji had a strange expression as he looked at the snake-haired Medusa in the glass bottle in the study. But can you really do it? Transform and evolve the original form of the bottle and make it a part of you? Suji muttered to himself. What was this equivalent to? It was equivalent to transforming into a new species. It was just like how Suji had taken away the system chip species and continuously cultivated it until it became the demon core lineage. After experiencing countless iterations and evolutions, coupled with the countless modifications made by the ancient lava continent, even Carolyn was almost unable to recognize the original form of the magic core, which was the system chip. She only thought that it was a similar, yet extremely primitive creation of the same type. It's just like how I personally transformed the system chip into a demon core. Now, what kind of new existence will the demon core bottle evolve into? Suji was looking forward to it. When it transformed into its original form, even the great alchemist emperor would not be able to tell that it was his idea. What kind of new species would appear? Emperor Qi, learning and improving, weeding through the old to bring forth the new. Suji sipped the nightmare spirit tea and sat on a chair in the laboratory, constantly observing the snake-haired demonic god in the glass cage. He stood up and went to the living room to pour some tea, then ate a meal and returned to the laboratory in the study. After all, this was his daily activity area. Time continued to pass. Soon, Suji saw that Medusa had already turned this bottle into a part of her indescribable body. Gradually, it began to emit that strange and tyrannical aura of an evil god that couldn't be looked at directly. I finally succeeded. Medusa curled up in the glass bottle, took a deep breath, and gently stroked the wall of the bottle with his hand. Sure enough, I guessed it right. This is what the Creator wanted me to do. Flesh and blood without a soul, this is giving me a terrifying primordial origin spiritual treasure, allowing me to open up a world? Wait, what is this? She stretched out her hand. Pooh. A light blue control interface appeared in front of him. This meant that she had completely taken control of the world bottle. Whoosh. Lying in the bottle, she stretched out her slender fingers and slowly fiddled with the data layout. Run the program? Gravity? Gravity? Particle structure? Molecular structure? Is this similar to the so-called system-assisted cultivation tool of the Wushan Palace? She had seen those portable systems before. However, that kind of golden finger that could assist in cultivation was no longer useful to her. This is so interesting. This is so interesting. Medusa was overjoyed and shocked. The circuit pattern on it means the texture of the world, the rules of the great Tao. This is the parameter that sets the entire spiritual world? It can be controlled at will? She was instantly in high spirits and extremely excited. How could she not know? The potential of this operation was too great, and the possibilities were almost infinite. Next, I will modify the shape of this new organization world, completely integrate it with my evil god body, and tailor-make it more suitable for me. I have two tasks. The first is to evolve my evil god body, and the second is to integrate this world into my body. The two are actually the same thing. Improve my body. Her eyes were burning, and she was extremely happy. She constantly used this terrifying creation flow to transform the situation of her body. The days continued to move forward. It was like a chaotic primordial world, without any sense of time. After another whole day, the whole bottle had been completely turned into a part of her body, a complete evil god body. Although this last body of evil god tissue was not perfectly integrated with her own flesh and blood, the whole glass bottle also became indescribable. Success, she murmured. The bottle was still a bottle, and the shape was the same as before. The transparent glass bottle gave people a completely different feeling. Just looking at it, there was a sharp feeling that it could pierce through the skin. This is my main core. She continued to curl up in the glass bottle, like a cute doll in a glass wishing bottle, constantly touching the glass wall with her slender hand. However, I will not create a new world civilization here. The spiritual space here is my training ground, but to create a civilization in the subsidiary world. Her eyes flashed, and at this time, she began to enter the spiritual universe. It was still the same dimensional courtyard, where countless creatures were evolving. Modify it a little. This place is not qualified to be the same as the original land. She gently reached out and changed the parameters of this land. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard gradually disappeared, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, turning into an ocean that she was most familiar with. In the center, there was an alchemy island that was sealed in the past. Whoosh! Various building complexes appeared on the island. I can continue to expand, but there is no need. She swept her gaze around. Her personality was simple and practical, simple and crude, and she did not like fancy things. Next, I will go and see the other two external connected spiritual universes. She really succeeded. Suji was slightly surprised and looked at Medusa. She really did this. In Suji's view, this was incredible. She turned a bottle into a part of the body of Cthulhu. It was undeniable that the current Medusa's talent was huge. Hard work made up for it, and the continuous development of her intelligence and research made her stronger and stronger. She really did it. Her bold idea succeeded. Then, I have an even bolder idea, and maybe it can be realized. Suji revealed a thoughtful look. The real, multiverse worldview, the crystal wall universe, infinite civilization, infinite future, maybe this is the real framework of the universe. Suji had a really bold and earth-shattering idea, the parallel universe said. Yes, since it was originally a high-dimensional and low-dimensional world, and enough simulations have been carried out, then let's thoroughly try to simulate the real model of the entire universe. Medusa has completely filled in the blanks, and now it's my turn. In fact, Medusa is undeniably powerful, but in the end, she is limited by her own knowledge, vision, and world. She can't see how terrifying the potential of this bottle of her world, combined with her Cthulhu ability, is. Because she doesn't know about the lava earth world line hypothesis. Suji's eyes flashed, and he directly entered the two bottles on the bookshelf, planning to chat with Medusa about the introduction of the new universe. I want to chat with her about the structure of the quantum mirror multiverse. What was the structure of the universe? Suji's main body was still standing by the window of the study room, looking up at the boundless blue sky. This was the ultimate mystery of the world. Suji knew what his fundamental goal was a long time ago. Creating the sand table was to deduce the civilization system, to find the true meaning of the world, and to simulate the real laws of the entire universe. Just as he said, knowledge is the power of everything. Looking at the ancient and modern civilizations. The inheritance of civilization was the inheritance of knowledge. The greatness of civilization was the greatness of knowledge. He believed that it was the same for the various super-advanced civilizations in the universe. If the accumulation of knowledge reached a certain level, after hundreds of millions of years, those terrifying ancient existences might be able to create an entire real universe out of thin air. Who knew? The universe was huge, and it had infinite possibilities. Based on Suji's current knowledge, his observation of the entire world was very limited. It was only limited to some rare fragments of the 8th and 9th level. It was like a glass fish tank, unable to see outside. Is our universe the only one? Not necessarily. Due to the discovery of quantum mechanics, modern people found that the universe might not be unique. It was made up of countless universes, like bubbles stacked together, like a crystal wall. This was a famous physics hypothesis, parallel universe. As early as the 1950s, physicists proposed this concept when they observed quantum. Countless versions of themselves in parallel universes were really desirable. Many people said that the famous Mandela effect, group memory disorder, was the sense of déjà vu of another self in a parallel universe. Many people had no impression of this place, but they felt that they had been to this place before. According to this theory of infinite possibilities, if the you in the parallel universe did not have a girlfriend in this universe and was a single dog, then there was no need to worry. The you in the other universe in quantum entanglement was likely to be an enviable person, likely to have a boyfriend who loved you. Perhaps according to this hypothesis, it was completely possible to believe that the you in the other universe was doing things that the current you did not dare to do, living an unimaginably wonderful life, realizing the dream that you had given up. The you in this world who failed must have succeeded in a parallel universe. Parallel universe, quantum entanglement, eternal death. Suji sighed with emotion. Various high-dimensional concepts and theories. It seems that I really have to try it out. The infinite setting of the multivariate parallel universe. Getting close to the cultivation path where opening or closing one's eyes will lead to the destruction of a universe era. Crash. Medusa's psychic energy poured into one of the bottle worlds. It was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness. Are we going to create a primitive civilization here? Medusa stopped. She clearly knew the process of creating a civilization, killing creatures and placing their souls into the spiritual world. Souls could naturally reproduce. In the words of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was similar to a ghost giving birth to a ghost. Therefore, he only needed to kill those species and place them here. In this spiritual universe, they would not think that it was fake. Generation after generation, civilization progressed and evolved. No one knew that they were living in a dream. They wouldn't know that they were already dead. It was as if they were truly alive in the real world. In reality, this was Carolyn's death god's eternal life. Truth and falsehood have always been relative. Medusa smiled and sighed. The evolved species that I brought outside can be made into the first batch of primitive creatures. Kill them and place them here. She pondered with a serious expression on her face. As for the soul, it's a special kind of spiritual entity. There's no racial segregation. This is very unrealistic, and people will find out that this is a fake universe. In that case, we should add a rule to the world. Only souls of the same race can reproduce. She pondered for a moment and then smiled. Not bad. She planned to kill these souls and then place them into the entire world to conduct experiments and guide the progress of a civilization. This was also her mission. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the haze. Medusa was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Sure enough, what she did was right. This was indeed a new demon god organization for her. She had successfully integrated into it and fulfilled the test and requirements. Thus, the creator had come again? You have already seen the truth and falsehood? The hazy radiance stopped and came out from the void. Yes, in this world, all living beings are living in a dream. Medusa's expression changed. She began to seriously talk about her ideas for the construction of the entire civilization. In her words, this was also Suji's idea for construction. The bottle that Medusa was in, as the core of the crystal wall, would send some souls to the other bottles in the crystal wall to build a civilization. As a fake origin of all living beings, it would send species. This was an infinite possibility. But now, Suji's idea was different. He found a more infinite possibility. Your idea is wrong, Suji said indifferently. Medusa's body trembled and exclaimed, wrong? You think that everything you've done is the path to the infinite potential of the entire civilization. But, is it really infinite? The voice seemed to come from another space. Is it really infinite? Naturally, it's not really infinite. Medusa was silent for a moment. She clearly understood that no matter how many bottles there is still a limit to the civilization. Because she herself is not infinite, the civilization she created cannot be infinite. What she was doing now was already the most optimal method that she could understand. She was trying her best to create as many possibilities as possible. Is there really a concept of infinite in this world? Almighty Lord, the God of the origin of all living beings, what is infinite? Medusa couldn't help but ask. Suji smiled. The Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all living beings, evolving into millions, that is infinite. Medusa's body trembled. She also reacted. This is the origin of the universe, the Big Bang of the universe, evolving from one into all living beings, constantly spreading outwards. This is the appearance. The voice spoke again. Medusa's mind was completely confused. One into all living beings, such a terrifying scene of the beginning of the universe, was just the appearance. What exactly was that infinite inner being? In that case, what exactly is the true infinity? A pebble was tossed into the void. Pa-ta. The stone smashed into the ground, turning into millions of gravel, covering the earth like fireworks. This is infinite. Hearing this, Medusa was slightly startled. Is this what it means to be infinite? Pooh. In the air, a second stone identical to the first fell into the ground at a different angle. Pa-ta, the stone smashed into the ground, turning into millions of gravel, covering the earth. However, even though it was the same stone, because it was thrown in a different direction, the trajectory of the explosion was completely different. This is also infinite. Medusa's body trembled. This is also infinite? She didn't really understand, but she felt like she had touched something. Infinite is choice? Medusa's breathing suddenly quickened. Looking at the stone, the angle at which it was thrown was different, the result was also different. She suddenly shouted at the figure, the first is the origin, through continuous choice, that is, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and finally into all living beings. So, what is infinite is choice, not all living beings. Medusa was almost intoxicated. What does this mean? It was almost self-evident. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all living beings, this is infinite, but it is only the appearance of infinite. What is the real infinite? It is choice. It is one, it is the Tao, the choice of splitting, it is the choice of the God of creation. What kind of living beings are split into? What kind of living beings are they? What kind of living beings are they? The choice of splitting again and again, just like now, the origin that symbolizes one, on a fork, it chose herself. This is also infinite. She has become a fork node on the universe's infinite, about to open up a new world. This is also the Taoist choice for herself. Suji lightly said. The world is a tree, it is full of forks, and every choice is infinite. Throw a stone, throw it to the east, throw it to the south, and it will split into the future of 2 worlds. Medusa was startled, her face full of shock as she carefully digested the meaning. The world is a line that is constantly splitting, and every choice means splitting into another universe? The concept of the world line came from the ancient lava land. But what Suji wanted to talk about at this time was the upgraded version of the world line, the world tree. In other words, a parallel multiverse. In the concept of the world line, no matter the direction of the world, the choice to change, there is always only one world, and it is unique. Because in reality, there is only one ancient lava land. And the world tree, it is a real multiverse that splits into 2 tracks. A primordial line that splits into 2 tracks will turn into 2 split universes of choice, both existing at the same time. There are countless universes that have been chosen. This is the multiverse. The world is not a single twisted line, but a tree. Suji lightly said. Boom, Medusa's mind exploded. The world is not a twisted line, but a tree. She suddenly saw a tree diagram in her mind. The universe of each world, due to different choices, splits into 2 universes. The universe is multiverse, and the universe is infinite, multiverse theory. It was as if she had smashed open a new door. How bold and incredible this idea was. According to this concept, does her own life exist in another parallel universe, a universe where she did not become the origin demon god? This concept was too much of an impact for her. The concept of the world line, for those who have never heard of it, was a huge impact, not to mention the higher dimensional theory, the world tree, multiverse theory. This. Her eyes almost widened, and her heart was like a dead leaf on a tree, blown by the wind in the storm. She suddenly fell silent. She hesitated. The god of creation also did not speak. Her figure blurred and disappeared into the distance. Multiverse, is that really possible? In reality, I can hardly find a way to realize it. She suddenly whispered, then suddenly shouted, but I am not you, I cannot have the endless power to open up a multiverse. But this is not reality, this is a dream. A voice came from afar. Dream? Her whole body froze in place, as if she was suddenly enlightened. She suddenly became ecstatic. That's right. This is a dream, as long as it's a dream. In the real world, it's impossible to have another self in multiple universes at the same time. But in the soul world, at this moment, Medusa was almost intoxicated. It was as if she could already see the beautiful future. Everything she wanted seemed to be within reach. I can create a multiverse. I can create a world tree. She paused for a moment, her face burning with excitement. Her face was abnormally red, and her mind was filled with such a shocking, inconceivable, and audacious idea. Yet, she felt that it was possible, because she was living in a dream. Infinity, the infinity of creating one. She kept muttering these words and immediately returned to her main universe. Whoosh, her consciousness flashed. She returned to the extremely small glass bottle and touched the surrounding walls. There's still some time to evolve. I have to quickly make the second adjustment and form a true multiverse of crystal wall. Medusa's entire body and the structure of the bottle underwent a subtle change. Time passed. Finally, is it done? Medusa took a deep breath. Her current appearance was somewhat different. Her snake-like hair was more exquisite and dense. She was like a terrifying ancient demon god in the vast dark void. Her hair danced wildly like snakes of the world, dancing back and forth, connecting the endless void world. It has begun, a new civilization. She smiled and directly broke the 2 glass bottles on the outside. She murmured, those 2 worlds can be abandoned. The place I am at is one, and I can create all living things. Her consciousness sank slightly and entered her own spiritual universe. The small world I am in can't even stretch my body. As for the spiritual universe I live in, let it be called, the Abyss of Origins. Creating a civilization, as the center of the world, had to have a name. Whoosh, in the Abyss of Origins, which was also the spiritual world of the large glass bottle, there was a vast land where countless species were multiplying. The species here are the ones I brought in. Although I did not deliberately multiply, as long as they grow near my body, they can evolve and adapt. This means that they have the terrifying ability to pollute. Her gaze was calm as she looked at the development of the entire spiritual land. They are all natural monsters that have been polluted by my mind. Walalala, these creatures did not realize that they were already dead, and continued to reproduce in the spiritual world. Their entire bodies emitted a tyrannical demonic aura. Soon, the entire land gradually turned black like an abyss, with all kinds of wriggling monsters living there. They were fighting. Brutal, warlike, bloody. In less than a few years, the first war broke out in this abyss. It was a terrifying battle between a group of black worms and a group of black praying mantises. The leader of the abyss worm was a fat female worm, and the leader of the devil mantis was a tall mutated mantis. The 2 sides began a 7-year battle. The entire land was stained with blood. The devil mantis race moved quickly. Although they were few in number, they were naturally experts in assassination. The entire black worm race was already in danger because no matter how fast they reproduced, their overall strength was too weak. Under the dark sky. In the cave. Woo woo woo, goo, 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 the abyssal worm's queen insect leader roared angrily, squeaking downwards. In the face of disaster, it was faced with a huge choice. Should it choose to assassinate the leader of the devil mantis clan, or should it choose to escape completely? Regarding the fate of its race, it was extremely hesitant. It has begun, the node of the spiritual universe, the division of fate, which is also the division of the soul. Medusa stood at a high place, looking down at this scene with great interest. This abyssal worm queen is hesitating, but it is natural. A matter of life and death, it is bound to hesitate. Then, let history split into the first node from here. She smiled and raised her hands high. Boom, the world began to split. Voila, in the study room. Suji saw that on the rectangular bookshelf next to the large bottle, Medusa's hair tentacles wriggled through the pipes, and suddenly 2 small bottles appeared on the bookshelf. Did Medusa figure it out so easily? A branching universe has begun to appear? After all, the limited space he gave her was only the glass bottle she lived in, and the bookshelf next to the parallel universe bottle. Although it was said to be a small bottle, it could no longer be called a bottle. Instead, it was 2 1-carat-sized glass prismatic diamonds, quietly placed on the top shelf. The 2 delicate diamonds stuck together like a crystal wall. Medusa had already turned the glass magic core bottle into a part of the evil god's organization. As its own cell organization, it could naturally produce small bottle cells. These are the first 2 crystal walls. But, what about the 2 bottles? Suji's face darkened. How did it become such small prismatic diamonds? However, he was too lazy to care. After all, plans could not keep up with changes, and he was not doing it himself. Medusa's derivation of this structure was naturally more suitable. It has really begun to split and created a parallel universe? Suji's face was full of curiosity as he picked up the magnifying glass. He stood in front of the bookshelf, lowered his head, and zoomed in on the 2 prismatic diamonds to look at the internal structure inside. The choice of the historical node. One crystal wall world is the universe that the abyssal worm queen chose to escape to. The other crystal wall world is the universe that the abyssal worm queen chose to fight with her life on the line. The two worlds began to progress in different ways. This was not the calculated future of the virtual world line, but the actual parallel universe of the soul. If this situation continues to split, the future multiverse will be like a bubble. Crystal walls, with diamonds stacked together, it will really be a beautiful big diamond. But why would there be two identical living beings in the two worlds? Could it be that their souls could really split? Split into two halves and thrown into two different worlds, becoming another self in the parallel universe? That was true. Suji's mouth raised into a smile. Medusa is very smart. He instantly understood what I meant. Because it is the spiritual universe that splits the soul's true source, a person's soul was mostly composed of soul energy. A small portion was the soul's core, which was also a description of the soul's true source. Splitting the soul was very simple for the origin demonic god who was good at playing with souls. Even the entire soul world could naturally do this by setting the world's rules and parameters. Under certain circumstances, the self-universe would split. Moreover, this was a rank 9 cultivation path to begin with. The rank 9 completely split a person's soul into 100 trillion pieces and fused them into 100 trillion cells, transforming into a transcendent life form. This was the principle. In fact, the true source of the soul was split. It was a very good method. Just like Suji's execution 3. But what was not good about it? There were 2 points. First, as the parallel universe continued to split, the flaw in the true source of the soul would be filled by other ordinary energy, but one's soul consciousness would continue to weaken, to the point that it would gradually not be oneself. It was like disassembling a few parts and cultivating separately. Brothers were originally one, but after splitting, it was very likely that they would not be able to return. Everyone was a disabled person. With an incomplete soul, one's combat power would naturally be weakened. At the same time, the form of a remnant soul would greatly increase the difficulty of breaking through. However, combat power did not matter. The entire world was full of disabled people. Without comparison, there would be no harm. If one did not become a top powerhouse, one would not realize it. If a world was full of disabled people, no one would think that they were disabled. If they had not seen a complete soul, they would think that they had a complete soul. As for losing oneself after splitting too much, it did not matter. After all, the more time and space there were in the parallel universe, the more different one's personality would be from the original universe. It could even be perfectly explained if one's personality was completely different. After all, it was the multiverse. With so many of them, it was normal for their personalities to be different, wasn't it? Moreover, in 1,000 years, how many fate nodes could one experience? Parallel universe, there would not be many splits in the first place, and the actual impact would be much smaller. Second point. Unable to break through to the 9th level, because the soul was incomplete. Of course, the 9th level world, it was too long, far from what he could think about now. Perhaps, when one reaches that level of ancient existence, the only way to reach the 9th level is to cross the many parallel universes and find the self of each universe. The self of a student, the self of an arcanist, the self of a sorcerer, the self of a beggar. Only by fusing all of them can one be the true self, and one can break through and become the only true god of the 9th level world that traversed the multiverse. Fusing, eliminating the entire multiverse, the parallel universe, and achieving the great unification of the true self, only then can one completely transcend. Suji laughed. The only true self in the universe, only one of me in the entire multiverse. Such a setting feels super cool. He continued to ponder, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. If the self of both universes coincidentally become strong, both very powerful, neither willing to submit to the other, and both want to fuse and swallow the other to achieve the true self, that would be even more interesting. That kind of scene, just thinking about it was very exciting. As for waiting for him to become the supreme existence of this world and have the ability to cross the multiverse, what should he do if the self of the other parallel universe was already long dead? He would look for the origin demon god's abyss of origin. There would be the true source of the soul of the parallel universe there, and he would have to pay a huge price to exchange for it. Unless all the you in the parallel universe died, then the origin demon god would completely swallow your entire soul. In Suji's opinion, the multiverse theory was the biggest shortcut to break through to the 9th level. Why a shortcut? in the first 8 levels, the remnant soul form, the cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. But what about the time of the 9th level road? The limit of breaking through would be reduced, according to Suji's deduction. In the multiverse, the strong who stepped into the 8th level high-level god would understand the truth of the entire universe, and pray to the origin demon god for a real physical body, cultivating the soul and body as one, and begin to walk the 9th level road. It was very difficult for a person to walk the 9th level road alone. But what about the Tenmi in the parallel universe? Everyone has a part of the soul, and everyone split up, take 1/10, and then fight to the death? Great unification? Suji muttered. Although it was unorthodox, and this kind of 9th level was a little crooked, it was still an excellent method. In theory, it could break through to the 9th level, but the specific situation would have to be tried. And the next problem was, what if the other universe's self was not a strong one, secretly nurture and guide them to become stronger? Raising the other universe's self like a pig. Therefore, this was Suji's bold idea for the 9th level. To him, the multiverse theory might really be in line with the rules of the universe. The remnant soul in the early stage, the cultivation speed of breaking through was a little slower, in exchange for the possibility of reaching the 9th level. It was simply a huge benefit, one of the great advantages of this parallel universe. At the same time, such a rule, in the world of the multiverse's crystal wall, devouring all the souls of the multiverse, the evil god of the multiverse. Medusa herself is very fat, much more profitable than her magic potion land eating the death of an entire profession. Otherwise, this strongest late stage, the power generation is too long. In the study, Suji licked his lips and looked at the snake-haired Medusa in the glass bottle. She was touching the glass wall with her hands, her face full of gratitude for the creator, very excited about the parallel universe. I still have to work hard to fatten her up a little. Whoosh. Because of the choice of the Abyssal Worm Queen, 2 branches of the crystal wall appeared in the entire universe. 2 parallel universes were truly born, like 2 high-speed trains on 2 tracks, advancing side by side. This scene was breathtaking. The rules and parameters of the soul universe can be customized by oneself. Medusa continued to whisper. Since it is a dream and not reality, then any fantasy can be realized. For example, you can set the universe at a certain point in time, it will faintly sense and split itself, creating parallel universes. And this rule brings infinity. Because this is a choice, so infinity. Medusa exclaimed loudly, like the most devout seeker. Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she continued to think, understanding the subtle meaning behind it. No matter how much she guided the civilization, it was still limited. Because her knowledge was limited. Therefore, she would inevitably guide the civilization and unknowingly impose her own subjective knowledge on them. It was better not to guide them at all and use the rule of infinity to let them choose themselves. Survival of the fittest. Her face was full of admiration. Yes. It is infinite possibilities and then a limited elimination, survival of the fittest. Races in the parallel universe that were not suitable and chose the wrong development would walk towards destruction, and even the entire parallel universe might be destroyed. It would be removed from the entire crystal wall and the multiverse, choosing the right civilization would lead to glory. This was the cycle of the crystal wall universe, constantly self-destruction and self-creation. Is this the truth of the universe? Is this the truth of the dimensional origin courtyard? Medusa was almost intoxicated. She thought of the mysterious courtyard. Whether it's as big as the universe or as small as living things, everything is constantly evolving under the laws of the underworld. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest. Just like in the land of origin, all living things are evolving, from fish to beasts, and from beasts to birds. She lowered her head and looked at the 2 new parallel universes in the crystal wall. It seems that it is going to split again. The abyssal worm race had chosen to fight to the death. 2 situations appeared. The first choice was to ambush them in the Grand Canyon, but they were coincidentally discovered and ambushed. The entire abyssal worm became a captive and was defeated. The second choice was to ambush them in the hinterland of the plains, but they just so happened to hit the enemy leader. The decapitation plan was successful, and the situation was reversed. The abyssal worm won. Pucci, 2 parallel universes had appeared. On that tree branch where I'm fighting with my life on the line, there's a split again. The parallel universe of victory and defeat. Medusa stared blankly at the original prismatic glass diamond. A blister slowly appeared on the diamond wall, like a cell proliferation. In a short while, it grew into a new diamond. The natural creation of parallel universes? And what about the other side? She looked at the universe that the abyssal magic insects had chosen to escape to with great interest. There were actually 3 branches. In the process of escaping, he was chased by the demonic Mantis clan. He made the correct decision and successfully escaped from the parallel universe. As well as making a wrong decision, failing to escape, and being completely captured in a parallel universe. There was another universe that was actually bathed in blood and slaughter. In the end, only the Queen Mother of the Abyss gave birth to a child and secretly sent it away as a parallel universe for the future of her race. Too much, too much. Medusa was in high spirits. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, countless parallel universes of war between the 2 races, split, hurry up and continue splitting. This will become the true Big Bang of the universe. Ha 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 ha. Poochie. Poochie. Suji, wearing a black scientific research robe, looked at the 2 original crystal wall prismatic diamonds on the bookshelf. Bubbles rose one after another, and gradually, a few more diamonds continued to grow. A pile of small prismatic glass diamonds, perfectly stacked together, formed a larger incomplete diamond. So beautiful, the bubbles of the multiverse. He picked up an energy magnifying glass specially made by the Ashutl people. Like a scholar in a library, he used the magnifying glass to study the crystal wall particle universe inside. Looks like, it's us, really made an amazing new sand table model. This is not the virtual future deduction of the pillar god of the ancient lava earth, like Carolyn, but a real existence, in every split universe. This feeling was full of satisfaction. Joy. This was the great joy brought by the results of research and knowledge. In the long years, this was the only way to bring joy to these eternal ancient existences. The virtual world line had become a physical world tree. Compared to other physical universes, life could not be brought with it, and death could not be taken with it. This was the true infinite possibilities. The world is a tree, and the tree is constantly splitting into universes, shaking the flourishing and green branches. Suji held the magnifying glass, and kept looking at the self-splitting universe. It was like the division of cells. The multiverse parallel universe was actually completed in his own laboratory in the countryside of Dong City. If it was published outside and announced to the public, forget about the Nobel Prize, it would directly raise the entire human civilization by a dimension out of thin air, turning them into ancient cosmic giants, observing the infinite development of the entire multiverse's crystal wall universe, not to mention a big step for humanity. Even the current Suji was a big step. It could be said that his civilization deduction sand table had been raised to a whole new dimension out of thin air. Of course, this in itself also meant that when Suji's knowledge accumulated to a certain level, he would be able to open a higher and more terrifying sand table civilization. Previously, he felt that the small universe world was very fragrant. With such a large piece of land, was it not fragrant? Now he felt that it was not fragrant. No matter how big the land was, it was just that, and the universe had no shortage of land. Previously, I was complacent when I got a physical piece of land. Come to think of it, I was still poisoned by the traditional idea of buying a house. Now, this is real prosperity. Suji took a deep breath. In an instant, a poor farmer became a rich farmer. This is simply a spontaneous, high-powered harvest of rice fields, splitting one person into several people, and simultaneously training in various parallel universes. It's like my 3 great incarnations, one for several. This is simply several times the tax collection is several times the joy. The destruction and rise of this crystal wall universe was estimated to be 100 times larger than Mercury's power station. My orchards, multiverse. Suji lowered his head, feeling that he was really going to carry out the name of the god of creation of the rural orchard. In the few minutes that he was in a daze, a few more parallel universes had been split, and this was almost an exponential growth. This is the initial Big Bang of the universe. The initial growth is the fastest, because the civilization is extremely primitive. In the later stages, the more mature the civilization, the longer the gap between the era's revolution and the slower the division of the parallel universes. Suji kept looking at the bookshelf, his face full of joy as he continued to observe. Just like in the past, it was only the time of lunch, but decades had passed for the entire Crystal Wall universe. The initial development was simply too fast. In Suji's eyes, the bookshelf in the study soon welcomed the destruction of the first Crystal Wall universe. It was a parallel universe won by a certain abyssal mother. They had a terrifying internal conflict, and their entire race and civilization had been destroyed. In the end, they themselves had self-destructed, and the terrifying energy weapons had turned the entire world into ruins. Pfft. Everyone's dead, so it's my turn. This narrow diamond shattered. The origin demonic god, who was in the center, pierced a long hair into the void and gently stirred it, forcibly retrieving the entire broken multiverse. In an instant, her face was flushed red. Clearly, even in the early stages of development, the rapidly destroyed universes contained quite a bit of energy. The first universe was destroyed, and the remaining universes were also destroyed one after another. There was destruction, and there was also new life. By nighttime, more than 10 hours had passed. The number of Crystal Wall universes had already multiplied to a total of 143. Due to the chaos of war, there were more than 10 parallel universes that had gone extinct and perished together. At this moment, even if it was just a 1-carat diamond, 143 of them were piled up in an extremely dazzling manner. They were placed on a paper shelf and looked very gorgeous. It was simply too beautiful. Perhaps this was truly the microscopic model of the multiverse. At the same time, there were strong and weak universes. In the strongest universe, an unimaginable technological civilization had already appeared. That was because compared to the slow growth of extraordinary civilizations, the explosive growth of technological civilizations was the fastest. We shall grow, we shall conquer. Roar, a deformed praying mantis stood on the podium, a bright gray prismatic flag fluttering in the wind. He looked down at his subjects and said in high spirits, "The era shall open a new chapter." This was the strongest devil mantis race in a certain universe. They had gradually transformed into a technological transcendent race. After self-cultivation, they had transformed into humanoid scythe-blade mantises that were more suited for combat. They were a special kind of assassin, and they called themselves the Iron Blood Warriors. The strongest among them had reached the 6th level. Reproduction. Quantity will obtain quality. And in another universe, the most powerful abyssal demon insect race relied on their powerful reproduction ability to produce many technological demon insect warriors with a large population base. This is all reality. It's something that virtual world projections don't have. Their projections are ultimately made by combining the brains of the entire world and using existing civilizations as a foundation. Therefore, the civilizations they produce won't be as groundbreaking as reality. They won't be able to produce an inconceivable civilization. Suji's gaze was scorching hot. Only reality can create miracles. Reality itself was an enormous miracle. This guy is locked in my study room, entertaining himself. He seems to be having a good time. Suji glanced at the snake-haired Medusa in the glass bottle and realized that she was in high spirits and was having a great time. She was wriggling in the glass bottle like an ADHD girl who was having fun with herself. Suji finished his delicious dinner and scrolled through the form on his phone. After seeing that the players didn't have any strange schemes, he returned to the study room. Time passed again. That group of Iron Blood Warriors had begun to try to break through the world barrier, attempting to cross the universe. Finally, they achieved a miracle. Using some kind of world breaker instrument, they broke through the crystal wall with difficulty and broke through to a nearby universe. In a green world, among the trees. Huh? The abyssal devil insects of this world are still alive? A powerful iron-blooded leader took off his mask, revealing a hideous and disgusting black face with tentacles. The radar kept scanning. Didn't this hostile race go extinct decades ago in our civilization? We destroyed them. Everyone was discussing this in disbelief. A real parallel universe? In this universe, our race was defeated? How is that possible? The glory of our iron blood mantis didn't lose. They hid in the city and studied history. In history, the same characters appeared in our history. However, 17 years ago, the time was different. We were defeated. Another me in a parallel universe? No wonder I often have a special sense of déjà vu. I have been to this place before. What have I done before? I'm afraid the me in the parallel universe has unintentionally transmitted data and memories. Everyone was discussing. That Iron Blood leader could not help but warn everyone, if we really exist in this universe, then we can try to find us. Find? The surrounding Iron Blood warriors trembled. Find themselves in this parallel universe? What an unbelievable move. But they still chose to look for them. 3 days later, this Iron Blood leader saw himself in this universe. He was a pitiful beggar wandering on the streets. As a slave, it gave him a strange feeling. At the same time, the other team members also found themselves. The me in this world grew up the same as me, but had a different fate. At the turning point 17 years ago, I didn't become a second lieutenant. Instead, I was defeated and became a captive. I died 3 years ago, someone said bitterly. The me in this world is still alive. However, in order to survive, I underwent a sex change operation 7 years ago. I sold my body in a commoner's courtyard for a living. A tall and sturdy warrior said. When he saw himself in another space-time living so miserably and starving, he was at a loss. He even had the urge to take the person away to redeem himself and save himself from the sea of suffering. Multiverse, parallel space-time, infinite possibilities. They stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with fear and confusion. At this time, the era had a complete understanding of the entire multiverse for the first time. After a few years, they kept crossing the parallel multiverse to carry out expeditions. They even helped their other selves in another spacetime to win battles. On the other side, the Abyssal Zergs also discovered this and retaliated. The era had completely entered the era of multiverse war. Countless Abyssal Zergs and Devil Mantises of the multiverse formed the Mother Stream Alliance of the two universes, helping their other selves in the multiverse to win battles. The multiverse war erupted, the two terrifying alliances fought until the heavens and the earth cracked. In almost every world, even if the two great races had perished, they still descended upon the ordinary worlds where other races lived. They fought in the dark, causing many strange stories. Gradually, the void war between the two mother streams crossed dimensions, spacetime, and universes. It erupted in every place at the same time, helping their other selves in the multiverse to win. The war was extremely tragic. One by one, the multiverse was destroyed and shattered. Their technology developed under the war. Countless scientists in the multiverse discussed with their other selves in another spacetime. Their iterations kept erupting, resulting in a terrifying technological explosion. All sorts of advanced weapons emerged one after another, reaching the combat power of a celestial emperor. However, the war became more and more tragic. The grudge between the two sides had lasted from the most primitive civilization to the present day. The two great mother stream civilizations finally could not hold on any longer and directly collapsed. They exhausted all the resources of their civilization. The land became barren, the universes turned into dead silence, and the elites died one after another. In the end, the entire universe became a pitiful battlefield of ruins. They ushered in the end of their world. The world is destroyed. This is a storm that engulfs the entire universe. The eternal chaos will invade us. I don't know what the future of the extraordinary universe will be like, but there will probably be no traces of us. Will the universe of light disappear completely? I don't know. The elites of the two alliances looked at the sky blankly. This was war. There was no way to control it. In the end, both sides would be bloodthirsty and would no longer care about the consequences. There was no possibility of stopping. Then, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction. This was fate. It had continued from the beginning to the end. No matter how many parallel universes there were, they would eventually converge into the same general trend. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and could not help but exclaim, "Wait, what is that?" Rumble, the dark brown sky that stretched across countless parallel universes had almost turned milky white. The vast sky, which was like milk, was shattering uncontrollably. They saw a demon god from the endless universe. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind. Her two pupils were 10,000 times larger than a parallel universe. It was as if she was an infinitely eternal existence. She seemed to be the source of the entire world. Her entire body was filled with an indescribable evil chaos. Her vast palms were far larger than the world. It was as if they could hold up the endless space and time of the universe. Pfft! One of her eyes was suddenly pressed against a crystal wall. She looked at the living beings in the endless universe like a giant staring at a pitiful ant in a glass bottle. The most ancient ant had descended. "You guys," a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if the only truth of the multidimensional universe was inexplicably understood by all the civilizations in the parallel universe. The virtual survival test has been completed. Beta testers, are you ready to meet your destiny? What is this? The entire world cried out in shock. They looked at the endless demon god in the universe, shrouded in a hazy fog, faintly discernible. In front of him, the world seemed to be smaller than a marble. The size of this existence could no longer be measured. His entire body was surrounded by ancient chaotic air currents, and a vast, incomparably vast aura spread. This was the absolute suppression of a higher dimensional life on a lower dimensional life. The predators of the entire multiverse were instantly shrouded in despair. The highest rulers fell onto their chairs, their eyes filled with decadence and endless despair. What is that? According to our guess, the origin of the multiverse, the source universe? The original dark universe? The only demon god of chaos in the entire multiverse? At this moment, in the supreme assembly of the Mother Stream Alliance of the entire multiverse, the king of predators, known as the Eternal Magellan, Willidian, who came from the same ruler who ruled over countless multiverses, stood up slowly. The romance of the predators, the honor of a gentleman, is to calmly accept death. The sins we have created should be punished. The Willidians of the countless universes did not speak again. They were dressed in bright red suits, as if they were gentlemen at a cocktail party. They slowly sheathed their glowing energy swords, picked up a glass of red wine, and stared elegantly and steadily at the existence that was approaching them from the vault of heaven. They did not resist, as if they were looking straight at their own death. On the other side, in the Mother Stream Alliance of the Abyssal Demon Bugs, one of the Queen Mothers of the Abyss from the multiverse in the Supreme Assembly, Helen Lucia, spat out her tentacles and wore black armor. What is this? The truth of the universe? Due to our excessive destruction, the negative universe has appeared? Bastards from the seventh universe. It's the dark universe. We're going to be judged. F*CK, is your brain full of SH*T? How could it be the dark universe? Such an ancient creature lives outside the universe, it's very likely to be the origin of the universe. Cough cough cough, let me think, outside the universe? Perhaps we can call it outer God. Is it the embodiment of the power of the universe? It's a powerful and ancient existence in the universe, formed by an unknown substance far beyond the mortal world. Who cares, kill her. Other sons of B*cheese, let's kill her together. Ha 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 ha, we're going to kill a god today. They all had the same face and came from different dimensional universes. All of them were roaring and laughing wildly as they soared into the sky. The mad roar traveled through time and space. Even if you're an outer god, I'll bend your back. He's approaching. All across the multiverse, from different latitudes, spaces, and distances, they all saw the same bizarre sight, as if they were looking straight at death. Boom, when everyone saw the true face of primal chaos, their minds were on the verge of collapsing. Mortals could not look directly at an indescribable god. He could not be truly looked at directly. His essence was so high that living beings could not understand it. One look at him would cause them to collapse. This kind of collapse came from low-dimensional life forms. When a large amount of indescribable and incomprehensible high-dimensional information flowed into their souls, it caused them to collapse. It's over. Medusa gently grabbed it and a faint smile appeared on his face. Prehistoric multiverse civilization. Due to the war, a large number of parallel universes were destroyed and dead. The remaining remnants were quickly eliminated by Medusa. Out of the 149 parallel universes, a total of 137 were eliminated. They were all crushed. After the Big Bang of the crystal wall multiverse, it directly began its first collapse and returned to its original state. There were only 12 surviving universes left, almost unaffected by the war. At the same time, the two most powerful technological races in their universe no longer existed. There were only some ordinary life forms that were still reproducing. Hee, kill to your heart's content. The preliminary simulation is over. In the study, Medusa grinned coldly. Her mouth was very cruel, but at this time, she was squatting obediently in the large glass bottle as if she was going to the toilet. She kept holding her chin with one hand. After all, no one could see her. There are two benefits to this kind of simulated internal testing. First, it is to eliminate the loopholes in the rules of the various parallel worlds, physical parameters, and space particles. We have to see if the civilization can really rise. If we don't carry out virtual deductions, the real civilization will have too many loopholes. At that time, it will be impossible to fill in the gaps. If they did not carry out virtual internal testing and a real loophole appeared, the consequences would be very serious. But fortunately, there were no loopholes in the physical parameters before her eyes, and it developed as she thought. The only problem is that the rules of the world wall have to be adjusted higher. I have somewhat underestimated the speed of the civilization's progress. As expected of the little fellows that reproduced in my body. They are violent and full of darkness. They found a way to break through the world wall at level 6 and started the latitude war. The next time it really opens, I still have to adjust to the realm of the gods to be able to cross the universe. Even a true god would have to pay a huge price to reach the parallel universe. She kept thinking. In fact, she had also deliberately adjusted the threshold for breaking through the world wall. It was to quickly see the trajectory of the entire Big Bang of the universe, so that the world civilization era would quickly go to war and collapse. Quickly return to collapse. Second, there must be a prehistoric civilization. Only then will there be a foundation, and only then will it be interesting, right? When the creatures of the next universe era discover the ancient war between the two dimensions and the Mother Stream Alliance civilization that crossed the multiverse, their jaws will definitely drop in shock. To be honest, everyone had the heart to farm. To be passionate about farming, to be perfect. At the same time, I also have a very interesting backup plan. Medusa laughed. She was having a lot of fun. Very soon, a new universe civilization was opened. The remaining 12 primeval universes were pinched together again, forming a crystal diamond. Time continued to iterate and develop. The new creatures used some ancient science and technology. They did not develop from scratch and actually succeeded in crossing the high-speed train of civilization very quickly. In a certain ordinary parallel universe. In a countryside, a teenager picked up a strange bug. He touched it gently. Whoosh, in an instant, his thoughts were sucked into the bug's black shell, and he was brought into a vast race's history. It was a long history of the rise of the abyssal demon bug. It was an ancient insect species that appeared in ancient times. They developed their own intelligence, developed technology, and fought against their enemies. They were crazy and violent. When technology reached the peak, the abyssal demon bug knew that it lived in a barren, low-dimensional world. In the end, they broke through a certain dimension and entered an even higher level of an unimaginable fantasy world. They saw the unimaginable existence of a higher dimension. F***ck off. The teenager saw it. In the end, in the Mother Stream Supreme Conference of the Multiverse, he saw the group of abyssal Mother Queen Helena Lucia from every universe kick away the weakest Helena Lucia while laughing maniacally. Then, they became the remnants of the universe's great quietus and escaped to the next era. They came here, but their true spirits were already shattered, and they did not have long to live. We've lost. No matter who saw my memories and controlled us, the abyssal demon bugs, fight with me to that unimaginable high-dimensional world and see the truth of the entire universe. The teenager was startled and did not react. In the dark, Medusa smiled slightly, feeling that this was very interesting. With this as the base, the universe will continue to split. In the end, there will be countless of us in parallel worlds, each bringing along the weakest Helena Lucia to fight each other. That scene will definitely be beautiful. Suji, this person was really poisonous. He probably felt that the Abyssal Mother Queen's words were not pleasant to hear and wanted to take revenge. He sat in the study, holding his chin like a thinker statue. But why do I feel like I've seen this before? Suji sat in the study, holding his chin. Why did Medusa's routine feel so familiar? He reacted and actually laughed. Isn't this just like me back then? He was also very direct, and could not help but mock himself. Ahem. According to what we're seeing, could it be that the insectoid queen, Helen Lucia, the weakest of the multiverse, had been forcibly rescued by the insectoid queen of countless parallel universes when the Supreme Council of the Multiverse was convened? Thinking about it, could it be? Suji suddenly felt that it was very interesting. Everything seemed to be faded in the dark. Could it be that the world was really a circle? Who knew? But he felt that such a guess was quite interesting. On a green grassland. In the grassland of farmers and herdsmen, there was a poor yurt-like structure of a thatched hut. The wind blew across the land, rolling up orderly waves of wheat. The sky, the earth, the wind, the rain, the thunder, and the lightning were all real. There was no trace of falsehood. Clatter. This is your power? A young shepherd was holding a black beetle the size of a washbasin in a daze. He stared blankly at the neat and fine pattern of crop circles in the distance. Soon, more than a month had passed. The building in the inner space stood tall. It was a pyramid made of pure gold, luxurious and gorgeous. It was the architectural style of the abyssal insect race. It was filled with knowledge, as well as various ancient murals. They were the historical myths of the entire distant civilization. Are you going to die? The young shepherd whispered. The beetle let out a weak cry. Yes, I'm going to die. No matter how great the ancient life of the universe is, the invincible overlord of the universe, there will come a day when I will decay. At the last moment of my life, what I can leave you is my body, and the last of my civilization, the entire Golden Tower, and the living history of the entire universe that we once existed in. The interior of the Golden Pagoda was bright and resplendent. Lamps were lit one after another, and the slanted walls were painted with ancient patterns. The abyssal insect race had a large number of reproduction. In fact, they spent a lot of time on many branch races. Above them were the history of several major tribes. But most of them were still in deformed and strange shapes that resembled human bodies and animal heads. Golden murals continuously appeared on it. As a super-civilization that had descended into other universes, they were worshipped as ancient gods in the primitive native world. They had a human body and an animal head. They stood on high ground and accepted faith. Our civilization is good at using gold weapons, so we often organize gold mining teams to go to the lower civilizations in the parallel universes to dig for gold. She looked at the murals and explained, some indigenous civilizations call our civilization Nibiru, some Anunnaki, some Niflheim, and some even call us alchemists. Alchemy? Digging for gold? Is gold really that useful? Asked the shepherd curiously. The value of gold is greater than you can imagine. Gold is fine, but what about copper? The shepherd couldn't contain his curiosity. Smelting copper is a very vulgar activity, and it is strictly forbidden, she replied. In the civilized view of our race, it is a crime. What a strange civilization, the young shepherd replied. From the constant questioning, it was enough to see that a glorious race that had spanned countless civilizations also had a strange social view. In the narrow vision of the young man, it seemed very fake and empty. It was hard to imagine that his world was just a few rural towns, a few wooden road signs, the pungent smell of cow and sheep dung, a few freckled village women who bought goat milk, and the landlord nobles who scolded him all day long but were unwilling to pay him more decrees. You guys are really great. The shepherd said, but he didn't understand how great they were. It was like a physicist discussing quantum collisions with a rural farmer. Great? But today, our civilization has done its best, but all we can leave in the universe are small footprints. Helen Lucia, as her life slowly approached the end and aged, painted murals with pure gold. At the same time, she told the young man about the glory of her life. She was just the weakest Helen Lucia in a universe, the queen mother of the abyss from a parallel universe, Helen Lucia, who changed her own fate. He couldn't remember which Helen Lucia was the beginning. In short, the first Helen Lucia, from the moment she crossed the multiverse, began to help her in another universe to rise, struggle, and stand at the top of that universe. In the end, every Helen Lucia in a multiverse became the queen mother of the abyss of that universe? The young shepherd exclaimed, although the concept of multiverse was still difficult for him to understand. Yes. You should know that every Helen Lucia in a universe is an absolute powerhouse with great talent, the beetle said in a low voice. At the same time, their personalities are absolutely irritable, and they are the kind of people who can't get along with themselves. Like repels like, they quarrel with themselves all day long. However, in the countless multiverse, her personality was an exception. She had a weak personality, which caused the other irritable Helen Lucias to treat her as a cute sister out of unexpected kindness. So she was thrown out. Her eyes showed a trace of emotion, and she said to the young man, by the way, as a low caste, you don't deserve a name, right? Otherwise, you should be called Magellan? This is a saying from the Predators. Magellan means infinite rebirth. Back then, their king of predators, Willidian, was called the Eternal Magellan by all the predators in the multiverse. Meaning, eternal and infinite rebirth, the young shepherd fell silent. He must have been a heroic figure, just like Helen Lucia. His name resounded through every parallel universe, and countless powerful civilizations in the multiverse. These two ancient races that transcended dimensions must have caused countless civilizations in the Crystal Wall universe to tremble in fear. They represented supremacy, and it was also their war that destroyed the entire multiverse. In the last moments of my life, let me quietly stay in this golden tower of prehistoric civilization, she said. After I die, I can use my body to help you grow. The young man pursed his lips and left. Whoosh. In the pyramid, Helen Lucia quietly looked at the mural. From the rise to glory, and then to the final war. As well as the appearance of a certain terrifying ancient existence that destroyed the universe. That existence's figure on the mural was very blurry, because it was indescribable and indescribable. Moreover, she had barely looked at it at that time, and that was how she had managed to survive. In the end, it was because of our irrationality that we destroyed the entire era. Her consciousness became more and more blurry. In a daze, she seemed to see a predator walking out of the pyramid, the old enemy of her race. From the very beginning, the grudges in the universe had spread to the multiverse, and the accumulation of hatred had almost crushed both sides. The enmity between the generations was too great. Even in their era, it was almost impossible to stop. What are you thinking about? Helen Lucia turned her head, and her pupils shrank slightly. She looked at the hazy shadow that was speaking to her with a face full of disbelief. The shadow was talking. It was just a shadow, like a reflection, inlaid on the ground without a physical body. You, what kind of creature are you? Since the other party knew him, it meant that the other party had very likely not died in the great destruction of the universe, or perhaps, he was one of those indescribable outer gods, the ancient rulers of the ancient universe, like the ancient giant god that had destroyed the multiverse before, whose size could not be measured by the universe. Was he the same existence? But no matter what the reason was, it surpassed the endless shock and fear in her heart. Two races that transcended the mortal world had perished, unable to survive the great destruction and collapse of the universe. But who knew that there was actually a mysterious and unknown existence that saw all of this? At the same time, he came here in person. What does that ancient demonic god that symbolizes the origin and destruction of the universe have to do with you? Suddenly, her eyes were no longer dim and deathly still, and she suddenly said loudly with excitement. Because she had seen that terrifying and blurry scene with her own eyes, the scene that she had never told the youth about. It was a pair of vast giant hands, and the entire multiverse was slowly squeezed in her palms, carrying out a corresponding cosmic compression that corresponded to the Big Bang. The entire universe was like a ball of paper that was kneaded into a ball by her palms, and then turned into a dot again. That scene was too terrifying. It was a vast power that belonged to the unimaginable high-dimensional life, and it was believed that the entire universe could not understand that kind of concept of existence. The antimatter universe, the original dark universe particle, it was simply tearing apart all the concepts in her life. Could it be that you are also one of those ancient existences that transcend the universe? She almost lost her voice. Suji did not respond. He quietly watched her lose her composure, nervousness, collapse, despair, helplessness. Even if she was an overlord of the multiverse in her own study, one of the great existences on the gray space bookshelf, before her death, she was not much different from an ordinary person, frantically squeezed in front of the fear of death. Although, as she had guessed, she was an existence that transcended the universe, even higher than Medusa, from a certain point of view, she was a super high-dimensional existence that was 2 dimensions higher than it. What are you? What is this world? Dimensions? Are we just pitiful low-dimensional creatures? She kept asking questions, and suddenly roared loudly. Say something. I'm begging you. I beg you. Her voice began to sob, full of helplessness and heart-wrenching. Give me an answer. Helen Lucia looked at this hazy reflection, trembling as she stretched out the beetle's antennae, almost in tears, and shouted angrily, Us, our civilization. Our entire universe. What does that mean? What are we? Suji was speechless. A moment later, he looked up at the ancient universe murals on the pyramid, and smiled faintly. I don't know what you all mean, just like I don't know what I mean. The world is too big, and it has infinite possibilities. You. Someone as powerful as you don't know? Helen Lucia's voice trembled. Yes, I don't know either. Suji's face was calm, and he did not really think much about it. He had come here only out of curiosity. As for the speculation of the nesting doll, was it important that there was also a terrifying high-dimensional creator who created the Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way, and even the entire universe that had a lifespan of 13.7 billion years? In the vast universe, were there really rank 12 or even rank 13 ancient Eternals? Could they interfere with the laws of the entire physical universe? Who knew? In fact, Suji did not even know if there was a realm beyond level 9. He felt that there was a level 10, but level 11, his current vision was far from that. Suji had no idea what rank the insectoid queen had been at back then. Was he killed by the enemy, or was he killed by the enemy? Who knew? In any case, he was unrestrained. In fact, the short-lived civilization of mankind, and even the short-lived civilization of the entire Earth, was just a blink of the universe. Just like what countless scientists have said, we are like fish in a glass bottle. Perhaps even if we try our best to develop the entire civilization, it will be difficult for us to see the truth of the entire universe. Because the universe was simply too vast, too vast. That was why Suji was searching. Right now, he was building a sand table, deducing the 9 levels of paths. The future was very, very long. He believed he would find the ultimate. You don't know? Helen Lucia let out a heart-wrenching roar, almost turning into a lunatic. She roared loudly, and the anger and suppressed emotions on her face gradually weakened. Yeah, I don't know either. Suji lowered his head and gently used the shadow's hand, as if he was stroking the beetle's carapace. But not knowing is the best, isn't it? The world is too big. It has endless possibilities and endless beauty. Perhaps this is what is truly worth looking forward to. Helen Lucia suddenly fell silent. The world. Yeah, it's too beautiful. It's worth pursuing. Her aura gradually weakened. Suji's shadow stared at her quietly, slowly becoming hazy. The bug tribe will find it. The bug tribe will find it, she exclaimed. Suji did not speak anymore. It was the bug tribe, and also the bug tribe. This sentence seemed to be a regret for not saying it to the bug tribe queen mother back then. Everything was silent. The shadow on the ground gradually disappeared. After a while, the young shepherd slowly walked in. He saw that the beetle had already lost all signs of life. Her soulless gaze was fixed on a distant mural. On it was an ancient, blurry snake-haired demon god standing in the vast universe. In her left hand was a big bang, and the universe expanded like stars. In her right hand was a big squeeze, and the entire universe was squeezed into a ball by her palm. They symbolized the origin and the end of the multiverse. Dead. In the end, she is still dead? The shepherd's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Suddenly, he followed her gaze and looked at the mural. I seem to feel that before she died, she did not have any regrets. Whoosh. Suji slowly opened his eyes, looked at the crystal wall diamond, and put down the magnifying glass in his hand. He wanted to enter the crystal wall universe, and Medusa naturally could not detect it. Because this was not the world of the three-pillar gods that could monitor every corner, and because it was too huge, it was more difficult to monitor compared to other extraordinary worlds. She could not find him. However, this is an interesting thing, and it gave me some new ideas. Suji sat in the study, with a serious face, took another sip of tea, and thought. This multidimensional crystal wall universe was originally a universe model that I created, used to deduce the endless possibilities of the world's laws in the study, and this is one of the countless possibilities. The Zerg Queen, why did she die? Who knew? But this was indeed a possibility. Although Suji did not want to care how she died, he still had to be on guard, lest other enemies find him. After all, he was wearing the skin of the Zerg Queen. Suji narrowed his eyes, and looked at Medusa, who was having fun. This guy was flying high, rebooting the universe, and starting a new Big Bang, constantly splitting and spreading. Suji could clearly see the bright little diamonds on the entire crystal wall. Bookshelf. Even smaller diamonds grew on the diamond wall, like crystals of salt water, and the salt grains were arranged in a picturesque order. With a few hours as a unit, it grew rapidly in the early stages. However, the crystal wall universe developed to the celestial emperor realm in just a few decades, and it can be said to be a big leap, proving that the potential of this world is enough to surpass the Icital civilization. After all, the Icital civilization spent more than 100 years to reach the celestial emperor realm, although it was directly destroyed after 200 years due to a virus. The sand table was advancing. Celestial emperor in 100 years, and then to celestial emperor in a few decades. This meant that the rules of the sand table were constantly improving and maturing, and had more potential. This time, Medusa started with 12 primeval universes, and began to split them. He really wants to play a big wave. Suji glanced at the young man with Medusa's bad taste. After obtaining the resources of the ancient civilization, it had begun to grow in Universe 4 and was currently using the space technology of the prehistoric abyssal demon insects. In the inner space of a piece of paper, he multiplied the abyssal bug race and built a munitions factory. The parallel universe had already begun to split. Pu, the crystal walls were like bubbles. A young man walked on the technological side and continued the development of the abyssal demon bug civilization. A young man chose to walk the path of the extraordinary path. He used biological modification to transform demonic worms in real time, creating an ancient abyss and devouring them to evolve. At the same time, they were faced with two options. There was another option, which was to announce his abilities and take over the entire land, becoming the king of the people. One of them chose to lurk in the countryside and be a scumbag, quietly developing the technological space in the painting. Looks like it's very interesting. Suji glanced at it and did not intend to continue looking at it in detail. This time, he did not carefully observe the progress of the civilization like he did with the other sand tables. Because there was no need. What was the multiverse? It was because its development was too diverse, so much so that it was difficult to observe carefully. The initial process was too long, with a large number of useless failed universes. The best way was to wait for the middle stage, where the waves would wash away the sand, and then carry out actual observation. This was different from the world line. It was a world tree, a vast and eternal giant tree. Therefore, a large number of its branches would wither, and most of them would be useless universes that were heading towards destruction. Only a small number of them would grow beautiful fruits. And the multiverse was infinite, but it was also limited. In the middle and later stages of the world, the countless failed parallel universes would head towards destruction. The number of mature extraordinary universes that could survive and hang eternally on the tree could probably be counted on one hand. Suji ordered Intelligent Subbrain, keep an eye on the progress of this universe. He glanced at the girl in the glass bottle who was addicted to the internet. He was still squatting in the toilet, holding his chin with his hand. His eyes were squeezed against the glass wall, constantly observing, just like those people who crazily scrolled through Weibo in the toilet, thinking that no one could see them. She's addicted. This made Suji speechless. His face darkened. This world is basically a dreamland for people like her. She can't wait to stay in the glass bottle in my study for tens of millions of years. Fortunately, a demon lord didn't need to eat, drink, or defecate. Otherwise, with this posture, Suji would have thought that she was going to stay in the bottle. Click. This scene is too funny. It's basically a dark history. Suji took out his new Magic Core ceramic phone and couldn't help but take a picture. This is simply a great pleasure in my study. When I have nothing to do, I'll drink tea in the study, look at the posture, and take a few pictures. He felt that his little life was getting more and more comfortable. Leaving the study, he went to the living room. Looking at the development of Buddhism in the samsara world, and then looking at the war between the samsara and the ancient lava world, Suji confirmed that there was nothing too important happening. The arrangements for Medusa have been completed ahead of time. But for my little phoenix, 3 days have almost passed. I have to make arrangements for her as well. Suji took a deep breath. The phoenix was the most important thing. After all, the 3 days of studying the new crystal wall world with Medusa were almost up. The sky was getting dark, and he was going to sleep. But where should he put the phoenix? It was hard to decide in a short period of time, but at this time, Suji also made a decision. I found Medusa's favorite and happiest place. At the same time, I've also thought of where the phoenix's happiest place is. It's at the head of my bed. Thinking to this point, he strode to the living room and looked at the current results of the phoenix's evolution. Thump, thump, a phoenix egg glowing with a faint holy white light was slowly beating. Obviously, apart from the great leap of the evil god Medusa's Sulu, the phoenix had absorbed a large amount of origin substance that he had provided. The heavenly treasures of various worlds, under the huge amount of effort, had also undergone great changes. The phoenix that was originally emitting golden flames is now emitting platinum flames? Suji's eyes were filled with shock, so it really bought gold and successfully changed its skin? Subbrain of wisdom, pulling out the phoenix's genes. Ding. Pulling out. Name, Phoenix characteristics, energy manipulation, energy poison, energy immunity, rebirth from flames. Suji was slightly surprised. The 4 talents had changed, from flame to energy? But it's natural. Flame is a type of energy. Suji's eyes gradually brightened. Previously, she had 3 useless talents, but now they have finally become useful. Energy manipulation was the ability to strengthen the subtle control of energy. What did this mean? It meant a huge advantage in the path of rank 9. Because the path of 100 trillion cells was originally a test of super control of spiritual power. And the flame poison turned into energy poison, which was obviously even more terrifying. In fact, these 2 were still considered ordinary general talents. They weren't too strong, but they had a wide range of uses. As for energy immunity, it was a bit strong. This was similar to Emperor Yen's. She was largely immune to magic energy damage. Only super strong energy attacks that exceeded her own resistance would cause damage to her. Magic immunity, this is the legendary phoenix. Suji whispered. Now, it's time to get to work. After hesitating for a moment, Suji carefully opened the white oven and took out the still warm phoenix egg. He returned to his room and placed it on the bed. The sky outside the house gradually turned into night, and the stars outside the window twinkled. The sky in the countryside was fresher than the city full of exhaust fumes, and many bright stars could still be seen. It's dark. It's time to sleep. Suji retracted his gaze from the window and placed the phoenix egg on the bed against the night sky. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the phoenix egg seriously for a while. There wasn't much time. When he came to his senses from the multiverse in the study, he would immediately fall asleep. The placement of the phoenix, he closed his eyes. He had already thought of a way. He reached out and took out the special material of the great alchemist emperor that he had just prepared in the laboratory. It could prevent the worms from melting. He suddenly gave an order to the intelligent subbrain. Reproduce the worms. Ding, retrieving gene bank. Reproducing. Consuming a lot of energy, Suji wasn't surprised. He watched as the stored energy resources of his mercury power plant were consumed at a large scale. One had to know that a life could only give birth to a little bit of substance. It was obvious how much energy a complete worm needed. Whoosh, more than 5,000 worms appeared in the glass petri dish. One had to know that Hermes had swindled a wave of substances before, and it had only been more than 800. It was equivalent to the energy of a god becoming a god. The 5,000 in front of him was horrifying. Since Suji had broken through to Celestial Emperor, he had received the death energy of 8 to 9 gods every day under the countless world sand tables. If a war broke out, it could be doubled. But the current situation still hurt his heart. Suji took a deep breath. I've been losing too much blood recently. First, I cultivated the body cultivator line and used up too much resources. Now, I've made a bunch of substances. I'm really worried sick for my little phoenix. Now, Suji had made so many substances because he wanted to use the forbidden alchemy technique, soul grant. In other words, he was giving souls to inanimate objects. Logically speaking, the less likely it is for an inanimate object to naturally produce life and become a demon, the more substances it needs, such as water, fire. Suji stared at the 5,000 worms in the petri dish. I don't know if it's enough. He wanted to create a terrifying super life and become a demon. It was many times more powerful than fire and water. According to the gamer's theories. Suji took a deep breath, his eyes burning with anticipation. If the gate of alchemy is the essence of truth in the legends of alchemists, then the gate of Buddhism is the essence of truth in the legends of Buddhist cultivators, the primordial ancient god of all things, that is you. Suji stretched out his palm, and a highly condensed relic that was smaller than an ant slowly floated above his palm. If you can develop intelligence, it means that you have recovered from the ancient myths. Boundless radiance radiated from it. The 5-colored glaze was glaring and dazzling, as if it was the most dazzling diamond. The Huasha divine system. Suji stared at the relic that emitted endless radiance. The spirit of all radiation, the source of all things, Buddha, ancestor. Who? One by one, transparent like water, they slowly merged into the relic. It silently melted away, as if it was nourishing the relic. It was like a bottomless pit, and a large amount of its essence disappeared. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, the substance that could give birth to countless elemental spirits seemed to have disappeared, unable to fill up this tiny particle that was so tiny that it could not be any smaller. Finally, after more than 4,300 particles had melted into it, a hazy consciousness sprouted from the top. Buddha elemental life. Suji immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The primordial Buddha source has finally appeared? It was less than expected. Although it was a huge loss, it was not a huge loss. He stopped, looked at the remaining essence, and clenched his teeth. Forget it, I can't waste the rest. I might as well add a few hundred more, and get one more fire elemental spirit. He ordered the subbrain of the Zerg to reproduce a few hundred more essence, and created a ball of flame, which had a faint consciousness and spiritual intelligence. This way, my elemental flame plane is a success. This should be called the Song of Radiation and Fire. Suji heaved a sigh of relief, and stared at the two hazy little guys. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment, and his OCD acted up. Forget it, if it's perfect, why don't I spend a lot of money and get one more water and electric spirit, for elemental planes? In an instant, he produced the essence worms again, and created 4 major elemental spirits. Obviously, this was the inspiration he got from Ermin and the Alchemist Emperor's transformation of the Netherworld. Elemental planes. Since they kept turning the dead things in the Netherworld into living things, then why not create a spiritual plane directly into an elemental plane? Moreover, the Phoenix was different from Medusa. The Phoenix did not have the body of Cthulhu's heretic god, which could create and reproduce multiple crystal walls, so there was only one spiritual world for her. Then he would make it perfect, and make it the only elemental plane. Since it could not be big and messy, then he would go small and exquisite. It was equivalent to the path of two people, walking towards two extremes, a huge spiritual universe, and a small spiritual universe. A hint of a smile flashed across Suji's face. After all, phoenixes are naturally fond of plants. They are close to nature and don't like fighting and killing. Previously, her demon realm was filled with plants, and these elemental spirits are similar. Right now, it was also the responsibility of letting her live in seclusion in another place, and occasionally travel to take charge of the world. However, these elemental spirits also have a huge flaw. Not to mention the later stages, they are extremely weak right now, and have just been born. Suji lowered his head, and looked at the 4 hazy and weak life forms. The water element must live in water. The fire element must live in flames. The electric element must live in electricity. The Buddha element must live in relics. This is the breeding ground for them. Although you let them live in the spiritual world, they also need a physical medium in reality. It was like logging into an online game to play a virtual reality game. You have to protect yourself in reality. The Buddha element was fine, after all, it already had a relic as a medium. The fire element also had no problem, it could live on the phoenix's skin. Then what about the remaining two, electricity and water? He already had a way. Gulialu. First, create a bottle world similar to Medusa's. He suddenly opened his mouth at a strange angle, and a ball of sticky white mud slowly shaped, and finally turned into a bright and delicate round transparent pear-shaped bottle. Then he carved the pattern of the magic core bottle. There was a layer in the pear-shaped ceramic glass wall, and Suji slowly poured a thin layer of water into it. There is water, so there is no problem. The Buddha relic can be directly thrown into the bottle, it doesn't matter. Suji slowly put the small relic into the pear-shaped glass bottle, and then carefully put the phoenix egg inside. The fire element was parasitic around the phoenix egg's flame. With the phoenix as the core, surrounding the three major elemental spirits. Only the electric element is left. Suji pondered for a few seconds, and revealed a smile. He grabbed the pear-shaped bottle, slowly placed it on the bedside lamp, and gently twisted it. Click. After installing this special light bulb, he pressed the switch of the white ceramic lamp. The electric current passed through the special transformer, and instantly lit up the entire lamp. The light bulb quickly glowed. Suji looked at the small night light on the bedside. In the light bulb, a white gold divine bird slowly tore the eggshell, and spread its wings in the light bulb, like a golden sun in ancient mythology. The phoenix woke up? Just right. Click. Suji casually took a beautiful picture, feeling that it was quite memorable, and then fell asleep on the bed, turned sideways, and slowly fell asleep in the warm light of the lamp. At this time, the phoenix opened her eyes, looking at everything in a daze. The electric current wreaked havoc in the narrow bottle space, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Water, Buddha, fire, and electricity, the four elements surrounded her. The agreed time is over, have I already left? Her face was full of curiosity as she looked around. Where is this? It's so warm. Phoenix looked at everything in a daze. The whole world was very narrow, as if she was born in an ancient oval egg. Was it another creation? No, it shouldn't be. She was silent for a moment. This time, it was a complete resurrection. She hadn't cultivated yet and was only at the level of a sixth-grade infant. It shouldn't be enough to support such an important mission. At the same time, she also felt that this world was so narrow. There was an obvious world wall that couldn't be crossed and more space couldn't be torn. Then, this world, is it so small? She looked around and suddenly found the electric element, as well as the fire element lying on her body and the Buddha element on a small glowing stone next to her. Even beyond the mysterious world wall, there seemed to be water flowing, and there was a blurry life form in it. It was the water element. For unique soul elemental life forms? She was startled and muttered, "What a wonderful world." Her eyes were bright, and her face was full of curiosity. She said loudly, "I also feel that there's a spiritual world here." She reached out and fiddled with it. A light blue display screen appeared in front of her, which could adjust the various parameters of the spiritual universe. Elemental world? Then I'll start adjusting the data. She opened her eyes wide. She didn't like too many fancy things, so she directly adjusted the data to be exactly the same as in reality. Then she studied it and made sure there were no mistakes. She returned to the glass bottle and looked at the 4 cute little lives that had just been born. She slowly pulled them into the spiritual universe. Boom, in a land of mountains and rivers, Phoenix flew in the sky, looking at the 4 little life forms. They lived in lightning, water, volcanoes, and the earth. 4 elemental gods. She murmured, her face full of joy, as if she had opened the door to a real demon, a plant demon. There are no living beings of flesh and blood, pure elemental earth. Thank you so much, God of creation. The next morning. Under the bright sunshine, Suji opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Another good day. His gaze retracted from the bright sunshine outside the window and fell on a lamp at the head of the bed. Looking at the electricity meter behind the lamp, his face instantly darkened. It's only been one night. Why is there so much electricity? Doesn't my family have to pay for the electricity? Suji glanced at him. Looks like I'm going to have to pay a lot of electricity bills because of this lamp. Little Phoenix seemed to be having a good time. Just like in the demon realm before, the Phoenix taught everyone to live in harmony and let everyone deduce cultivation techniques together. It was a small world of harmony and love. Let me see how it is now. Suji picked up the magnifying glass, sat on the bed, and looked at the entire light bulb. The entire world was a world of elements. A night passed, and the 4 great elements continued to grow stronger. They began to divide themselves, giving birth to descendants, and even mutations appeared. Even the descendants of the elements began to mix together. Walala, the whole world was like a slime, a colorful fairy. The sky was filled with octopuses and all kinds of huge golden aberrations, like rainbows. On the ground, there were all kinds of mutated radioactive creatures that looked like demons and ghosts. Strange grayish-white rocks that looked like Ganoderma stood tall on the ground. These were the radioactive earth elements. In the river, pure and transparent water flowed with life, like blue ribbons. In the air, there were balls of distorted 5-colored flames that floated constantly. Some of them even fused with the Buddha element and the fire element, turning into black magma-like illusory monsters in the shape of Aladdin. They were faceless. Roar. In the sky, a thunderous hazy blue whale floated like a god, letting out a majestic roar. It was like a strange and beautiful world of ghosts, elements, and fairyland. The beauty of the decay of life. Suji sensed a sense of purity that he hadn't felt in a long time, and his heart was at peace. For this scene, Suji had already expected it. I'm just giving her a place to settle and cultivate. Suji curled his lips and shook his head. The 4 elements will reproduce and divide themselves, forming a true pure elemental plane. As for war? Civilization? Slaughter? Suji didn't think about it. Small animals became demons and gained intelligence. Although they were kind and pure, animals still had desires. Even though it was rare, it was still a wild nature written in their genes. However, to the plant demons that were born from inanimate objects, their souls were born extremely pure. They were the closest to the purity of the original soul. They were pure followers of the Tao. If they were not polluted, they would be extremely kind and gentle, like a piece of pure white paper. What's more, there was the Phoenix guiding them. If he really wanted to create a war in this world, he would have long thrown in all kinds of flesh and blood creatures. Like Medusa's side, how could there only be a 4-element civilization? It's just a pure elemental plane, pure to the point where there is no desire, white and flawless, a perfect world for those who pursue cultivation. Suji sighed softly, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. This is the best way to bring out the greatest value of an elemental life. In fact, he didn't intend to interfere with anything. Just like the Phoenix in the past, she let the demon world she grew up in, leaving a rare pure land in this universe sand table. Therefore, this wasn't developing civilization, but settling was more appropriate. After all, the Phoenix's role was a rank 9 reserve, so there was no need to spend extra energy to deduce civilization for him. Just focus on cultivation. He just had to obediently be a third wheel. As for Medusa, she didn't eat people. Cthulhu didn't have any energy, so he didn't know how long she could survive. Therefore, he created a multidimensional crystal wall universe and made her work. Therefore, both were tailor-made world civilizations. Reasonable deployment, reasonable placement based on personality, this is my true duty as the god of creation. Suji held his chin and pondered. But speaking of which, there were 2 places in his house. The 4-elemental light bulb beside the bed in the room, and a crystal wall mural in the study, were simply 2 terrifying artifacts. And they were still alive in the glass bottle. On one side was the snake-haired demon, and on the other was the Phoenix, and he could take pictures. To be honest, it's good to observe the lamp occasionally, just like when I didn't observe the Phoenix's demon world at all. Freedom is enough. The Phoenix won't let me down. Maybe after a while, a special elemental system will appear, and I can study it as a reference. At the same time, let's not talk about the crystal wall mural. I can already imagine how I'll be holding a high-dimensional lamp and smashing people in the future. Suji looked at the sun in the glass lamp, his mind wandering. Thinking about it, it's a little exciting. Suji set up a bedside lamp and walked out of the house to have his breakfast. After a night, Phoenix's elemental light bulb on this side had naturally developed. At the same time, the crystal wall system on the other side had also undergone huge changes. Another few decades had passed. Many crystal walls in the multiverse had cracked. They were like colorful bubbles blown by a child in the universe. Eventually, they shattered. The rest of the universe continued to develop normally, with new rank 5 powerhouses emerging. That's pretty fast. However, Suji wasn't in a hurry. He was still eating the breakfast cooked by the young ceramic housekeeper, chewing slowly. Let's wait for a period of time after the world of shattered cosmos to produce true experts. This multiverse is like a garbage dump. Only after a great wave of cleansing will a truly powerful civilization appear. This was also a huge difference from other civilizations. What was infinite, infinity was mostly trash. That was very real. After breakfast, the imprisonment glass bottle in the study and the lamp at the head of the bed had finally settled down for Medusa and Phoenix. Both of them looked very happy, and their entire bodies relaxed. Let's take a look at today's news. Suji ate his breakfast and began to understand the changes in the various sand tables through his subbrain. He discovered that although Carolyn had entered the 6 realms to secretly learn, the war between the ancient lava land and the 6 realms was still rapidly breaking out. And there was a terrifying war. After 2 days, the lava war and the 6 realms war are about to completely break out. He narrowed his eyes. The fuse has been ignited. Cyberton, the Arcanist, now commanded most of the territory of the entire Tianji province. The 100 Flowers Arcane Empire stood tall on the land. Within the tall city walls, there were huge chicken cages made of black vines in the residential houses. White basilisks were raised inside. It was said that this was a new breed of ancient dragon bloodline. Once they reached adulthood, they would be at least rank 3. Every household had livestock. This country that I've built has unimaginable peace and order. It's enough to pacify the entire chaotic world. Cyberton stood calmly on the city wall, squinting his eyes as he looked at his opponent. Have you noticed? Originally, in these Arcana kingdoms, the nobles violated the law, and it happened almost every day. The Empire would not punish the noble Arcana professionals for violating the civilians, but would only punish them perfunctorily. Therefore, almost every commoner woman will have a similar experience. Whether it is before or after their husbands marry, they can only swallow their anger. But now, in the country that I rule, there are no more such terrible crimes. In the Holy Flower dynasty, arcane nobles and commoners are all equal. He said, yes, I can't guarantee the gap in life brought about by aptitude, but at the very least, I can guarantee that the weak have the basic dignity. We can't be wild beasts who only know how to reproduce. A female Arcana master standing behind him had a look of worship on her face. In the future, she was destined to be one of Cyberton's 37 concubines. Due to the restraint of the world of fate, even though Cyberton suffered an accident, he still captured her with his charisma. Moreover, many of his destined wives and concubines were also moved by his ideals. In order to build a country where women were equal, they now followed him to carry out the reform. In their eyes, Cyberton and the Emperor of Great Joy were simply the opposite of good and evil to girls. When a person's weakness is exposed, then he can never be arrogant. It's like a dagger hanging over his head. Cyberton seemed to have changed completely, and I can grab my opponent's weakness at any time. The female Arcana master shuddered and couldn't help but say, but in the eyes of outsiders, we are the infamous and terrifying Scourge Army. With evil and strange Arcana infection, just like the undead Scourge in history, we infect, control, and sweep the entire land with disasters. Right, wrong? Cyberton raised his hand, high-spirited and bold. In my world, there is no right or wrong power, only people who use the wrong power. With this power, I will establish a top Arcana dynasty. Boom, Cyberton's aura exploded, and his whole body seemed to be stained with countless inks. He turned into a horrifying and vast black lizard dragon from the west, rushing toward the dark mass of the coalition army below. Is this the epic Grand Arcanist Miser from the Northern Arcana dynasty? He turned into a huge Arcana model black dragon, overlooking the army below. Let me bring peace to you. Boom, the entire coalition army looked at the sky in horror and began to shrink slowly. The atmosphere became more and more tense. A battle involving tens of thousands of lives from two empires was about to break out. On the internet, a message quickly spread. Balloonfish said, "Everyone, bad news. The army of the Northern Arcana dynasty has fallen, and they are ruled in an instant." F***ck, everyone on the internet was instantly shocked. According to Balloonfish's previous words and various factual descriptions of the battle, who didn't know that the Northern dynasty had more than 100 million people, such a terrifying number was going to be ruled in the 100 Flowers dynasty. It was simply mind-numbing. It's too scary. That piece of land is also going to become such a creepy place? Forget about those men, but those girls are too pitiful. Let me save them, I want to adopt them. Excited, it's indeed scary. You should know that even in the Great Zhou dynasty, that thing also caused a terrifying and creepy natural disaster. It harvested a lot of fear. Everyone was talking about it. The balloonfish continued, "You still don't know this, but according to my research, the accumulation of resentment has caused this freak to lose its source of incense. When it came to this world, it had already mutated and merged with Cyberton. Now, it's already called the God of Prohibition and Justice. The symbol shackles on the other party, holding the chain of forbid dance and punishment, and giving justice and peace to all living beings." Screenshot. Screenshot. It was a picture of a god. In the god statue was a tall and majestic man holding a chain. He had a ferocious face, a big bald head, and a beautiful S-shaped body. A demon was imprisoned in the chain, symbolizing all kinds of desires. At any time, a prisoner who violated the precepts would be given a fatal punishment. Everyone was shocked when they saw the screenshot. Look at the gorgeous curvaceous clothes. Why does it look a little like Shiva? And a little like Vishnu? Those above, don't talk nonsense. However, the monster has really been forcefully merged and mutated. I guess the 6 realms can't take it back anymore. It's not that they can't take it back, but it's already dead. The incense in the 6 realms can still condense a new one, but this one has been left here forever. So, the invading monsters have to be careful now. Don't get caught by the Arcanists and become experimental materials. You might die. Everyone was talking about it. They felt that the 3 pillar gods were too terrifying. They were probably within the range of deduction. Suddenly, someone said, "However, the Arms Control Act is indeed a historical first. This is something the 6 realms could never have imagined. Previously, people were afraid of it. I didn't expect it to be so useful." Everyone was puzzled. That person continued, trapping the other party and confiscating the crime tools at any time. Such a society, without those kinds of violations and crimes, has equal freedom of love, and respects human rights. It's a perfect utopia. Everyone's face darkened. What the F***ck Arms Control Act, is it poisonous? Is he that good at talking? He made it sound like he was a great hero in history who had carried out a change in the times. However, when they thought about it, it did make sense. Being able to confiscate the crime tools at any time was simply a blessing that couldn't be achieved in a modern society ruled by law. Balloonfish spoke again, but then again, Cyberton is already very powerful now. The route deduced by the 3 pillar gods is indeed terrifying. He's already as holy as a Buddha, shaved his head bald. At the same time, he has a lofty dream of realizing a country without crime. Screenshot. Screenshot. In the picture, the bald-headed Arcanist was tall and strong, like a muscular martial saint monk. He was benevolent and had an aura of transcendence. He was like a different person. Could it be that he was like a devil before and became holy like a Buddha after? Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. In such a situation, if he were to create radiation, he would directly become a Buddha. He would definitely escape into the void and become a monk. So, this logic tells us that to make a scumbag a person who protects a girl, he must first make him a eunuch? Excited. JPG, this reminds me of the cartoon I watched when I was young, the theme song of Isho. JJ JJ JJ. Now that I think about it, it has already told us the 2 secrets to becoming smart. Laughing emoji, everyone's face darkened. These people were full of nonsense. I beg you guys to be a little more sane. Some people felt a headache when they read the comments. Every time the topic was discussed, the topic would unknowingly change. The more they talked, the stranger it became. Please be human. Laughing asterisk asterisk, can you give us some ideas? What happened to the vision of a keyboard saint? Dog head, however, it is indeed a big shot. The netizens saw through it at a glance. This is a great revolution of feudal slave tyranny and the development of the dark society. This is a great country that establishes regulation of weapons management, governance, and freedom every day. Everyone's face darkened. What the hell was this? It was clearly Twitter ruling. Regulation of weapons and confiscation of crime tools at any time can indeed greatly reduce the crime rate. I suggest a certain country to follow suit. Serious face. JPG, what the hell was this? The 2 above are talking nonsense. Do you want to spit out my breakfast? It's the natural enemy of balloonfish. What the hell? They are clearly the same kind of people, great heroes with the same dream. A bunch of idiots. Balloonfish's face darkened. Could these people not be so jumpy? We are strictly discussing historical events. Even if we are not serious, we should at least give some ideas, right? He was so angry that his mouth was crooked. At this time, the car of Mount Akina appeared, alleviating the awkwardness. Cough, cough, cough. According to your situation, you want to make a move. Umbrella Corporation, come out again? Serious face. JPG, balloonfish, it's like this. Usually, I don't dare to go out, but now the world line is mixed up. Several visitors from the other world have become various variables and are wildly interfering with the world line. I'm afraid the 3 pillar gods can no longer see the future. So, if I take the opportunity to intervene, they should have no time to care about me. Naturally, he had his own ideas. After all, he had been stuck at the peak of Celestial Emperor for some time, unable to become a god. Even though he had been sleeping in isolation, prolonging his lifespan was approaching its end. He couldn't wait any longer. However, he didn't have the confidence. He wasn't infected by the virus, didn't have a magic nucleus, couldn't use arcane spells, and didn't have any strange abilities. He was the type with extremely low combat power and didn't have the ability to divide the era. This was the huge dilemma he faced. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, then follow Alosa. She's also the protagonist of an era. Others also want to follow Alosa and use her to wrestle with Cyberton. There are even some freaks behind her. Balloonfish, but I will be infected, crying. Meng Mei was speechless. Why are you afraid of getting infected? Can't you make a cell phone for long-distance communication? Balloonfish. He was stunned on the spot. He had never thought that there would be such a move. Just like that, Balloonfish decided to side with Alosa. With the rise of an era, he became a meritorious minister and wanted to break through and become a god. What's more, he had Du Shui helping him. Previously, with the 3 pillar gods around, Du Shui didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Now, naturally, it was time for Du Shui to help him. Meanwhile, Messiah was in the arcane library. He did not observe or interfere with the progress of the era. Instead, he continued to study quietly. Voila, under the microscope, nothing could hide. It was the infection virus of the 3 pillar gods. The virus was shaped like a long and narrow fried dough stick, like a twisted and deformed pitch-black sea cucumber. There were fine protrusions on it, and the virus envelope had been cut open, revealing the genetic material inside. Is this the true form of the pillar gods infected with the virus? Also the modification and embedding of the genetic sequence? He looked curious. He had never come before and deliberately studied the arcane era of the 3 pillar gods. Since the Great Joy Emperor, even the ancient gods had left with Carolyn and built the era of the small universe. Therefore, the entire era of the 3 pillar gods was different from other sand table worlds. There were no clones left in this world to conduct detailed research, only now did he start to study the arcane and viruses. It could be said that he had benefited a lot. In the beginning, Carolyn established the Human DNA Gene Bank to study the God's forbidden zone, to conduct human modification experiments, and to experiment with biological gene locks. Now, the three-pillar gods seem to have completely mastered the DNA gene bank modification technology. They have completely transformed humans into their race, into subcomputers under their command, and the method of genetic modification is the so-called virus. What was a virus? Anyone who had studied high school biology would know. It was a kind of creature that could be said to be not alive. The virus was a layer of protective shell that wrapped a gene fragment. A shell that wraps the gene fragment. It's like a syringe for injection. It contains genetic material and floats in the air at any time. Suji was taken aback as he looked around. Looking at the pillar god virus in the air, they were like needles floating in the air, ready to stab you at any time, fiercely injecting its genetic material into your body, forcing you to accept its genetic material by force, and then modify your DNA sequence. This is a virus. The Grand Unified Infection Virus. Strictly speaking, they are a super syringe full of genetic material that floats everywhere. Suji saw this. It was a little scary to think about it to this extent. The structure of the virus was a simple outer layer and the genetic material inside. The current civilization on Earth could not do it, but advanced civilizations in space? Cell technology and quantum technology could easily modify the structure of the virus. In advanced civilizations, by modifying the genetic material inside the virus, it would become a floating DNA library, an invisible syringe, and infect different races? This was the mysterious truth of the zombie virus. Take, for example, the invaders from these advanced civilizations. If the pillar god virus was thrown in, it would be equivalent to throwing a needle-containing gene reagent floating in the air, ready to stab you at any time. It would cause a large area of infection and assimilation. The truth of causing a tumor crystal to grow in the brain of the target, the growth of a devil core, was, in fact, forcefully injecting the genetic talent of the devil core into one of the target's 5 gene positions. The pillar god world of the Grand Unified Infection Virus might seem like a low-level civilization from the Middle Ages, but in reality, it had already reached an extremely advanced civilization with advanced technology. There were no battleships, no mechanical armors, no spatial shuttles, no reactionless spaceships. The only difference was that their form was different. That was because they had the 3 pillar gods, a structure similar to that of the Middle Ages. Using this as an extension, I can see the true form of war of some advanced civilizations. Suji could not help but laugh in a carefree manner. He continued to explore and develop the true theory behind this terrifying zombie virus. However, since the genetic virus can be used in war, it can also be used for evolution. In fact, this is a form of evolution, a form of genetic bloodline medicine. Just like the inner world blood medicine of other worlds, the witch race's blood medicine was originally used to allow one to possess a certain bloodline. The pillar gods can inject their devil core bloodline abilities into the virus, allowing the target to grow a devil core. I can also inject other gene abilities into the virus. For example, the inner world gene bloodline. If the genetic sequence of the Grand Unified Infection Virus was replaced with the inner world gene bloodline, a brand new inner world virus would be formed. After being infected, the target would undergo a transformation and possess the inner world gene. They would embark on the primordial path of cultivation and the sea of consciousness. It's not much different from the pillar god's Grand Unified Infection Virus. Suji sighed. He put down the microscope and closed the book. A smile appeared on his face as he indifferently said, from the Alchemy Emperor's crude test tube gene medicine back then to the 3 pillar gods virus gene medicine today, they are all the same in essence. However, the genetic bloodline technology has undergone a qualitative change. Furthermore, the current me, with my constant deduction of the sand table civilization, the knowledge I possess is sufficient to change the entire human race. Yes, the entire human race on Earth, as long as he casually intercepted a transcendent gene ability, such as the inner world bloodline, the devil core bloodline, the witch race bloodline, and fused it into the internal genetic material of the pillar god virus model, it would become a new type of bloodline virus and be released across the entire planet. It could probably be called a transcendent mythological virus. At that time, the Spirit Chi awakening era would begin for the entire human race, and their bodies would welcome the invasion of the grand unified infection virus to undergo bloodline transformation. Spirit Chi awakening, the advent of the transcendent era, Spirit Chi classes, cultivation specialization. Suji looked at the idiotic netizens who were still chattering seriously on the internet, and suddenly felt a sense of loss. Previously, the genetic bloodline medicine couldn't have been used on so many people, injecting them one by one, so it wasn't practical for the entire population to be transcendent. But now, this model can already be done. Virus, Pillar God virus, self-replication of the gene bank. This is an incredible super civilization model. He was very much looking forward to it, feeling that this was a transcendent power comparable to the gods. The mythological virus floated in midair, like some kind of spirit chi factor. Unknowingly, the knowledge I possess is already enough to achieve this level, to change the bloodline of the entire planet's civilizations and races. Suji suddenly laughed heartily. He felt a sense of extreme relief and transcendent joy. This was the feeling of gaining knowledge and becoming powerful, and it was an intoxicating feeling. He seemed to see a blue planet in his hands, easily manipulating and playing with supreme power. At this moment, he had the feeling that he truly controlled the fate of the entire planet. Of course, he didn't have such thoughts at the moment. He had mastered the forbidden medicine of God, but it didn't necessarily mean that he had to use it. Suji's clone continued to study. At this moment, the ancient lava land was still like a golden land that hadn't been mined. He hadn't studied it seriously before, but now it was time to harvest and obtain knowledge. Day after day passed, and Suji's clone was still studying. He curled up in a rented laboratory in the Mathematical Olympiad Library and didn't come out. Until the virus he was studying mutated once again. It mutated again. Let me count how many generations this is. Is it the 87th generation of the virus? Suji pondered in his heart. The three infectious viruses of the three pillar gods were, in fact, constantly floating in the air, competing with each other in terms of infectivity and firewall mechanism. Since they were already part of their own species, they naturally had to establish an immune mechanism to prevent being infected by the other two viruses and being forcibly snatched away. But at this moment, Suji cut open the virus envelope. This is? His face instantly darkened. Bang, it rapidly evolved. The 87th generation of virus, the 88th generation of virus. Suji saw that in a short instant, the virus was like a biological explosion, frantically updating itself. In just a short half an hour, it had actually updated to the 97th generation. The successive updates in the form of viruses were like the era of black and white television, the era of technology, and the era of computers and the era of the internet in just half an hour. In the end, he saw that the virus that was cut open was not a gene fragment but a magic core. What did this mean? It meant that the infectious virus of the three pillar gods had a terrifying development by leaps and bounds. It had crossed countless levels out of thin air. Even a tiny life like the virus had a magic core by force. At the same time, it also meant that the environment they monitored was even more terrifying. If an ant or a flower in the arcane library were all cameras, then being exposed to their eyes was the same as being exposed to the vision of the fate of the entire race. If discovered by the three pillar gods, Suji could still hide well for now. Then, the microbes and viruses that filled the air now were all their cameras. How many microbes were there in the air? Tens of thousands, with nowhere to hide. Quantum-level surveillance cameras, ultramicro robots smaller than cells, and tens of thousands of floating dust were monitoring the entire world at all times. In the entire world, there was no longer a single corner that could be considered as a concept. Too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made his hair stand on end. Suji felt that such a three-pillar god seemed to be 3 or 4 times stronger in an instant. Their faces had been beaten swollen recently. The three-pillar gods were probably played by Carolyn, played by all kinds of monsters, and even played by Cyberton by himself. They suffered losses one after another, and their mentality directly exploded. As the pillar god with the strongest desire to survive, he vaguely felt that his life was in great danger. It is very likely that the three pillar gods have formed some form of alliance, using the three major computing powers together to instantly complete this kind of evolution that usually requires hundreds or thousands of years of stable calculation of the arcane civilization. Therefore, during this period of time, the virus had rapidly evolved several versions. Dealing with the three of them, Carolyn ran away. The monsters can turn into energy bodies, and I am the only one left? In order to catch me, in order to find me, they have been hiding, silently updating the virus, and then in an instant, all of them burst out. Suji was stunned for a moment, and his heart was confused. The pillar gods are indeed the most terrifying and most difficult to kill, terrifying fate. Suji suddenly stopped daydreaming. He sat quietly in the arcane laboratory because he knew that in an instant, he would be discovered by the three pillar gods. Suddenly, a sound came from the arcane laboratory. Squeak. The door opened without a sound. Like countless dust particles, the endless billions of stars in the air gathered, gradually converging into three hazy figures, standing at the door and slowly walking in. The billions of viruses in the air, converging into a body, is indeed the true grand unification virus. Suji sighed, looking at the three pillar gods who had come to visit. The three god of fate in the dark. It's so hard for me, didn't I just steal some of your knowledge? Suji stared at the three black shadows of the virus in front of him. It was like countless flies and mosquitoes gathered together into a dark mass of creatures of darkness. It was strange and horrifying. As expected of a pillar god, it was still extremely fierce. The three pillar gods had perfect control of the world line. There were almost no accidents, and they had never suffered losses. How could they not be angry when they suffered losses one after another? He did not expect that the three pillar gods had secretly joined hands. This was unimaginably huge information. If it was spread out, all the gods who were plotting against the pillar gods would be shocked and scared out of their wits, but then again, Carolyn, the goddess of sweet dreams, and the other freaks had all run away. After messing around with the three pillar gods, they ran away immediately after showing off, and they ran away very quickly. He was the only one left in the Arcana library. Who else could he blame but himself? This was a very real problem. Suji held his chin and thought calmly. But those two deliberately messed with the three pillar gods, and he did it unintentionally. He just came here to learn culture and communicate with them. As for the three murderous intents, the world was turned upside down. That was misunderstood. Suji wanted to say that he was a good person and that he did not want to mess with Cyberton. Killing the chicken was really an accident, but he could not say it. But he did not panic, because he also had a magic core, and he was his own person. In their eyes, it was a prehistoric mysterious creature in the magma land. A prehistoric creature with a magic core. Anyway, his doppelganger was here to participate in the research. At most, he would be the one being studied. The world has suddenly exceeded our expectations. Suddenly, among the three blurry shadows, an old and low voice came from a plant-shaped shadow. Suji looked at the plant-shaped pillar god. It was a tree that looked like a ghost. It looked like a burnt, withered tree. It had a precise and substantial feeling. It was a creature of endless viruses. What is the truth of the world? An animal that looked like a tiger walked out. It was the beast-shaped pillar god. Two bright red flames were burning in its eye sockets, and an ancient character was engraved on its forehead. He originally thought that the three pillar gods would be filled with anger, but he didn't expect them to say such strange words, causing Suji to be slightly stunned. Suji was a bit curious. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you here for the sacred cherry blossom emperor, the otherworld invaders, and your anger towards me?" Anger? Three emotionless and low voices rang out. That is a human emotion, not the emotion of fate. Rationality, love, hate, and anger are not things that we possess. All we want is to live. As the fate of a race, the convergence of the countless thoughts of all living beings, we are moving towards a golden age. We are the most complicated creatures in the world, but also the simplest. Suji looked calm. Absolute peace, the plant-type pillar god said, the holy cherry blossom great emperor will not pose a fatal threat to us. As the leader of an ancient civilization from the previous era, she personally witnessed our rise. Not choosing to destroy us means that she has no intention of attacking us from the start. So could they compromise? Suji thought of Carolyn's request. The humanoid pillar god said, although the otherworld monsters are terrifying, according to our calculations, it is not possible for them to destroy us. In fact, they will be attacked sooner or later. Their arrogance will be shattered by us, and in the near future, we will invade and destroy them. They will regret it. Suji was stunned. Although the three pillar gods were enemies, they were not absolute enemies. If they joined forces to defend against the enemy, they had absolute confidence that they would win this battle. The three pillar gods' terrifying calculations were terrifying. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would win, as they were absolutely rational. After all, the three pillar gods would become stronger the stronger they were. In their eyes, they were merely stepping stones, just like the Isidal people in the past. Viruses were constantly being updated. Unless they could destroy the three pillar gods in one fell swoop, they would catch up to them sooner or later and defeat them. No one knew what kind of trump cards the three pillar gods were hiding. This was because Suji was not familiar with the three pillar gods. He couldn't talk to them intimately like Carolyn and understand their trump cards. And the subbrain could only monitor their actions, not their thoughts, but did the three pillar gods do anything? It was fate, even Suji couldn't understand what they were thinking or what they were doing. It could be said that in the entire sand table, Suji couldn't understand them the most. Then why did you come here? Suji asked curiously. Equivalent exchange. The humanoid pillar god slowly spoke. This is the rule of the sorcerer world, isn't it? In fact, it's quite similar to the arcanists we have now. Suji was stunned. Both sorcerers and arcanists seemed to be people who pursued knowledge, but how could they be the same? Sorcerers were individuals who mined by themselves, but you were a blockchain with a clear division of labor, a group of computers working together to mine. If you really wanted to say similar, it would be more like the Isidal people in the past. Their brains were connected to each other to develop technology. You know about sorcerers? Suji asked. We've obtained more information than you can imagine. Three empty and emotionless voices rang out slowly. They were cold and their eyes were filled with a kind of aloofness that was like the vault of the heavens. Then, what do you want to exchange? Suji asked again. Both sides went straight to the point, a simple and crude question and answer. Polite words were simply laughable in the eyes of existences like them. We want to exchange information. What happened in the super ancient lava era? The flames in the pillar god's eyes danced, the cherry blossom emperor was taken away. What responsibility does that mean? Are there any terrifying potential opponents? Rank 9? So, that's it, Suji finally understood. The pillar gods were indeed terrifying. Their calculation abilities were off the charts. They probably discovered Carolyn's sense of danger and knew that she might be facing a huge unknown enemy. It might be rank 9. You want to know what happened in the super ancient lava land and the era of the super ancient gods? Suji asked. After all, the two ancient civilizations' problems might very well be faced by themselves. That's right, this is the first problem. At the same time, there is also the second problem. We also need to know the attitude of the ancient godly spirits towards us. If we invade the 6 realms, or even counterattack the ancient cherry blossom emperor's world and conquer them, will the ancient godly spirits attack us? Hiss, Suji sucked in a breath of cold air. Sweep away everything in sight. The three pillar gods were so ambitious, they wanted to rule over the 6 realms, Carolyn, and the small universe behind her at the same time. So ferocious, the three pillar gods seemed gentle and were using Cyberton to fight with everyone, but that was just on the surface. Were they planning to start a war on both sides at the same time? Where did their confidence come from? You want an equivalent exchange for these two questions? The price is high enough. Suji smiled. How about the path to rank 9? The three pillar gods spoke in unison, and their overlapping voices sounded out. This is a special path that even the cherry blossom emperor doesn't know about. After all, she is limited by her body, and her calculation abilities are only equivalent to one of us pillar gods. If the super ancient gods didn't tell her about the path to rank 9, rank 9. Rank 9, the pillar gods had already deduced the shortcut to rank 9, Suji's mind shook. He felt that the three pillar gods were much fancier than he had imagined, and that they were hiding even more secrets. What does the path to rank 9 mean? Suji asked. It's not the method we use to break through. The three pillar gods' voices were extremely calm and solemn. It's a method for normal life forms to break through to rank 9. Every life form has a chance to break through, and the difficulty is reduced to an acceptable level. Furthermore, it's a righteous path of cultivation and not an evil one. Based on our guesses, the super ancient gods used this method to break through. Suji was dazed for a few seconds, and his eyes flashed with delight. So that's how it is. The three-pillar gods' calculation abilities were indeed shocking. Based on the calculations of the three-pillar gods, after spending hundreds or thousands of years, the super ancient gods' method to break through to rank 9 was finally discovered. You guys are truly worthy of praise. Suji couldn't help but say in admiration. In my era, the super ancient gods' method to break through to rank 9 was still an unimaginable mystery. The humanoid pillar god smiled. Of course, based on our observations, the super ancient god didn't tell the other party about this method. This is enough to prove that he wasn't very close to the cherry blossom emperor. Suji's expression suddenly became solemn as he stood up and said, "This exchange of knowledge is acceptable. This exchange of knowledge of equal value is acceptable." Using the method to break through to the 9th rank, answering these two questions, the history of the ancient lava era, as well as the attitude of the ancient gods towards you, is naturally an equivalent exchange. Suji never imagined that the three-pillar gods had such a terrifying secret. Not only had they researched the path to the 9th level, but they were also plotting against the 6 realms and even Carolyn. The three-pillar gods had secretly teamed up and even planned to wage war on 2 fronts. Suji's lips curled up into a gentle smile. No one knows what kind of terrifying trump card they have that allows them to be so unyielding. Did the arcane blockchain unearth some shocking secret? Not only did they unearth the method to break through to the 9th level, but they also unearthed some kind of heaven-defying arcane spell? Suji was also curious and even a little stunned. Was the blockchain and the coin circle really that powerful? So this was the general trend of the development of civilization? Mining could unearth all kinds of rare treasures? No wonder there were so many Bitcoin mining sites in China. Even the three-pillar gods had built an ancient mining base in the lava land and used the arcane blockchain to continuously unearth the rules of the universe. What about my mining in the heavens, universe-level mine owner? Using the billions of lives in the subcomputer as miners, the universe as a mine, the mysterious mine owner. Just thinking about it is already a terrifying super mining civilization. Let me exchange some information, Suji thought. Previously, they appeared to be docile and helpless, causing everyone to think that the three-pillar gods were in a weak state. Due to the invasion, the future world line that the three-pillar gods saw was chaotic, causing all the gods and experts to think that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. But in reality, although the three-pillar gods were indeed tricked by Carolyn and the beautiful dream god, they turned a blind eye to it. They were indeed unable to control the world line now, and a huge variable had appeared. But so what? But their vision was no longer limited to the hundreds of years of development in this era, and they were already looking at a higher level. Obviously, they had unearthed a powerful and mysterious trump card. If word got out that the three-pillar gods planned to secretly wage war against the 6 realms and Carolyn, it would be enough to drive the entire lava land crazy. So, your father is still your father, and the pillar gods are still the pillar gods. Wanting to shatter one's own fate from the super galaxy-level computer, one's fate is not up to the heavens, and splitting some of the benefits is just a ridiculous idea of ordinary people. Reality is very cruel. However, what exactly was the hidden strength that the three-pillar gods were so confident about? Suji really didn't know. A rule weapon similar to Cute Sister's Ruin's End, Suji had been observing them from the shadows. After all, they were one of the targets of the subbrain's strict surveillance. Even if they were surrounded by cameras, they did not find any similar weapons. At the same time, there were no Class 9 creatures, or they would have sensed it. Therefore, even he was a little curious. It was simply a super huge treasure trove that hid many secrets. How laughable. Those gods of the lava land think that they can get a share of the profits, but are the three-pillar gods that easy to bully? Standing in the lab that he rented temporarily in the Arcana library, Suji put a thick black Arcana book back on the redwood bookshelf and smiled. Then, why should I get any benefits from you? It's just an equivalent exchange. The plant-type pillar god was extremely calm, as if it was a charred tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. It's all about the acquisition of knowledge. Class 9 is knowledge, and those 2 pieces of information are also knowledge. Even to us, it's incomparably important knowledge that determines the future. Knowing the truth of the ancient lava land, the enemy of the ancient gods, what Carolyn has to face. History is extremely important to us, and at the same time, we need to know the attitude of the ancient gods towards us, only then can we make the decision to start a war. Suji thought for a few seconds. That was indeed the case. These two pieces of information were the most important to them. History aside, if they wanted to start a war against the Six Realms and Carolyn, they needed to understand the attitude of the ancient gods. Although, they didn't know how powerful the three pillar gods were. So, these pieces of knowledge are equivalent to you? Suji asked. Yes, every piece of knowledge has its own specific priority. In this world, in the vast universe, there is no such thing as the most powerful knowledge, only the knowledge that suits you the most. The beast-type pillar god smiled calmly and said with incomparable rationality, the human's class 9 path isn't the most important knowledge to us. And ancient history and the ancient gods probably aren't the most important knowledge to you either. We are all using our unimportant knowledge to exchange for the most important knowledge to us. This is an equivalent exchange. The humanoid pillar god smiled. Suji stared at them. As expected of the pillar gods, they were calm and had a clear understanding of the essence, absolute benefits, and no emotions. Right now, the pillar god virus that was crazily evolving, even the virus was implanted with demon cores, and the air was filled with super miniature cameras, not only to become stronger to fight against the war, but also to find me, and then secretly find me to solve their final problem. It was obviously the night before the world-shaking war. This conversation of mine will seriously affect the future world war of the pillar gods. Then let the exchange begin. The beast-type pillar god said, to ensure fairness, you will answer one of the two questions, then we will give you the concept of the class 9 path, and you will answer the second question. This is the most reasonable order. Suji was silent for a moment before he shook his head. You pillar gods have such a terrifying scheme. How do I know if you're actually trying to trick me? From a psychological point of view, you've designed two questions with preconceived notions, but in reality, you're only trying to ask the first question? You didn't even need the second question, and after getting the answer, you just ignored me? Psychology, the three pillar gods were a bit surprised. Then, you can answer the second question, and after giving it to the class 9 path, you can answer the first question? Suji was a bit surprised, then said seriously, how do I know that this isn't part of your calculations? You knew that I would doubt it, so you just went with the flow. In fact, the second question is what you really wanted to ask. The first question is a feint? The three pillar gods' faces darkened. This ancient superfossil creature in front of them was really stubborn. As the fate of their race, the three pillar gods naturally had their own pride. How would they carry out despicable fraud in the process of the exchange? In the end, they looked at each other. The shadows of the three pillar gods were like a strange puzzle formed by countless tiny mosquitoes. Then, we will first hand the mystery of the class 9 breakthrough to you, then you will answer two more questions. Please speak. Suji solemnly said. Whoosh. The three pillar gods slowly walked into the room. The atmosphere in the air was calm and solemn. What is the correct way to break through to the class 9 path? The humanoid pillar god's voice suddenly became incomparably calm and distant. You should know that at the threshold of the class 9, creatures of the demon core lineage have a unique advantage in this realm, and it is incomparable to creatures of other worlds. Suji nodded. The terrifying super calculation ability made the advantage of the 100 trillion cells path not just a little bit bigger, which was why Suji's expectations fell on Carolyn. The class 9 was too difficult, so how could Suji not be happy when he saw the three pillar gods in front of him? The beast-shaped pillar god laughed. Creatures of the demon core lineage have a unique advantage, but at this moment, they are not able to fully utilize their advantage. For example, the sacred cherry blossom emperor has only used less than a third of her racial advantage in calculation ability. Only used a third of her racial advantage. Suji's mind suddenly exploded, and it became completely blank. The meaning behind this was too shocking. This was just like the scientific report. The human brain is extremely mysterious, and there is a God's forbidden zone, which is still less than 30% developed. But Carolyn was not an ordinary human. She was one of the most powerful gods on the class 9 path. At the end of the day, she is still a single life form. She has a virtual population that is comparable to the entire lava continent, but her calculation ability is at most comparable to that of a pillar god. In reality, the utilization of the population's calculation ability is less than a quarter. We are bloated, flawed, and cannot move easily, but the benefits of having a large number of real life forms are self-evident. One of the pillar gods smiled. Suji silently organized the pillar god's words. That was indeed the case. If Carolyn's spiritual universe had a crushing advantage, then the pillar gods would have long since started killing people and walking the path of the spiritual universe in their heads. Each had their own advantages and disadvantages. One was a physical fate, which was extremely convenient and could be moved at any time. The other was a virtual fate, which was extremely bloated and could not be moved. Let's use reality as an example. It was like a computer. One developed into a portable tablet computer, while the other developed into an even more bloated supercomputer that could not be moved. It was like walking on two parallel cultivation paths of the Demon Core supercomputer system, and neither acknowledged the other. Then, what did the pillar god, who surpasses all calculation abilities, manage to research? Suji asked. That's right, we only managed to research to the limit, the humanoid pillar god said with an indistinct smile. As for the way to break through to the 9th rank, it's in this body we're in right now. His current body, Suji looked at the pillar god's body in hindsight. It was a temporary carrier formed by the countless viruses in the air, stacked together by billions of viruses. Viruses that were smaller than cells were piled up together to form a blurry creature. It was truly frightening. But, the 9th rank path, on this body, Suji was slightly startled. He carefully stared at the pillar god's body, trying to figure out what it meant. Suddenly, his mind shook. He remembered that when he dissected the outer shell of the virus, he found the demon core inside. The virus body was formed by countless similar cells. If the virus was compared to the cells of the human body, then there would be demon cores in these cells. Then, did it mean that the demon core was placed in the cells, replacing the nucleus of every cell with the demon core? For a moment, Suji seemed to see a vast life form with a demon core. Can you see it? The pillar god was slightly surprised. His deep eyes looked at Suji with great interest. How amazing! Looks like it's not as simple as a celestial emperor. Even if it's an ordinary god, no. Even a god who has just stepped on the 9th rank path might not be able to see through it. This is not a matter of vision. It's just that they have never studied the 9th rank. To be able to react in an instant, they must have studied the 9th rank deeply. An ancient celestial emperor whose lifespan is unknown, an ancient fossil from hundreds of millions of years ago, is actually still alive. A mere celestial emperor actually has a deep understanding of the 9th rank. The pillar god did not hide his curiosity at all. In fact, they were using all kinds of language to obtain all kinds of information. This ancient celestial emperor was really not simple. A mere celestial emperor actually crossed 2 ranks, had knowledge of the 9th rank, and was suspected to have eternal life, eternal life. What an amazing word. Suji ignored their words and closed his eyes slightly. His heart was greatly shaken. Only the Demon Core clan could cultivate the 9th rank method. An ordinary 9th rank would split the soul into 100 trillion pieces and fuse them into the 100 trillion cells as a soul imprint. The soul and flesh would become one, and a terrifying metamorphosis would be achieved, becoming a real healthy creature. But the method in front of him was to use the demon core to replace the cell nucleus in the cell. The demon core would be the soul imprint, which was much more convenient. Whoosh, Suji drew a cell structure on the table. Cell membrane, cytoplasm, mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, ribosomes, and a cell nucleus were suspended in the middle, which recorded the genetic information of the creature. Click, Suji waved his hand, and the image changed. A hexagonal demon core instantly replaced the cell nucleus. The main function of the cell nucleus was to store genetic information. The storage function of the demon core could naturally replace this function and store the soul at the same time. Yes, it had a natural advantage. The cell nucleus could store the soul. This is the truth of the demon core's breakthrough. Using the demon core to replace the cell nucleus is essentially no different. It is equivalent to the demon core in every cell converging into a super life form with endless demon cores. Suji exclaimed in his heart. Profound, this was simply too profound. It turned out that the demon core race's advantage on the path to rank 9 was even greater than he had imagined. At this moment, he was overjoyed, as if he had seen the truth of the universe. Different paths lead to the same goal. Yes, this is the grand method that the ancient godly spirit used to break through to the rank 9 world. The humanoid pillar god's face was full of admiration. We spent countless years and effort to deduce this. Evidently, after analyzing it, the 3 pillar gods finally understood how terrifying the ancient godly spirit was. This was the demon core race's true path to breakthrough. Suji nodded and also exclaimed in admiration. The ancient godly spirit is simply the glory of an era's wisdom. Only now do I understand the secret behind this rank 9 existence's breakthrough. The beast-shaped pillar god said, even now, we can see that the sacred cherry blossom emperor's body does not have such characteristics. Instead, she has formed a different type of skin structure, which is evidently the result of her research. This proves that the ancient godly spirit did not give her the method to break through. The relationship between them is not that close. Suji revealed a look of contemplation before saying, that might not be the case. Perhaps the ancient godly spirit wanted the other party to walk on her own unique path and not continue on her old path. I think, if it is not possible, perhaps she will give this method to the other party in the future. The 3 pillar gods fell silent for a while before the humanoid pillar god said, looks like you understand the personalities of many ancient godly spirits. Suji did not continue to speak and continued to ask, then, what is the specific cultivation technique? Splitting the demon core and casting it into the cells to replace the nucleus of the cell to store the soul is indeed easier. But what about the specific cultivation technique? Naturally, it will not be hidden. Following the voice, a thick black book appeared in front of Chen Heng. Suji picked it up and quickly flipped through it. He was not afraid that the other party was lying to him. Because he could tell if the book was real or fake, it was possible to simulate it. After a while, Suji knew that the 3 pillar gods indeed had their own pride. The humanoid pillar deity explained, this technique involves a special method of calculation, which we call the world nuclear fission equation. By splitting the demon core in the brain into multiple demon cores according to a specific algorithm, these demon cores will replace the cell nuclei in the cell's demon core splitting into cell nucleus. Hearing this, Suji's expression became strange. Nuclear fission, that seems to make sense. Indeed, everything in the world originates from physics. Physics is like this, nuclear fission is also like this. Looks like the Buddha element that I created before has great potential. At this moment, even Suji had to admit that stuffing 100 trillion monster cores into a cell was much more convenient than stuffing 1,000,000 souls into a cell. For example, the cell nucleus did not have the ability to contain souls, so it was like building a house on an empty plot of land. But the monster core was different, because it had the ability to contain souls, so it was like a house in itself. This was the advantage of the monster core lineage. From splitting souls at the 9th grade to splitting the monster core, this was the legendary path of nuclear fission. The 3 pillar gods are truly terrifying. Their terrifying calculation ability actually found the most suitable path for the monster core lineage to break through. Suji only felt that this was a great surprise. This was not a loss, the path to the 9th grade. The path to transcendence with a healthy life. Can I look forward to it in a week? Suji's breathing became unsteady. A 9th grade giant, a cosmic level overlord of the universe. Even Suji could not imagine how powerful they were, and in 3 months, the 3 pillar gods were truly a huge treasure trove. He looked at the 3 pillar gods. These 3 mine owners all felt that they were kind and cute. They had worked so hard to mine, but in the end, the fruits of their labor still fell into his hands. Even though they were hidden as incorporeal entities, it was only a matter of time before they spit it out in his bottle. Whoosh! Suji took a deep breath and slowly closed the Arcana Technique manual, stuffing it into his spatial ring. Who would have thought that the monster core lineage still had this kind of method to break through? The correct method to break through to the ancient gods was actually researched by you guys. This is simply unimaginable. You must know that even in the most ancient era, this was still an unimaginable secret. The humanoid pillar god smiled. It is indeed a powerful and top-secret knowledge. Researching this technique consumed a lot of our efforts, and the losses are unimaginable. But we are only latecomers. The truly great ones are the ancient gods. It is also because there is only one path for the monster core lineage to break through to the 9th grade. Back then, the ancient gods found it, and now we are just following their footsteps and finding it again. The 3 pillar gods were incomparably shocked. They found it hard to imagine just how talented an individual must be in order to achieve such a feat. It was simply inconceivable. What a dazzling, glorious, and beautiful ancient lava civilization it was. The ancient godly spirit had broken through to rank 9 and left the myriad worlds to rule over countless worlds. Most likely, even among the rank 9 overlords, he was one of the strongest. As the fate of a race, they were naturally proud and respectful. At the same time, they yearned for their own future as a race, to reach such heights. Then, can you tell me about the ancient times? The beast pillar god asked. Of course. Suji sat down and looked at the 3 pillar gods. His expression suddenly became solemn. It seemed that the ancient history of the lava, and even the ancient and brilliant mythological history of the heavens, was about to be truly discovered by the beings of this era. Fortunately, with Carolyn's recent imagination, as well as the ancient myths and legends of the Buddhist and Taoist players of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the truth of history had been filled in, and a complete outline had been formed. That was a very long time ago. Suji said, as the civilization that came before you, the Ashuttal civilization, the era of the ancient godly spirit, also had countless strong individuals. In the end, the ancient godly spirit broke through to the 9th grade. The 3 pillar gods did not say anything. History was always cruel. With just a short sentence, it had almost covered the birth of the ancient godly spirit, the heroes they defeated, and the history they created. And right now, their civilization was still going through this stage. During that era, the ancient godly spirit broke through to the 9th grade. At the same time, it was a relatively powerful 9th grade. The path to the 9th grade was relatively long, and the more accumulated, the harder it was to break through. However, after breaking through, the higher the grade of life would be, the more powerful they would be. Suji said, you should know that the 9th grade is the fusion of the soul and flesh, and the length of the path to the 9th grade is also the accumulation of life. After that, the ancient lava civilization slowly walked out, ruling over many worlds, countless natives, and civilizations. Gradually, the ancient godly spirit, during a clash of civilizations, got to know another powerful 9th grade existence. That ancient being's civilization cultivated the Buddhist and Taoist system. Both sides interacted and became friends, even exploring some places together, discussing the Tao. Finally, they found a certain dream realm in a certain universe, where they obtained the eternal blood of the Creator God. Whoosh, the 3 pillar gods' expressions changed slightly. Creator God, a mysterious secret realm in the universe, eternal blood. The amount of information here was enough to make them lose their cool. The humanoid pillar god asked, that secret realm, eternal blood, and 2 9th grade existences, how did they get to that place? Because the identity of the 9th grade existence that the ancient godly spirit got to know was very mysterious. That secret realm could be considered his hometown. Suji casually explained, however, he followed some scattered clues and returned. In fact, that ancient 9th grade existence even saw with his own eyes that he was still alive as an ordinary person. The pillar gods did not say anything, but they were shocked in their hearts. How is this possible? It was unknown how many long and lonely years it would take to break through to become an ancient rank 9 existence. How could it be possible for him to see his parents who were ordinary people, a dream that lasted for tens of thousands of years? What kind of terrifying and mysterious place was that? That place had the bloodline of the Creator God. Just this information alone made them feel that the exchange of knowledge on the path to the 9th grade was completely worth it. Suji continued, after going through a narrow escape, they obtained 2 portions of eternal blood. After leaving, these 2 9th grade existences had limitless lifespans, almost reaching eternity. The 3 pillar gods' expressions became unnatural. And then? The humanoid pillar god asked impatiently, eternal lifespans, doesn't that mean they are destined to reach the peak? With limitless lifespans, they could explore everything and rule the world once again. What kind of glorious civilization would that be? Suji's eyes twitched. Yes, at that time, these two ninth-grade existences would have established a powerful world system. Their lifespans had long surpassed that of ordinary ninth-grade existences. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, some ordinary ninth-grade existences had already passed away, but they were still alive. They even ruled over many worlds. At that time, almost every day, all kinds of otherworldly beings would be brought to the main plane and captured for various experiments. These researchers came from all over the world. Some were gods, some were ancient gods, some were extraterrestrial demons. There were all kinds of divine systems. From the simple description, they could almost imagine what kind of dazzling and eternal heavenly kingdom it was. Vast, vast, it was something they yearned for. However, the eternal blood also had a powerful side effect, hibernation. It was said that everything in the world was balanced, and in exchange for eternal life, there would always be a heavy price to pay. Suji said, thus, one of them would hibernate while the other would wake up, taking turns to rule and protect the other, but in the end, it attracted the attention of a terrifying monster. The war broke out. Suji paused. The war broke out. This short sentence caused the three pillar gods to choke. Suji also suddenly stopped talking. Everything that he had said was the history that Carolyn had deduced. Even Suji had fallen silent after hearing those words. There was a moment of dead silence in the air, and neither side said anything. Suji suddenly asked with a smile, how long do you think the great ancient overlord existences that have lived for tens of thousands of years, this war broke out? The three pillar gods slightly paused, frantically calculating. Less than 100 years, the three pillar gods said in unison. So that was how it was. That level of world war actually lasted less than 100 years, Suji continued, that's right, at that level of ancient existence, from their position, they clearly knew that once the war broke out, there would be no room for negotiation. In an instant, they used all of their trump cards, and in less than 100 years, the entire eternal kingdom was almost destroyed. Almost every year, there would be powerful ancient gods and supernatural worlds that were quickly destroyed. It was an extremely short period of time, like a grand and brilliant firework in the night sky, accumulating for countless years and erupting in an instant. By the end of the war, the most powerful civilizations under their command were all destroyed, countless deities fell, and even many great giants who had set foot on the path to level 9 fell. Only the weakest worlds that were still developing and did not have any combat power, and were still in primitive civilizations, were spared from the disaster. During the last period of their lives, the ninth-rank existences frequently visited those worlds, teaching the ignorant mortals on the surface, hoping that they would grow up and pass on the torch of civilization. But in the end, the war broke out again. The friend of the ancient gods, an eternal ninth-rank existence, directly fell. Fell. The three pillar gods silently chewed on the words. At this moment, they only felt endless sorrow. A ninth-rank existence actually fell just like that. It was easy to obtain eternal life, but it was also difficult to not die. This is the story of eternal life. Suji slowly exhaled and stood up. The story is coming to an end here, do you understand? The friend of the super-ancient deity, a ninth-rank ancient eternal existence, had fallen, and the story seemed to have come to an end. And then? What happened to the blank period after his fall until now? For an ordinary person, the story had only been told halfway and had come to an abrupt end. However, for the three pillar gods, the entire story had already been revealed. The thoughts of the three pillar gods were like supercomputers, their three consciousnesses clashing together. Two ancient existences whose battle prowess had reached the limit, after gaining eternal life, because they needed to protect their Tao, they could not awaken at the same time, experiencing the pain of being separated by death, separated by yin and yang. This was the curse of eternal life, pitiful sorrow. The voices of the three pillar gods were as cold as ever. Even though the story of immortality seemed to them to be filled with loneliness and desolation, the three pillar gods were still as cold as ever. Civilizations would eventually fall, just like a baby leaving the embrace of its mother, maturing, rotting, dying of old age, being killed. This was undeniable and irresistible. But as a pillar god civilization, they could clearly feel that they could resist this to the limit, because their social structure, the world's civilization system, would develop in an absolutely terrifying manner, approaching the limit to prevent their civilization from falling to extinction. This was the absolute rationality of the three pillar gods, the advantage of determining fate. This was only natural, since only one of them could awaken at the same time, which meant that they would be surrounded and killed by the other ninth-rank existences when the super-ancient deity's friend died in battle. It meant that the next time he hibernated, there would be no Tao protector, and that would be the moment of his death. The cold voices clashed in their minds. That was why the ambushers disappeared and went into hiding, not willing to pay the price of mutual destruction to kill him, instead waiting for the next time the super-ancient deity hibernated. The reason was simple: as long as one was killed, two would be eliminated. The moment of hibernation was the moment of death, so the super-ancient deity began to support the next civilization, grooming in new ninth-rank existences. This was the only hope to continue the flame of civilization. The Ishidal people were the chosen ones, because the super-ancient deity himself was born in this most ancient land. This was his homeland, the origin of hope, so he hoped that another great existence as powerful as himself would be born in his homeland. The high-speed collision of thoughts allowed them to instantly deduce the most correct actions of the ancient gods. Normally, such a terrifying level 9 ancient existence wouldn't be so free and merciful as to expend all his efforts and resources to create a level 9. No wonder it was like this. As the chosen one, Carolyn would naturally receive a lot of resources. At this moment, Carolyn seemed to possess even more resources than the Ishidal people's land. Crash. The Arcana library was silent. The three blurry black shadows were like the gathering of countless densely packed black mosquitoes, giving off a strange, indistinct buzzing sound. What a lamentable fate. A race of the great heavens will rise and fall, eventually reaching the end of its lifespan. Even an existence that has obtained eternal life is no exception. Did you witness the fall of that era? The three pillar gods could not help but ask. Suji pondered for a moment and replied politely with a smile, I was indeed a member of that era. I witnessed the earth-shattering battle with my own eyes. I was the observer of that period of history. I don't think I need to answer the next question, right? Suji did not continue chatting and said, you should know what my attitude towards you is, and I'm not omniscient. As you can see, the current me is just a weak heavenly emperor. The three pillar gods did not need to answer the second question. Their attitude towards Carolyn was much more important than they had imagined. Previously, they thought that the reason why the super-ancient god did not give her the method to break through to the 9th level was because their relationship was not that close. In reality, it was because he did not want her to advance according to his own path, to walk a path that belonged to him. That way, he would be able to become an even stronger 9th level. Ordinary level 9 existences might not have that kind of strength and battle prowess. At the same time, they understood that even though they regarded the sacred cherry blossom emperor with great importance, if they started a war, the ancient gods would most likely not care, as they were also the chosen ones. Everyone, I've answered your questions, and you've answered mine. Suji smiled and straightened his arcana technique robe, looking like a courteous scholar as he smiled and said, then, it's a wonderful exchange of equal value. I won't disturb you anymore. As the Heavenly Emperor, I trust that you won't affect anything. One last piece of advice. From now on, it's best for you to focus on your own safety. Because the war is about to begin. The three pillar gods smiled before their bodies suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny viruses and disappearing into the air. Suji put away the Arcana Technique book that had shocked the entire world and looked at the empty room as he smiled and said, to be able to research the ancient god's method to break through, you are indeed continuing the ancient path. Perhaps you will be able to pass on the torch of civilization. 9th stage, I'll have to trouble you, he smiled. Within the river of fate. Pieces of blue void screen fragments, like the information of countless civilizations, flowed in a running river and formed a river of super data and knowledge. Endless transparent ripples were surging, as if it was a dimensional space that surpassed reality. Time was meaningless in this place. Then, everything shall begin. The hazy figures on the three divine thrones were deep and grand. They seemed to carry some kind of ancient voice, as if it was the consciousness of countless creatures mixed together. Every sentence spoken by the three of them was like a hazy and chaotic will, making people hear the cries of countless animals, humans, and plants. It was indescribably vast. Their voices represented the will of a race. Their actions represented the actions of a race. They themselves were the fate of a race. The gathering of countless living beings was fate. Absolute justice, rationality, coldness, it was the combined will of hundreds of millions of living beings, pushing forward the prosperity of their own race. Whoosh, in the river, countless fates were being integrated. The three pillar gods saw the actions of countless fates, the actions of various figures, such as Xinglin's daughter, Cybertun, Du Shui, their every move was being watched. However, the future was still unclear. Just like what the gods had discovered, those unfathomable beings from other worlds were like butterflies, stirring up the storm of the entire world line. They could no longer see clearly, and no longer had absolute control. Although they were doing their best to support and control Cyberton's path of growth, guiding the birth of a new era of gods, they might not succeed, because the gods were competing with them. This was a huge internal and external threat. As the pillar gods, they could not interfere too much, and they were indeed fooled by the gods under their command. How laughable, trying to resist their own fate, resist the benefits of an entire race, and benefit from it. The humanoid pillar god smiled. The plant-type pillar god also smiled, his expression extremely calm. His voice was like the sound of countless branches swaying, the thoughts of countless trees mixed together. Individual lives and civilizations are always like this. They always want their own rights. They always want what they think they deserve. Whoosh, the leaves seem to be trembling, the green branches seem to be shaking. Those who are not favored by fate will not be satisfied with the distribution of resources given to them. And those who are favored by fate will want more resources from fate. The beast-type pillar god sat on the eternal throne, his voice was like the roar of countless beasts, a violent sound mixed together. From their point of view, everything is the unfairness of fate, because these are all predestined futures, the futures that we have allocated to them, so it is unfair. Because it is predestined, so it is unfair. Because it is fate, so it is unfair. And yet, fate is the fairest scale. The so-called unfairness is because there is no absolute fairness in this world. As the pillar god of the race, giving suitable limited resources to the hands of the people who are suitable to use them, allowing them to become the strongest of the corresponding stage, achieving the best use of the resources, that is fairness. In the eyes of the individuals of the era, they are right, but after millions of years, in the eyes of the fate of the entire race, later generations of historians will realize that they are wrong. We are advancing the civilization of the era, we are the will of the civilization itself. Time has proven that we are right. The speed of our civilization's development is creating miracles at almost every moment. In the arcane model, we are performing supernumerary calculations, constantly unearthing the mysteries of the universe, far surpassing the civilization of the Ashital people. The three pillar gods were constantly communicating and working together. As the pillar gods of absolute rationality, the war between the three pillar gods was only for the sake of profit. But when they accepted the invasion of the outside world and saw a wider world, they knew that they no longer needed to plunder resources from the other side, but to work together to plunder resources from the outside world. This was the best method. The three pillar gods had always chosen the best method. Because they were the fate of a race without emotions. And so, the terrifying computing power of the three pillar gods worked together to create a super iteration of the virus. Suddenly, the three pillar gods trembled. Went to find the Messiah himself, and returned with knowledge. Each of the three pillar gods was a supercomputer, too busy to process endless amounts of information every second, so they had countless clones of consciousness. Boom, they silently accepted the knowledge, and after the frenzy, they suddenly calmed down. In that case, we have answered the last question. Let's begin, we will fight on two fronts. We will simultaneously attack the six realms and the sacred cherry blossom emperor. Do they really think that's everything? This is just the tip of the iceberg. We, the three pillar gods, have never used our true strength before. Our second true body, the arcana technique form, the prime pillar god. If we had fought like this before, the world would have been destroyed, but if we had fought against the outside world, nothing would have happened. Destroying them is just a joke, because we are. Stage 9. The three pillar gods instantly made their decision to fight. At the same time, they felt somewhat confused. The ancient fossils, the witnesses of the civilization, the celestial emperor, but they have the innate gift of eternal life. Are they the remains of the ancient god's fallen friend? They suddenly felt incredibly shocked. They thought of that sentence. I was indeed a member of that era, and I personally witnessed that world-shaking battle. I was the observer of that period of history. Now, they understood that he was an ancient existence of that era, and he sat on the most sacred throne. He was the ancient god's friend, and he had ruled over the entire war. He was naturally the witness of history. They thought of those words. The current me is only a weak celestial emperor. To be able to research the ancient god's breakthrough method, you are indeed continuing on the ancient path. Perhaps you will be able to pass on the torch of the civilization. Stage 9, sorry to trouble you. That person smiled. They were stunned. Suddenly, the pillar god's dimension fell deathly silent. At this moment, the ancient lava civilization's magnificent torch, the fate of their race, and the song of courage seemed to have been personally handed to them by that person. It was as if the torch of the civilization was about to be extinguished. An old man in his twilight years walked under the setting sun and smiled as he handed it to them. It was as if he was an eternal giant of the universe, pushing forward the heavy weight of history. That person, that smiling man. Even though the three pillar gods had no emotions, they were still a bit speechless. If we were to describe it in terms of individual lives, we should be crying right now, right? The three pillar gods' cold eyes suddenly wavered a bit, then instinctively looked towards the arcane technique library. Swoosh! There are so many viruses floating in the air in this room. Suji pushed open the window. A strong gust of wind blew, making loud noises as it expelled all the dirty air in the room out the window. Another bright and beautiful day. Click, Suji opened the lotus leaf window. Whoosh, in the room, the missing black figures of the virus and the billions of viruses in the room were swept outside. After all, opening the window for ventilation and washing your hands is the best way to resist the virus, Suji said as he stood in front of the window. It was nighttime below. A large area of gray and black buildings lit up, forming the white streets and manors of the Middle Ages. Under the shop signs on both sides, there were round lamps hanging. It was as lively as a festival. It seems that I've arrived at the famous Lava Torch Festival? He turned around and cleaned up the tools on the table, as well as the arcane spell model books of various ranks. I didn't expect the Pillar God virus to directly develop to the 97th generation, developed to the point where there are miniature nano cameras floating in the air. Even viruses, bacteria, and fungi are a part of fate. The first part of the subcomputer has a magic core, provides computing power, and monitors all living beings. All living beings on this land were its computer network. However, the three pillar gods, this civilization system, is somewhat special and strange. They have developed nano-robots, not only with their own monitoring, but also tens of thousands of them floating in the air. They can also be used to treat diseases. Nano-robots treat all kinds of terminal diseases on cells? Destroy the virus? Isn't this the science fiction of humans on Earth? And you still say that you're not a top civilization with super technology? Suji looked down at the medieval streets. The passers-by dressed in leather and linen were speechless, because the disguise was too real. Of course, this was not a disguise. Right, where did the virus come from? I'm the virus. Suji suddenly had a strange expression. There was no such thing as disease in the lava land. Congenital diseases caused by genetic defects? No. External infectious diseases? No. All the viruses floating in the natural world were our people. The entire civilization could be said to be a highly developed technological civilization that modern humans on Earth couldn't even dream of. After memorizing the knowledge in the arcane spell book, he lightly pinched it. Crack, the entire arcane spell book was destroyed in the air. As for the orthodox method of breaking through to the 9th rank of the magic core lineage, world nuclear fission equation, it had obviously taken the three pillar gods hundreds of years and most of their computing power to deduce it. Inside the book was a series of densely packed soul-splitting formulas. They were terrifyingly long and filled more than half of the book. But why did the three pillar gods spend hundreds of years building a blockchain to deduce the path to level 9 of ordinary creatures with magic cores? Suji furrowed his brows and pondered quietly. Logically speaking, with their immense computing power, shouldn't they be researching how to make me, a virtual creature, break through to rank 9? Then what about working for ordinary living beings? Or is it because of his worship of the ancient gods that he researched this? He. They are not sentimental. They will not do anything that does not benefit them. I don't understand. It's really hard to understand. Suji didn't quite understand what the three-pillar gods were thinking. It could be said that the secrets of the three-pillar gods were too well hidden and astonishing. So ferocious, did they really want to start a war? At this moment, Suji couldn't see any powerful battle prowess from the three-pillar gods, but he couldn't figure it out. Suji didn't want to think about it. What were the three-pillar gods playing at? All he had to do was watch. Anyway, he had taken advantage of them, and whatever they did, he would secretly learn. But since this thing is the crystallization of the wisdom of the three-pillar gods, if Carolyn really can't do it, I'll give it to her. In fact, I want her to also walk on her own path of cultivation. Suji pondered. After all, the path that was suitable for him to break through to level 9 was the one with the most potential. Suji was quite optimistic about Carolyn. On the other hand, the hammering soul method didn't seem bad either. Although it was more difficult, the Shushan spirit method was also more solid. Suji controlled Messiah's body and didn't have the mood to study it anymore. He left the arcane library. Tianji province. In more than a year, Cyberton digested the entire arcane kingdom of the north, and for a time it was at its peak. And Alusa, with the secret help of various gods, raised the flag of resistance, and the arcane kingdom of Dawn in the north was officially established. And other forces of the arcane kingdom began to forcibly pull down the fate of the world line, secretly get a share of the pie, and decide their own future. Kill him. Cyberton's perverse acts have turned into a natural disaster, and the heavens can't tolerate it. We're in the name of the heavens to kill this villain. Countless countries united, led by Alusa, to carry out a crusade against the tyrant. The entire Dynasty Arcane Alliance absorbed a large number of arcanists and countless arcane families. The whole world worked together to reform, and even the three-pillar gods couldn't completely interfere with the historical process. All the common people were resisting Cyberton. The dynasty on Cyberton's side was in complete defeat. We're going to win. Alusa's army has invaded the other's country, and the soldiers are at the city gate. At this time, on the grey cliff, in a well-hidden room, separated by a tight glass cover, Du Shui looked at the balloon fish in the glass cover. Back then, I saw you in a cage in the zoo, and now I see you in the cage. Du Shui whispered. She was dressed in a pure white costume, like an elegant tuxedo, like a delicate little girl. Yes. The balloon fish seemed to recall the beginning of the technological era, when the hot-blooded Isidal people were caught into the zoo for a visit. The cute little girl lying on the glass wall of the zoo looked at him curiously. And he remembered, the man-killer fiend who had transcended the mechanism of death. He still remembered that time, he, the balloon fish, took Du Shui and ran wildly in that zoo. Death was everywhere. Marawina and the giant dragon, the figure in front of the monster, at that time, they just ran desperately, madly ran. Now everything had changed, and the two of them had their own power in this era. Fate has finally been changed. The three-pillar gods won't allow you to become a god, but now that the world is in chaos, it's an opportunity. You have enough merits, and in the future, you will be conferred the title of Marquis, and it will be enough to give you enough energy to become a god. Du Shui lay in front of the glass cover, her hands softly stroking the glass wall, and said softly. Finally. The balloon fish showed a look of longing. How many years? The three-pillar gods were finally going to be overthrown. Had this day finally come? But, the three-pillar gods. The balloon fish hesitated, went silent, and his expression became extremely solemn. As the only variable, the more he studied the pillar gods over the years, the more he felt how terrifying they were. The pillar gods also have no way to deal with them. Du Shui looked into the distance. They are indeed carrying out a revolution, wanting to save everything. Even viruses and fungi have become viruses, and the entire world is under their surveillance. They want to find all the variables, the freaks, eliminate them, and return to their rule. But the freaks aren't that simple, they are born from the human heart and hide in the human heart. This method is also very difficult to detect. Du Shui's voice was very slow, but it still showed a predestined future. That's right. The pillar gods still have no way to deal with them. Fate is still fate, they can no longer control everyone's fate. But, that's the three pillar gods. The balloon fish didn't know why, but there was an indescribable worry in his heart, a strong sense of unease lingering in his heart. It doesn't matter, after all, the pillar gods are our fate. They are forgiving enough. Even if we fail, they won't kill us, because we, the gods, are the children of fate. Killing us is also very distressing for the entire race. Du Shui stroked the transparent glass cover. When I become a god, I will think of a way to transform, and then we will get married, the balloon fish couldn't help but say. Well, wait for me to come back. Du Shui stood up, and a touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Du Shui left, and the balloon fish in the glass cover was full of expectations. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed, and as he waited, he gradually became completely uneasy. Du Shui seemed to have disappeared, and she would never return. What's going on? He suddenly felt the air outside was dead silent. There was a feeling of emptiness, as if all living things had disappeared, as if the end of the world had arrived. He started to feel uneasy. What's going on? Even if Du Shui failed, she can't be in danger because she's one of the strongest people in this world. No one can kill her, a pillar god without a physical body can't do anything to her. At the same time, the pillar god can't kill her because fate won't kill the strongest of its own race. He kept daydreaming. The pillar god is absolutely rational, so he won't be angry in the face of betrayal. Instead, he will choose to forgive her. Lying in the glass cover, he stared outside. It was completely silent. He didn't dare to go out and couldn't help but send a message outside. The ancient lava land has suddenly changed. Mengmei, Alchemy Emperor. Everyone, a few days ago was the last battle of Cyberton. We were going to overturn fate, but who knew Du Shui wouldn't return? When the netizens heard this, they were shocked and started discussing it. This post quickly attracted people's attention. After all, the dynamics of the ancient lava land and the war between the 6 worlds had always been one of the hottest topics in the entire Spore Evolution game. Did you raise a flag? Suddenly, someone asked. Balloon fish? He didn't understand and silently asked what it meant. You don't understand? Flags are one of the 3 fundamental forces of the universe. Ah. A veteran said gently to his comrade before going to the battlefield, this is the last time I go to the front line. After this, I'll use the money I've saved to go back to accompany my family. Ah. A brave cowboy put on a battle robe and hugged his beloved girl, swinging his revolver beautifully. After this duel, I'll accompany you back to get married. Balloon Fish's face darkened. Could he still express his concern? However, there were still netizens who cared about the situation and felt that it was definitely not normal. Du Shui had disappeared. They were afraid that an unprecedented event would erupt in the ancient lava land. Brothers, let's push the post up and let more people see it. Those big shots will also pay attention to this. Put the word protect on the public chat. Go. Help me like it and push it up. When one side is in trouble, all sides like it. This news was quickly pinned to the top, and it soon attracted the attention and replies of the big shots. Mengmei, this is bad news. I also have another piece of even worse news. I was just about to tell you about this. We have lost contact with Sweet Dream Goddess, Luo Kaiwei, and Benaki. Dumbfounded, the Alchemy Emperor replied, yes, we have lost contact with him. Suddenly, all contact was severed. The 2 super big shots among the players came out, and everyone felt terrified on the spot. The otherworld invaders that descended all disappeared, and the Du Shui of this world had also disappeared, after angering the 3 pillar gods. Just what exactly was happening in that piece of land? They felt like they were in a horror movie, and in an instant, their throats rose to their tongues. It was a little exciting. It reminded them of the war between humans and machines, the battle between Go Masters and AlphaGo. The cute girl spoke again. It seems that a terrible change has occurred in the ancient lava lands. Our 6 realms may not be spared. It is very likely that this is the counterattack of the pillar gods. The real world war is about to begin. The Alchemy Emperor, yes, this is the most terrifying world war in history. If it is not handled well, we will all die, and the 6 realms will be destroyed. Everyone instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. The 3 pillar gods were also super dads, so terrifying. Mei, everyone, don't panic. First of all, we only have one balloon fish left in the glass jar, and the connection with the lava lands. But obviously, he doesn't know what happened because he is hiding. The fish in the glass jar have no way of knowing the world outside the glass jar. The balloon fish suddenly reacted. You want me to go out? Take a look at the ancient lava lands and see what exactly happened? Let me broadcast it? But if I go out, I may be infected with the virus and instantly fall. He was still hesitating. To be honest, he didn't think that Du Shui would die. Perhaps something would happen, but the probability of her death was less than 1%. Because the 3 pillar gods, as fate, would never, ever attack Du Shui, the pillar gods were people who absolutely calculated the gains and losses of benefits, promoting the glory of their civilization. The death of high-level gods like Du Shui, Xinglin's daughter, and Subaru was an indescribable loss. It could be said that the results of the previous world line deductions, the elites nurtured by generations, were all wasted. And Du Shui was fine. If he went out and met with misfortune, that would be the most terrifying and irreversible. You have no choice. You may not know the seriousness of the situation. Mei said, it is time to announce some terrifying information. According to the information sent back by the Sweet Dream God, we have discovered a very terrifying and strange secret. The Sweet Dream God, everyone finally reacted. Indeed. The Naki, Luo Kaiwei, the fake neighbors, and so on were creating chaos everywhere, but where did the leader, the Sweet Dream God, go? There was no trace of him. Carried out a super-secret mission of the 6 realms, Mei said. In fact, the Sweet Dream God has always been living in people's minds, living in their dreams, stealing information, studying the biological structure of the pillar god virus, and the characteristics of infection. Our goal in doing this is to prevent the virus from invading us and causing infection. We are looking for measures to protect ourselves against the virus, just in case. However, the Sweet Dream God discovered a very strange and terrifying truth. A screenshot. A picture was posted. It was a diagram of the brain structure of a lava demon core creature. The structure and the anatomy of the skull was extremely precise and detailed. It was a floating demon core with brain buffer fluid and various tissues suspended within. Isn't this a very normal diagram of the brain structure of a demon core? Yes. Demon core creatures are a type of transformation. The pineal gland in their flesh and brain crystallizes, turning into a demon core, while the brain becomes a pool of soft buffer fluid, like an airbag. This is the true meaning of becoming a brain full of water? Doghead, the netizens were all discussing. There was nothing to study, it was just the diagram of the demon core brain at the very beginning. They had looked at it more than 10 to 20 times. Mei shook her head. You bunch of stinky little brothers, do you know what forum we are talking about? It's a forum of knowledge. A forum of learning makes me stronger. All of you are highly educated people, use your brains and think about it seriously. Knowledge is the power that leads to everything. You have to know that we are deducing civilization, we are developing a transcendent civilization. Only then can we develop, rule the heavens, and be a real father. Everyone thought seriously. It was indeed like this. There was a saying, knowledge changes fate. Suddenly, someone looked at the picture. Eh? Brothers, this brain analysis, from another perspective, doesn't it look like a complete cell? A biology student said. I don't understand, but I think it's awesome. Everyone answered. In a university laboratory, a student who was in the middle of an experimental class shook his head and quickly typed on his phone. Those who have studied biology know that a cell is composed of 3 major parts: cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus. Everyone still hadn't reacted. Look at the round head. Doesn't it look like a cell? The skull is the cell membrane, and the demon core is the nucleus. The sticky brain is the buffer, isn't it the cytoplasm? Everyone's head exploded. Which one of them hadn't received 9 years of compulsory education? Which one of them hadn't studied biology? They quickly looked back at the diagram of the entire brain. The more they looked, the more they felt that the structure of the entire brain was the structure of a cell. 3 major structures, corresponding to 3 major structures. That student continued typing on his phone. As a student of speculative fiction and biology, according to this situation, it's like a headless person with a complete cell growing strangely on the top of his head. There's a cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus. Not only that, to be honest, after careful observation, it corresponds to 3 major functions. The skull coincidentally corresponds to the protective function of the cell membrane. The cerebrospinal fluid coincidentally corresponds to the buffer function of the cytoplasm. The demon core coincidentally corresponds to the storage function of genetic information in the nucleus. Their thoughts raced. They looked at the creatures in the ancient lava land again. They couldn't look straight at them anymore. It was as if there wasn't a head growing on the top of their heads, but a complete cell. What the hell is this? Their hearts seemed to be filled and pressed by something. They trembled in fear. Their blood rushed to their ears and surged. They gritted their teeth so tightly that they couldn't even breathe. God of creation, what the hell is this? Countless people sat in front of their computers, their eyes wide open in horror. In this horrifying spore evolution game, at this moment, their worldview and cognition were once again refreshed. The shocking mystery of the lava land that had been hidden for a long time was a horrifying truth that was even weirder than the weirder, a human with cells on his head. This situation was like a headless creature with a bright red dragon fruit growing on its head. It was hair-raising. It was as if it was free to be plucked and tasted. Your fire dragon fruit is fragrant, sweet or not sweet, red or not brilliant. When everyone thought of this and that scene, they fell completely silent. It reminds me of the Neverland we agreed on. Yes, a dark fairy tale. A dreamy and beautiful lava island, but behind it, it's dark and strange. Ah. I'm going crazy. What does this mean? It's terrifying to think about it. Oh my God. What are the 3 pillar gods doing? What terrifying super conspiracy are they secretly brewing? I don't know. It can't be just a coincidence, right? Anyway, I have goosebumps all over. I'm glad I'm not living in that terrifying world. I'm so scared that I'm splitting. Peeing in fear, I'm so scared that I'm splitting. Horrifying, I'm so scared that my cell nucleus has turned into a magic core. Collapsing, Mom, it's so good to be an ordinary high school student on Earth. Crying face, many people on the internet expressed that they were splitting. This was too terrifying to think about. This spore evolution game had once again refreshed their worldview. Even more people's expressions changed. It was extremely strange, and they realized that this was not a simple game. The plans of the various ancient gods were too shocking, as if they were real. At the same time, if they guessed correctly, this would be the most terrifying thing that had happened in the entire lava land. No, the entire spore evolution game since its launch, Cutie replied, of course, this is just a guess. Speaking of which, we were able to discover this because the 3 pillar gods have always ordered that human experiments are forbidden. They forbid creatures from dissecting their own brains and desecrating the human body. Any arcanist who sets foot in this field will be executed. Previously, many arcanists in the lava land thought that this was to prevent the Ashutl people from going down the old path of researching the forbidden human body. At the same time, it was also to prevent humans from researching the Pillar God's virus. But obviously, after the invasion of the sweet dream god and the study of the magic core in the brain, it's not just that. Screenshots. 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 More and more detailed screenshots were placed in front of him. The sweet dream god's research found that the human brain isn't that simple. It's not just the cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus that you just mentioned. There are even more detailed divisions. Their brains are like seaweed, floating randomly. There are structures like mitochondria, Golgi bodies, endoplasmic reticulum, and so on. Boom, as soon as he said that, everyone instantly exploded. Your brain is similar to a cell structure. There are mitochondria, the Golgi apparatus. They could only feel endless fear. The darkness and silence were like huge waves crashing against them in the night, causing their hearts to turn cold. The cute girl continued, of course, this is the result of the continuous evolution and iteration of the magic core creatures, as you all know, from the prehistoric dwarves, they have evolved into the current 3-meter-tall giant humans. Their bodies are also constantly evolving, and their limbs and organs are all showing minute differences. At the same time, the brains of the 3 pillar gods are different. For example, the plant-type pillar god's magic core plant has a special brain structure similar to a chloroplast. Everyone fell silent. It was as if they had seen an earth-shattering chessboard, and the curtains were slowly lifted. The cute girl continued, but specifically, we can only see a corner, still hidden in the black behemoth. We have lost contact with the people inside, and the only one who can still maintain contact is you, the balloon fish. So, leave the closed glass cover and see what's going on outside. Seeing this scene, the balloon fish was also completely numb. This situation made him realize how terrifying it was. He took a deep breath. Don't worry, I will immediately organize the protective suit and all kinds of equipment, walk out of the isolation room, and see what's going on outside. The netizens expressed one after another. Don't worry, we will support you from behind. Click. The balloon fish calmly put on the special protective suit, buttoning up every button and zipper. I still have to go out. Although the protective suit could resist the virus, it was far safer than hiding in the glass cover. If the protective suit was damaged, it meant that he would be infected by the Pillar God virus. The virus was getting more and more terrifying. One had to know that his protective suit could resist the impact of many powerhouses, but Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses or even higher-level powerhouses could still easily break through the protective suit. That was why he didn't dare to go out easily. Tap tap tap, he put on the white protective suit, put on all kinds of equipment, and walked out of the glass cover that he hadn't seen for a long time. He had completely discovered something strange. The virus outside the glass cover, the virus in the entire world, seemed to have magically disappeared. What happened to this world? Where are the viruses? Where did the viruses go? No, where did the living beings go? The entire world's living beings, even the viruses, have disappeared, as if there is no life in the eternal dead. Creak, wearing the heavy and cumbersome protective suit, like an astronaut, he slowly pushed open the heavy metal door of the research institute, looked out of the window in disbelief, with a blank and fearful expression. This is... In an instant, he saw the situation of the entire magma land. Everything disappeared. No wonder Du Shui also disappeared. This was an extremely strange scene. On the ground, the plants seemed to have their brains dug out, all kinds of animals wandered on the ground, maintaining a sculpture-like posture, lost their heads, in all kinds of postures, as if ancient dinosaurs had experienced a comet impact in an instant, and before they could react or run, they were instantly buried in the dust of time. Their cell structure solidified. It was as if they had turned into hard fossils, into stone sculptures. The world of stone? It was this heavy feeling, this feeling of loss, as if something had been lost. What happened to this world? All the living beings turned into stone sculptures, turned into fossils in all kinds of postures, and also lost their heads. Like a statue of Venus with a broken arm. Screenshots. Screenshots. One screenshot after another was sent outside. They were sent to the cute girls and the great emperor of alchemy in the neighboring 6 realms. A group of gods looked at these pictures with brazen expressions. As expected of the mother green vine, mysterious and unpredictable. Even if we cut off the connection inside, there is still a mysterious way to obtain information about that world. What's happening to that world now? Unimaginable. All of them lost their heads. Turned into flesh and blood, turned into some kind of solidified petrification, and entered a deep sleep? Turned into stone sculptures? A group of gods looked at the pictures, only feeling an unknown fear, as if all the blood in their bodies had frozen. Go and inform the sacred cherry blossom emperor who is in Shu Mountain, the great emperor of alchemy suddenly said. Everyone nodded. The cute girl and the great emperor of alchemy looked at each other, nodded, and secretly contacted the balloon fish. Go and find him. Go and find the legendary monarch Messiah. He might know something. With the calculation power of the 3 pillar gods, if they dared to make such a move, it means that they have a high chance of winning and can crush us. We are doomed. The Messiah might be the true savior of the entire world, the entire 6 realms. The balloon fish was stunned. In the ancient sorcerer language, the Messiah had the meaning of a savior, the reincarnation of an ancient god, descending from the sky to save the mortals of the earth. But the beautiful dream goddess and the others have all disappeared, and the Messiah Emperor is only at the heavenly emperor realm. The balloon fish could not help but say. There is no other choice. The cute girl took a deep breath. In a world that has lost its vitality, what else can you do? You can only pin your last hope on the final uncertainty. Crack. Yes, I can only do that. The balloon fish was wearing a protective suit, looking at the earth blankly. Is this another new era? In the previous era, we could only escape, but today, I will still be the one to save Du Shui. Times are always repeating themselves. Xianxia's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. The Messiah Emperor. He walked in the city. He was not sure what had happened, what the three-pillar gods were doing, or where those people had gone. The world was about to usher in change again. Tianji Province. Everything seemed to have been frozen in an instant. On the blood-colored battlefield, the war flag fluttered high above, and the red lava in the distance was as beautiful as blood. The postures of both sides were almost like extremely dynamic statues, as if they were roaring and raising their weapons. The soldiers were as dense as the sea, raising their weapons high, further away. The arcanists raised their staffs forward. The stone statue of Cyberton on the city wall, wearing a royal robe, bent over and covered its face with its arms, as if it was crying, but strangely, its head had disappeared. Aluza and the others stood on the other side, looking so high-spirited, clenching their fists. But all the heads had disappeared, and no expressions could be seen. For a moment, Xianxia even thought that if there was a head expression, that would be the most vivid statue, the real finishing touch. Without a face, it's less lively. The world was frozen in an instant, turned into a fossil, and became a group portrait drama with surging emotions. The Headless World, the Chronicles of the Headless Horseman. Xianxia walked on the silent battlefield, and the distant lava dyed the earth a dim yellow. Maybe, I can take off the entire protective suit, because there are no more viruses in this world. He kept taking photos and screenshots, as if he was a war reporter at the end of the world, following the battlefield into the streets of the town, slowly wandering. The streets were lush green petrified flowers, and the war flags on both sides of the street, as well as the slogans on the walls, seemed to be declaring some kind of war philosophy. Fight for the country of equality for women. Equality is glory. They were all words from the arcane era, as complex and detailed as a centipede crawling. I can see that the prosperous arcane city-state of the past. Xianxia wandered in the city, and gradually, he had been in the whole town for a few days, but he found nothing. It was as if he was the only living person left in the whole world. Why do I feel that a world without viruses would be happier? Xianxia muttered to himself unconsciously as he looked up at the sky. I've witnessed the era without the virus, to the era of the virus outbreak, the extinction of a powerful and proud race. And now, I've witnessed the era without the virus again. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from the distant mahogany attic. I don't know if you're happy or not, but you made the right move. You put on protective clothing and a mask. You might think that the peak period has passed, but there's still the possibility of the virus making a comeback. Xianxia was slightly startled. He quickly turned around and saw a young man flipping through a book on a redwood chair at the top of the pavilion. Messiah, he raised his head and looked at the young man. His eyes flashed with a strange light. His entire person was still that mysterious charm. Xianxia was so excited that he was trembling. He ran up the attic and looked at the young man who was reading. He couldn't help but shout, "Great Emperor Messiah, you're still alive?" Suji sat on the mahogany chair in the attic, put down the book, and looked up at him. No. I'm sorry. Xianxia hurriedly blurted out, I thought the entire world had disappeared, all the living creatures had already. Now, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see you. Suji closed the book and was somewhat lost in thought. Although he had been wandering around leisurely, the drastic changes in the current era also made Suji extremely surprised. He didn't expect the three-pillar gods to be so terrifying. At the same time, he also understood some things now. Alright, back to the topic. You're looking for me, a mere celestial emperor. What do you plan to do? Suji suddenly raised his head and asked. Xianxia said, I want to know, how to save this world? Your dream is too far away. That's not something normal people can do. Also, I've said it before, I'm just a weak celestial emperor. Suji was a little surprised and said, however, I do know where those who disappeared went. Where did they go? Xianxia hurriedly asked. It's not a long story, but I have to start from this book. Suji shook the thick arcana book in his hand. The cover of the book was written World Nuclear Fission Equation. What's this? Xianxia hurriedly secretly took a screenshot and posted it on the internet. This is the correct cultivation method for the demon core branch to break through to the 9th level. As soon as Suji's voice fell, Xianxia's mind instantly exploded as if he had been struck by lightning. 9. Rank. Break. Break. Of. Law, he was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. He secretly posted it on the internet, and the internet instantly exploded. F***CK. F***CK. Boss, is this book for 90 yuan? My bones are amazing. I'm a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. At the same time, it was also posted in the 6 realms. Countless gods who were observing the drastic changes on this side were also shocked. A 9th level cultivation method? Although it's the demon core branch, but it's useful for reference. Currently, the powerhouses are climbing step by step along the path to the 9th level, using the most primitive and crude method without any techniques. But this? It was obvious that their eyes were red, and they were so excited that they were almost excited. What did this mean? The benefits were self-evident. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to take back the treasure. The length of the path to the 9th level was the same, but a skillful breakthrough method could obviously achieve twice the result with half the effort. It was like the difference between a person on foot and a bicycle. According to the normal breakthrough method, using the most primitive and unskillful method to accumulate and climb step by step, 1 in 10,000 high-level gods might not be able to break through to the 9th level. But with this method, 1 in 1,000 high-level gods might be able to appear. Demon core branch, a 9th level method? At this time, Carolyn, who rushed over, also had a fiery look in her eyes. She stared at the arcana book in the picture, as well as the young man who was holding the book. What do you think? Ermin suddenly asked. Good stuff. Carolyn took a deep breath and stared at it, wishing she could go back immediately. Whether it was for cultivation or reference, it would be a great benefit. Good stuff, of course it's good stuff. I'm talking about the current ancient lava land. What do you think now? Ermin laughed. The 3 pillar gods seem to be behaving strangely. Aren't they afraid that we will be too afraid of them and the 2 worlds will join forces to suppress them? With their calculation ability, they must have thought of this possibility. Or, from the beginning, they planned to suppress us by force and are not afraid of us joining forces? Carolyn's face was completely serious and did not speak. 9th level method? Xianxia exclaimed. Did you in the ancient era? No, the 3 pillar gods gave it to me. Suji smiled. Xianxia was stunned. Pillar gods? How could it be the pillar gods? You met them in secret? What kind of shady deal did you make? Oh my god. This is the method to break through to the 9th level, world-class terrifying knowledge. What did you use to exchange for it? Could it be that you also have a huge wealth of knowledge? Xianxia's face suddenly became fiery. He looked at the Sky Emperor of the ancient era. He seemed to be a super monster with a lot of wealth. He could actually make an equivalent exchange with the knowledge to break through to the 9th level. At the same time, his second reaction was, why would the 3 pillar gods deduce the method to break through to the 9th level? Why would they use such a huge calculation ability to deduce the cultivation method to break through to the 9th level, instead of researching the method to break through to the 9th level? So selfless? Not researching the method to break through, Suji waved the book. In his hand, World Nuclear Fission Equation. Do you want to read it? Xianxia's mind went blank. He nodded with all his might. Suji tore off the first 3 pages and threw them to him. Xianxia took it and was stunned. It still looked like such terrifying knowledge. Even if it was just a remnant page, it was enough to benefit a lot. not to mention it was free. Xianxia kept reading. The first few pages were the general outline of the cultivation method. Although there was no specific method, it was enough to shock them, replacing the cell nucleus with the demon nucleus, spreading the demon nucleus to every cell, just as he was immersed in this moment. Then, why would they study the human's 9th-level cultivation method? Suji suddenly calmed down. Because the real truth is, from the beginning to the end, they did not study the method to break through to the 9th level. Then why? Xianxia looked at the book. Isn't this contradictory? Without deliberate deduction, how could they have it? Because this is just a side effect of studying the breakthrough method of the pillar gods. Suji waved the book in his hand. He smiled. Have you thought of it? The book that the pillar gods studied at the beginning was World Nuclear Fusion Equation. Nuclear fusion, equation, Xianxia was shocked. Humans used nuclear fission to split the demon nucleus. The pillar gods used nuclear fusion to gather the demon nucleus. Yes, humans and the pillar gods were the opposite. The pillar gods were about to undergo nuclear fusion. As the fates of the unseen world, every living being was equivalent to every cell in their body. In other words, the cells in the shape of a brain had a nucleus, cytoplasm, and cell membrane. The more he thought about it, the more he broke out in cold sweat, goosebumps crawled all over his body. Suji couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the distant lava sky. The reason why the pillar gods studied it was indeed incidental. They didn't do it deliberately. Between the two, it's just the reverse of the cultivation method. These words were earth-shattering. As if possessed, Xianxia stood there in a daze. He felt as if the world was spinning around him, and his entire mind tensed up. He suddenly clenched his fists. Indeed. His eyes were like a glimmer of light in the endless darkness, gradually expanding, and finally turning into a bright palace. Indeed. This kind of conjecture almost perfectly explained why the 3 pillar gods would research the human demon core cultivation route that had nothing to do with them. Because it was not deliberate research at all. It was a reversal of the cultivation method. It was a side effect of the 3 pillar gods researching their own cultivation method. Reversing the cultivation method equation, he looked at the arcane spell book in the hands of Messiah the Great. It recorded a super-long calculation equation. If it was reversed, it would be the form of a pillar god. He looked at the calm and leisurely young man, the legendary monarch Messiah the Great who controlled gardens and fine wine. Sitting on the chair at the top of the pavilion, he only felt that the vast and terrifying secret of the pillar gods was slowly being revealed through the mottled years. Then now. Xianxia took a deep breath, standing in the silent headless city that had turned into a stone statue. Is there any other way? He was vaguely looking forward to it. Whoosh, a gust of hot lava suddenly blew through the pavilion. The entire city seemed to be immersed in a kind of empty and distant atmosphere, causing people to have a kind of infinite feeling of boundless heaven and earth. I said, I have no other way. I'm just a mere celestial emperor, not even a god. Suji's tone was calm. But? Xianxia exclaimed. Do you think that you understand now? Suji did not even raise his head, sitting elegantly on the chair and reading the arcane spell book, as if he was an arcane spell scholar. He did not forget his original intention, continuing to study the knowledge within seriously. It had to be said that the content was really complex, broad and profound. The reason why the 3 pillar gods had given him the knowledge before him so easily was really because of the research. It was not a loss at all, and at the same time, it did not cause him any loss. I don't understand? Xianxia asked. That's right. What you think is terrifying isn't true terror. In the end, you still don't understand how terrifying the lava continent is. Suji's expression was still calm. He sat on the chair in the attic and closed the book. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Since that's the case, I'll send you to witness the greatest horror of this world. Boom. Xianxia's entire head began to vibrate and buzz. The world spun, and his consciousness and everything in front of him rapidly blurred. This is the last thing I can do to help you. The Great Lava Domain is simply too vast. Of the 107 domains, all living beings are in the original Stonewall domain. Suji sat down on a wooden chair and put down the book. He flipped open a brass pocket watch and looked at the time. Everything in the past began there. Everything today will also begin there. Pucci, when Xia Niming opened his eyes again. As if he had experienced some kind of teleportation, he had already arrived at the Stonewall region. This was the beginning of everything, the origin of the Ashutl civilization, and the origin of the virus. You think I'm annoying, so you threw me here? He looked around. There was a wooden bucket in the corner, a wooden chair, and a wooden table. There were metal chopsticks and plates on the table. He seemed to be in a simple house. Creak. He put on a white protective suit and pushed the door open. The sky was dark, and it was hard to tell day from night. What greeted his eyes was a rotten, dark red world. The densely packed virus had turned into a giant hand made of thick black fog. It looked like a granular ant, dragging round skulls that slowly piled up into the shape of a pyramid. It was like an orderly mechanical arm, a mechanical construction factory, working on a construction site. It was like countless high-tech nanorobots were working non-stop. The pyramid of skulls seemed to be talking. As if nothing had happened. Some were laughing, some were sad, some were surprised, and some were hateful. It was as if thousands of faces were gathered here. The skulls were saying, passing by, passing by. Anyone want to join Mirsa's Beast Summoning Arcane Research Society? Delicious grilled fish, would you like a skewer? Hey, let's go to the tavern for a drink tonight. I heard there's a pretty good singer from Nasang Town. Hey, you guys still have such thoughts? Isn't Cyberton of the 100 Flowers dynasty and the rebel army organized by Lady Alosa having the most tragic battle at the front line? That's the Arcanist's business. No matter who wins or loses, it's not something we can decide. That's true. Let's go have a drink. They're talking? Xia Niming looked around. This is the kind of place where people can't stay calm. They're still talking? So relaxed? Shouldn't we be panicking? Around him, countless viruses were floating. It was like a thick fog of black granules, sticky like oil, and had a fishy smell. Countless viruses, fungi, and bacteria gathered together and turned into countless disgusting tentacles that pierced the sky. They stretched out from the ground and tidied up the skulls that were talking. What the hell is this? Xia Niming was wearing a white protective suit. Like an astronaut walking on the lonely and empty moon, he walked with difficulty in the Stonewall domain. After walking for half a day, he found that there was almost no end to the strange scene. The strange pyramids were like the most ancient blood sacrifice buildings. They were like the craters on the moon, like a natural scene. After walking for 3 days, Xia Niming finally came to a special pile of skulls. Similarly, the skulls were talking. It was the angry roar of one side's soldiers. For the country of equality for women. Equality is glory. The other side's soldiers were also shouting. Kill. Eliminate fear. Destroy the Holy 100 Flowers dynasty. It's our destiny. The conversation here is about the war in Tianji province. I passed by that place before. Xia Niming walked in the Stonewall domain and suddenly felt a little hazy. Seeing this, he felt like he knew something. What was the situation in front of him? Finally, he saw a familiar face. It was Cyberton's head, crying. Ah. Why? Why is it like this? I'm the main character of fate. It was Alosa, full of excitement and determination. Mother, we're going to win. Xia Niming was shocked. He looked at all of this in a daze. Endless information rushed into his brain, as if he was going to explode. He had a splitting headache and a huge sense of loss. That's right. It's been too long, I almost forgot that they're zombies. They're zombies infected by the virus and gained their own intelligence. As for zombies, they can still live even after losing their arms, legs, and only their heads are left. I almost forgot, he was full of fear as he realized the true horror. It's as if the heads here and the body movements there are all combined together to form a perfect group portrait. This is too strange, this is too strange. They thought they were normal, but only their heads were left. You thought they were dead. But they're all zombies with magic cores. They're actually still alive. This is the war form of the 3 pillar gods against the outside world. The second form of the terrifying war. After the war, the three pillar gods will remove this form. At that time, no one will realize what happened during this period. The world line is still moving forward. Those who should be plotting against the pillar gods are still plotting against them. They're waging war against Cyberton, feeling that they're benefiting from this era. Cyberton is still carrying out its final struggle. At this time, their world line is still moving forward. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. At that time, no one would know that the three pillar gods had actually settled the external war. Without the butterfly that stirred up their destiny, they had completely returned to the controlled world line. They naively thought that there was no gap in the era. No, no. His expression changed drastically. This is a vat. A. He almost lost his voice. He completely recalled the thought hypothesis of the famous brain in a vat that was proposed in 1981. Suppose you're operated on by an evil scientist. Your head is cut off from your body and placed into a vat that contains nutrient fluid to keep your brain alive. The nerve endings of your brain are connected to a computer and transmit information to your brain. It maintains a normal sense of touch below your body, making you think you still have a body. Through nerve signals, it simulates various environments and daily contact. It even makes you feel like you're holding your phone and reading an interesting yet absurd text. This is a different kind of infinite moon reading. He fell to the ground in a daze, crying and laughing at the same time. I finally understand what Messiah the Great said. I didn't understand the true horror that I thought was true. This is everything. The ultimate horror. This was the true unification of the world. Raising his head, he looked at the terrifying demon god that was gathering. Every cell in his body was furry and covered in black fur. At this moment, his body was covered in a thin layer of black down. He looked like an ancient black gorilla demon god. He had 3 heads, and his eyes were closed. In the most ancient era, the humanoid pillar god once said, if it devoured the remaining 2 pillar gods, it would become a true level 9, and now, although it hasn't devoured them, it temporarily fused together. The hundreds of millions of cells from each race is enough to become a weak level 9. The land of the underworld. In Elysium, all the gods gathered and sat on the colorful datura flower of the underworld. It was incomparably beautiful, like a fairy tale. In the sky, there was a huge candle lighthouse. The white candle lighthouse strangely melted like a candle. A cluster of fire elements swayed on it. That was the new sun of the entire underworld. Sitting on the chairs amidst the flowers, all the gods focused their attention on the image transmitted by the Mother Ivy. It was a horrifying image of the entire lava land. It was as if the entire era had stepped into the ancient stone era. It had lost its head and turned into an eternal fossil. Magic nuclear fusion, equation. Carolyn stared at the image, looking at Messiah the Great and those horrifying images. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on her heart. No one spoke in the entire garden. The atmosphere was heavy. This is bad. Mingmei's expression changed. Things are much more serious than we thought. The hidden cards of the 3 pillar gods are really terrifying. Mingmei was stunned. She thought that the incense system here was the biggest horror film. Freakishness was the most frightening, the fear in people's hearts. Terrifying monsters were emerging one after another, but compared to the current 3 pillar gods, they simply paled in comparison. The actions of the 3 pillar gods refreshed her view of the world. According to the current information and intelligence. Ermin looked around, her voice becoming more and more gloomy. We need to prepare for war. This is a world war that concerns life and death. Yes. The Alchemy Emperor sighed. If the 3 pillar gods join forces and reach an unimaginable level, it will be useless no matter how much we isolate ourselves. They will be able to deduce the location of our world. Is there only one battle? There is only one battle. No one said anything else. The atmosphere was completely stifling. Looking at the 3 pillar gods, Yuan pillar gods, who were in the midst of cell proliferation and nuclear fusion, no one knew what heights the 3 pillar gods had reached. And they could only prepare. Before the 3 pillar gods completely fused and found this world, they had to make the most extreme preparations. Perhaps their choice was wrong from the start. If there were no external factors, the three pillar gods would still fight among themselves. But if there were external resources, they would join forces to form an iron plate and invade the outside world. Perhaps this would completely open Pandora's box. It would be a disaster that no one could resist. On the internet. News always came a little late, but when the news came out, people's emotions exploded in an instant with the screenshots. First, there were a lot of exclamation marks. Seeing the true power of the three pillar gods, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't form the correct words. A creature with a complete cell on its neck was already more strange than a monster. But now, all the cells on its neck had disappeared, everyone turned into headless creatures, petrified on the spot. F***ck. F***ck. Then, there was a lot of scolding. Only after that did they speak normally. What the F***ck nuclear fusion, nuclear fission? Dumbfounded, is this the path to level 9 of the magic core lineage? Sob sob sob, the humans of that world are too pitiful. Those stinky brothers who said that they were envious of transcendence and hated the life of ordinary people, hurry up and come out. I'll send you to the lava to enjoy the joy of becoming strong. Laughing maniacally, ha 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 ha. As expected of physics. So nuclear technology can actually lead to level 9. Looks like there's hope for our civilization to break through. Nuclear reactor, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, we're coming. Those above, you've completely lost your mind. You've been scared to the point that your brain has crashed. They don't have the same meaning, tearing. JPG, bullsh***. Who said that it's not physics Buddha? Look at the three pillar gods. That pile of heads just happened to confirm the Buddhist theory, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, thousands of people, thousands of faces, this is the true convergence of all living beings. The three pillar gods have deeply understood the true meaning. Everyone? Their faces darkened. But on second thought, it seemed to make sense. Look again, doesn't this great dream coincide with Physics Buddha's great dream of 1,000 years? Look again, Physics Buddha talks about fate? Everyone was completely silent. It seemed to make more and more sense. These idiots weren't fooling us and dragging our intelligence to their level. Were they speaking seriously? We never expected that the three pillar gods were the orthodox inheritors of Physics Buddha. But no matter what, it was a complete uproar. Previously, many people were envious, but now they were so scared that they peed their pants. The three pillar gods were high and mighty. Thinking about it, it was still the harmonious rule of law. A society of ordinary people was the most beautiful. From this point of view, it was a good thing that Earth didn't have the fate of the races and the heavenly Tao of fate. In the words of the netizens, we were born free, not bound by the heavens and earth, it was great that we didn't have the fate of fate. While everyone was in fear, someone on the internet expressed a different opinion, you guys are thinking too much. The fate of the three pillar gods, the central magic core computer composed of countless subcomputers, is for the good of the entire race from beginning to end. For example, isn't the three pillar gods solving the war for the benefit of the entire race? Isn't it for the good of the entire world? On the contrary, those traitors are thinking about disobeying the pillar gods all day long, and the pillar gods are still magnanimous and didn't do anything. Everyone thought about it. From this point of view, it was true. The three pillar gods, as the convergence of countless viruses, were like real viruses in the natural world. Their only goal was to survive. To survive as much as possible in this world, carrying the virus race and constantly evolving to become stronger, even if the individuals in the virus disobeyed them for their own benefit. But no matter what, let's not talk about the standpoint of the three pillar gods. Whether it's good or bad to become heads is none of our business, but the other worlds are doomed. That's right, how can a human compete with a supercomputer? The three pillar gods, your father is still your father. Too fierce. It's simply inhuman. The super virus has finally spread to other worlds and started a virus war. Everyone was pessimistic, feeling that the six worlds' demise was inevitable. But at this time, Mount Akina came out again to join in the fun. Don't panic, everyone. Look at things from a scientific perspective. Let me tell you a piece of good news, the pillar gods are strong internally, but against the outside world, it's just a matter of whose fist is bigger. Everyone thought about it, and it was indeed so. No matter how strong one's computing power was, it was only for the creatures in their own world, calculating the world line and the future. For the creatures in the outside world, he didn't have a magic core, it was unknown, it was just a head-on clash. Everyone instantly felt that it was reliable. Mount Akina was indeed the king of analysis, and immediately calmed the nervous crowd. Akina Yamaguchi said confidently, but even so, in the three-pillar god's absolute calm calculation, I should be absolutely strong enough to win. That's why they dared to start a war on two fronts, so the possibility of the six worlds' demise is 99%. Everyone, it was indeed very rational. In the face of danger, he couldn't care less. Meng Mei couldn't help but ask, then what do you think? It was obvious that Meng Mei and the others still believed in a certain person who was full of crafty ideas. Mount Akina sped up. My idea is very simple. I'm sure you've already thought of it. With the three-pillar god's battle prowess, there's a high probability that they'll be able to walk 100% of the 9-step path. And what was a weak 9th rank? It's the weakest rank 9, just like a skinny, malnourished Tyrannosaurus that's about to starve to death in the desert. The next step is to replenish its energy, eat and drink to replenish its energy, and then become a real rank 9 creature. Everyone was stunned. Level 8 gods needed an enormous amount of energy to break through, but level 9 gods didn't. Rank 9 was naturally needed, at the same time, more energy was needed. It was just that the 9th step had to walk the path of the 9th step. Only after the 100% transformation of the body could he begin to absorb energy. Mount Akina sped up. In other words, the three-pillar gods are about to become weak 9th rank. After eating a lot of people, they'll become real 9th rank. Although it's only 100% before eating people, it won't be too different from the other 24% and 32%. But even if it's not a real qualitative change in the realm, it's basically impossible to beat them. It's probably over. But before that, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Meng Mei asked, good news? She planned to use the good news first to wash away the joy. Mount Akina sped up. No need to guard against the virus anymore. The three-pillar gods can't infect you, don't worry. Meng Mei asked, bad news? Mount Akina sped. The three-pillar gods will directly kill you, replenish the energy of every cell, and completely transform into 9th rank. In the end, they'll leave a small group of you for herding, colonizing, and so on. Everyone was completely stunned, and Meng Mei was speechless. The three-pillar gods will eat humans to replenish the energy in their cells. After they transform into true rank 9, they will dismember them. When the time comes, I'm afraid that each and every one of their cells will be at least rank 5. Furthermore, they will undergo a certain life form transformation. According to this, the three-pillar gods are mighty. No matter how many traitors there are in their world, they won't be stingy at all to improve the overall level of their people's cells. They'll take them on a spring outing, and everyone will come back after eating their fill, dog head. Spring outing, eat their fill, Meng Mei was completely speechless. What a pain in the ass. Meanwhile, the netizens were completely blown away. According to this, there was no possibility of peace talks between the two sides, even the infection was avoided, and the first thing they did was directly kill people. This was almost the worst scenario imaginable. It was almost a hopeless situation where death was certain. According to the situation transmitted from the land of Stonewall, the three-pillar gods would inevitably fuse within 3 months, become a weak 9th rank, and form an adult structure. Then, they would begin to deduce the coordinates. A powerful existence of that level would probably find their world in another 3 months. This is still good. If it wasn't for the traitor balloon fish, you probably wouldn't know anything and would directly die. Now, you can still be afraid before you die. It's over, it's over, it's over, everyone. The three-pillar gods are still super daddy. We can't hold on at all. Cough cough cough, in my opinion, a weak 9th rank that hasn't absorbed energy and has 100% fusion is at its weakest. It won't be as strong as the other 9th rank gods like Ermin and Carolyn. Both sides have world-class weapons, mechanical armors, and the ultimate. If Tao Lord, Medusa, and the others are still here, they might be able to fight as long as they don't give it a chance to eat people? Who knows? It's over anyway. Everyone felt that they were going to die for sure. Xianxia said, in this situation, the opponent will definitely come to kill. We need to evacuate first. It's similar to the protective measures Dicky took to break through to 8th rank. Now that a 9th rank has descended, in order to absorb energy and slaughter all living beings, the best way is to hide in a small space. Meng Mei nodded. This was the only way. It was a fight to the death. But there was basically no chance of winning. Even if the opponent's target was Carolyn, if they joined forces, there was a high chance they would be crushed to death. Meng Mei took a deep breath. We're dead, they're coming. 6 months was just the time it took to go to the toilet in the real world. During this time, they could only evacuate outsiders and take refuge in the inner space. However, I still have a way to escape. Akina Yamaguchi's words shocked everyone. There was a way out of a certain death situation. Everyone shivered. As expected of a big boss. Although he was usually very arrogant, he was still very capable. What way? Someone couldn't help but ask excitedly. Since we can't solve this 3-pillar god daddy, call another daddy over. Fight poison with poison, maybe there's a chance of survival. Doghead, Akinayama said. Call another daddy? Everyone was puzzled, their faces full of question marks. The group of netizens instantly quieted down. What daddy? Everyone asked in confusion. Xianxia said, maybe you don't know, but according to my 1,000 years of research, on our ancient tree planet, there is a daddy called Dicky. He's hidden very well and has always been the mastermind behind the scenes, stirring up the entire era. But he was still discovered by the clever me. Laughing emoji, F***CK, D. Chi, everyone's face darkened, and they had goosebumps all over. That was the real daddy. They remembered the fear of being deeply dominated in the past, and their hearts went cold. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Their faces stiffened in an instant, and they scolded the bastard. Xianxia was trying to stir up trouble. You dare to mess around, do you not want to live? What's wrong with your brain? You're trying to stir up trouble, right? That's Dicky. One 3-pillar god couldn't resist, and now there's the most terrifying Dicky. 2 super daddy, against the 6 realms, you don't want to live anymore. In the most ancient era, he was the most terrifying celestial emperor monster. No one knew how strong that guy was now. Now, Dicky living in the wilderness of the ancient tree world was the best outcome. After all, the era here had developed to the present, and there were so many peerless and heaven-defying divine arts. Letting that guy over, he. They saw it clearly. The speed of MT Akina was the kind of person who could row a boat without oars. As expected of the little prince of driving. Since it was a desperate situation, why not double it? The netizens were completely speechless. This brain circuit was simply too strange. How could an ordinary person think of this? Absolutely not. Now that they thought about it, Dicky was in the wilderness, and there was nothing to copy from ancient tree planet. Just something like Mount Akina's speed alchemy factory and so on. And counting his lifespan, he was the next generation of Dao Lord and Ermine, estimated to be 6,000 or 7,000 years old, and was about to reach the end of his lifespan. And what realm had Dicky reached? To be honest, no one knew. His talent could not be used there, but now? Release those scourges and fierce beasts. They imagined the scene, and it was simply too beautiful to look at. Shu Mountain, your cultivation technique is not bad, Bo? Was this the martial Dao physique cultivator? This was the incense system, huh? Alchemy, toothache. They saw the strongest behind-the-scenes manipulator in history, hiding behind the scenes, constantly peeking and learning. The strongest peeking and learning celestial emperor in history was no joke. Back then, he could instantly see through the celestial emperor cultivation techniques of the same era, their routes, and trajectories, then learn, innovate, and use the improved version to forcibly defeat you. Even the most complicated 9 revolutions mysterious art, which required spatial positioning, could not last long and was forcibly learned. Dicky's talent was not innovation, but a super genius who constantly learned, improved, and integrated. Mount Akina sped up. Cough, 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 don't be in such a hurry to scold me. I'm definitely not playing around, I'm not messing around. You might not believe me when I say this, but only Daddy can defeat Daddy. Only great unification can defeat great unification. Everyone did not react. What grand unification, Mount Akina sped up. To tell you the truth, I have thought about it carefully. Father Dickey's grand unification cultivation technique, the great overarching heaven scripture, and the virus's grand unification of the flesh and blood, the battle between the two, can be imagined. Now that he said it, it really was like that, grand unification of cultivation techniques versus grand unification of the body? Everyone was shocked. That was very thoughtful. Because only magic could defeat magic, Mount Akina sped up. Everyone, in my opinion, this is an inevitable process of proving one's Tao. Everyone was stunned again. Akina Yamaguchi said solemnly, "You guys are too young. You have to look at the essence of the matter and associate it with the great thoughts of our ancient people. In this way, we can see many true meanings in it, such as the physics Buddha and the chemistry Tao. This was the great unification of the psychic cultivation technique, the great unification of the bloodline of the great battle body." What did it mean in ancient Huaxia? Idealistic grand unification versus materialistic grand unification. Psychology versus materialism. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. So it had such a terrifying essence? Just like how the ancient battle between Buddhism and Taoism was actually a battle between physics and chemistry? It was the same now. In fact, was it a battle between materialism and idealism? So that's how it is. Previously, there was a commotion within the science department. Physics versus chemistry. And today is the day of internal turmoil in the liberal arts. Idealism versus materialism. Shocked. JPG, as soon as these words fell, everyone fell into deep thought. Previously, there was internal strife in the sciences, and now, there was internal strife in the liberal arts. This special feeling inexplicably reminded them of all kinds of chaos in history, such as the Xianxia rebellion. Personally, I think it's a coincidence. Contemplation, indeed, it can't be such a coincidence. This must be fate. Solemn, physics and chemistry, idealism and materialism, have always been the biggest concepts in the sciences and the liberal arts respectively. Indeed, it can't be a coincidence that two kinds of conflicts appeared at the same time. As expected of a game that loves to learn. The rules of the world are predetermined, and all extraordinary things originate from the theories of modern science and ancient philosophy. No, you're too shallow. I've calculated with my fingers. The three-pillar gods are not only materialism, but also the banner of evil capitalism. Look at their blockchain civilization, mining, virtual arcane coins, profit-seeking, it's simply detestable. There's only one truth. JPG, hiss. Arcane civilization, arcane model, so it turns out to be evil capitalism? Shocked. JPG, everyone couldn't stay calm anymore and discussed fiercely. If the previous incidents were coincidences, then why were they all pointing to the same event now? A strange emotion welled up within them, and it truly shocked them. Mount Akina sped up. From this, it can be seen that luring Dickey here is fated. Destiny must not be violated. And the six realms has to struggle to survive in the gap between materialism and idealism. This is sufficient proof of the conflict of ideas between the two in ancient times, the signs of a war that has lasted to this day. We're wavering. Meng Mei spat out a mouthful of blood. What the *CK great unification against great unification, idealism against materialism, what's the point of all this? What's wrong with your brain? Are your brain circuits through the sky? She looked at the noisy and excited netizens and shook her head silently, thinking that they were too young. What was Mount Akina's background? From the Church of Light, back then, it was this idiot who spread the doctrine everywhere with everyone. He even feminized the god of wisdom and became the goddess of wisdom, Mercury, and established such a huge church force that has spread to this day. How could you not guard against his special ability to preach? Meng Mei still maintained her rationality. No, absolutely not. I'm scared just thinking about it. Back then, I brought my disciple Dao Chongqing to kill Dickey. Super deep hatred, I'm definitely going to die. Crying, Mount Akina said, then aren't you going to die here with the three-pillar gods? Since you're going to die anyway, fighting poison with poison and magic with magic is the best choice. Meng Mei suddenly stopped talking. The word die had a profound meaning. It was really walking towards death. After all, after becoming a god, one side was already their real body, while the other side was considered a human body. In the face of real death, no one would be calm. So soon, it's my turn? Her face changed drastically in an instant. She suddenly remembered the departure of the Tao Lord and Medusa and was a little lost. It was not that it did not cause a shock in her heart. It's really too difficult. Our fleshly life forms are thousands of years longer than their civilization, but the monster core lineage is basically the darling of the 9th rank. This race has an innate advantage. Damn nuclear fusion, they've caught up to us in an instant and even surpassed our 9th rank cultivation realm. They've reached this realm ahead of us. In fact, she had been painstakingly cultivating and had now walked 17%, which was considered to be in line with the norm. However, this was just an empty realm. In terms of combat power, she could not be considered a combat power at all. Mount Akina said, "Make a decision as soon as possible. Teleportation also takes time." Dicky. JPG, Meng Mei gritted her teeth. "Either way, I'm going to die anyway. If I attract another terrifying enemy from the world and attack from both sides, I might still be able to escape in the gap. I'll do it." It was indeed impossible to withstand the current situation. Without any variables involved, it was basically death. The only chance was to put themselves in a dead end. Whether they could survive was unknown, but it was indeed the last way. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to give it a shot. Mount Akina would not really cheat them. After all, his character had always been guaranteed. Moreover, the players of the 10,000 worlds were originally one, and the players of the 6 realms were the mainstream. If they fell, there would only be Mount Akina left, and he would not be able to make any waves anymore. Ding, Meng Mei sent a file, 6 realms coordinates. Docs. Everyone on the internet instinctively clicked on it. This file has been received by the designated account, Mount Akina. Everyone immediately felt bitter. Everything had to be kept secret. This was too wretched. "We can't invade you from the outside, but can't we take a look?" Mount Akina said, cough, cough. "I don't know how much energy it takes to teleport here. But our universe mining team is the kind that is overflowing with wealth. In the past thousands of years, we have flown to countless planets and mined resources. We don't lack the energy to become a god at all. There are countless divine gold and divine mines, so we are not afraid at all. I just don't know how Taijun Milord will reward me." Meng Mei already felt that her whole body was not good. She was too lazy to care about those people on the internet. Instead, she took a deep breath, stood up from the computer, and went to the mirror. The room was still that small room with a soft pink color. But the reflection of herself in the mirror was different. She was no longer a tall beauty of 1.7 meters, but a muscular woman more than 1.7 meters tall. She looked abnormally tall and strong, weighing more than 150 kilograms. She was much stronger than a bodybuilding champion. She had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and a fierce aura rushed toward her. "I don't know if I can survive this crisis. Level 9, the world has completely changed." She looked at herself in the mirror and said, "In reality, there is no bloodline. I can only use my divine sense to scan every muscle and bone in my body to cultivate martial arts. But after looking at me for a long time, I suddenly feel that I am not so unsightly to the eyes. I even feel a little beautiful. Is this your aesthetic world? It's not too bad." She slowly wrapped her strong and powerful fists around her lower abdomen and made a boxing action. The biceps of her arms instantly swelled up. Women should be strong. She imitated a certain someone's fitness method and encouraged herself. She looked at her muscles and gave herself a pep talk. After thinking for a while, she walked out of the room. Under her mother's frightened gaze, this daughter, who had suddenly become obsessed with fitness and muscles, chose to tactfully leave some funeral arrangements. 6 worlds. The mortal world on the barren land, under the crazy operation of the Great Zhou dynasty, was constantly evacuating. Evacuate. Hurry up and leave. We don't need luggage, we don't need all kinds of cumbersome baggage. Billions of mortals were evacuated to the celestial world and the demon world. On the land of the demon world, the major churches were also constantly pulling their own people into their own god kingdoms and even into the underworld. But the number was still too large. The total population of the two main material planes, the demon world and the mortal world, was more than 7 billion, which was comparable to the population of Earth. Carrying out an entire migration, and at the same time carrying out effective arrangements, was an extremely difficult task even for the gods with extraordinary powers. It's much, much faster than expected. We originally thought that it would take at least 3 months to complete the construction. Who knew that it would only take a little more than a month to reach such a level? Ermin continued to observe the scene of the terrifying stone wall that she saw from the Alchemy Emperor. The prime pillar god inside was rapidly being constructed. Too fast. Tens of billions of people were being constructed, but it was unimaginably fast. It was countless times faster than the speed at which their population was retreating. If not for the Mother's divine ability, we wouldn't have known such a terrifying thing. We wouldn't have cared at all about losing contact with the sweet dream god and the others for a month. Yes, if not for the Mother's vine, the movements of the three pillar gods are extremely secretive, and the outside world wouldn't be able to see them at all. At that time, they would attack in an instant and kill us all. But so what if we are prepared now? All the gods were astonished. At that moment, they could clearly see a three-headed pillar god that was even larger than the god of creation. It was like a huge black gorilla, slowly lying on its side on the ground, with one hand supporting its head. It was lying in the mountains as if it was taking a nap. Its entire body was covered in short, and furry black fur, like a leather material, giving off a vast and majestic feeling. Looking at it directly was like looking at the entire world. It was a very strange feeling. A feeling of terror that one person was the entire world. Is this a level 9 world? Ermin's expression was shocked. Looking at the overwhelming and violent aura, she said, "This is the terrifying realm above the gods. In a level 9 world, the gods are just people living in the world. This is the true existence known as the overlord of an era. World." Carolyn raised her head and looked at the aura that was as vast as a black sea. It was boundless, giving off a feeling of being face to face with the entire world. Any god would have to bow down and worship it. The ancient gods had never shown their true strength in front of her. Now that the three pillar gods had exploded, she finally saw the true power of this path. At that moment, all the gods were looking at the terrifying giant in the image in shock. That was the realm above the gods and the legends, the terrifying level known as the world. "Why aren't you leaving?" Ermin suddenly asked. "Can I still leave?" Carolyn laughed. "Naturally, it's because I hope that you can resist the tribulation together with us," Ermin said seriously. Carolyn only smiled and did not say anything. She clearly knew that she was also one of the three pillar gods' targets. At the same time, seeing that the next civilization, the lava era, had surpassed her, she felt very unwilling. She had let down the expectations of the ancient gods. Between herself and the three pillar gods, maybe they should choose the three pillar gods as the next generation's successor. She clearly knew that the three pillar gods had already gotten an equivalent exchange from Messiah the Great. They knew the truth of the history and the situation of the ancient gods, which was why they dared to start the war. Strictly speaking, she and the three pillar gods were the next generation's candidates. At this moment, the three pillar gods were declaring war against her. Although, no matter which side lost, they would not kill the other side for the sake of the ancient gods, but they would also completely lose their position. War of succession? She muttered quietly. Just when everyone was in shock, suddenly, something strange happened on the other side of the Stonewall domain. Crack, on the Stonewall domain, the ancient orangutan lying on its featureless face suddenly opened its eyebrows. On each of its 3 heads, there was a bright red vertical pupil. With a swoosh, it slowly stood up and strode on the ground like an ancient giant. Amidst the rumbling of the earth, it ran to the widest lava river and jumped lightly. Poof, golden lava sparks flew in all directions. In the magma, 3 heads slowly emerged. The chimpanzee giant slowly stood up from his bent back and revealed his strong body. The scorching magma was like the morning dew rolling off his skin. It was as if all its cells had completely merged into one. World, in the rolling lava, 3 cold vertical pupils stared. Crack! It completely opened its huge pupils. The eyeballs expanded rapidly, filling up its entire face. The huge amber-red eyeballs seemed to see another world. The world, fate, and future are in my hands. The ancient god of the world raised its palm, and the natural laws were instantly distorted. Every movement was distorting the natural laws. With a light clench of its palm, it turned into a fist and smashed space and time. Bang! The entire space was like a piece of white cloth that was fiercely smashed, and a curved space appeared. Is this the real world? Using its own world to interfere with the laws of the external world. All the gods in the 6 realms were shocked. In an instant, a terrifying thought exploded in their minds. Impossible. How can it be so fast? Looking at the horrifying scene in the image, everyone paled. No one had expected the 3 pillar gods to move so much faster than they had imagined. According to the estimation of all the gods, it had been 3 months, but now it was already. I'm afraid the 3 pillar gods have already begun searching for our world's coordinates and are planning to cross over to us. Ermin's expression changed completely as he looked at the gods around him. Yes, we paid the price of the time worm's life to cut off the search, but it's no longer useful. An existence of this level can distort the rules, which means our shielding methods are useless. It can rewrite the rules and follow the god of sweet dreams to find us. Changing the rules was hard to describe. It was as if you had used a door to block the people outside. This was the rule of reality. In reality, the door could protect oneself, but what if it could interfere with the rules and rewrite the door to be able to pass through and walk in? That was probably the case. A 9th level, world. And as a world, it naturally has its own set of rules. Everyone felt as if they were looking at a super monster. At this moment, they finally realized the true meaning of the word world, a terrifying form of life. Dao Chongqing's expression changed dramatically. Our Taoist magic is useless against this kind of monster. For example, if we cast a fire spell, the monster can twist the laws in a split second and change the laws to flames can't cause any harm. It can even change the laws to flames or energy supplements and forcibly absorb our energy. Although it was just an analogy, it was just that shameless. Those who couldn't distort the material plane were truly ants. Only the phenomena of the rules could resist the phenomena of the rules. Suddenly, a voice was heard. I finally understand. All the laws of existence are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like dew or lightning. That's how it should be viewed, Meng Mei said. She stared blankly at all of this, at the horrifying 3 pillar gods slowly crossing over to them. She murmured, the Buddha of physics. It really is you. Whoosh, the gods around her shuddered when they heard this. They were immersed in shock and imagination. This sentence seemed to contain a special charm. It perfectly described the entire content of this realm. All the laws of existence, form, and substance in this realm were like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They were all 4 kinds of falsehoods. There were many things that could not be understood through deduction alone. Only by truly seeing it would one understand and comprehend the greatness of such a terrifying life form. This sentence had already covered the entire truth of the 9th level. It could be seen that the origin of the mother green vine was indeed extraordinary, but what was the secret of physical Buddha? The other gods were bewildered. Everyone, don't worry. A 100% path to the 9th step might seem terrifying, but it isn't an absolute suppression. Right now, the opponent is equivalent to a starving man. Although his life level has been completely raised, his energy reserves are still the same as ours. Ermin continued to analyze. But ordinary attacks are no longer effective. They can be distorted. We can only use our own law interference phenomena to deal damage. No one spoke. Indeed, only those who had stepped onto the path of the 9th step could cause harm. But how could it be easy? Others could do as they pleased, interfering with the laws of reality. But you haven't completed this path, and only have 20% to 30% of the fusion. You can only use certain methods to barely display a few laws. However, they've completely descended. We can't continue to accommodate them in such a short period of time. The expressions of the surrounding gods changed slightly. In an instant, their expressions turned cold. Let's begin the retreat. Have the peak experts of the 2 worlds leave as soon as possible. Ignore the low-level experts who are still being accommodated outside. Pull back the defensive line. The blood-blooded emperor said. All god nations, hide into the void. This time everyone was silent. No one refuted the blood-blooded emperor's cold-blooded disregard for human life. Because everyone knew that if they didn't cut their wrists and retreat now, they would all be wiped out in one fell swoop, because the three-pillar gods were too fast. How was it possible to evacuate billions of people in just 1 month? Only half of them were left, and that was already very fast. This was a war between worlds. Gods, go back and seal your god nations. Erase all traces of the entrance to the small space. Although it may not be useful, it will take a lot of effort for the opponent to find us. They don't have that much energy. Ermin took a deep breath. Then, hurry back. We're going to drive the immortal world, the netherworld, and the demon world to war. The gods' expressions were solemn as they quickly left. In just a few short days, all the mortals of the land had no idea what was happening. The gods had disappeared. All the high and mighty god nations had disappeared without a trace. Almighty God, Lord of the blood kindred, Hermoris, ancient king of nothingness and fantasy, your people, the believers prayed to the statues and prayed to the gods, but there was no response at all. It was as if a clay ox had disappeared into the sea. They didn't even have time to realize that they had been abandoned and were still living peacefully. Until the third day. The sky suddenly darkened. What is that? Everyone on the land felt their vision blur. A terrifying ancient black existence slowly pierced through space. Space was like water, as if it had passed through the ripples and appeared on the land. Countless people looked up. It was as if what they saw wasn't a living creature, but a vast and boundless world, so big that they couldn't see it clearly. It was the world itself. A mysterious thought appeared in their minds. All the people couldn't help but slowly kneel and worship it. Shrinking the line of defense, gathering into a group. They actually sensed me? The three-pillar god stood alone in the center of the land. His body was covered in fine black fur. He had 3 heads and 3 eyes, emitting an indescribably dazzling beauty. It was as if he was the only true god in the world. His voice seemed to be mixed with the boundless feeling of countless creatures as he looked down at the living beings on the land. Boom, he pressed lightly, and a circle of transparent air ripples spread out, turning into a large ring of white clouds. Bam bam bam, the land seemed to be divided into 2 worlds. Half of the living beings on the land instantly exploded into a mist of blood. There's too little. The rest will be used to infect the virus and become my people in advance to breed. His voice was extremely calm, with a domineering feeling. Poof, the three-pillar god flicked his finger, and the virus silently drifted into the air. Ah! What happened? Your eyes are so red. They bit me. Walking corpses surged on the streets. There were even some sage-like cultivators. The entire land was in a mess. You think you can escape? The three-pillar god pressed hard on the ground. The formless space seemed to turn into folds, overlapping layer by layer, forming a compressed linen cloth. 10,000 feet away, a small house in a hidden forest quickly appeared before his eyes, as if it was a high-speed train. This is spatial teleportation. Dao Chongqing looked up. Ermin slowly rose to his feet. It's not teleportation. It's a higher level of application, spatial folding. We're all in our original positions, millions of miles away, but close at the same time. It's like folding a rag in the middle. The living beings on both ends of the rag can see each other. Ermin was shocked. As expected of the spatial technique, it had reached the acme of perfection. It was evident from the reflection of the great Joy Monarch. Before he could react. The 3 of you are the most powerful beings in this world, the last hope. The three-pillar god lowered his head, and his 3 eyeballs slowly rotated. In their eyes, the 3 people in front of them, 2 men and 1 woman, were like 2-dimensional drawings. All of their secrets could be seen at a glance. There were 9 small dimensions in the bodies of the Dao Lord, Dao Chongqing, and Ermin, where countless gods and powerful beings gathered. There were tens of billions of people. You want to resist? The three-pillar god's voice was extremely cold. Why do you want to do something so meaningless? Your 9 revolutions mystic art is only 9 holes in our eyes, one of the three-pillar gods said. Do you think the rules of the inner dimension and the power furnace of the inner world are applicable to us? He can easily grab all 9 of your inner spaces in his hands, another head said. The dimensions are like a flat piece of paper in our eyes. The last head smiled. Then I don't have time to waste with you. It's over. Boom, an unprecedented pressure descended, as if something had shattered. The entire 6 realms were distorted, as if some truly terrifying and invincible ancient being had descended. The 3 pillar gods' expressions changed slightly. They felt a terrifying presence descend upon them, but it disappeared in 0.001 seconds, as if it had never been there. Who is it? He looked at the mountains and the land. He felt something strange, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. There are faint spatial fluctuations. Carolyn isn't here. Could it be a trick of hers? The 3 pillar gods kept calculating. It's not her aura. Could it be a super ancient god who came to watch the battle? The 3 pillar gods calmed down. It's not her aura. It's over. The 3 pillar gods reached out. Do you think you can resist me just because you haven't reached this level? It was hard to understand if one hadn't reached this level. It was an unknowable level where one could create a world with a thought. It was a terrifying level of immortality from the fusion of the body and the soul. For level 9 existences, the world formed by their 100 trillion consciousnesses was like an unencrypted safe box in the real universe at this moment. Dao Chongqing, Ermin, and Dao Lord were all 2-dimensional paper cutouts. In the eyes of a 9th-grade cultivator, their 9 revolutions mystic art and golden body, which was said to be invincible, were just a pile of space, blood, bones, flesh, and souls. They could see through them at a glance. They were like high-dimensional beings to low-dimensional beings. They could pierce through their flesh and crush their hearts at any time. That was the law of interference. Any traditional defense methods from level 1 to level 8 below the 9th level were useless against him. Only distorted phenomena that had been encrypted with a special secret technique would be able to contend against him. Perhaps the 9th level could be called a god in the human world. The gods who walked in the heavens and the mortal world had to follow the rules of their world wherever they stepped. They were even one of the worlds in the heavens and the mortal world. If an existence of this level wanted light, there would be light in the world. Boom, the 3 pillar gods moved at an unimaginable speed. They turned into a large number of high-energy particles and were about to kill Ermin and the other 2. As the calmest supercomputer, it was the most direct and decisive. It exploded at that moment, the fist smashed down like countless asteroids raining down. The oldest supernova exploded, emitting endless light. Bam, the Tao Lord was the first to be sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his entire body was turned into a pile of minced meat. It was as if he had casually swatted a ridiculous fly to death. How is this possible? All the gods in the internal space were silent. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their eyes were filled with shock. Although the weakest was the body of a Taoist lord, a group of gods from the martial god palace and more than 30 gods from the west, including the fresh blood emperor, worked together as a power furnace to drive this body. Dao Chongqing, on the other hand, was the legion of gods from the 9 heavens of the immortal world. He was the fuel for the lightning emperor, celestial emperor Godslayer, and other ancient immortal emperors from the 9 heavens. Ermin was a large number of gods of the netherworld. These 3 golden bodies were practically the eternal source of power, the most powerful forces in the entire 6 realms, yet they were on the verge of exploding in an instant. Eh? The 3 pillar gods let out a soft exclamation of surprise. I was going to dig out the billions of living beings in the 9 spatial apertures in your body, but you actually blocked it in an instant? So that's how it is. You also possess the power to interfere with the phenomena of the laws and have stepped onto the path of the 9th step. Voila! Monster. The Taoist lord reconstructed his body, a mass of flesh and blood. The 9 revolutions mysterious art used billions of living beings in his body as a power furnace to provide recovery power that was almost impossible to kill. That was also the terrifying part of this technique. But now, it bypassed his body and directly stole his 9 internal spaces. It was almost impossible to resist. Even if I use my strongest technique, I won't be able to resist it. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art without the support of the laws is like a wet piece of paper. One poke and it will tear. Looks like I can only use my final weapon. At that moment, a fourth figure walked out. It was the Mother Green Vine. She had a terrifying aura that was no less than the three of them. At that moment, the terrifying true form of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art was filled with billions of immigrants from the mortal world. It could be said that she had transformed into the real Mother Earth of the mortal world. Behind her was Dao Changxing's second disciple, the little fox, Hu Haihan. She had already inherited the position of the origin devil god of the devil world. Although it had only been a short time, and Cthulhu's body had yet to form, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art that she had been cultivating was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the 6 realms. At that moment, her body also contained the 11 beings of the devil world. It could be said that she had transformed into the true devil world. Do we really have to do this? Ai Ermin, Dao Changxing, and the Taoist Lord's expressions also constricted. That's the only way, the Mother Green Vine said calmly. The Mother Earth Vine said calmly, this time, hand over all your power to me. Please let me fight. To be honest, I have hidden it very well. For thousands of years, I have been training hard. I have never let anyone know about my battle prowess. Boom, the flesh and blood of the four grew rapidly, and their bodies grew at a crazy speed. Their bones, flesh, and skin kept splitting, and they completely transformed into a towering giant. They're starting to use the Panga true form? 5 ancient cultivators of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, each carrying the people of a world. Is this the last power of the 6 realms? The 3 pillar gods stopped and did not seem nervous at all. They looked at the 5 people floating in the air and spoke with confidence. It seems that I don't have to waste time looking for them. The entire world is here. He gently shook his body. Splat. I don't have time to wait for you to show off your skills. The entire space shattered like a mirror. A silent giant hand reached out, intending to crush the 5 people in front of him. Rumble, the earth shook violently. Huh? They escaped? The 3 pillar gods stopped and quickly realized that it was a completely different Panga true form. If the Panga true form was said to be a person who kept growing flesh and blood, and his body was covered with blood vessels like a heart, then his flesh and blood would grow outward to become a giant. The 5 people in front of him were also made of flesh and blood, and they had actually merged into a true Panga giant. 5 cultivators of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Their seas of flesh and blood converged and merged into a Panga true form? Each of them was like a heart, and their organs were located in the position of the 5 organs. In the eyes of the 3 pillar gods, the 9 acupoints of the 5 of them began to adjust their positions. There were a total of 45 terrifying internal spaces. They were like marbles or stars embedded in every part of this huge body. Is this your final trump card? It's useless, useless. The 3 pillar gods grinned and grabbed again. It's too fancy. No matter how you merge, it's just a piece of debris, but in the next second. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, in the eyes of the 3 pillar gods, vines grew out of the flesh and blood of the entire Panga giant's body. It was like the meridians in the body had turned into a huge net-like diagram. The vines threaded through the pearls and connected the 45 space pearls, actually connecting them into a subtle hole. The Earth diagram of the Mother Earth dragon vein. No wonder when I first arrived in this land, I discovered that the entire land's dragon vein had disappeared. The 3 pillar gods looked at the dense and complicated human meridian diagram in a daze. The dragon vein covers the entire body, as if the dragon vein covers the entire land. It's like a real-world, law phenomenon. In the eyes of the 3 pillar gods, the entire Panga giant was no longer a broken fragment. It was like the meridians and dragon veins had connected to form a huge world giant. The jaws flames of all living beings in the world of the dragon vein merged together, and the law phenomenon grew, covering the surface of the body. There were no more laughable flaws. Using the dragon vein as the giant's veins, very creative. Chaos power of time and space. The entire Panga giant raised its arm and roared. Invaders from another world, accept the judgment of the primordial Panga giant. Rumble, its weight completely collapsed. Is this the new 9 Revolutions mysterious art? I see. The 3 pillar gods frowned slightly. Just arrived in the mortal world, and instantly killed and absorbed the memories of half of all living beings to understand the gods of the earth. It's indeed not enough. It's too behind the times. The golden body of Pangu has also made terrifying changes over the years. It superimposed the weight of all living beings in the inner space onto itself. Previously, the 9 acupoints of the 9 revolutions mysterious art belonged to an alternate dimension, where billions of living beings lived. Their weight naturally did not count on the golden body of Pangu. But now, the improved version of the golden body of Pangu had instantly transferred the weight of all living beings in the body to itself outside. The weight of all living beings in a world, how terrifying was this situation? Even if there was mass, there was power. The greater the weight, the stronger the physical combat power. It was just like how in reality, boxers were divided into lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight weight classes. The weight of billions of living beings, a punch of tens of millions of tons. Each punch was equivalent to an asteroid impact. Were you afraid? Rumble, the super high mass caused the earth to collapse instantly. This is the real Pangu true body, the pinnacle of breaking through the Tao with force. The entire Pangu true body slowly rose and floated in the air. At this moment, in terms of weight alone, it had far exceeded the entire race made of high-density cells. Crack! In the void, the entire Pangu giant grabbed a leather whip, which gradually transformed into an eternal mythical giant axe engraved with stars, sun, and moon. This was the last realm, the void realm. The expressions of the 3 pillar gods finally changed. I see. The 5 people of the 9 revolutions mysterious art each carry the living beings of a world, plus the ultimate. Is this all your trump card? With weapons, it's the 6 realms combined. But the strongest power that you put together is still not the real level 9. But against me, I'm somewhat interested. The 3 pillar gods were still very calm. Their eyes kept calculating, flashing with crazy deduction data as they commented. The 9 revolutions mysterious art is really amazing. It has terrifying potential that is not inferior to our demon core lineage. Just the level 8 is already so terrifying. But our advantage is that we are fast enough in this realm. Regardless of the combat power of the same level, the first to reach the level 9 will be the winner. At this time, the screenshot was posted, and it completely shocked all the netizens. This included Xianxia, who had been watching from the side. What the F***CK? This cute girl is like a super squirrel. She hides one nest after another. She still has trump cards? The 6 realms combined, the Pangu giant. And she's holding the heaven-splitting axe? F***CK F***CK F***CK. She's so cool. Xianxia also fell silent. He felt that this girl was still very good at hiding. She never used oars to row the boat, but he still could not kill her. As soon as he saw the post, everyone went crazy. The most wild vs the most hidden? Your cute girl is still your cute girl. Timid and hidden. You will never know how good she is at hiding. Ha ha ha, she's so timid. I see. Seeing this, Xianxia held his chin in shock and planned to post on the internet. Dear netizens, it seems that not only this time, it is indeed destined. It is not only a battle between materialism and idealism, but also a battle between radicalism and conservatism. Everyone, with the current situation, we can see. Seeing that he was still showing off, the Alchemy Emperor could not help but interrupt, "Where's Dickie? Didn't he go in long ago?" The Alchemy Emperor, where did he go? Where did that person go? In the land of the demon realm, a piece of land in the center was almost turned into ruins. 3 pillar gods? The voice of the Mother Earth Vine could be heard. This towering giant said coldly, "Do you really think that I am only this strong?" The 3 pillar gods looked at the ancient and mysterious Mother Earth. This strongest body was not controlled by the underworld monarch Ermin, but by the Mother Earth. This proved that she was not simple. You are still too young. Do you really think that I am only this strong? That I have no talent in battle? The Mother Earth Vine stood tall and turned into a smaller giant. She carried a giant axe on her back and placed her hands behind her back. She said calmly, "When the world was first created, I was born with it. I have seen too many geniuses like you to be able to live to this day and experience the many calamities. Each of you shined brightly and shone upon the entire heaven realm. Especially the innate ancient gods, ancestral sorcerers, Tao lords, and even Medusa's era. There were so many of you that I was shocked. The three-pillar god's heart skipped a beat. The Mother Earth Vine had never truly attacked before. She had only displayed her amazing formation techniques. The Tao of formation was unfathomable. Could it be that, the Mother Earth Vine said calmly, unfortunately, they only knew how to show off their abilities and didn't know how to endure. In the end, they died in front of me, wailing in pain and despair. I watched from the side. My Mother Earth Vine is extremely talented, but she has never used her full strength in the same era. Do you really think that I am mediocre? The three-pillar gods still did not speak. Although they were pieced together now, it was undeniable that the Joss flame dragon vein that connected the entire body, in addition to the hundreds of millions of living beings in the 6 realms, and the distorted laws were not something that it could easily destroy. It would take some effort. If there were another 3 or 4 trump cards like this, it might not be able to win for sure. In that case, did Carolyn have a similar trump card? Was Carolyn hiding and preparing to attack at any time? A sneak attack, that was not the case. That was the pride of the Isidal people. However, he rejected it. Carolyn would only fight him head-on. She wouldn't even bother to team up with him. The Mother Earth placed her hands behind her back and continued, I split the heavens and earth apart, so I will exist forever in the world and hide in the dark. As for you heroic celestial emperors, gods, you have roared angrily and bathed in blood to fight for the world. Yet, you have fallen, or perhaps you have succumbed to time and bowed to me. This is the bloody truth of history. Suji sat on the balcony of his house and looked at the 3 gorillas in the distance, as well as a beautiful high school student with bright eyes and white teeth. His face turned slightly black. This sentence felt strangely familiar. He drank a mouthful of Phoenix Spirit tea and continued to sit on the balcony, looking into the distance. And today, after cultivating for 7,000 to 8,000 years, I am finally forced to fight by you. The Mother Earth's expression was calm as she said calmly, 3-pillar gods, I have never fought once in my life. This might be the only time I fight in my long life. I hope you can defeat me and live up to my expectations. She placed her hands behind her back and spoke calmly. Suji couldn't react for a moment. He couldn't understand and glanced at a certain person in the dark. Alien civilization? That's interesting. I have searched for most of my life, but I haven't found another world. Who knew? The elegant and handsome face and the tall and slender body gave people a feeling of perfection. His eyes were calm like a vortex, and countless numbers flashed by, containing endless information. He was studying the 3-pillar god virus that was spreading across the land, and he had no intention of fighting at all. However, the Mother Earth's green vine dares to frame me like this. As a former subject of the immemorial heavenly court, the connate world tree that bears the heavens and carries the earth, not only did she plot against me back then, but she is also so rebellious now. She is already a dead person. He walked on the land that was full of disasters. He raised his head and suddenly sensed something. He lowered his head and continued to study. The sky was slightly twisted into an arc, like a semicircular canopy, forming a special force field that distorted the world, changing the physical constants. The 3-pillar gods calmly stared at the Ivy Mother in front of them. This was the final battle of the 6 worlds. And as the final resistance, the Ivy Mother gathered all living beings of the 6 worlds into her body to fight to the death. Only by defeating her could the pillar gods get what they wanted. Right now, it was still a weak 9th stage, although its life form had evolved, its energy was still countless times less than the opponent. Your talent in battle? The 3-pillar god's expressions finally became serious. The plant-type pillar god spoke, I'm looking forward to it. The beast-type pillar god was also smiling. Some people always have unimaginable talent in certain aspects. I can easily see this in the timeline, like Subaru, his talent is not in talent, not in battle, but in determination. No matter how many times he reincarnated, he still couldn't be defeated. That's why he's called the Subaru of Eternal Calamity. Yes, I've heard of him, he's a terrifying person. The cute girl nodded, her expression was serious. Of course, she had also heard of that genius who trained hard. In the words of the netizens and even the balloon fish, he's a man known as a true cheat. The most terrifying part of his cheat was that he could keep reloading. Each time he reloaded, he would start to cheat soon after. In short, he was the strongest cheat in history. He had to cheat 19 billion times to reach the ninth stage. The corpses she reloaded in the virtual world could circle the earth a dozen times, but in the words of the balloon fish, although it was admirable, it was not as many as the number of corpses he killed in one go. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt emotional. It's usually noisy, but now that I think about it, it's very interesting. I wonder if I can go back. I hope I can also become a cheat today and create a miracle. Her gaze suddenly became serious, looking at the terrifying prime pillar god in front of her. She had never stood at the front lines before, only now did she understand the terrifying pressure, the pressure that Dao Chongqing faced back then. It was hard to imagine. Right now, her palms were full of sweat, her mind was tense to the extreme. Especially for someone like her who had never experienced a real battle. A complicated feeling of lingering fear and reverence filled his heart. His mind would occasionally flash back to the most ancient era, where the crazed faces of the young people cried and screamed in the shattered era, the most ancient human, Su Yonyan, senior brother Qinglian, Dao Chongqing, the heaven-shattering monarch. Back then, when he was weak, he could only hide in the back and watch everything helplessly. Now that the 6 realms had matured, he was strong enough to protect others. She suddenly laughed hysterically. Wasn't the battle techniques that she had painstakingly practiced for thousands of years just for this day? In order to protect everything he wanted, he had to bet everything he had. In the face of unimaginable enemies, he replaced Dao Chongqing and the others to protect them and fight for them. What are you laughing at? The 3 pillar god suddenly asked. I'm laughing at you. I hope you can defeat me. To tell you the truth. She squatted down steadily, lowered her head, and waved the heaven-splitting axe, charging forward. Until today, I have never tasted defeat in my life. Cracks appeared on the ground. The sky trembled. Rumble, space seemed to be collapsing. The massive weight of the tens of billions of people in the world was like a moon that smashed forward with immense gravity. Her body was tall and slender, and the mass of her body seemed to distort one's vision. She raised the huge axe in her hand high up and leaped up. This ancient giant whose head was in the sky let out a soundless roar. The weight of the world shall be exerted on your head. Tremble! Pillar gods! She roared with all her might. She raised the darkness ruin of End axe high up, and with an unparalleled aura, she charged forward. The black gorilla stretched out its arms and sidestepped the huge axe. With a graceful posture that resembled a shoulder throw, it actually carried the giant on its back. Crack, the 3 pillar gods felt an unimaginably heavy pressure on their shoulders. It was as though they were carrying the world on their shoulders, and in an instant, their entire body actually started to bleed. Bam, the 3 pillar gods turned around and flung her away. The huge Mother Earth was flung away at an even faster and more terrifying speed. She actually adjusted her body slightly in midair, and without saying a word, she took the opportunity to run away. Everything seemed to flow naturally, and there was not a single trace of stuttering. Ran away. The 3 pillar gods couldn't react in time as they looked at the extremely decisive back view. At the same time, the 3 pillar gods felt a strange speed that they had never seen before. It was blurry and illusory, as though they had split into countless shadows in an instant, making it impossible for them to chase after them. A phenomenon of laws that even we can't imagine? The 3 pillar gods looked at the back view, and they slightly stomped their feet. Even they felt that it was extremely troublesome, and they looked at this scene in disbelief. So that's how it is. Is this the strongest battle technique that you have been secretly cultivating for thousands of years? The surroundings seemed to have turned into flowing shadows. Everything, including the mountains and the earth, was stretched into endless straight lines. The earth seemed to have turned into a high-speed train tunnel, and this was the scene that was produced when one's speed reached the extreme. Boom boom boom, the violent winds howled. A majestic giant flew forward in the air. It was as though he was traversing through the void, and due to the huge wind pressure, he plowed the entire land, and his speed was unimaginably fast. Bam, bam bam, on the ground, the zombie-infected cities that had not been evacuated in time seemed to have encountered a hurricane, and they were razed to the ground, turning it into dark red soil. Too fast. This kind of speed was a special arcana technique. It was so fast that even Ermin couldn't imagine it. Just as the mother green vine had said, the only battle technique that she had painstakingly cultivated far exceeded Ermin's speed limit. Letting her control the body was the best choice. Boom boom boom, the three pillar gods weren't slow either, and they also caught up at an extremely fast speed. So that's how it is. Are you trying to tire us to death? I have to say, that's a good idea. What a groundbreaking idea. You want to exhaust us to death by relying on the 9 Revolution Mysterious Arts super regenerative abilities. After the initial shock, the three pillar gods calmed down and commented on each other calmly. They weren't angry at all, and they even admired the mother green vine's decisiveness. This was because absolute rationality was the thinking of their mechanical computers. If escaping was the best choice, then escape. If begging for mercy was the best choice, then beg for mercy. The so-called glory of the Ashutl people, it was just being emotional. Although being emotional could actually create miracles, if people didn't force themselves, they wouldn't know how much potential they had. The Ashutl people were such a group of weirdos. The humanoid pillar god's voice was cold. The mother green vine has indeed hidden herself very well. Her talent in this aspect is extremely shocking. This kind of speed technique that she developed in secret is already a law phenomenon, and she's actually on par with us now. The opponent's arcana phenomenon is not inferior to ours. If we were at the same level, the opponent's speed would far exceed ours. The plant-type pillar god laughed. It seems that in the future Arcanist era, we will also have to build a similar block to mine this law. Indeed, our speed is too slow. But, what's the use of being fast? The bestial pillar god laughed. We're just a live target. The plant-type pillar god didn't say anything, but his pupils slightly widened. Boom, his pupils shot out rays of light. A streak of red flame shot out from behind him. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body, and a great tearing pain swept through. The endless piercing pain almost made him faint, and he turned into a bloody pulp. Boom, the giant that was flying crazily on the ground, that bloody puddle quickly reorganized itself. He didn't even stop, and continued running steadily and powerfully. Boom boom boom, just like the ancient Quafu chasing the sun, the giant wouldn't stop at all. At this moment, all the tension completely turned into calmness. I've been living an ordinary life for a long time. Is it finally time for me to cheat? Boom, instantly, it exploded like a brilliant firework. He was reborn almost every second. Very quickly, in just a few hours, the giant didn't stop for even a moment. He died more than 170 times. The energy consumption isn't too great. The 6 realms supply recovery can recover 17,000 times. If this goes on, if we can drag this on, the 3 pillar gods will be the first to fall. They just broke through, and like people in the desert, they need energy. If they can't drink water, they'll die of thirst first. We're going to succeed. Mother Green Vine, do your best. In the entire inner world, countless tsunami-like voices from the immortal realm, demon realm, and mortal realm rang out. Only Ermin and the others had a slight change in expression. They clearly knew what kind of terrifying burden the Mother Green Vine was shouldering alone. No one was Subaru. He was a person that only appeared in billions of miles, with a terrifying soul and a heart of tenacity. Not everyone could withstand this kind of constant death. Even if it was the true Beast King, Subaru, in front of him, it was impossible for him to continuously endure the pain of death and the splitting of his soul under such a high degree of mental tension. This was because if he relaxed for even a moment, he would be caught. Theories were just theories after all. It was almost impossible to create a miracle after dying countless times, and it was obviously unrealistic for them to replace the Mother Green Vine. Every god had their own natural mystiques that they were good at, which they turned into arcane techniques that they were researching, just like how Ermin was Ripple, and Medusa was Death. And the Mother Green Vine was Speed. This was clearly a tree's dream. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1,732 times. Splat, blood blossomed again and again, instantly turning into foam, and then new flesh grew out. This kind of tearing pain almost left one with only obsession to hold on. The entire land was almost covered in blood. The land was also forcefully flattened. The mountains, the earth, the rivers, and the small town all disappeared. Mother Earth's footsteps also gradually slowed down. A bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. 3 days, more than 1,700 deaths consecutively. That's enough to delay us for so long. The oldest mother green vine in the 6 worlds, the tree of creation that protected all living beings during the creation of the world, I remember your name. We respect all warriors and will place you in a corner of our memories. The cold mechanical voice rang out. The mother green vine still didn't say a word. She continued to move forward steadily, sprinting quickly as if she was going to leave time behind. Another 2 days passed. But obviously, although we will accept the incense system, this world doesn't need 2 foundations. A mother green vine that stands side by side like the 3 pillar gods. We can't let you go. Kaboom! Endless pressure filled the air, attacking the running mother green vine from behind. Boom! Her entire body exploded into a ball. She couldn't hold on any longer. The moment her body recovered, her legs turned to jelly, and she slowly fell to the ground. Everyone was astonished when they saw this. All the gods were extremely shocked, and they couldn't even imagine what would happen next. There was no need to explain what fate this meant. Mother Earth, our world can't do without the mother green vine. Boo-hoo! In the 6 worlds, countless people cried, and many ancient strong practitioners even knelt on the ground. Countless people looked at the fallen figure. It was as if the ancient tree of creation had completely collapsed, and the sky was about to collapse as well. Over the years, Mother Earth's prestige had surpassed all the ancient celestial emperors. She could even be said to be the #1 person after the creation of the world. He overthrew the ancient dark era and established a new era of incense. He brought endless calamities to the people of the world. This was a sad song of blood and lives intertwined in history. He did everything he could to benefit the people of the world. Many people were truly grateful and respectful. They respected him as if he was a god. Their bodies were trembling. Mother Earth was truly capable of shouldering her own position. Many people's noses turned sour, and they cried bitterly. Their eyes also became blurry. However, a space cracked, and it was as if someone fell from it. I've finally caught you. Mother Earth's weak voice traveled over. Caught me? A small, handsome man stood in front of the giant's face that was covered in blood. His eyes were bright, like an eternal divine furnace, and he stared at her pupils curiously. So, you've been using words to provoke me, and you've been using your body to attack the surrounding land and space at high speed, flattening the cities, and crashing into every corner of the world, just to find me? You're still the familiar little smarty. How pitiful. This is the traitor who plotted to attack me in the old era? Dickie squatted down and looked at the huge glassy pupils that were like the sun and moon with interest. You're still unambitious. You let Dao Changxing use the 9 transformations mysterious technique to escape with the entire world, and then you secretly trained your speed for thousands of years. Now, you're doing the same thing? Escape with the entire 6 realms? He lowered his head and bent down to look in front of him. It was just like how he saw Dao Changxing back then. Dao Changxing had left back then, and now it was the Mother Earth's turn to follow in his footsteps. They were both equally foolish. Rumble, the huge body of the Mother Earth's green vine was slowly lifted up by the black gorilla. Who is it that is affecting my training? No wonder I felt something was wrong. Who are you? The 3 pillar gods looked at this mysterious young man. He had a dignified expression and was heroic and proud. He had the aura of a classical emperor, as if he was a mythical emperor from prehistoric times, an ancient overlord who unified the world. I see. You call chasing after a world and lifting the huge weight of a world, training? Dickie raised his eyes and revealed a hint of excitement and curiosity. Pillar God? I didn't expect there to be such a miraculous path to Tao in this world. You are very interesting, very special. The 3 pillar gods carried Mother Earth on their shoulders and looked down at the young man with a complicated aura. They didn't speak and just waited solemnly. This was a special feeling that the 3 pillar gods, who had seen countless people in the entire world line, had never felt before. It was as though countless auras were mixed together. There was clearly world-shaking ambition and the overbearing aura of a dragon and a tiger, yet he was extremely reserved and elegant with a gentle expression. If it was described using the words of the barren land, that was the reserved feeling of a fierce tiger in the heart, carefully sniffing the rose. I sit alone by the pond like a tiger, recuperating under the shade of a tree. When spring comes, if I don't speak first, which worm dares to make a sound? At this moment, the three-pillar gods who couldn't deduce the world line finally had a serious expression. This kind of essence, chi, and spirit? The ancient legend of the barren humans, the overlord of the celestial heavens, the strongest mastermind in the ancient legends, changing identities one generation after another. Xianxia ancient court's Longhong crown prince, ancestral which celestial heaven sticky? The three-pillar gods squinted their eyes and sized him up. Three voices intersected one after another. You can't keep up with the times. Your power is countless times weaker than Mother Earth who has merged the 6 realms into one. At most, you are slightly stronger than the previous underworld Earth Great Emperor. 53% of the path to the 9th level. The three-pillar god smiled, but you can't deny that you are indeed a talent to be able to push your power to such a level. But you are going to die of old age. Your life will only stop at 55% of the complete fusion. It's different, only Dickie is different. At this moment, a weak voice came from Mother Earth who was on his shoulder. She struggled to refute. His talent, innate talent, intelligence, innovation, and learning are all unimaginable existences. His various abilities are unimaginable. No matter how weak he is right now, his strength isn't in the same dimension as everyone else's. Mother Earth seemed to believe this without a doubt. His strength isn't something that can be measured by realm, knowledge, cultivation, and standard. Three-pillar gods, you won't be able to calculate him. It could even be said that everyone who had lived through that era, who had once parted the dark fog and truly seen that terrifying man, believed it without a doubt. Only Dickie was different. He was invincible, no one could defeat such a monster. That was everyone's first fear. Even in the most ancient of eras, they tried everything they could to create a miracle and defeat their opponent, but in the end, all their efforts were in vain. Ridiculous. Hearing the Mother Green Vine's words, Dickie remained calm. He had black hair and a white robe. His eyes flashed with endless information and his face was as handsome as a heavenly god. He said calmly, Qing Tang, keep your useless flattery to yourself. As one of the innate ancient gods, I know your character all too well. Flattering me is what the ancient heaven court's gods do, not the traitors who plotted against us and wanted to be executed on the god execution stage. Boom, in his inner world, countless gods and ancient existences were silent. Because this legendary ancient existence had actually reappeared in the world. Mother Earth's scheme isn't just to dodge and delay, it's also to continuously crash into every part of the land at high speed to find the ancient Golden Crow Celestial Emperor that's hiding in the dark. That innate ancient celestial monarch that was hailed as the strongest since the creation of the universe? How did he appear in our world? It's hard to imagine. In the 6 realms, the celestial realm, human realm, devil realm, and monster realm, almost everyone had heard of the ancient myths and history, the dark age when the heavenly Tao was formed. But his abilities now can't keep up with the times. The difference in battle power is too great. Defeat? How is that possible? All the gods were confused. When they heard the Mother Green Vine say, he's different, they were all shocked. He was clearly so weak, an ancient person who couldn't keep up with the times. The difference was like a fierce tiger and a kitten. In the eyes of Mother Earth, she still firmly believed that the kitten could win. The sense of loss and shock brought about by this was almost unimaginable. Pillar gods, another fatal threat? Dickie put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 pillar gods. In reality, to Dickie, an opponent that could even pose a slight threat to him was an extremely rare thing in his long life, much less a fatal threat. It was like a tiger living in a pack of wolves. The difference between them couldn't be made up. The biggest difference between intelligent beings and wild beasts was learning. And he was at the extreme. Because he knew how powerful he was, Dickie had never fought a real battle since he was born, and he almost never looked forward to an opponent. Was it worth looking forward to killing a kitten with a finger? It would be more interesting to learn the fighting techniques of cats and leave quietly. Time flew by. He hid in the era behind the scenes, watching the rise and fall of heroic heavenly emperors. He even trained his opponents and secretly learned their techniques. It was only when Dao Chongqing appeared that he was surprised. However, that kind of accident was not something that could be compared to him in terms of aptitude. Dao Chongqing was indeed talented, but he was not that much stronger than the heaven-breaking emperor of that era. Dao Chongqing almost killed Yi Futian because he suddenly acquired an extraordinary cultivation method out of nowhere, the 9 revolutions mystic art. Dao Chongqing wanted to kill Yi Futian with his overwhelming combat strength. Their path was to defeat the weak with the strong. Their goal was clear from the beginning. They wanted to kill him in the fastest and most violent way possible, without giving him any chance to learn. They almost did it. That era was the only chance to kill me. Finally, Dicky slowly stood up from the ground. I thought the second thing that could kill me was time. But now, I'm back on this land? He looked at this terrifying 9th level being whose power was far beyond his. His body had almost transformed perfectly. What he lacked was energy. Yes. Although the difference in energy between them wasn't big. However, the other party had already broken through the bottleneck. Gods like them were like small bowls filled to the brim, while the 3 pillar gods were still like small bowls filled to the brim. They were only 1,000th of the size of the huge pool, which was almost empty. Their capacity had broken through the limit, and they couldn't wait to find energy to fill it up. The energy you're looking for is here. I came here to maintain my peak, and the energy is no weaker than the energy of the 6 realms. Dicky said slowly, and a surge of strange energy spread out from his body. If you want it, come to me. The 3 pillar gods' eyes suddenly froze. In their eyes, there were 9 spatial aperture beads in Dicky's body, and countless meridians and bones. Inside his brain, there was actually a magic core slowly growing. Magic core, it was a magic core. This magic core was an octagonal earthy gold, very different from the traditional black crystal. This is a magic core? How is it possible? It's made of different materials. The 3 pillar gods were obviously uneasy. Seeing such a strange scene, they began to analyze frantically. It's not our bloodline? Is it some kind of imitation bloodline creation? But it's only 60% of the original magic core. Mingmei's expression changed instantly. The magic core was the color of nouveau riche gold, which was obviously the color of Krypton gold. This common material was the symbol of Mount Akina's race, the biological cloning alchemy factory. Mingmei still remembered that this guy had vowed to become the new Dicky, an alchemy factory evolved by himself. Copying, pasting, and cloning would definitely replace him. Unexpectedly, it was still defeated by Dicky. Obviously, Mount Akina's car had been traveling silently on the ancient tree planet. Behind the scenes, there must have been a tragic story that made people despair. It's you. Mount Akina, I'm afraid you're now in Dicky's inner world as a processing plant? Mingmei seemed to look through Dicky's inner world. There was an alchemy factory, trembling as Dicky handed it an alchemy blueprint and asked it to make a magic core according to it. Mingmei was completely shocked. No wonder Mount Akina didn't say where she was or whether she would come with Dicky. She didn't say a word. She couldn't help but murmur with tears in her eyes as she looked through Dicky's body. So that's how it is. In the end, you still fulfilled your dream and really became Dicky? The ground was covered with blood foam. The sky was surrounded by the aura of death. Is this the power of the magic core? What a wonderful power. Dicky felt his body and murmured in a low voice, as if he was talking to a long-lost friend, not a great enemy. Previously, I dissected the virus in the air. Fortunately, I had a magic core, not a genetic chain, so I could study it. The world is much clearer now. Although I didn't put my primordial spirit in it, the computing power it brought increased the learning speed by countless times. After a moment of shock, the 3 pillar gods calmed down. Because so what if the other party had fused with a magic core? There were still flaws. In fact, it was not as difficult to break through as a nomological body with the Mother Ivy's incense veins and the faith of billions of living beings in the inner world. Without the protection of the nomological laws, the body was like a piece of paper that could be easily kneaded. Just like the body of the Tao Lord previously, a light grab was enough to grab the inner space. But in the end, I can't let it go like that. The magic core lineage is not a combat technique, nor is it some kind of heaven-defying combat technique, but, die. The three pillar gods grabbed fiercely. Crack, Dicky suddenly disappeared on the spot. With a bang, his body stood up and turned into a monstrous giant, facing the three pillar gods' attack. But it was still too slow. Then, let me see the gap between me and you. Let me see how big my full-powered attack is compared to a real weak rank 9. Dicky raised his head and raised his arm high. Crack, Dicky instantly exploded and turned into a pool of blood. But in an instant, Dicky's nomological phenomenon reached the acme of perfection, dodging the three pillar god's fatal grab and slowly regrowing his flesh. I was just a moment away from death. It was indeed an irresistible power. Dicky's expression turned solemn, facing his own weakness. My full-powered attack is really laughable. There will be no next time, the three pillar gods said softly. They had already seen it once, so they would definitely be prepared for it if it was the same method again. Next time, they would definitely die. Yes, I can't use tricks anymore because there won't be a next time. The reborn Dicky's bloodline began to grow. Bronze-green vines began to grow in his body, connecting with it to form the earth's incense, refining it into an iron plate. Then let's get a new one. In the 9 great spaces in his body, countless ancient gods, along with all living beings, began to kneel and worship the heavens and earth, offering incense. A silent charm was born. You, the three-headed black gorilla, looked at him in disbelief. Mother Earthvine, the bloodline civilization you created is indeed admirable. Dicky felt his body heat up, feeling the power of his body. Even he could not help but look forward to that dreamy era. He murmured, even I have to admit that the formation pattern you created is a great era. I really want to go back to the farthest mythological era a few thousand years ago and witness it with my own eyes. He closed his eyes. Building incense meridians in my body, overlaying the incense of all living beings. It's really becoming more and more perfect Panga true form. At the same time, I'm borrowing the weight of all living beings. Boom. It seems to be this way? His body sank, and like the Mother Earth vine, he overlaid the power of all living beings in his body onto his body. Bam, in an instant, beads of blood appeared all over his body. No, it's clearly the same path. So that's how it is. It's also using some kind of spatial positioning algorithm to achieve relative balance? At this point, Dicky's body once again emitted a strange aura, and he was immediately balanced. You, the three pillar gods' expressions changed completely. They reacted in an instant. It was likely that this ancient mythological emperor had studied the physical characteristics of both sides in an instant after watching them fight in the dark for a few days. The Mother Earthvine's incense system, the new 9 revolutions' mysterious art, and his own demon core lineage. How could there be such an existence in this world, fighting while deducing, constantly learning? I have to say, the times are changing. Today, after 6,000 years, it's a joyous return. I'm filled with anticipation and joy. What a wonderful cultivation method. Although the demon core division can't directly make me stronger, the new 9 revolutions' mysterious art has increased my combat prowess 5-fold. Dicky's hands were behind his back, and his posture was imposing. He said lightly, but the Mother Earthvine is so stupid that it's laughable. With such a huge mass and such terrifying combat power, it can't even be used. Boom. Die. The three pillar gods' killing intent was completely revealed. Their auras were released, revealing that they were countless times stronger than before. I take back what I just said. That was no longer the strongest attack. This is the one. Dicky's aura was released, and he charged forward. The two collided in an instant. Crack. The cute girl left quietly. Dichi is still as honest as he was in the past. He is constantly studying your cultivation method and trying to figure it out. He is also very talkative. In fact, he is taking the opportunity to observe your body as he talks, secretly learning from your expressions and reactions. At the same time, he is guessing whether his deduction is correct or not. At this moment, the cute girl's expression changed drastically. It was the three pillar gods' turn to have a taste of the intense fear they had experienced back then. Moreover, back then, there was only one 9 revolutions mysterious art to study. The current Dicky had too much to learn. Bang bang. The cute girl walked on the ground, looking at the three-pillar god's murderous intent. In an instant, Dicky exploded. To kill Dicky, you can only beat him to death in an instant, crushing him with absolute power. If the gap isn't too big, the other party will continue to learn, understand your cultivation method, and eventually surpass you. Ermin's expression changed slightly. Yes, he's such a terrifying man. He's always defeated the strong with the weak. Only enemies more than 5 times his combat power can pose a threat to him, and those of the same level or lower level can't win against him. The three-pillar gods are still absolutely crushing him now, and even if Dicky has mastered the law phenomenon of our Joss flame dragon vein, he can only guarantee that he won't be killed in an instant. But if we don't kill him quickly, if we don't kill that monster quickly. The cute girl said weakly. Hearing this fragile tone, Ermin suddenly had goosebumps. The cute girl was still completely exhausted, and she handed over control of her body to Ermin. Ermin also took the opportunity to run away. The battle between the two monsters was a terrifying enemy of their world. They really had to enter the crack to survive, and the terrifying situation of being attacked by two enemies. Boom, a terrifying battle broke out. Dicky was constantly beaten to death, as if he had taken over the cute girl's position. The 9 Revolutions mysterious arts super fast recovery ability, there were at least 10 billion living beings in Dicky's body, producing energy that was far more than the eternal power furnace. The cute girl looked at the two figures in a daze. She suddenly froze. I finally understand, if the three-pillar gods are the physical Buddhas, then Buddhism has a saying, all things are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew, like lightning, and should be viewed as such. Then Dicky is the Tao of chemistry, the Tao of myriad transformations, or simply chemistry. Taoism has a saying, humans follow the earth follows the heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The Tao follows nature, and humans have always followed the example of all things in the world, humans, beasts, mountains, rivers, and earth. This is the ideology of Taoism. Previously, she had never believed in the fallacy of the speed of Mount Akina, but now she had to believe it. Everything seems to be a predestined war, repeating everything, reproducing the ancient battle of Buddhist and Taoist ideals. Is it you, watching in the dark? Ancient gods. How could Meng Mei still not understand? Everything seemed to be a coincidence. Dichi was in line with Taoism. Chemistry. The myriad transformation path. Wasn't continuous learning what was in front of them? Could it be that Dichi is destined to fight the Buddha of physics and Taoism of chemistry once again? Her complexion had completely changed. Buddhism and Taoism. Weren't these the two great inheritances of Hermes? Was this really a fight for the successor? Although it wasn't announced to the public, it wasn't as if she hadn't heard the truth from Carolyn. Hermes was an ancient person from Earth thousands of years ago who ascended to the heavens. Such a great existence had a different name in each civilization. In the West, he was called Hermes? What was he called in the East, Jade Emperor? Hongjun? Buddha? None of this was important now. More importantly, Hermes was the leader of the faction from ancient Earth. He had opened up 2 branches of Buddhism and Taoism. Before the invasion of unknown enemies, the 2 branches were constantly fighting each other. But now, the battle between Dicky and the three-pillar gods was like a battle between 2 Taoism. She was stunned, she was terrified. It seems like they are fighting for the position of Hermes' successor. They want to be like Carolyn and become a Tao protector? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. A battle for the inheritance of Buddhism and Taoism? Could it be that the ancient gods are brewing behind this? She shuddered. How many potential successors were there? Carolyn, the three-pillar gods, and the Lord of the Reincarnation of His Excellency. Even the current Dicky could be counted. These were all reserves to break through to the 9th rank. Was there going to be a successor among them? Unbelievable. She felt that the ancient gods were becoming more and more unfathomable. Perhaps they were already in this world during the primordial era. She took a deep breath. The ancient gods were so terrifying, the cute girl didn't think about it anymore. In any case, the civilizations in this area were most likely still ruled by the ancient gods. At this time, she was completely weakened. After all, she had cheated hundreds of times. The pain of being torn apart was almost unbearable. At this moment, she barely managed to divert the trouble and found Di Qi. As expected, the three-pillar gods chose to abandon her, who posed no threat at all, and turned around to kill Di Qi. But at this time, the enemies of the two worlds had invaded the six realms. No matter who won, they would cause great destruction to the six realms. He was merely delaying the time of his death. Let's rest for a while. I don't know how the battle between these two is going. Maybe I'll have to cheat again. I'll cheat a few hundred or even 1,000 times, then continue running. Should I take a break first and continue cheating later? Her complexion changed several times. She always felt that this sentence contained incomparable sorrow. It was a pain even more bitter than the 10 great tortures of the Manchurian Qing dynasty. The pain was unbearable. But who didn't want to die, no matter how painful it was, let alone when they had to bear the weight of the entire six realms? If they directly collapsed, the entire six realms would be gone. It was just that they didn't know if they could survive such a painful resistance. But I can still rest for a while. He let Ermin control the body. After all, there was no need for him to run now. He silently went to the network outside to check on the current situation. Spore Evolution Forum. The netizens were in an uproar. Di Qi had finally returned, and many people were in an uproar. This was the greatest calamity of the entire era. The era was about to be filled with turbulent waves. This was a super juncture in history. A new realm had appeared, and someone was about to reach the 9th level. Completely entering the era of the heavens, it was equivalent to a sky truly descending, suppressing the mortals and gods of the earth. The structure of the era had completely changed. What would the future hold? No one knew. But at this time, even survival was almost an extravagant hope. In front of the terrifying existence of the three-pillar gods, even ordinary gods were as weak as mortals. They were easily eaten to replenish their own energy. After all, the true birth of a 9th level meant that the living beings of a world would be wiped out. Turning oneself into a world. Naturally, one would have to devour the energy of a world. At this time, the Alchemy Emperor was also very anxious. He was constantly in charge of communicating with Mount Akina, trying to find a way for the six realms to survive in this hopeless situation. This was a huge crisis that the entire world had never faced before. Screenshot. Screenshot. Nouveau Riche Gold Magic Core. And Nouveau Riche Gold Earth Vines. The Alchemy Emperor, good fella, explain to me, why did Di Qi suddenly take out such a thing? Why does it look a bit like the Nouveau Riche Gold slime that someone cloned? Grinning, Mount Akina, don't expose the truth. Anyway, you've already guessed it. Drawing circle. JPG, everyone was completely silent. How could they not understand this situation? With the product of this alchemy factory in front of them, it was obvious that someone had also arrived in the six realms and was still in Di Qi's body as a biological cloning factory. Although it couldn't directly clone the bloodline into one's body, it was possible to clone some special bloodline organs and implant them into one's body as external organs so that one could use that bloodline technique. The Alchemy Emperor, in this situation, you're still hiding? Didn't you say that you didn't know where Di Qi was? You only told us that Di Qi still went in ahead of us. Mount Akina, I really don't know. Shivering, everyone's face darkened. Thinking about it this way, it was true that he didn't know. How would he know the specific location in his body? A netizen asked. You're the current generation factory, do you pay for the processing? Is Boss Di Qi a lot of money? Is his money easy to earn? Torture was still too serious. Someone tried to lighten the mood. Mount Akina, cry, how would I dare to ask the Imperial Army for money? Usually, it's the big bosses who copy other people's bloodline, body structure, and analysis blueprints to me so that I can be the processing factory for free. I'm just collecting money from other people. In fact, it seemed that Mount Akina's species was very similar to the whole race. They were all created creatures, but in fact, they were completely different. His species really imitated and cloned similar biological structures, and had similar biological bloodline functions, although it was inferior. And the whole race seemed to be able to create any living creature, but they were all empty shapes. In essence, they were still porcelain, like a lump of molded mud. Even if you created an ancestor of witchcraft, it would be the ceramic bloodline of the whole race, not the bloodline of the witch race. but Mount Akina was different. He was really a clone. Back then, he claimed to have overturned Dichi's alchemy factory, called himself the Zerg's mother nest, and this alchemy warlock was no joke. The alchemy emperor was helpless on the spot. You've really done me in. Dichi could only copy techniques before, and now you've started to copy bloodlines. Now you're copying bloodlines and techniques. Everyone was completely silent. To what extent had the Daluo Heaven scripture evolved to now? Implanting external blood organs was like installing mods. If this continued, not only would it stop at a 4-gene life form, but it would also become an unattainable 5-gene life form. It was also very likely that it would form more than 10-gene life forms. He kept inserting blood organs into his body. The Daluo Heaven scripture that Dichi created was all-encompassing, and its degree of horror was probably far beyond the level of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. It was a pity that the Daluo Heaven scripture was a kind of technique concept of Dichi, and it could not be learned by others. Apart from himself, no one else could learn it. Mount Akina said, cough, cough, cough. Everyone, don't panic. Let me tell you a surprise. Do you think that Dichi has shown his level? He hasn't, he's just copying the foundation of the other party's bloodline, implanting magic cores and dragon veins. With these blood organs, I think he can officially start learning techniques. What do you mean? Someone asked. Mount Akina said, you don't have the corresponding bloodline, how can you learn the other party's technique? Even Dichi couldn't do it. Back then, why could Dichi learn the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art? It's because Dichi was originally a witch. Everyone thought about it. It was true. Now that the world has changed, it has become complicated. Many techniques can only be cultivated by the indigenous supernatural races of their own world. Without a bloodline, even if Dichi learned the knowledge, he couldn't put it into practice. That's why he cloned and replaced part of the bloodline. Everyone, they were instantly stunned. So it was you, damn scammer, you copied Dichi's copy and paste, claiming to be a replacement, and ended up like this. The ability that Dichi learned originally could not cross races, and it couldn't be so exaggerated. It was you who let him eliminate the racial bloodline isolation, learning techniques that crossed bloodlines. Mount Akina said, cough, cough, cough. I know you want to hit me, but I still have to make it clear in advance. This proves that I'm a good person. Anyway, with a bloodline, Dichi will probably start learning now, right? Learn what? Of course, with a magic core, he will learn the arcane techniques of the magic core lineage. With incense, he will start to condense incense, righteous gods, freaks. That's probably the content? Oh, I almost forgot. Dichi's father is a super genius at improving. Any technique will be directly improved in his hands, new changes will appear, surpass the original version of the technique, and even fuse different techniques. Maybe we can look forward to it? What the F***ck, you're asking for a beating, everyone's mind instantly went blank. This guy was crazy, cheating people everywhere, and in the end, he got himself involved and even implicated them. At this time, Meng Mei was already exhausted. Her eyes widened, and when she saw this, her legs turned to jelly. She couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, he still wants to do it? This is just the beginning? The cold wind was biting cold. Suji's face was as calm as still water. He sat on the balcony of his house, wearing a black down jacket, drinking hot tea, like a young man from a wealthy family, quietly looking at the land in the distance. The land was raised to the ground, turning into a bright red carpet. And on this wide orchard, there seemed to be a square super-large arena, standing on which several humans of similar size were fighting. My orchard is about to be destroyed. This is the first time a large-scale battle of this level has broken out. Even I thought that the world wall wouldn't be able to withstand it and was about to break out. My yard, my living room, my fridge, sofa, chairs, and oven are all going to be destroyed. Suji looked into the distance and said to himself, times are really advancing. Ordinary gods can't control the overflow of power. They have to live in the small god world and can't easily descend to the mortal world. Once they descend for too long, because of the poor energy concentration, as a high-energy body, their power will continue to flow out. Only when they reach the high-level god realm can they form energy leakage, and a living god can easily roam the mortal world. The low, medium, and high-level god realms were about the continuous accumulation and control of power. Suji looked at all this quietly and said, "And when you step on the level 9 road, you can perfectly control the energy in the battle, completely without leakage, saving every bit of power, reaching the level of law. Otherwise, this level of battle would have evaporated the sand and stones on the earth, destroying the whole world's ecology. After all, the destruction of the world is what both sides don't want to see." They were indeed deliberately protecting the environment in their battle. But Suji clearly knew that although they were controlling not to destroy the environment, the world wall he had set still had to bear the terrible pressure of the two terrifying existences. But now, when their battle energy bombarded the world wall, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to make any waves. They couldn't hit Suji's orchard no matter what. They couldn't hit out of the world. This made Suji show an even more admiring expression. The subbrain of the insectoid race is indeed worthy of being the previous insectoid queen. It used its own body as a shell to give birth to the 5 geno-insectoid heroes. They have the 5 genetic talents of the insectoid queen to rule the insectoid race. Only now did Suji truly feel that the energy shield was getting stronger. It seemed like the stronger the zergs in the sand table, the stronger the barrier of the world. The energy they sent in was absorbed by the energy shield and even became Suji's energy. He looked at the rapid increase in energy and felt extremely happy. And why would the energy shield become stronger as the zergs became stronger? This feeling was similar to that of the 3 pillar gods. Once Du Shui, Xing Lin's daughter, and the others broke through to become gods, all living beings became stronger, and so did the 3 pillar gods. This was because the demon core in your bloodline was a part of them. It was like leaving a back door. The stronger you were, the stronger the 3 pillar gods would be, and you would never be able to resist. I couldn't understand it before, but now I somewhat understand the principle of the subbrain of the insectoid race. Suji became slightly serious. The subbrain of the insectoid race is probably similar to the pyramid structure of the 3 pillar gods. The stronger the average level of the insectoid race's combat power, the stronger the subbrain of the pillar gods' heavenly axiom. Therefore, the 3 pillar gods didn't care about the resistance of their own race's living beings. They also didn't care about the various secret plots and plots against them. They were like rebellious children who disobeyed their own parents. They still carefully cared for them, appearing extremely magnanimous. The essence of the insectoid race is similar to that of the 3 pillar gods. Suji suddenly laughed. The stronger the race within, the stronger the pillar gods are. They can't resist at all. Was the previous generation's insectoid queen based on the same principle? There were many things that he couldn't understand with his previous level of knowledge. But as he continued to deduce the world's sand table and understand knowledge, he obtained many truths. All the previously obscure and unclear things were also gradually being explained. However, I'm not afraid of them attacking out of my orchard. However, the matter on the ground and the soil will still evaporate a lot. Suji's expression was no longer calm. After the battle, his orchard would probably really be destroyed. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat. Gurgle, an exquisitely constructed white excavator appeared in front of him. Suji called the young housekeeper over and threw a spatial ring at her. Then, he tore open space and let her drive the excavator to Mercury's power station. Go and dig some sand for me. Rumble. The earth was completely shaking. With a bang, it sank down violently, just as the 3 pillar gods had said. The previous battle was indeed to train their bodies. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods were completely unleashing their full strength. This was truly their full strength. Bang 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 bang, countless fists smashed down. It was like a cat trampling on an ant that couldn't be killed no matter how hard it tried. It was like pounding rice cakes. Dichi was exploding violently almost every second. In an instant, it died more than 10 times. The 3 heads of the 3 pillar gods were completely shining. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art is indeed terrifying. There are more than 17 billion lives in the body, more than 40 gods in the body, and more than 100,000 celestial emperors. As the world furnace, they are constantly providing energy to the body. At the same time, they are sitting cross-legged and recovering their strength, contributing to the operation of your world machine. Although our high-intensity destruction is far faster than the recovery speed, I'm afraid it can only last for half a month. At that time, it may be us who are exhausted. Then let me show you, this is the true power of the laws, our true full strength. In this blow. Gene lock, open. The three-pillar gods' bodies were blooming with intense platinum flames, and their eyes were full of divine fire. At this moment, they had truly entered their battle form. It was the form of the zombie gene lock. No, it could be said that it was the form of the unified and terrifying gene lock of the entire zombie race. Our energy is too little, and we can only open up power that is 20 times more than what we just had. But have you seen it before? In an instant, the three-pillar gods seemed to have turned into Subaru who fought against the joyous emperor in ancient times. That beast race war god with monstrous fighting spirit kept waving his gravity fist that was comparable to a meteor. No matter how strong their defense is, it is far inferior to our attack. It is like the strongest spear meeting the strongest shield. However, we are not just that. The three-pillar gods roared. The blood in their eyes was ignited, as if injected with the emotions of all living beings. They became extremely crazy, anxious, bloodthirsty, and belligerent. Do you want to see real death? Puff puff puff. The body of the chimpanzee suddenly became thin and turned dark red. Two arms stretched out from under its ribs, with wet sticky gelatinous liquid. The surging power was like a dark red black hole, and in an instant, it turned into a four-armed giant. Puff puff, three hairy arms suddenly twisted their necks, like screws being twisted, and pulled out three bone swords, as if they had turned into headless bone swordsmen. What is this? In the face of such a strange and horrifying scene, Dickie's expression changed completely. At this moment, he knew that the three-pillar gods had truly revealed their full battle form. What he had learned before was just the tip of the iceberg. The Demon Core clan had perfect control of every part of their body, so they squeezed out the potential of every inch of their cells, like a juicer squeezing out every inch of potential and entering a berserk state. Their specialty was explosive power. It was the nemesis of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Corpse. Sword. Immortal. The headless gorilla slowly opened its mouth. It slightly bent its waist into a half-squatting position, holding a long sword in its hand. There were 3 genuine white bone skull swords that were as gentle as jade. They were respectively the beast god sword, the plant god sword, and the human god sword. Die. One word was spoken. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, it was as if the whole universe was overturned like a wooden table. The palms of the three-pillar gods spewed out countless chaotic airflows like a majestic waterfall, intertwining with countless laws of the great Tao. Each strand contained countless Tao rhymes, affecting the power of the whole world. The three-pillar gods had completely exploded. As a weak 9th grade power, with Subaru's 20 times power, they launched tens of thousands of slashes per second, completely destroying him. You want to kill me in an instant? Dickie's expression changed slightly, and then he smiled calmly. Then, I will show you all my strength. Rumble, in the 9 great inner worlds. A total of 17. 3 billion creatures looked up in bewilderment. Xiaomingyu was also confused. Only the moon god Mingyun of the moon god palace in the distance was taking care of the flowers and plants in the garden, still holding a watering can. She suddenly said, "Close your eyes." Xiaomingyu closed his eyes. Rumble. The world was like a tsunami. When Xiaomingyu opened his eyes again, the whole world had changed. The sky was blood red. The earth was filled with minced meat. Countless cities, tribes, mountains, rivers, turned into endless flesh and blood, mixed with blood, bones, and clothes. There was no longer a living thing in the entire 9-heaven aperture. They are all killed? Xiaomingyu was stunned for a moment. This is 17. 3 billion creatures, that is, cultivated for thousands of years, more than 40 gods. This was a population of 2.5 times that of the earth. Witnessing all this, he was extremely silent. Was this the vision of such a terrifying existence, this kind of ancient overlord who regarded all beings as ants? The creatures of a world seemed to be nothing more than weeds that were reborn after hundreds or thousands of years after being killed. For Xiaomingyu, this was too shocking. In front of a god of Dickie's level, the creatures of more than 2 Earths could be easily killed. Was this the true cruelty of the universe? Qiao Mingyu felt that he could not accept it. Mingyan only smiled. Rumble, in the outside world. Dicky raised his arm high. This is my strongest attack. I've sacrificed everything I have. The attack of 17 billion creatures. He roared, rumble. The ancient mythical emperor leaped in the air, his arm fell, and his fist fell. Every hair of Pengu's true body on his body disintegrated. The endless flesh and blood contained the courage to fight to the death. His whole body was like a real supernova explosion, turning into the purest shining light. Boom, the 3 pillar gods and Dicky collided fiercely. Both sides had revealed a decisive madness and bloodthirst, igniting everything and burning everything. The world turned into light. In the center of the explosion, endless electric sparks crackled and shone. In order to resist that attack, Dicky sacrificed more than 17 billion lives in the entire inner world. This is an unimaginable amount of wealth. Suji was stunned, and he suddenly stood up. He's really willing. Bang, 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 bang. He felt endless energy pouring into his body in an instant, as if violent energy was plagiarizing. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of that realm, and completely stepped into the high-level Heavenly Emperor realm. In an instant, the energy of the entire high-level Heavenly Emperor was pushed to the peak limit, and even the realm of the gods began to accumulate crazily. The torrent of life of a world, my path to godhood, is it going to begin now? Suji was stunned, looking at the terrifying battle in the distance. Huff huff huff, the sound of panting could be heard. It was like a huge bellows that pulled the entire world. Your strongest attack still didn't kill me. I still survived. Dicky's body was bathed in blood, and his flesh and blood kept growing. He recovered, but he was like a long-distance runner after a marathon. He was extremely weak, bent over, and his 2 arms drooped as if they were fractured. It was a tragic sight. Dicky took a deep breath. It's hard to imagine that I had to pay such a huge price to block it. 53% and 100% fusion are like 2 different creatures. Completely stepping into the realm, and the flesh and blood body have completely transformed, but the difference is so huge. This weak rank 9, and it's under the situation where he hasn't absorbed energy and increased his cultivation. Stupid. Stupid, stupid. The 3 pillar gods stood opposite, incomparably furious. They seemed to have entered the emotional berserk state of a living being from a cold machine, like Subaru's manic state. You actually destroyed a world. The energy of that world is enough for us to completely become a true rank 9, filling up the water tank by 30%, not the depleted 1%. Such a price, just to block our attack? The voices of the 3 pillar gods intertwined, almost incomprehensible. In their eyes, the pain was unimaginable, and the waste was extreme. Dicky's inner world was his own. He did not carry the living beings of the entire ancient tree planet, but he had cultivated it for thousands of years, and it was already incomparably huge. This was a third of the 6 worlds. Isn't this good? Dicky's flesh and blood recovered again. He stood up and said lightly, this is really an exciting battle. It's not good. The 3 pillar gods' expressions became completely solemn. The headless gorilla waved the 3 white bone swords and said coldly, you think that was our full power attack? That was indeed our full power attack, but this is our normal battle state. Our casual attacks are all full power attacks, and they all have 80% of the power we just used. You can no longer block it. Yes. They had sacrificed an entire world in order to resist this attack, but what about the next one? The difference was huge. In the distance, Ermin and the others' expressions changed completely. They had thought that the other party was very strong, but they never thought that the other party would completely reveal his true battle form. Existences of this level were truly despairing. Only by igniting more than 17 billion living beings in a world could they block one attack from the other party, and this was a weak rank 9 who had just transformed and had not absorbed energy. A full and energetic true rank 9 was simply unimaginable. Yes, my full power attack just now could barely block one. Dicky's expression suddenly became calm. But what about my full power attack this time? At this moment, his body kept crackling, as if the entire 9 Revolutions mysterious art had undergone a super terrifying upgrade. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. In his inner world, Akina Yamaguchi once again saw a horrifying and bizarre scene. White bones mixed with flesh and blood mixed with clothes. The earth had completely turned black and red. The tragic scene of the extinction of all living beings was too shocking. At this time, the endless incense vines that ran through the 9 apertures began to gather the endless resentment of the death of more than 17 billion living beings into a horrifying monster. Black emotions instantly filled the air, converging into a black torrent. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Painful screams, sorrowful cries, unwilling roars, desperate resentment, mournful roars, countless voices intertwined, as if mixing the sorrow of a world. This is a monster. It's incense. Akina Yamaguchi knelt on the ground, lost. So that's how it is. Compared to the good righteous gods that need to accumulate positive energy over a long period of time, those black emotions of fear, despair, and hatred only need an instant to form. Because hatred comes 10,000 times faster than love. Akina Yamaguchi's body trembled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the bloody sky. You can't use your upper body to like someone in a second and have love at first sight, but you can completely hate someone in a second. Akina Yamaguchi couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the sky. The birth of a super large-scale monster of despair only needs to bring fear, despair, and hatred in the moment of the destruction of the world. At this time, he looked at the giant Pangutru body. Boom boom boom, it was like a huge, precise world. At this time, the structure of the living beings changed dramatically. The blood vessels intertwined with each other, and the countless vengeful souls and ghosts attached themselves to the corpses, howling and wailing loudly. Countless resentment gathered into some kind of monster. For a moment, they seemed unwilling to accept their own death, immersed in some kind of illusory world. This is... what's going on? He walked in the bloody space and saw lumps of flesh and bones that didn't look human. Their eyeballs almost fell out, but they emitted spiritual fluctuations. Huh? Candied haws, selling candied haws, 10 copper coins per skewer, what just happened? Wasn't I just buying groceries? Nothing, continue to buy groceries. He looked to the other side. Why did I suddenly get distracted? So that's how it is. Is this some kind of mental technique of your ancient cloud sect? It's your Tianqing demon sex trick. Let's cut the crap and hand over the treasure. Our sect is here for the white Ji whip, the treasure of the ancient immortal Xianxia from more than 1,000 years ago. The flesh on both sides was emitting mental waves. This, Chio Minayama was driving at a crazy speed. He felt his mind go blank. Dicky is a very decent person. He even copied such a weird scene. The 3 pillar gods were weird enough. The human heads talking, you learned it so easily? The speed of MT Akina almost stopped. His understanding of Dicky was completely refreshed. Looking at this strange bloody world. Just what kind of reform is Dichi carrying out for him to be so heaven-shaking? Rumble, the next moment, he saw an even stranger scene. These souls of the dead, who thought they were not dead, continued to talk as they gathered to form a blood-colored flood that surged on the ground. And the golden joss flame meridians that connected the 9 heavens suddenly became hollow, like wriggling blood vessels, constantly sucking the flesh and blood in the inner space. Turning the joss flame meridians into hollow blood vessels in the body? And then using the flesh and souls here to suck into the blood vessels? As a blood torrent, 17 billion souls wander in the blood. He was completely stunned. Outside. The 3 pillar gods had a calm expression. Your 9 apertures have all been emptied. Without the world drive furnace, how will you block my next attack? There was no way to resist this battle. This attack had detonated his own world furnace, so how could he block the next attack? Without the drive furnace to provide energy for the shell of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, we can just build a new drive furnace, Dichi said lightly. Rumble, something in his body seemed to be forcibly opened. The 3 pillar gods stared at Dicky in shock. In their all-seeing eye, Dicky's Pangutru form was still a plane of the body. They saw that the meridians had become blood vessels that extended in all directions, and the sound of living things flowing could be heard from within. So, killing more than 10 billion living things in a world was not only a form of resistance, but also the first step of a super great self-renewal. How bold was this? How bold was this? This is the result of observing your bodies. Your alternative way of reaching the Tao is very interesting. Cells formed from the heads, using some special method to hypnotize all living things. It's similar to what you see now. Dickie put his hands behind his back and said confidently, but I can't hypnotize all living things. Let them think that I am not dead because there are too many of them. So, I used their fear of death to guide the horror born from the destruction of the world, forming a sweet dream that they are not willing to accept, similar to the sweet dream god of the primordial world, putting them in a half-alive, half-dead state. Let all living things become my blood, providing me with motivation and nourishment. Dichi continued to speak in a calm tone, but the concepts and theories in his words left everyone dumbfounded. Blood has always been the meridians that provide energy for living things. This is just a return to the basics, but this is just a temporary move by the warehouse. He spoke with confidence. Using their original flesh and blood as a temporary soul carrier to wander in the long river of flesh and blood. In the future, I will create demon cores and put their souls in them to become red blood cells. They live in the spiritual world, but in reality, they live in the long river of my blood, in my world, becoming a surging true spirit mother river of the world. These souls continue to cultivate and emit incense, which is absorbed by the hollow dragon meridians and blood vessels to provide nutrients for me, Dickie said calmly. This was a very terrifying improvement, completely integrating the dragon meridians, demon cores, and Pangatrue form. Turning the dragon meridians and incense meridians into the dragon meridians and blood vessels, digging out the dragon meridians and letting living things live in the hollow dragon meridians was simply a simplification. F***ck, when Meng Mei heard this, she couldn't help but exclaim. Dickie plans to make more than 17 billion earth metal demon cores. This ancient mythical emperor has a grand plan like the Great Wall of China. Using demon cores to replace the red blood cells in the blood? He simply doesn't treat the employees of the red blood cell demon core processing plant as human beings. I can already imagine the fate of a certain alchemy factory. 996 points of blessings await him. Meng Mei hid in the dark, completely shocked. Regardless of whether she could survive, she still picked up the notebook, her eyes shining. However, this is simply a great integration of cultivation techniques. Perfectly integrating my dragon meridians, Pangatrue form, and the demon core system together, using the dragon meridians as blood vessels all over the body, and using the demon cores as red blood cells. This is simply a super big update. On the roof of the orchard, a cold wind blew. Suji also silently took out the notebook, a little excited. It is indeed a new revolution. Now, because of the situation of the battle, Dickie killed the creatures of the inner world and completely integrated them into the blood vessels. Otherwise, it would simply be a perfect circulation system. The souls of living creatures in the 9 great inner worlds will flow into the blood vessels after death, turning into red blood cells, wandering in the river of dead souls and continuing to cultivate. The 9 great apertures in the body are the living world, and the endless blood vessels in the body are the underworld. At this moment, Suji seemed to see a dissecting picture of the body with blood circulating. This is the real 9 revolutions mysterious art, the universe-level Pangatrue form. The body is a cycle of life and death. Perfect. It's simply perfect. Suji's eyes lit up, and he was greatly amazed. Previously, I wanted to use Carolyn's God of Death's eternal life as a demon core in my mind to store the dead. Now it seems that it was just a forced combination of 2 cultivation techniques. This is the great integration of the demon core and the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Even he had to admit that as the founder of the Deluo Tian Sutra, Dickie's learning, improvement, and integration of cultivation techniques was simply terrifying to the extreme. Such a frightening person. In fact, at this moment, the 3 pillar gods also wanted to pick up their notes. Knowledge was power, not to mention such terrifying knowledge and ideas. This was a great integration, and the details of the various cultivation techniques contained within were simply shocking. And with Dickie's character, he had never hidden anything about himself. At the same time, there was no need for him to hide. After all, if others improved and learned, they would return to him sooner or later. He had this confidence. Even to him, this was the best. He was an extremely biased person, and did not have the talent to innovate or open up new paths. Letting these people innovate and learn and improve on their own would definitely be of great benefit to him. For example, right now. But at this moment, the three pillar gods' faces were no longer calm. This terrifying ancient mythical emperor of the Khanate ancient court had actually learned the demon cores of the pillar gods, the dragon veins of Mother Earth, and his own Pangu true form through a few battles and exchanges, perfectly integrating them. The new drive furnace is even stronger than the previous one. The three pillar gods took a deep breath. But the flaw is even greater. Your drive furnace is not in the alternate dimension, but exists in the form of blood. This means that as long as you explode once and all the blood in your body is drained, you will have no energy to replenish. The three pillar gods' faces were completely solemn. At the same time, as long as we eat your blood, it will still contain the majority of the energy of the entire world. To us, this is simply the biggest flaw. That's right, the biggest flaw was right in front of him. Dicky said indifferently, I am very clear about this, but with this drive furnace form of blood energy, it can nourish the entire body as a supplement. The blood, flesh, and bones of the experts of the world will flow in the blood vessels, and it can be used to cultivate the martial lineage that requires blood and flesh tonics, as well as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Its defense will multiply, and you may not be able to break through the blood so easily. The three pillar gods' faces changed completely. Indeed, unlike the concealed drive furnaces in the 9 space apertures, the energy of an entire world flowed in his body as the blood drive furnace. As long as Dichi's blood was drained, he would have no power left. However, the energy from the flesh and blood of countless gods, celestial emperors, and common people was simply the most powerful treasure in the world. It flowed in his veins and nourished his body, allowing him to completely start cultivating the martial path, at this moment. In Mother Earth's inner world, countless powerful gods were already so shocked that it was like a tsunami. So, cultivating the martial path was also part of Dichi's plan? Such battle prowess? No wonder he could defeat those stronger than him. He's simply stunning. No wonder Mother Earth, Dao Chongqing, Ancestral Shaman, God-slaying Celestial Emperor breaking Celestial Emperor, and Celestial Emperor Qing were all beaten to death by this ancient mythical emperor. How ruthless. After killing the living beings of an entire world, their souls became the internal furnace, emitting incense to provide power. Their flesh and blood were used as treasures to cultivate the martial path. It's simply the best use. Dichi is the same kind of person as the three pillar gods. The common people of an era are merely energy that can be absorbed. Everyone was shocked. They knew that with such a huge amount of energy, cultivating the martial path could instantly push one's defense to a high level. One had to know that the martial path and the Panga real body were actually incompatible. Why? It was because those who cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious technique usually had a normal-sized body. Such a small body would indeed multiply one's defense. But what about the giant form of the Panga real body? This was a new exoskeleton and flesh form. The new and tender flesh naturally didn't cultivate the martial path, so its defense was abnormally weak. However, if one didn't expand one's body, the energy output of over 10 billion people wouldn't be enough for the huge world furnace in one's body. It was like the superdrive furnace of an aircraft carrier being installed on an electric car. There was an excess of energy. Only by expanding one's body could one maximize the advantage of the world furnace. Therefore, he had to enter the second combat form of the Panga real body. Dao Chongqing's expression changed slightly as he murmured, enlarging the body also means weakening the defensive power. After all, the new exoskeleton body did not practice martial arts, and training such a huge body also requires a lot of energy. But now that Dicky has crushed the power furnace, the energy of a world is enough to bathe the defensive power of this body in the peerless precious elixir and completely raise the level of martial arts cultivation. Madman, that's the entire world we're talking about. Ermin pursed her lips nervously. She didn't think it was possible for her to make such an earth-shattering investment with thousands of years of accumulation. Bang 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 bang, a series of crackling sounds of muscles and bones rang out from Dicky's giant body. His whole body was like a blazing furnace, as if he had become an eternal sun, exuding an endless sense of dominance. At this moment, the expressions of the three pillar gods changed completely. What a waste. Forcefully raising it like this and crazily attacking the martial body, who knows how much energy he has wasted. You're going to consume it all by yourself and waste it forcefully, not leaving any for us? The expressions of the three pillar gods completely changed. How could they not know about the martial way? They even found the cultivation method of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Although they weren't able to achieve mastery, with their computing abilities, they were able to learn it in an instant. Just like how Carolyn had implanted 9 spaces in her body, cultivating the fake 9 revolutions mysterious art would be a piece of cake. However, the amount of energy required was too little. There was no energy to cultivate a new cultivation method at all. Moreover, now was not the time for them to cultivate other cultivation methods. At this time, they had only filled up 1,000th of their energy. They were like travelers dying of thirst in the desert. As long as there was energy, they could kill them. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. It's hard to imagine that there's such a variable. The expressions of the three pillar gods completely changed. They looked at Dickie and suddenly stopped. As a weak rank 9, slaughtering a world to obtain energy was simply a piece of cake. Even if a heaven-defying expert joined forces, they might not be able to resist him. Even if they could resist him, he didn't have to fight them. He could first eat the world to replenish his energy, then eat them back, but he didn't expect the 9 revolutions mysterious art to be like a safe box. It was too depressing. The unique indigenous cultivation method of the 6 realms, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, carried a world in the body and ran. Who on earth came up with this idea? 3 pillar gods, have you finally experienced the pain I felt back then? Dickie smiled and said with his hands behind his back, back then, I was also very dejected. I was also very useless. When I came, the whole world seemed to have been emptied by a group of hateful bandits. It was a mess, not even a blade of grass grew, as if locusts had passed through, leaving not a single flower for me. Dickie sighed with emotion. The look on his face was as if he was chatting with like-minded old friends after a meal. It was a group of people who thought beyond ordinary people. They developed such a shameless cultivation method. Bang! Bang, Dickie said. The next second, not only because he cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art, but also because he began to unlock the gene lock and entered the berserk state of flesh and blood. His defense power increased several times again. Huh? You want to fight? Now, you can't beat me to death. Why don't you sit down and have a drink with me? Talk about national affairs. Talk about the progress of civilization. Develop a friendly relationship with my immemorial heavenly court. Let me observe your physical body and have an in-depth exchange. Boom. Boom, the 3 pillar gods waved their swords 3 times, turning into a gale. Bang. Bang. The barbarians from the outer realm are indeed uncivilized. Dickie suddenly laughed. And fought back in an instant. His realm increased. Their figures intersected in an instant, but Dickie was still beaten until blood flowed all over his body. Even Suji's expression changed. Dickie had cultivated the demon core, dragon vein, and all kinds of improvements. He actually had an aura similar to the reincarnation of His Excellency. Dickie is indeed Dickie. Suji had a look of admiration on his face. As expected of the strongest peerless monster in the world. Back then, the subbrain of the insectoid race said that others only had the possibility of becoming insectoid heroes, but Dickie was destined to become insectoid heroes. In the past, he was too backward and could not keep up with the times. Now, he has learned countless cultivation methods from me. Perhaps in the same realm, too. Dickie can already fight me in the same realm. Suji secretly weighed. Of course, the premise is that he can't secretly learn from me. How strong was the reincarnation of His Excellency? In the same realm, even Emperor Yun, who had fused countless talents, was not a match for him. Dickie had only learned half of it. Suji had the bloodline of the entire race, the bloodline of true Qi, the eternal life of the Grim Reaper, and all kinds of top true cultivation methods. This was the unification of the countless cultivation systems of the entire Sand Table civilization. Therefore, the reincarnation of His Excellency was currently the strongest in the same realm. The 3 pillar gods could not be considered a true rank 9. Therefore, the others used their shoddy nomological phenomena to distort themselves and protect themselves from being penetrated and distorted by the other party's nomological phenomena. They could still fight. His energy was one, and so was Dickie's. Although it was a qualitative change of one, it was not a difference of heaven and earth. When Dickie's energy reached 1,000, he would be a real ninth-order warrior, and there would be no way to beat him. But I have cultivated 7 to 8 different cultivation methods. Suji constantly weighed. If the reincarnation of His Excellency was at 53% of Dickie's level, he might be able to ignore the difference and fight against the weak rank 9 3-pillar gods. He would be able to truly defy the heavens and kill the weak 3-pillar gods in front of everyone. He would be able to become the most humiliating rank 9 in history. After all, the 3-pillar gods were not considered strong in the same realm. This was because they cultivated a single type of cultivation method. Just like Dickie, they could not keep up with the latest era of the heavens. However, things might be different in the future. The other party would definitely start to secretly cultivate the various cultivation methods of the 6 realms. They would be able to comprehend by analogy and cultivate multiple cultivation systems at the same time, but thinking about it this way, it seemed like the 6 realms were the origin of everything. However, the 3-pillar gods should also know that Dickie is too terrifying. Even with their absolute strength, they are constantly being chased. They have to change their strategy. Suji's expression changed slightly. He sat on the roof of the building, enjoying the whistling cold wind. He sat on a chair and sipped a mouthful of hot tea. He continued to look at the arena that looked like 100 acres of blood-red land. Boom, the 3-pillar gods continued to beat Dickie until he was riddled with thousands of holes, causing him to bleed non-stop. The 3-pillar gods continued to drink blood to replenish their energy. However, as Dickie's corporeal body continued to be damaged, it actually became more and more resilient and powerful. This was the improvement of the cultivation of the martial path. After all, the martial path was all about tempering the body. Using external force to temper the body at the edge of death and nourishing it with large amounts of treasures of heaven and earth, it could be said that Dickie's progress was rapid. Gradually, the 3-pillar gods could no longer inflict such terrifying injuries. Furthermore, the other party was also in a state where the gene lock was unlocked. However, the other party's gene lock could only be said to be an extremely incomplete half-finished product. Under such a severe self-harming situation, it could only amplify by 2 times. However, the 3-pillar gods still had the absolute advantage. If this situation continued for a few days, they would still be able to beat Dickie to death and drain all his blood. However, when the efficiency of draining blood started to decrease, when Dickie was riddled with thousands of holes and bleeding non-stop, they chose to stop. Boom, killing intent burst forth. The 3-pillar gods turned around and rushed towards Mother Earth, who was watching from afar. They could fight their own battles. Why did they suddenly think of her? The cute girl was stunned and instinctively turned to run. She couldn't help crying out, "The 3-pillar gods know that Dickie is constantly learning. I wonder what new technique he came up with when he's about to be beaten to death, so they want to find a pushover to kill and eat my energy to replenish their energy. Then, Dickie won't be able to defeat them anymore." She broke into a run, so scared that her soul almost left her body. Pft, pft, pft. The 3 swords behind her unleashed endless slashes that were like a tsunami and a rainstorm. In an instant, her entire body was turned into minced meat. Her bones mixed with blood turned into soft mud. This was a killing blow in an instant, wanting to kill her without mercy, decisive, cold. Ta ta ta. This is simply madness. As the Mother Earth ran, a pile of flesh and blood fused and grew again, forming into a human form. Under the fear of death, her speed completely exploded. The 3-pillar gods chased after her again, and their expressions changed drastically. I've only rested for a short while, and my life is going to turn on again? Bang bang bang, the scene entered an extremely strange chase once again. Dickie, save me. If I die, you will die too. Mother Earth took a detour and roared as she ran, if he kills me now to replenish his energy, he will be in his complete form. You will be killed instantly. In this situation, everyone was in the same boat. Of course, I know. If you die, everything will be gone. Dickie's expression was calm and reserved. He transformed back into a graceful and elegant emperor. However, I'm not good at speed, I'm far from your ability to sharpen your sword for thousands of years. In terms of speed, you are the best in the world, I can't outrun you. Let me learn from you. The cute girl's face turned black, but that was indeed the case. Ta ta ta, the cute girl ran madly. The three pillar gods didn't care about Dicky, who was standing on the spot, and continued to chase. In terms of escaping, Mother Earth is indeed the best in this era. Dicky clapped and laughed. Even he couldn't help but be full of admiration. Thinking back to the era of the ancestral shaman celestial heavens, I let Dao Changxing bring a world to hide while I brought the 11 ancestral shamans out of great overarching heaven. It was a shocking sight. At that time I was thinking, who was it that robbed my heaven and earth? Now, it seems like the ancient era is playing out. In the long years I left when I was in my prime, and when I returned, this land was already old and decrepit. Yet, you are still so youthful and energetic, swearing to do things for the mortals, for the heaven and earth, for the balance of the ages. Although Dichi was still talking, his eyes were fixed on the figure of the Mother Ivy. After a while, he said, there's a way to improve it. You can listen to it. Increase your speed by another 30% and you'll be able to last longer. The cute girl's expression changed slightly. Let her learn? She wasn't Dicky, nor was she the Zhang Wuji before Zhang Sanfeng. Was she the kind of person who could learn on the spot? She couldn't help but shout, you have already learned it and even improved it. Why don't you run with me? You're too heavy. Dicky shook his head and answered seriously, if I carry you on my back, I will be much slower. I still need to improve it for a while. Hang in there. The cute girl was completely speechless. She was completely numb. As for letting her enter Dicky's inner space, that was impossible. If the space could contain another space, wouldn't it be infinite? The 9 Revolutions Mysterious Arts body contained a group of people who practiced the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, and their bodies contained another group of people who practiced the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. In the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Arts inner world, a stable and mature large space could contain small spaces, and the space ring could still be used for storage. However, if a larger space was stored, it would cause the space to become unstable and collapse. Ta, ta, ta. The cute girl ran wildly for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 324 deaths. After the first time, she rested for a period of time to replenish her spirit and become full. Now, her endurance for the second time was even stronger. She was constantly being torn apart, killed, and turned into fireworks of flesh and blood. It made the cute girl feel like she was about to become a second Subaru, but even so, she couldn't bear it anymore. It was almost as if she was forcing herself to stay conscious. Her head was getting dizzier and dizzier. Almost everything in front of her became a blur. Ta, 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 she was like a female giant who eternally chased after the sun. The moment she fell was the moment of her death. Finally, Dicky's eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. He flashed up and turned into an incredible meteor. He carried the mother green vine on his shoulder at an unimaginable speed. Phew! Meng Mei was on the verge of breaking down. She had finally survived. She was carried on Dichi's shoulder as they flew. Suddenly, she saw a gentle and elegant woman standing on Dichi's shoulder looking at her. She recognized who it was in an instant. Empress. Goddess Wu Yun. The cute girl called out. This was the ancient empress who had served 2 terms in the archaic divine court. The first was the connate ancient court of the pre-celestial beings, and then the ancestral witch celestial court of the post-celestial beings. She was the empress, the mother of the world, moon goddess Wu Yun. The woman who accompanied Dicky as the mastermind behind the scenes for 2 terms. Long time no see, green vine. Wu Yun said softly as she looked at the person in front of her. She still spoke softly, thinking about it, you are the only one left in the same era of the connate ancient gods. I really didn't expect that we would meet again. You haven't been beaten to death yet. The cute girl only smiled. Rumble. Dicky's speed increased. His figure was illusory and blurred. Even the 3 pillar gods behind him couldn't attack him. Truly an individual that even fate is hard to calculate. We aren't omnipotent when facing other races. Suddenly, the 3 pillar gods' cold mechanical voice rumbled as they slightly stopped their footsteps. The three-pillar gods looked at the sky silently. Gotcha, a snow-white spatial door opened. The three-pillar gods' figures disappeared into the void. They tore through time and space and slowly walked on the lava land. I've returned to the ancient lava land? The cute girl was stunned. She was overjoyed. She clearly knew that with the three-pillar gods' absolute rationality, they no longer had a chance. After all, they were running with the world. There was no other way to deal with her. There was no point in continuing the chase. But she was still a weak rank 9. She could make a comeback at any time. She could block them for a while, but she couldn't block them forever. This situation could at most be considered a temporary truce. But in the next second, the cute girl suddenly realized something. The two great enemies of the world had finally decided the victor. But the three-pillar gods had left. There was another super monster, Dicky, plop. In the next second, Mother Earth was casually thrown to the ground. The cute girl's scalp went numb. Only now did she realize what she was facing. Dicky looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then, we should discuss our private matters. Meng Mei's face darkened. Her mind went blank. This was a very strange tripartite power. Dicky, the three-pillar gods, and the 6 realms. But clearly, Dicky and the three-pillar gods could not finish each other off. Both of them had the ability to easily kill her at any time. Before, the three-pillar gods could still struggle, relying on their speed to run and get beaten up. But now, Dicky was faster than her. There was no chance for her to struggle. Especially now. Back then, she had faked a rebellion against Dicky and even mocked Dicky. It was obvious that she wanted to settle old scores and new scores. She was going to die. Your Majesty, please spare me. Meng Mei hurriedly said. I welcome your Majesty's return. Xian covered her mouth and smiled like a flower. You're still such a clever girl. No wonder you haven't been beaten to death after so many years. Dicky's expression was still calm. Don't play tricks. Remove the Panga true form and let the others come out. Meng Mei was completely terrified. She did not dare to object. Whoosh. The huge flesh body slowly shrank. It was like a tree in the sky that had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes, turning into a thin, withered tree. The entire Panga true form turned into a black skeleton, drained of all its energy. The 5 figures that formed the Panga true form walked out. Dao Chongqing, Ermin, the Mother Earth Vine, Hu Haihan, and the Dao Lord. 5 realms? Dicky looked at them and glanced at the Mother Earth Vine. What about the 6 realms? The 6 realms is the dark ruins of End, a place of monstrosities. The Mother Earth Vine hurriedly said. And the sweet dream goddess is the master of the ruins of End. She was born from the monstrosities in her palm. She invaded the ancient lava lands but has lost contact with her. I'm afraid she has been beaten to death by the three-pillar gods. It will take some time for her to recover. If she can't come, then forget it. Dicky waved his hand. An ancient sun god temple once again stood on the ground. The palace was dazzling with gold and jade. Emperor Qi slightly waved the long sleeves of his dragon robe, full of the majesty of an emperor. He slowly sat on the throne high above. Beside him, the Empress Goddess Siyun also sat beside her. She had the beauty and majesty of a mother of the world. It was as if the ancient mythical immortal court was in session once again. Those who are willing can join my primordial immortal court, Di Qi said calmly. He sat on the ancient throne of the heavenly court and looked at the 5 people outside. Swoosh. Ermin and the others looked into the palace, their expressions changing slightly. Everyone knew what it meant if they didn't go in. This was the judgment of the victor. After the great battle, it was clear that Di Qi wanted to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. Beside them, the alchemy emperor also walked out. He looked at them and nodded. Let's go in. Times are changing. In fact, this was the reason why Dicky had been lured here. Although Di Qi was a terrifying monster who had once destroyed an era, the biggest difference between him and the 3-pillar gods was that Di Qi would not kill at will. Because he had yet to complete the 9th step. This meant that he was safe, at least in the short term. Even though Dicky, who was born as an innate ancient god, was not fond of postmate living beings. He did. Not regard ordinary mortals in his era as real living beings, but as straws that could be harvested at will. But Dichi valued talent. He looked down on ordinary mortals without talent, feeling that they were pitiful, laughable ants who did not understand the meaning of their existence. It made no difference whether he harvested them directly or left them to die of old age. But he also respected and admired the peerless geniuses of each era. He had the heart of a true emperor for the heroes of the era, the hot-blooded celestial emperors. Just like in the past, he respected the ancestors. Many times, he needed powerful geniuses to blossom in the era and open up an unprecedented path, while he hid behind the scenes. So, unlike in the hands of the three pillar gods, in Dichi's hands, it was like returning to the most ancient era of the primordial immortal court. That high and mighty ancient emperor ruled everything from behind the scenes, constantly learning techniques from scratch. Crack. Ermin and the others looked at each other. They had no choice but to survive. Even Dao Chongqing took a deep breath and slowly walked into the oldest sun palace. They knew clearly that the terrifying man in the primordial immortal court was coming back to rule the land thousands of years later. Because in this land there were too many treasures worth learning and excavating. Meng Mei and Dao Chongqing raised their heads and looked at the decorations of the entire palace. It was still the primordial immortal court of the primordial immortal court. They still remembered the prosperity of the civil and military officials. Whoosh. The great Zhou dynasties who renowned Mount Shusort immortal Lu Wenjian, and the West's vampire dynasty's fresh-blood emperor walked out of their inner worlds. Those who walked out, as well as the oldest group of people, such as the god-slaying celestial emperor and the thunder emperor, all had ugly expressions. They knew what would happen to them. I am, of course, broad-minded. I have forgotten the things of the ancient era. Dichi looked down at the people below, his voice rumbling through the gorgeous sun palace. Then, he changed the topic. Since the primordial immortal court era, 6,000 years have passed. After the primordial immortal court era, I have fought in the outer realms. Today, I have returned to rebuild the primordial immortal court era. Let's not talk about the old. Everyone here is the successor of the primordial land. He glanced at Hu Renong, Lu Wenjian, and Lin Hongfeng. These were all descendants of the orthodox primordial immortal court. The great Zhou dynasty, the Mount Shusort immortal, and the martial god palace could be said to be the rising stars. Also, the demon world has entered the primordial land. Are you willing to submit to the primordial court? Dichi asked. The fresh-blood emperor and the others didn't say anything. Ermin took a step forward and said, I am willing to submit. On the throne, this unparalleled existence said calmly, there are already 6 realms. In addition to the realm in my body, the nether world, there should be 7 realms now, the 7 realms of the primordial immortal court, mortal, celestial, demon, nether, void, monster, and nether world. The primordial immortal court era will be the primordial immortal court, it means the beginning of the era. Primordial immortal, why today? Dichi asked Empress Si Yun beside him. After all, the golden crow is the light. Si Yun's voice was dignified. Dichi paused for a few seconds and said calmly, in that case, today's heavenly court, after 6,000 years, will be called Chongming. Chongming is the original heavenly court, and I will be called the Golden Crow Great Emperor of the primordial heavenly heaven. In the future, since I have returned, the 3 pillar gods of the barbarian world might not be willing to let this matter rest. They might make a comeback and invade the 7 realms again, plunging the people into misery and suffering. However, with a great enemy before us, we still need to regroup. This time I will regroup the various innate god positions. The ancient mythological emperor sitting on the throne was in the upper celestial court. With a foreign enemy before us, let's keep things as before. Dichi looked quietly at Mother Earth, Green Vine, and the others. The ancient gods of the primordial immortal court, Mother Earth, Thunder Monarch, and the others, can return to their respective positions in the primordial immortal court, such as World Tree, Thunder Hammer, Moon Laurel, and so on. Fresh blood covered the entire land. A large portion of the blood-red soil had almost disappeared. It had been evaporated. This was an unimaginably huge loss. And in this piece of land that had just been left in a mess after a great battle, a meeting of the celestial court was actually held. Return to my position? The other gods did not understand, while Meng Mei and the rest felt their heads explode. What did this mean? Meng Mei was going to be the world tree again, the one that could not move. Wouldn't she be sitting in a cage again? Thunder Monarch and God-slaying Saber would still be in their old positions. A god was actually going to be the Khanate artifact, God-slaying stage, Thunder Hammer. The worst was Ancestor Witch. Moon Osmanthus. What was Moon Osmanthus? In the Moon Palace, Wu Gang kept chopping him, using his flesh and blood as medicine to feed the heavenly court. A god's headless body had to be chopped, and his head had to be suppressed under Mount Changyang. It was too tragic. How could he not hold a grudge? This was a heavy punishment. Do you have any objections? On the emperor's throne, Dicky said plainly, I am a reasonable person. If you have any objections, you can come forward to see me. No objections. Meng Mei said, Your Majesty is wise. Dicky nodded. The old Khanate ancient gods will remain in their positions. As for the gods of the various demon realms and other realms, their positions will remain the same. The positions will be decided as such for now. Dicky's voice resounded in the entire Sun God Hall. Let's talk about the enemies from the outer realms and the distribution of forces. The gods nodded. He was going straight to the main topic without any hesitation. Since Dicky had the intention to return, he would take up his responsibilities and shoulder the invasion of the three pillar gods. The three pillar gods were unprepared the first time they came. They did not expect to be injured and retreat, but they could make a comeback at any time. After all, their realms were still the same, weak 9 levels. On the path of 9 levels, the soul and flesh would become one. They only needed to absorb energy. What about the 7 realms? Dicky was still the fastest in the 7 realms. He had only fused 53% of his flesh and blood. In the eyes of everyone's energy detection, his head, arms, half of his body had already turned into a dark red charcoal-like state of fusion. Therefore, although it looked like they were temporarily retreating, it was actually just a temporary truce. The second invasion was basically inevitable. Dichi said indifferently, in the 7 realms, it is impossible to reach the 9th rank in a short period of time, and there is no one who can completely walk the path of the 9th rank. As for the 3 pillar deities, they are still terrifying enemies beyond the heavens that cannot be defeated. Today, I defeated him. Why? Dichi stood up from his throne and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Because his knowledge is shallow. Because his knowledge is behind the times. He has only cultivated one system, so even though his realm is high, he still can't beat the combination of my advanced cultivation techniques. He can't beat me and target his weaknesses. See through his body. But this time, we've beaten them back. What will happen in the future? Dicky's voice gradually grew louder and louder. It was deep and sonorous and extremely solemn. The 3 pillar gods have returned this time. They have a good understanding of the 7 realms and will definitely make up for all their shortcomings. Practicing martial arts, practicing the 9 revolutions mysterious art, practicing all kinds of top cultivation methods, from a weak rank 9 who only knew one system to a weak rank 9 who knew many systems? What about us? Everyone was shocked. By then, the 3 pillar gods would have made up for their shortcomings and cultivated all kinds of top cultivation methods in the 7 realms. Both sides would be on equal footing, and they would probably be beaten to death. The difference in cultivation methods would no longer be obvious. It would be the absolute suppression of the realm. The next time the 3 pillar gods invaded again, the second battle would instantly erupt. The 7 realms would not be able to resist at all. The 3 pillar gods are one of them. The second is the sacred cherry blossom emperor. Dichi's expression was solemn as he said, this person quietly broke through the void and left while I was fighting with the 3 pillar gods. I'm afraid that he had already predicted that there would be no winner and that there would be no outcome to this battle, so he left early. She is extremely smart. She used the shockwaves of the battle to escape and used the terrifying explosion of the laws of both sides to erase all traces of spatial teleportation. This made it hard for us to chase after her and find the root of her world. Everyone was slightly shocked. What a good plan, no wonder they copy Earth Mother, who ran the fastest, and not the Cherry Blossom Emperor, because the 3 pillar gods had already discovered that she had left long ago. Meng Mei's expression also completely changed. Carolyn had long predicted that they would enter a stalemate. The three pillar gods would kill the others and eat their energy, so she was left alone to be beaten up. No wonder she was the fastest. Indeed, even the three pillar gods, who had reached the 9th rank, would find it hard to find the coordinates of the little universe. They were able to find the coordinates of the 6 realms because the Sweet Dream Goddess and the others were in their hands. The 6 realms had used a time worm to cut off the connection between the Sweet Dream Goddess and them, then invaded the lava world. Originally, it would have been impossible to find them after cutting off the connection. However, the three pillar gods had twisted the laws of nature and changed the parameters of the universe, mending this broken line and using the Sweet Dream Goddess as a medium to climb over. This was mending the line. Carolyn did not have a medium, so it was impossible for her to create something out of nothing. She had twisted the laws of nature, not created them. Dicky calmly said, "This is a three-way battle. Among the 3 realms, our high-brightness legend Heavenly Court is the easiest world to enter at any time." Everyone was speechless. The three-way battle between the 3 realms had completely formed. They had entered the era of war between the heavens. Dicky continued, "Among the 7 realms, there is an extraterrestrial planet that has become the vanguard of the high-brightness legend Heavenly Court, a bridgehead to mine resources and explore the extraterrestrial civilizations." Everyone was shocked. There was also an extraterrestrial small world that was constantly floating in the myriad worlds. Dicky let everyone consume the information and did not say anything. Suddenly, he looked at his huge panga body that covered the skies, standing between the heavens and earth. He did not choose to disintegrate. After all, how could he disintegrate? An ordinary real body of Pangu could disintegrate even if it was disintegrated. Similar to the fusion of the Mother Ivy's 5-9 revolution's mysterious art forms, most of the energy could be recovered. But the body in front of him was a martial body that consumed the flesh, blood, and bones of a world's creatures to nourish it. Its defense was extremely strong, and it could be said to be the strongest weapon of war. Naturally, it had to be preserved. This huge body can replace the Panga true body inside Ancient Tree Planet, but it will have to wait until the war is over. It will still be used for a while. Turning around, Emperor Qi stared at the crowd and the blood-red land that was riddled with holes. The next battle will probably start when the 3 pillar deities finish cultivating and learning our techniques. It won't be a long time, but it won't be a short time either. They should be rallying their forces and repairing the land. This land has been evaporated by the fighting, and more than half of the land has evaporated. It can be said to be a dead land, and we can use the extraterrestrial bridgehead planets to provide a large amount of sand and stone resources to fill it up. The gods nodded. This was the toughest problem. It was indeed the best to use the outside world to fill up the consumed resources. Dicky smiled. "I will contact," but he did not finish. He suddenly walked out of the sun god temple and looked at the sky. Kaboom! Endless gray sand and metal particles formed a waterfall that covered the sky, pouring down from the sky to fill up the lost sand and stone on the entire land. "This is?" Dicky was stunned, his eyes wide. Whoosh! The sky seemed to be raining cats and dogs. The grayish-black gravel mixed with endless raindrops that glowed with a metallic luster surged towards the ground. This, Dichi looked up at the sky in disbelief. Of course, he could do it. Pouring sand and stones from the sky was his original plan, but this was not the sky. It was the world wall. This was something that even he found unimaginable. Some unknown and terrifying divine power had penetrated the wall of the world and thrown the sand and stones from the outside of the wall of the world. Gotcha! The world wall suddenly became slightly transparent. He could vaguely see a mysterious world-class strange object outside the world wall. It was moving along the world wall. Its shape was very vague, ancient, and boundless. It was constantly pouring down sand and stones, unexpectedly piercing through the world wall. What kind of ancient earth divine item is this? Digging up the soil and dumping a world's worth of sand and stones? Dichi's expression changed. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "It can actually pierce through the wall of the world, and it's extremely huge. It seems to be 4 or 5 times bigger than the transformed body of the Panga true body. It's an earth-shattering colossus. Who is it? Who is filling up this world?" Dao Chongqing murmured in a low voice, his face full of shock and confusion. I don't know. Ermin said, raising her head with a face full of shock. But this is no ordinary sand and stones. It carries a large number of metal particles, and there are even some unknown ancient remains of plants and animals, emitting a scorching radiance. Could it be the god of creation? Everyone was completely shocked, and their hearts trembled. Mother Earth had once said that every time the world shattered and the world changed drastically, there would be an ancient great Tao incarnation that would descend to maintain the order of the entire world. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed very likely that he was the god of creation. After all, the world was destroyed, and all living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. No, it's not. Instead, Meng Mei cried out in alarm. She looked at the gravel and almost jumped up as she sensed something. It's an ancient Buddha, an ancient Tao. It reminds me of that ancient battlefield hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Avicii scorching hell. That's the gravel of the Buddhist land, it's the Buddhist light. This exclamation made the other deities feel puzzled. Buddha, an ancient battlefield from hundreds of thousands of years ago, this long period of time almost made them stop breathing. Their entire civilization had developed for less than 10,000 years. In this long period of time, they were like insignificant dust. What about an ancient battlefield that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, ancient civilization? It was as if a grand and magnificent painting of 10,000 years of ancient history was slowly unfolding. They recalled the words of Mother Earth, which brought them endless tranquility and ancientness. All Dharma is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like dew or lightning. This is how it should be viewed. The Buddha of physics. It really is you. His voice was not loud, but at this moment, it was like a clap of thunder, exploding in their hearts. Buddha, physical Buddha, what was that? Humans? Civilization? Faith, or perhaps inheritance? What kind of ancient secret did Mother Earth know about that was tens of thousands of years old? Walala, the gravel emitted an astonishing radiant radiance. There were even some broken ancient relics within it, pouring down from the sky. That was a special kind of energy radiance. It was as if it had existed since ancient times. It had some five-colored glaze, but it had an astonishing corrosiveness. The gods had already sensed that even some celestial emperors might not be able to withstand it for a long period of time. The remains of ancient creatures, the ruins, and the metallic grains of sand seemed to be in an ancient battlefield. Those metallic grains were like broken divine weapons in the battlefield. With the accumulation of history and the long passage of time, they gradually lost their god power. It was as if a pile of materials from the ancient ruins and mythological battlefield was poured into the ruins of this world that had just finished a great battle. Mother Earth, what exactly is this? Even Dickie couldn't resist asking. Everyone also had an expression of disbelief as they looked at Mother Earth in astonishment. They wanted to get a reasonable explanation. Your Majesty, if I didn't guess wrongly, everything in front of us is an ancient god. Mother Earth hurriedly stopped talking and looked around. She said solemnly, "Don't panic, such a terrifying miracle of god power is created by this ninth-rank existence." Oh? Dickie was slightly shocked. He was very confused about that ninth-rank existence. The war had just ended, and such a thing happened. He had probably been silently observing the war in this world? That's right, if I didn't guess wrongly, the material that was thrown here should be the Avicii scorching hell. That's because I've heard people mention that the composition of that ancient battlefield is extremely similar to what we are seeing now, Sister Ming said. And this isn't a danger, it's a huge opportunity. It should be the inheritance of an ancient ninth-rank existence that had fallen. Leave the lineage of Buddhism and Tao to us. Boom, everyone's head exploded. When this sentence landed, even Dickie started to lose his composure. An ancient inheritance of a ninth-rank existence? This was an unimaginable treasure. Whoosh. Looking at the sand pouring down from the sky, it was mixed with endless mysterious withered corpses. Most of them were the roots and leaves of plants. The gods at the side were all unnatural. The more they looked at this miracle, the more extraordinary it seemed. They discussed and found it unbelievable. Ninth-rank inheritance? This ancient ninth-grade being is also secretly watching us? As for the inheritance, I'm afraid it's a bloodline cultivation system. I can feel that the corpses contain a special bloodline structure. That's right, if we extract it, maybe we can walk a new system, the ancient inheritance. Buddhism, Tao? Unbelievable. The sky was still pouring down sand and stones like a curtain of rain. The gods were like people sheltering from the rain in the sun god temple. They stood under the roof and looked at the rain beating the ground outside. Mother Earth, I order you to tell me everything you know, Dickie said. Mother Earth didn't hide anything. We have to start from the most ancient era, following the continuous narration. All the gods were caught in a perilous situation. They were so overwhelmed by the ancient myths that they couldn't even breathe. So that's how it is? Those two ancient existences are both related to this all-heaven grand domain. They once ruled over all the nearby worlds. That was a prosperous era that we can't imagine. Like a group of ants, we can't imagine the world of adults. What's more, the fallen rank 9 existence was Hermes, who had once appeared briefly in our realm of devils and mysteriously perished. Ermin covered her mouth in shock. The war at that time had already come to an end? How could she not be excited? The enemies of the land of the gods finally understood the truth behind the death of Hermes that everyone had been searching for. If Medusa was here, he would definitely be excited as well. He had finally solved a problem that had bothered him for a lifetime. Hermes, a ninth-order existence, had fallen, and Hermes's old friend, the mysterious ancient god, was going to pass on Hermes's ninth-order inheritance, Buddhism and Taoism, to them. As for his name, it wasn't important to an ancient existence like the rank 9, he had his own name in every world. In the Magus world, he was called Hermes. In the primordial world, what was he called? Back then, he only passed on his ideals. Today, he wants to. Ermin looked at the sky and the rain of sand and stones. She couldn't help but murmur, Buddhism, Tao. Mingmei's expression was solemn. She saw the remains of branches and animals in the sand and stones. It was the Bodhi tree and Bhikkhuni she saw in the Avicii scorching hell. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, they had extracted the 2 great extraordinary genes, radiation and true qi, and obtained the inheritance of Buddhism and Tao. With these broken limbs and bloodlines in front of them, they would naturally be able to obtain the 2 ancient extraordinary bloodlines. I really have to thank the ancient god, Mingmei muttered to herself. Even Dickie's expression changed drastically. After knowing the truth of the ancient myths and legends, he couldn't remain calm either. This was especially so after learning about the eternal lifeblood, the 2 rank 9 existences who had been eternally indestructible for hundreds of thousands of years, the 3 pillar gods, and the cherry blossom emperor. They wanted to become the next Tao protector of the ancient god. The world has become interesting. The next time the 3 pillar gods come, Dickie couldn't help but laugh. His face was filled with anticipation as he looked at the land that had been polluted by a special power. Will the next era of the 7 worlds heavenly court be the era of Buddhism and Tao? Dong City. An orchard in the countryside. Why is the excavator being driven like this? On the roof, a lazy voice kept giving instructions. Pour it more evenly and more carefully. The Isidal people really didn't implant the excavator's technical knowledge. Walla lala, a white excavator started adjusting its position in the sky along with the voice. Like a skateboard, it slid and rubbed against each other in midair, continuously pouring out sand and gravel. A large amount of sand and gravel fell evenly with the friction. Ka, the housekeeper was controlling the excavator. Although Mercury was a rocky planet, the metal content in the rocks was extremely high. After being ground, it was almost like gravel mixed with metal particles. Naturally, there were also plants from Mercury's power station mixed in with some nuclear waste. Suji sat on a chair on the roof and drank tea. He said faintly, "Move faster. It's almost dinner time. I have to cook." Boom, the excavator suddenly sped up. That's more like it. Suji shook his head. The Isidal people didn't use excavators. They didn't implant this knowledge into the AI database at all. However, he had to admit that the AI's learning ability was really strong. With just a few simple reminders, they understood and their excavator skills improved instantly. Walala. However, things have become a little strange. Suji's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the bottom of the excavator. On the blood-red ground where gravel was spewing out like rain, a group of ant gods were pointing at the sky in amazement. Now, these guys have completely popularized this history? Even Dicky, Ermin, and the others are starting to believe it? Suji felt a little uncomfortable. Even serious people like Dicky, Dao Chongqing, and Ermin were starting to believe it. But I'll just give them whatever they want. He stopped thinking. He felt that he was already used to it. What was the best use of imagination? He had filled in any illogical loopholes and deduced the most reasonable ancient history. They all used reality has really happened as the basis to fill in everything they saw. This way, the history of the orchard will be complete. Since they think this way, I will follow their lead. Suji muttered to himself. He stood up and looked at the 100 acres of land. He had the aura of a judge. And the three great transcendental worlds are completely on the right track. They have begun to compete for the 9th rank and wage war against each other. It's like the tripartite confrontation of the three ancient kingdoms. The ancient lava land, the mythical heavenly court of the 7 realms, and the era of the microcosm. Only Carolyn's era of the pocket universe was still budding. Still, it was clear that the speed of their development was extremely fast, and their potential was frightening. After all, they were planetary civilizations that used world lines to accelerate their development. Furthermore, what was Carolyn's advantage? This was because the other 2 worlds did not know his coordinates, but he knew the coordinates of the other 2 worlds, so he could attack or retreat. What about the 7 realms? He would be in an absolutely dangerous situation. It seemed like he had repelled the 3 pillar gods, but what about the next time? The only thing the 3 pillar gods lack is energy. They can attack and plunder at any time. The other 2 worlds can only defend against them and have no chance of winning. After all, no matter how they suppress them, it's only a matter of time before they reach the 9th rank. Suji's gaze shifted. The 3 pillar gods go back and start learning each other's cultivation methods to raise their battle prowess. After all, they were the weakest amongst those of the same realm before. It was only because they spent all their energy on advancing to the 9th stage that they were able to break through very quickly. Now that they've focused on their cultivation methods, I'm afraid that the next invasion will come very soon. He suddenly stopped talking as he saw the scene of the ancient lava land. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods returned. A terrifying 3 pillar god stood on the ground and pondered for a long time. He seemed to be using this special form to deduce something. Then, he completely dispersed his body. Whoosh, the entire land's head instantly floated back to his body and attached to it. Boom. The world seemed to have a sound in an instant. How about watching tonight's musical? The batch from the Bomi Opera Hall? Ha ha ha, those beauties are so beautiful. They're tickling my heart. Countless stone statues began to move. The common people did not understand what was happening. They continued their daily lives and interacted with each other. Sigh, why did Mirza suddenly die of illness? Did Baido suddenly die of illness too? Although the 3 pillar gods suffered few injuries, some of their cells were still broken, leading to the death of some living beings. We've defeated Cyberton. The Cyberton dynasty has finally fallen. Xinglin's daughter, Du Shui, and the others felt that things had gone unexpectedly smoothly in their memories. However, they vaguely felt that something was wrong. They used the Great Prophecy spell to consult fate. After a series of twists and turns, 3 days had passed. They received fate's guidance and began to cultivate martial arts. They also had information about the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art they cultivated was a fake one that was implanted in the inner space. However, it was still relatively powerful. They began to cultivate martial arts at the same time. What did this mean? The living beings of the entire land began to cultivate martial arts. It meant that the next time they plucked off their heads and formed their bodies again, it would be a terrifying body with martial arts. The world is really changing. The terrifying war machine has been completely activated. The 3 pillar gods plan to launch their second attack in about 100 years. They're really swift and decisive. Suji said calmly, and the 3 pillar gods seem to have broken down their bodies, showing a weakness. The 7 realms can take the opportunity to attack and kill all living beings, but the 3 pillar gods can't reform. In reality, it's a trap. With the 3 pillar gods' terrifying calculation power, how could there be an obvious flaw? As soon as the three-pillar gods returned, they used this body to derive a new arcana spell. The first reconstruction took a lot of time. However, with similar experience and even developed a similar arcana spell for the second time, the reconstruction only took an instant. If the heavenly court on the other side takes the opportunity to invade, they'll just be walking into a trap. Suji looked at the thriving cities and towns in the magma land. The streets were bustling. There were farmers pushing carriages, arcanists in luxurious clothes, and armored knights riding on fine horses everywhere. However, Dicky won't fall for it, because he knows that the three-pillar gods are truly meticulous in their calculations and won't make any mistakes. What a cute world war, allowing me to break through to the peak of Celestial Emperor in an instant, and even take a step forward as a god. At this rate, I'll also break through if there's a few dozen more world annihilations. Suji stopped and looked at the development of the two worlds. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and looked at Carolyn in the small universe. Some time passed. In the new era, the Star Wars finally appeared. Celestial Emperor-level existences, which had been rare before, had exploded, and some had even begun to become gods. After all, it was a very large area of land, and with the guidance of the world line, the appearance of gods in a short 300 years was a relatively reasonable time compared to the previous Isidal. It was even a little slow. After all, there was no Carolyn secretly guiding the entire era. Carolyn flew around, and when she went outside, she was beaten up by society. Carolyn has always been arrogant. To be more precise, she was the pride of the Ashidal people. Now, after being taught a lesson by the three-pillar gods, she finally feels a strong sense of pressure. Suji smiled faintly as he turned into an ancient deity and walked in the vast universe. He looked at this time and the entire pixel planet seemed to have changed. So that's how it is. You want to use this method to fight against the three-pillar gods? Amidst the vast universe. Pixel planet. The ground was filled with pixel blocks of trees, flowers, and animals, forming a strange pixelated world. If the real world was high definition and uncensored, then this was 480p. After all, they were all creatures made up of coarse and visible granular cells. Pixel City. Streets made up of pixel blocks, surrounded by green trees. One by one, square-shaped pixelated people with different appearances walked on the streets with square faces. Tap tap tap, the earth was shaking. Some pixel knights were holding pixel swords and square shields with the pattern of an eagle. They were riding tall and mighty pixel beasts on the streets. Ever since this planet was ruled by Planet Stone, it had turned into a war planet. As a race with great mass and a naturally warlike personality, they were known as the #1 war race in the universe due to their high average quality. They constantly sent cosmic warriors to the front lines of Planet Stone. Below them was the Gem Country. Although they were ruled by the same Planet Stone civilization, there was still endless internal strife. The upper echelons of Planet Stone silently encouraged them to fight amongst themselves. The first reason was to weaken the resistance of this planet. The second reason was that internal strife could nurture true warriors. Whoosh. An ancient god with exquisite white porcelain was sitting on a cliff on the ground, constantly deducing and looking at all the lives on the pixel planet. The journey of Xianxia made me understand the importance of tempering one's will. The path of the 9th level is essentially to temper one's soul, to hammer one's life into one's flesh and blood. Only by tempering one's soul and flesh can one continue to be one. That's why I went astray. Carolyn continued to deduce and felt lost. It was too comfortable, too peaceful. There was no sense of oppression, no extreme obsession and madness like Lu Wenjian and the people of Xianxia. She was not talking about the lack of oppression and comfort, but about the lives in her spiritual universe. She thought back to the low-level civilization of the three-pillar gods. The three-pillar gods, as the virtual will of a race, still maintained the era of cruel slave city-states. They constantly made their people suffer and struggle. They deliberately didn't develop to a high level in order to create hardship and pain. They had no human rights and could only let the people fight for human rights. As a physical pillar deity, the Ashidal people have built a perfect spiritual universe system. They live well in there, without suffering. Therefore, the creatures in the spiritual universe in her mind cultivated very slowly, and the fusion of their souls was also very slow. Then, as the pillar god of the entire spiritual universe, her progress was naturally slow. He didn't fully utilize his advantage. She was the same as the three pillar gods. If the people under her command became stronger, so would she, because they were a part of her body. In a sense, she was the pillar god of the will of the heavenly Tao. You have an idea? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Carolyn turned her head and saw that it was a primordial god. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and say apologetically, "I've let you down this time." Suji shook his head and looked at her. Carolyn bit her lips, appearing rather resolute as she said, "Yes, I do have an idea." The three pillar gods were originally split up into virtual pillar gods. They used the lives of all living beings to cultivate, and then fused together to form a physical pillar god. My path should be the exact opposite of theirs. I can also go against their path. I was originally a unified physical pillar god. I can split up the lives of all living beings, let them cultivate separately, and then unify them. Was it a similar method, turning them into physical, human head cells? Suji was slightly stunned, and could not help but say, "You want to materialize your own lives, turning yourself into a virtual pillar god? You want to let all living beings descend into the mortal world? Or should I say, let the entire old Ashuttal universe reappear?" Carolyn shook her head. "I don't intend to let the Ashuttal civilization reappear in this universe. It will be in a different form, abandoning our hotbed, abandoning all our technological advantages, and turning into ordinary warriors to cultivate and break through. All these years, we have been too reliant on our talents, and have forgotten the original impulse and miracles of the bloodline itself." As she said that, she looked at the pixel warriors of the entire planet. Suji was stunned. The entire Ashuttal people descending from the spiritual universe were planning to transform into physical pixel warriors. There were no technical problems with this. As pixel creatures, the entire race was originally a form of evolution, evolving the fine ceramic cells of the entire race into magnified super-coarse particles. However, they still possessed supermass and were abnormally heavy. At this moment, even Suji was shocked by Carolyn's recklessness. The Ashuttal people were a bunch of mad scientists. What was the situation in Carolyn's spiritual universe now? A perfect and healthy utopian society. It was the same Ashuttal civilization from back then. Once they reached adulthood, they would reach the 4th level. At the same time, they did not need to train in combat techniques, as they had long been imprinted in their minds. Therefore, be it high-level experts or ordinary people, they were not true experts. In essence, they were a group of clerical scientists, scientists of all people. This was the true purest form of knowledge, was power. And now, putting down the test tubes and flasks in their hands, programming software, mechanical control research and development, and going into battle, a scientist who did not know how to wield a hammer was not a good warrior? Are you sure you want to do this? Suji was stunned. This was a very crazy move, and only the Ashuttal people would be so extreme and reckless. The Internal World Council has reviewed it, and all 11 members have voted to approve it. Carolyn said, "We are too comfortable. We like peace and order, but it doesn't mean that we are flowers in a greenhouse, the true weaklings." Suji was stunned for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, "You should know that they've lost the battle AI and computing power of their magic cores. They've left their mecha and have to rely on their own hands to fight, becoming native warriors. They'll be devastated. After all, the mental universe is much more peaceful now. There's a healthy social system, and there are many young genius scientists who have never killed anyone in their entire lives, not even chickens. There is a first time for everything. Society is too perfect, let them experience the life of a real ordinary person," Carolyn said calmly. "But this situation is like the sword-forging furnace of Shushan. Putting thick iron into a hammer, continuously hammering, and finally turning it into smaller pieces of fine iron." Suji said no more. Similar to the dream Tao, creating trillions of living beings in a dream, allowing these billions of living beings to comprehend the Tao, purify and fuse their souls, kaboom, Carolyn left the pixel planet and strolled in the pitch-black universe. Her white porcelain body suddenly enlarged, and the fine microscopic cell particles suddenly turned into huge pixel square cells. Boom boom boom, her entire body was like an exquisite white porcelain doll of 1.7 meters, and in an instant, every cell particle expanded like a bubble sponge. Like rapidly expanding white foam particles, she turned into an incomparably coarse 10,000-foot pixel giant of the universe. Every cell was incomparably huge. Every pore and cell particle on her face was incomparably clear. Boom, like a brilliant firework. Countless pixel particles seemed to explode like the Big Bang of the universe, and in an instant, her entire body exploded, turning into ordinary pixel creatures that floated in the universe. Tens of billions of pixel creatures swarmed toward the huge planet in the distance. Suji sighed. Right now, Carolyn has also become a virtual pillar god. She doesn't have a physical body, but she's using such a method to allow the living beings to control a part of their bodies, helping to advance the fusion of their bodies and fusing every single soul and cell. One had to know that Carolyn's split body was a god's body, more than 10 billion gods' body, no matter who controlled the living beings inside, regardless of whether their cultivation was at the 5th or 6th level, they would still possess this part of their body. In this era where there weren't many gods, the body of an 8th-level god possessed crushing power. However, Carolyn had sealed this part of her power. She had even sealed all their cultivation, making them start cultivating from the 1st level. Only when they died would this power be unsealed, and they would return with their own god's body that had fused with different progress. Soul and body as one. This was a kind of training, a kind of torment. After all, the souls of living beings were also a part of her soul. Living beings helped to temper the body, and tens of billions of people turned into blacksmiths, helping to fuse the path to the 9th level. This method was indeed very fast, as could be seen from the speed of the 3 pillar gods. In fact, it was actually somewhat similar to the theory that Suji's previous multivariate crystal wall universe, in which he had countless multivariates, each person cultivated 10%, and then fused with them. But it was also different. The pillar gods were like the heavenly Tao, the fate of the race. They were not clones, but the countless lives under them. Suji lowered his head and looked at the 10 trillion living beings flying toward the pixel planet. Rumble, in the distant universe, the first god official slowly arrived. As the god official in charge of the various major planets, he naturally sensed the abnormality here and said respectfully, "God of all." His expression was one of astonishment. He had just seen that terrifying scene, and the other ancient and holy god of all rapidly expanded, exploding into countless living beings that rushed toward the pixel planet. "Your Majesty, the other one," the first god official said. "One is everything, and everything is all living beings." Suji stared at the first god official and smiled. The first god official was shocked, and he found it even more unbelievable. One turned into tens of billions of living beings. What kind of majestic power was this? He could clearly feel that each of those 10 billion living beings had their own complete soul, consciousness, and were all living individuals. This was too terrifying. One is everything, and everything is all living beings. This was the true God of all, creating planets, seeing the past and future, and now, he was witnessing the creation of countless living beings. Suji said, "Don't tell anyone about the anomaly here and the 10 billion pixel creatures. Announce to the public that they are living beings from a pixel planet in a parallel universe. They were moved to this spacetime by God. There's no need for special treatment. Just act as usual." "Yes," the first God official hurriedly said. In just a short span of 30 years, a large number of pixel creatures descended on this planet. Although they were still colonies, they completely promoted the prosperity of this planet. In the digital city, a mysterious and huge pixel square platform stood on the ground. Many pixel warriors stood on the square platform, and they were full of fighting spirit. "This is the level 6 warrior promotion platform of the 7th district?" Below, there were pixel people carrying luggage, obviously coming from a remote town. "That white dwarf up there, is he the strongest race in the universe, the Frost Devil race?" "You haven't seen him before?" "No. I heard that many geniuses appeared in this promotion competition. Even the greatest aristocrats in the universe. The rarest, the noble Frost Devil race, with only a dozen of them, have come to watch the competition." A pixel person with a square head, looking charmingly naive, was tilting his head and discussing, giving people the impression that he was a tribe in Minecraft. Workstation. It was invented by those ancient digital beasts. Although they had left their own pixel race and turned into a digital race, becoming the pixel pets of the various civilizations in the universe, they were deeply loved. However, the workstation they left behind had mastered the mysterious decomposition and synthesis. With continuous evolution, it became the cultivation system of the pixel warriors today. The pixel warriors were different from the natural breakthroughs of other races. They needed to stand on the workstation to form a kind of transformation, reconstruction, and synthesis of their own bodies. And in front of them was the arena known as the promotion competition. They are going to fight? That's right. The rank advancement competition is meant to advance through bloody battles. After all, the breakthrough of the workstation requires a huge amount of energy. If it isn't for the rich aristocrats, who can use all kinds of resources to walk on the workstation to evolve, the civilian warriors can only stand on this kind of large workstation and fight each other on it, turning the other party into their own resources to advance. Some of the lower-grade pixel warriors had a change of expression. They came from the countryside and had to painstakingly gather their own resources. However, in the later stages, the resources needed to advance increased. It turned out that a portion of the strong warriors in the big cities had chosen to walk on such workstations. Without resources, they could only stand on the stage and turn other warriors into their own resources to advance. This was extremely cruel, as if they were breeding insects. However, this was a promotion method that the Stone Star race deliberately guided. They needed real cosmic warriors. However, why would the noble Frost Devil race pay so much attention to us lowly cosmic warriors? It's said to be the legend of the Super Cyberman. Hiss. That legend? The crowd took in a deep breath. This legend was left behind by the digital beasts who left behind the mysterious workstation. They looked forward to those ancient sages. The Super Cyberman. Countless warriors murmured this name. Yes, the Super Cyberman is a special transformation of the pixel warriors in the universe. It's said that the Super Cyberman only appears once every 1,000 years. According to the records of the ancient digital tribe, their great legend, the Digital King Splitter Constellation's prophecy, once the Super Cybermen truly appear, they will create a terrifying great harmony. A great and mysterious holy light will appear in the entire universe. Wherever it goes, there will be mosaic glory. Even blood will turn green. In the crowd, Suji's expression changed slightly. What kind of ancient legend was this? What the hell, a super tournament? Yards. Human, what kind of legend did those fools leave behind? He had gone out for lunch to see how Carolyn's physical body was doing. Turning into a pixel life form not only sped up her path to the 9th rank, but also allowed some of the outstanding geniuses, like Harlan Dawn, to attempt to break through to the 9th rank. To have a rank 9 powerhouse appear in their own race. This was something that even the 3 pillar gods could not do at the moment. Subaru, Xinglin's daughter, and the others had only just set foot on the rank 9 path. However, the 3 pillar gods had the advantage of having a magic nucleus. She was now a full race of cells, which did not have a cell nucleus. However, she had her own unique advantage of being a full race. She could use the rank 9 path of pixel lifeforms, which was the shortest and absolute advantage. To attempt it, there were less than 1,000,000 pixel lifeforms. Even the weakest rank 9 was still rank 9, this was also one of the reasons why she had turned the entire race into a pixel lifeform. However, some ancient digital lifeforms, the legend of the Super Cybermen, had actually led the entire era astray, causing Carolyn's race to receive much attention. The crowd was still bustling with activity. Such a terrifying universe's super soldier? It is said that the frost demons are also secretly afraid of our potential. After all, they used to be weak slaves, the white dwarves. Later on, some outstanding individuals gained the ability to transform. They are also afraid that we also have the ability to transform. It is also said that a few years ago, because our race from a parallel universe descended on this land, letting them know how important we are to us. Those of our race did not say a word, did not say where they came from, but now they have integrated into our lives, training hard. Shoo. Lower your voice. Countless people's expressions changed. Some things should not be spoken carelessly. The white dwarf sat on the circular mini spaceship, presiding over this advancement competition. The pixel warriors who were still discussing below did not dare to make a sound. Obviously, many people believed that the legend of the super pixel warrior was true. After all, the entire focus was watching in the dark. A few years ago, a terrifying number of more than 10 billion people had migrated in. Many people even felt that the legendary super cosmic warrior might be born from this migration of pixel warriors. The frost demon race needed the power of pixel warriors to conquer the universe. At the same time, they were secretly afraid of this mysterious and strange race, afraid of the legendary warriors. Bang! A group of pixel warriors fought each other. On the entire arena, countless fine mosaic fragments were torn apart. There was no blood, but it was extremely tragic. In the end, a tall and handsome pixel man with bare shoulders and a blue gem hanging on his chest won the battle. Whoosh! The light on the workbench started to activate. In the arena, the pixelated corpses of countless warriors were being decomposed continuously, turning into the smallest cell particles. It was as if there was an endless stream of data, rotating and converging on that pixelated person's body like ribbons. It was as if he was undergoing a super evolution of a digital beast, making him even more exquisite and exquisite, giving him the perfect beauty of a checkered shirt. The body has become more exquisite and heavy? The number of cells has increased, and they are more rounded and detailed. Some people exclaimed, their eyes filled with passion, wishing that they could replace him. After all, a level 6 pixel warrior was extremely rare. Furthermore, this advancement competition only happened once every 3 years. Many people did not understand. This is the essence of evolution. Among the crowd, an old being with low resolution said, in the whole space civilization, among the many life structures, our life structure is the most unique. We don't have the structure of a cell, we're just a single crystal particle. In the most ancient era, we were close relatives to the most ancient race. Instantly, all the pixel creatures were filled with a sense of pride. How could they not have seen the origin murals of the most ancient era, an ancient insect creature, fighting against the Earth? The planet was pregnant, giving birth to their first ancestor. The old man continued, we are all life forms made up of elementary particles. Our path of evolution, the pixel body, is synthesis and decomposition. And the realm of evolution is related to the body. It is related to the will. It was related to fighting spirit. The oldest digital sage once left a sentence that could summarize all the realms of our civilization, the source of our life enhancement, and even the secret key to breaking through the super symbion. What words? Someone cried out in alarm, his eyes burning with passion. The old man turned around and stared at the young people around him. His voice was solemn and dignified. My heart is clear, so of course it's clear. Boom! The old man's voice was not loud, but each word was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's mind. The short 8-word proverb caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They couldn't control themselves. At this moment, everyone felt that these 8 words had become the wind, the rain, the tsunami, and the entire universe. It contained the entire essence of their lives, so, this might be the key to breaking through to Super Saiyan. Suji hid in the dark and listened to the conversation between the pixel natives. His face darkened. These people are really poisonous. Suji had a terrible headache, but he didn't say anything else. The concept of a world had been implanted in this way. After so many years and countless eras, there was no way to correct it even if he wanted to. At this moment, the victor of the pixel warrior was received by the frost demon. After asking about his well-being, he was officially received into the Special Forces of Universe 3 of Planet Shur. After dealing with everything, they gradually dispersed. The pixel man also slowly disappeared into the crowd, preparing to officially leave this planet in 3 days and enter the Sea of Stars. He walked and walked, returned to his room, and suddenly sat down. Suji slowly walked out. Hai Lan Dong pays his respects to the ancient god, the pixel man said, you are still as kind and peaceful as ever, and your appearance hasn't changed. Suji was filled with emotion as he looked at this ancient creature from the lava land. That year, he led the marine race against the Ashutl people, the overlord of the marine race, Hai Lan Dong. That year, he also walked with him on the zombie-covered land, researching the zombie virus. At this moment, Carolyn had become a virtual pillar god. Like the three pillar gods, she belonged to the destiny of the heavens, while Hai Lan Dong and the other illusory creatures in the spiritual universe had become solid. It has been a long time, Suji said calmly. Hai Lan Dong was not surprised. Although it had been a long time, Carolyn often discussed many things with him in the spiritual universe. Ever since the era of the ancient lava land was destroyed, she accepted her loss and brought the entire marine race into Carolyn's spiritual universe. There are even times when I wonder if I almost replaced Carolyn's position and became the next successor that you chose. Harlandon continued, there are even times when I think that I almost replaced Carolyn's position and became the next successor that you chose. Suji only smiled and didn't answer. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs. Hai Lan Dong said emotionally, she is already our pillar god of destiny, and I am also cultivating again, trying to break through to the 9th rank. In fact, Carolyn was able to defeat me in that era. I believe that it was the right bet for me to stand on Carolyn's side. She will defeat the other powerhouses, defeat the three pillar gods, become the true winner, and become your guardian. Hai Lan Dong said, it won't take 200 years, I'm afraid it will be very soon, this was a race. But the three pillar gods would probably start to invade the 7 worlds. In 100 years. The three forces were competing in the dark. However, speaking of the present, Suji had come to visit Hai Lan Dong with great interest. Naturally, he wanted to see the current state of Carolyn's body structure and conduct some research on it. At the same time, Hai Lan Dong's combat prowess was the strongest amongst all of them. Therefore, Suji had come to see how he was progressing. To be honest, Suji also had great expectations for the biological cultivation system of the Pixel planet. I have also made some progress with the current cultivation system. Hai Lan Dong smiled, Super Saiyan. There is no code in the heart, so naturally it is clear. These two ancient legends, the more I think about it, the more profound it seems, and the more feasible it seems. Suji? He couldn't react. I can't understand it at the beginning. Hai Lan Dong said with a serious expression, but the information of civilization brought by those people is very powerful. In the serial publications of the underworld, there is the 9 revolutions mysterious art and various mysterious cultivation methods. Naturally, the information in front of us will not be created out of thin air, it must contain very powerful information. Therefore, I have been deliberately inquiring about the ancient history of those creatures over the years, and I have obtained information that many people do not know. Looking through the ancient stone tablets, they often talk about some book, and they hate it. They often say that mosaics cover up all the truth of this world. Hai Lan Dong took a deep breath. I personally think that the hidden truth of the path is the 9th rank. Suji had an inexplicable feeling that this trip would be a fruitful one. Suji's expression was awe-inspiring, and he couldn't help but admire him. So, you have studied the secret of the Super Saiyan? Exactly. Hai Lan Dong answered seriously, but I have been hiding it. Once I break through to the high-level god, the transformation will be the 9th rank, because once I am discovered, Frisia will not tolerate me. The transformation will be the 9th rank. Suji was shocked. What did those fools do? What on earth happened? How did he find a path to level 9 through this? Looking at the serious Hai Lan Dong, Suji was shocked and inexplicable. Even though he had been through all kinds of storms, he still felt a little unnatural. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. So that's it. Naturally, it's clear, is this the secret of the path to level 9? It seems that you've made a good discovery after recultivating and experiencing life. Suji stood in the corner of the simple room, full of admiration, and said calmly, there are countless ways to achieve Tao in the 9 stages. Although they all point to the same essence, which is the path of the soul and flesh as one, everyone's path is different. Hai Lan Dong stood by the bed and sighed. It was true. The ancient gods had witnessed many geniuses in the long ancient mythological era, so they naturally knew about it. It was impossible to walk this path honestly, one step at a time, because the journey was too long. The path of 10 trillion cells was not something a normal level 8 god could achieve in their lifetime. For someone like Dicky, who used up almost all of his lifespan to barely walk half of it, it was already extremely exaggerated. Therefore, they had to find a shortcut on this path. If they walked by the rules, then they had to find a way to ride a bicycle or a mechanical lava chariot and travel at high speed on this path. This shortcut to walking on this path could be called the way of attaining Tao. Hai Landong organized his thoughts and said, although the end of the path is essentially the fusion of billions of cells, in the process, there are all kinds of amazing breakthroughs that lead in all directions, all of which lead to that path. The nuclear fusion of the three pillar gods was centered on the cell nucleus, and Carolyn transformed into the entire race. Her race didn't have a cell nucleus, so she came up with the path to enlightenment in dreams. Hai Landong's face was full of longing and fanaticism. At this moment, he seemed to have seen countless figures with shocking talent on a broad golden path. They were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each revealing their own divine abilities and displaying their own shocking techniques as they chased each other with the intention of arriving at the end of this path. Even he couldn't help but admire the power of these gorgeous mythical figures. Pixel creatures only have hundreds of thousands of cells. Among all the known supernatural creatures, they have the fewest cells and the shortest path to rank 9. This was, of course, inevitable. You had hundreds of thousands of cells, while the other party had 100 trillion cells. The difference was like heaven and earth. It's not on the same order of magnitude. How could the 7 billion population of 15,000 Earths compare to the population of a city? It was no exaggeration to say that with hundreds of thousands of cells, a god with the worst aptitude and slowest aptitude would only need a few years to complete the entire path, and then break through to the 9th rank. Even if it had the least number of cells and was the weakest level 9, it was still a level 9. Suji pondered. Harlandon continued, at the beginning, we thought that there should be no threshold for pixel lifeforms to break through to the 9th rank, but in reality, we found many problems when we tried to simulate it. The heavenly Tao is balanced, and according to the future timeline of Carolyn's pillar god, although this 9th rank path is the shortest, it is too short to break through to the 9th rank. Pixel creatures could not break through to the 9th rank so easily. Suji was stunned. There are 2 problems. Harlandon was as serious as a real icidal scientist. His eyes were shining as he said, the first problem is that we discovered there is a minimum number of cells in the path of level 9. Cells below this number cannot break through to level 9. The principle is simple. The 9th rank is a world turning itself into a world. The world contains hundreds of trillions of lives, but if there are only a few 100,000 lives, is it considered a life? Is it still a world? At most, it is just a tribe, just like the Joss flames of the primordial world. The number is too small, with only a few 100,000 people worshipping it, it is impossible to form a law phenomenon. Suji frowned. In terms of the principles of a level 9 world, it was indeed so. At this moment, he realized that he should have discovered it a long time ago. And this minimum number of 9th rank cells, according to the pillar god's future deduction, is 1.08 million. This number can form the lowest law phenomenon. This is the minimum threshold, and it can indeed form the weakest level 9 life form, but how weak? So weak that even after replenishing energy, it is only comparable to the weak level 9 life forms of the 3 pillar gods. Suji was completely silent. Then this complete level 9 was really too weak. It was only comparable to the current level 8 Dicky. Geniuses like Dicky would be able to fight across ranks. Was everything in the world balanced, just like the eternal bloodline? They all had their own fatal flaws. In the entire universe, there were no truly heaven-defying and powerful bloodlines, only heaven-defying and powerful people. However, even the weakest level 9 was still a level 9. It was a suppression of realms. How many people at Dicky's level could there be? The second problem. Harlandon said, this weak level 9 is not a stable world at all. It is not even able to achieve the self-circulation of an expert's energy, resting and meditating to recover their stamina. They need to constantly devour external energy to maintain their realm. Hearing this, Suji furrowed his brows. One had to know that even an ordinary creature could recover its energy through rest, sleep, and food. As for experts, they didn't need to eat grains and could enter the state of inertia, absorbing energy from the void, light, and heat to recover their physical strength. Only in this way could they be considered a normal life form. And this kind of incomplete life form could not even achieve the most basic internal circulation of energy. To maintain their realm of level 9, they had to crazily absorb external energy and eat crazily. Thinking about this, This kind of pixel life form was weak and incomplete in breaking through to level 9, the disabled among the disabled. It was indeed useless. Regarding these two problems, I thought for a long time, and felt that there must be a solution. Harlandon said, I searched for a lot of information, and even obtained information about ancient digital life forms. They often said that mosaics covered up all the truths of this world. I thought that there must be some shocking secret hidden in it. Until later. Harlandon's voice gradually deepened, his face solemn as he said, I vaguely sensed something. There were two meanings in their words. Suji's face also became solemn. He was full of curiosity. The level 9 of pixel life forms. Suji had a strong feeling that this level 9 path would affect the foundation of the entire microcosm era for tens of thousands of years of civilization, and even affect the war between the three worlds outside. If it could be solved successfully, there would be more level 9 life forms. Even if they were the weakest kind of level 9. First, Super Cyberman. This is the solution. As an incomplete broken world, it needs to be constantly replenished with energy to maintain its state. Then, by transforming, it reduces energy consumption. During the battle, it transforms into level 9, normal state, and falls back to the state of level 8 God, Harlandon said. This is Super Cyberman. Suji's mind went blank. This was simply breaking the dead end of thinking. Even he had to admit that this method of transformation was simply a perfect solution to the problem of the internal circulation. At that time, when I figured out that transformation could solve the problem of energy consumption, I was greatly surprised. Harlandon could not help but praise. Those latitude descenders from the foreign world are worthy of bringing publications from the underworld, the 9 revolutions, mysterious art, the history of various civilizations, and mysterious unknown life forms that have been to several civilizations. Even when I think about it, I still feel frightened. I am amazed by their horror. Their words always contain information that is so terrifying that even the gods are shocked. They often say that mosaics cover up all the truth of this world. Mosaics cover up the mystery of the structure of life forms. That is a world. The body structure of a level 9 world. Suji did not speak, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. He felt that they were probably not talking about the same world, let alone the same dream. They were not on the same latitude. They also said that the book can see through the mosaics. At this time, Harlandon could not help but focus on Tao, full of longing and yearning, and said expectantly, the book they are talking about must be some kind of secret book of the world, containing the whole truth of the world that is covered by the mosaics. Maybe so. Suji could not deny it. He fell into a long memory, thinking of the distant past. Harlandon's expression instantly became stern and solemn, and he continued to speak with assurance. But even if I can't see the legendary book, I have completely deduced it, and the second sentence, the heart is uncensored, naturally high quality, is the mentality and method to break through the mosaic family of pixels. Do not be confused by the appearance, and you will be able to see the whole world clearly. Oh? Suji was stunned. He suddenly had a stronger premonition. History, perhaps the scene of this moment would be engraved in the mythological murals. This digital planet as a slave, this level 9 road, will ignite the revolution of the entire universe. 1,080,000 cells is the lowest level 9 critical point, so normally, maintain the fusion of 99% of the level 9 road, fuse with 1,070,000 cells, fuse with the last bit of cells during the battle, break through 100%, transform, and after the battle, self-sever, and fall from that level. Suji was shocked. This kind of transformation can be called decoding, he said softly. Boom, decoding. Code. As soon as Suji heard this, his mind was completely blown. So that was it. Blockchain symbolized the arcane civilization. Physics, chemistry, symbolized Buddhism, Taoism. Mosaic, all kinds of decoding software, symbolized a level 9 transformation civilization. Everything had its own destiny. Even on the tiny Earth, all kinds of natural development, in accordance with the times, also contained some of the universe's truth. After deducing a few extraordinary civilization sand tables, Suji was more and more certain of this point. And this can only stop at the weakest level 9 for life? Hai Landong said, not necessarily. The cells of pixel creatures are sparse in the beginning, after breaking through level 9, they can carry out cell division bit by bit, continuously increasing the number of cells, achieving the second decoding transformation, the third decoding transformation, corresponding to 10. 8 million cells, 10. 8 million cells respectively. In the end, as the number of cells continues to increase, they can enter the normal level 9 self-circulation permanent transformation state, even reaching the 100 trillion cells of a normal level 9 creature. Reaching the normal level 9 combat power. Boom, Suji's mind suddenly shook. It was as if in an instant, the heavy fog was completely lifted, the clouds parted to see the moon. There was a comfortable feeling of contentment. Suji thought in his heart, normal creatures are born with billions of cells, reaching level 9, the threshold for breaking through is naturally huge and long, but the advantage of pixel creatures is that they have fewer cells, tens of millions of cells can break through level 9 first, forcefully crossing the threshold, becoming the weakest level 9, even unable to maintain the normal state of level 9, and then increase the number of cells bit by bit, continuously dividing the soul. And cells, finally becoming a normal level 9? This was an advantage that other creatures did not have. Normal creatures could not increase the number of cells like this, but pixel creatures, they were particles, decomposing and synthesizing. Suji's eyes instantly burned, bursting with endless light. The more he thought about it, the more his thoughts became clear, and he could not be more surprised. This is simply a perfect and potential path. It is indeed the most perfect breakthrough path for pixel creatures. The prospects of this path are extremely terrifying. It will completely break through the threshold of level 9, the difficulty of breaking through, and then completely become a true level 9. Only the cell structure of the entire race, pixel creatures, could reach this. It was this civilization's unique way to break through level 9. Just like the demon core race, using the demon core as the cell nucleus, as a race's unique breakthrough method of nuclear fusion, nuclear fission. Every civilization has its own unique 9th-tier Taoist attainment technique. Suji could not help but be excited. At this moment, he deduced the level 9 from nothing, the most primitive path of cell barbarism, to the various ways of civilization breakthrough shortcuts. He felt that it was too much. This was the complexity of the myriad heavens. This was the true vastness of the universe, a civilization with endless possibilities. Even if it was the same path, leading to the same level 9 end, it was a completely different civilization scenery. This is a good path. Suji sighed from the bottom of his heart. Yes, this path will cause an unprecedented era of change. The race advantage is too great, so it is currently still dormant. In the end, I feel that there will be a war in the future, and Frisia will definitely be afraid of our rise, Heilendong said. After all, the ancient legend of the Super Saiyan is a double-edged sword. It not only facilitates our breakthrough, but also makes others fear us, so I am still hiding the level 6 realm. Suji naturally understood. As the strongest person in the spiritual universe, Heilendong was a god who had already begun to step into the level 9 path, stronger than the daughter of Xinglin and the others. After all, he was the overlord of the sea race in the previous civilization era. After 30 years of recultivation, with enough energy, he was now at the peak of the heavenly emperor, and as long as he was willing, he could break through to God at any time. The speed of recultivation was naturally fast. With experience in any realm, one didn't need to familiarize oneself with new realms and precise control of energy. As long as one had enough energy, one could develop rapidly like a rocket. But now, if Hermione chose to break through to God, he was likely to be discovered because he needed a large amount of energy, which was difficult to hide. Over the years, Frisia, king of Cybertron, and others had already broken through to the realm of high-level gods. Although, they still had no concept of the 9th grade path. The speed was comparable to the era of the 3 pillar gods. Civilization grew from nothing, which was also 400 or 500 years, and powerful gods such as the daughter of Xinglin and the Great Joy Emperor appeared. After all, this was a race that had used the world line to lay the foundation of civilization and sat on the high-speed train. Moreover, the small realm of gods was more about energy control and energy replenishment. How many people were there in the era of the small universe at this time? More than 100 billion people. And this terrifying number had not yet reached its peak. This was a super large sand table, comparable to a small universe sand table on the territory of China. With a large population, there would be more energy, and naturally, the speed of improvement would be faster. Therefore, Suji felt that his opportunity to break through to God would be in this new land. Then what are you going to do? Suji smiled. Join the universe special forces, walk on various planets, carry out missions, and secretly collect energy. Hermione smiled. Secretly break through to God, and then continue to hide. As long as those gods don't encounter me directly, they won't find out. Suji was speechless. Now, everyone in the spiritual universe really wanted to completely immerse themselves in this world and live a complete life. However, according to this situation, if they wanted to rise, they would inevitably have to face the conquest of various major forces. It depended on how long they could hide. Good luck. Suji smiled, stood up, and left. Suddenly, Hermione laughed behind him. As born on a slave planet, after we become official cosmic warriors, we need an official name. Can the super ancient god help me give a name that symbolizes luck, so that my future journey in the universe will be smooth sailing? Bardock. 10 years passed. The pixel creatures of the entire pixel planet became stronger and stronger. Especially the pixel life from the parallel universe, many powerful pixel warriors appeared, and they became famous throughout the entire universe era. Another 10 years passed. Frisia and the king of Cybertron climbed to the peak of the high-level gods and discovered a new realm barrier. They engaged in a terrifying race and began to attempt to set foot on the path of level 9. However, they did not have any understanding of this realm. They were simply trying to walk it. Gradually, the Lamu people's population expanded, and they became famous cosmic slaves, sold by others. Digital beasts also gradually became the favorite of cosmic elites. Many wealthy elites liked to keep a few digital beasts. The era had completely entered a period of steady maturity. In this era, a terrifying mutation happened again. Cell rose again, and when he appeared again, he was already a high-level god. This made the other two great civilizations wary. Another 20 years passed. A great battle broke out. In the end, Harlan was discovered. In this life, a cosmic warrior named Bardock, who was only a mid-level god, was forced to defect. In the end, the gap between them was too great. At the same time, pixel creatures did not have any racial talents. Compared to Frisia, who had 3 transformations, it was impossible for Frisia to be his opponent even if they were in the same realm. Even if they were at the same level, they would still be beaten to a pulp. Even Harlan had to admit that this person's aptitude was extremely strong. I will come back. I have found a way to break through to Super Symbion. Bardock left a final sentence. At that time I will awaken the great advantage of our race. On the pixel planet. In a spaceship, Frisia gently stretched out his finger, and endless light waves surrounded his hand. You have successfully angered me. Warriors on this planet, let this planet feel cold. Boom, the entire pixel planet was instantly hit by a huge shock wave. Like an earthquake and a tsunami, all living creatures were instantly covered by an inexplicable freezing radiation, and a large number of pixel warriors died. This is a lesson for all of you. Frisia turned and left. A large number of pixel creatures died. There were billions of people. But a long time ago, many pixel life forms had secretly moved and wandered around various large planets. They had even formed a mysterious organization among the people and spread out. The legend of Super Symbion became more and more popular, and the rumors among the people became more and more bizarre. On the internet, people were still discussing the terrifying scene of the battle with Dickie. Huh? Half a day has passed, which is equivalent to 50 to 60 years. On the other side, I don't know what Dickie is up to, but he established the Department of Heavenly Works. The entire mythological celestial court is constantly modifying his Pangu body, as if they are modifying his flesh and blood. On the lava land, the 3 pillar gods are also practicing martial arts. Arcane knights and arcane swordsmen are all moving out. Everyone was restless. Both sides immediately prepared for war. The super dads of both sides were ready for the next battle. After all, level 9 was too terrifying. This was a battle that would decide their fate. As for the era of the small universe? Some people shook their heads, feeling that it was not possible. In the clash of the three forces, it should be the weakest. Although it was a land given to Caroline by the super-ancient gods, it was undeniable that this land had endless potential, greater than the other two extraordinary civilizations. However, how long had Caroline been in that world? She could not keep up with these two old extraordinary worlds. The civilization's foundation was extremely insufficient. Although there were high-level gods, there was not a single god that had stepped on the path of level 9. It was simply a difference of heaven and earth. Ordinary high-level gods and those that had stepped on the path of level 9 were two completely different levels. But recently, there has been a lot of news in the entire small universe. For example, the legend of Xianxia, Cell, and Super Scion. What do you mean by Super Scion? Super Scion is a scion. Can we not type and speak in dialect? I'm still leading a chicken to a chicken. Laughing emoji, so it's Super Scion, serious expression. JPG, everyone felt sour. Could it be a pixel planet? What was going on? By Xiaojun, yes, it's Super Scion. After all, with Xianxia, Cell, and Dragon Balls, scions are not far away. So we thought for a long time, but still couldn't find it. Then, we suddenly realized that parallel universes might not be the same fighting race. It is very likely that our planet is Super Scion, yes, homophonic with dialect, so, in order to fit in with ancient history, we left behind the legend of the cosmic warrior. Although we don't know what the breakthrough method is, since it is a mosaic, we left behind the metaphor of the breakthrough mosaic. If the heart isn't censored, naturally it will be high definition. Hiss. Everyone felt a chill run up their spine. Tens of thousands of alpacas flew across their minds. What a strange way of thinking. What the F***ck Super Scion? They are just pixel creatures. Do you think they are a fighting race with a tail? At the same time, do you really treat them as a mosaic and teach and deal with them in the way of a mosaic? Then, do you need to decode them? Or remove the mosaic, by Xiaojun, but then again, something terrible has happened. The current pixel creatures have formed a secret organization, and the owner of our Digimon is a member of this organization. They have obtained a lot of information, and they seem to have found a way to transform into Super Scion. What the F***ck? What the F***ck? Everyone was stunned. Super Scion, they found it. Could it be that it really fit in with the development of history? Were they really scions? But in this universe, their appearance was a little different. Many people were stunned, but they immediately shook their heads. This was simply unrealistic. What was Super Scion? Their worldview was set to defy the heavens. Every transformation was extremely terrifying. From normal state to Super Scion 1, it was 50 times. Was this possible? This was not an explosive combat technique like 50 times punch, but a complete increase of your realm by 50 times. 50 times the realm of a high-level god. Wouldn't this directly break through the ceiling of the 9th level? Many people felt that it was impossible. It was simply unrealistic. Okay, by Xiaojun, not to mention, the leader of the resistance army is called Bardock. Everyone was completely silent. This was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Bai Xiaojun continued, according to internal information, they have already begun to try to transform, but they soon fell. The transformation state is unstable. It is said that the battle power of Super Scion, once transformed, can be raised to the 9th level. Moreover, they have also developed a brand new battle power glasses. Screenshot. Screenshot. It was the black-framed battle power glasses. Bai Xiaojun said, they turned a 9th level cell into a battle power of 1. According to their calculations, their Super Scion 1 can reach 1.08 million battle power. They are also deducing the legendary Super Scion 2, whose battle power can reach 10.8 million. The complete 9th level is 100 trillion battle power. This, everyone's mind went completely blank. Such an exaggerated increase in battle power. It was really the way in Dragon Ball, but what kind of strange way? This was not a traditional realm at all. Okay, where did the path to the 9th level go? Where did the threshold of the realm go? At this time, everyone felt goosebumps on their skin. It was really Super Scion. Those idiots unexpectedly got it right this time. They instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This small universe was going to cause a big trouble. maybe a super daddy had appeared? Was it really going to turn around and beat the three pillar gods and Dicky until they called them daddy? So, this is the history. Super Saiyan, so that's how it is. History really didn't lie to us. With Bardock, we can confirm it. A group of netizens was surprised and happy. It couldn't be such a coincidence, this was Super Saiyan. I understand. Dragon Ball is indeed a mosaic. Think about it, what era was it when Dragon Ball was serialized? It was 1984, that era, that kind of pixel resolution, isn't it a mosaic? As soon as this sentence fell, everyone suddenly realized that there was actually such a hidden information. This is probably fate. Suji quietly looked at the internet, his whole person looked abnormally calm. Hai Landong and others imagined them, thinking that they were very powerful. They imagined Hai Landong, thinking that Hai Landong was very powerful. By Xiaojun, we are transmigrators who know history. Now, who doesn't know that Bardock is the protagonist of this era? Super Saiyan will inevitably rise? So, we directly went to communicate and express goodwill. Immediately, everyone was impressed. They felt that it was well done. It was too terrifying. That kind of battle power transformation, instantly becoming a ninth order, who could resist it? Dragon Ball system, this was simply a cheat. Bai Xiaojun said, we contacted Bardock through some special channel, and as a result, they were very interested in us, and even wanted to ask us for the book. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Bardock, a serious and hot-blooded battle maniac, didn't expect you to be such a person behind the scenes? Really can't judge a book by its cover. Someone couldn't help but ask, what about you? Bai Xiaojun, oh, in order to express goodwill to this kind of ally, I specially looked for a type and planned to give him the number 18 book. I don't know how he will respond to my gift, I'm looking forward to it. As soon as she said that, everyone instantly got goosebumps. Logically speaking, you showed Goku's dad book number 18, why do I feel that something is wrong? Everyone fell into deep thought. However, just when everyone was praising Bai Xiaojun for doing the right thing and hugging the thigh of the big boss, another person popped up. Medical student Xiao Tian, Bai Xiaojun, you're courting death. Don't be in cahoots with these shameless guys. Angry, everyone got excited and rubbed their palms. If their girlfriends came, they would probably be beaten up. They would allow you to find a boyfriend and even become the mother of a few children, but they wouldn't allow you to learn from those idiots. Bai Xiaojun, I'm innocent, it was the other digital beasts who helped me make the decisions. I didn't study these things at all. You know me, I only collect figurines. Crying, it's terrible. Just now you were bragging excitedly, but now you're as helpless as a 500-pound child. It's a scene of a huge car crash. It's like how I kneel on the washboard at home. My knees are all black. It's like how I kneel on instant noodles at home, and I'm not allowed to break them. It's like how I kneel on figurines at home, and I'm not allowed to break them. Everyone instantly burst into an uproar. However, many people's expressions changed slightly, especially Meng Mei and the others from Seven Realms, who fell into deep confusion. What the hell is a Super Saiyan, and the latest battle power monitoring glasses, a brand new set of monitoring glasses. One level 9 cell is 1, and a Super Saiyan's battle power is 1.08 million. Previously, they, like the netizens, firmly didn't believe it. What mosaic creatures? It's the Super Saiyan race of this universe, but after going through all kinds of evidence, they were completely convinced. But, isn't this too exaggerated? At the later stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, it's really hundreds of millions of combat power increase, even a few trillions of combat power. One transformation can increase the strength of the realm by dozens or even hundreds of times. It seems that this computing system can only be used to monitor the combat data of the Super Saiyan, but no matter what, it made people feel that the current era of the small universe was a little scary, and some shocking thing was brewing. It was very likely that Carolyn had begun to secretly make a move. Akina Mountain sped up. F*CK, the Stormstar Daddy is here? Super Saiyan. Are the three pillar gods going to cry this time? The cute girl was speechless. I wonder if the three pillars of divinity will cry. In any case, our 7 realms have been getting beaten up. In the major secret research institutes, countless scientists in white uniforms were walking around. Countries were still closely monitoring this terrifying alien game, spore evolution. So that's how it is. Is mosaic also a metaphor? In front of a complicated and precise large white instrument, an old man sat on a chair and operated it with a solemn expression. At the beginning, according to the analysis of our current battle power system, the Dragon Ball system is simply not established. It is too exaggerated. Even if Frieza, Cell, Dragon Balls, and other elements appear, it is impossible for a real Scion to appear. After all, the Dragon Ball world itself is a collapsed battle system. It is simply impossible to establish in reality, but in front of us, he actually realized the terrifying system of the Dragon Balls. No one could remain calm. One transformation could instantly grow to millions, tens of millions, tens of billions, and even a few trillions of battle power in an instant, but in the early stages, the millions of battle power beyond one could already destroy a planet. In the later stages of the Dragon Balls, after the high transformation, the terrifying battle power of hundreds of millions and trillions was still fighting on a planet, and the aftermath could only destroy a few hills. Originally, they felt that this was too bad. It was impossible to achieve in reality, but, Steve, it really came true. A blond old man screamed. Another white-haired old man hugged him tightly in excitement. Oh. My God. Charlie. At first, I didn't believe it either. But the reality proves how shallow our research is. With our simple knowledge, we concluded that this manga's battle system is unreasonable. It's really shocking. Continue to investigate this mangaka, and find out what happened in the small universe's world. Be friendly, and remember to urge for updates. That's right, after the Dragon Balls, no matter how bad it is, there must be a new one. We are all looking forward to it. According to speculation, it's very likely that there are still ancient immortals living on Earth, hinting to some ordinary people in their dreams to tell us the information of the universe in advance, and even those ordinary people themselves did not realize it. Earth, we can conclude that in this modern society, there is a high probability of ancient immortals living here from the various worlds and living among ordinary people. It's very likely that there are ancient immortals living on Earth, living in seclusion in a remote rural farm, living a simple life. It's very likely. Even if it's not ancient immortals, it must be other ancient immortals. For a moment, all the major research institutes were completely shocked, and some even planned to explore the mountains and rivers recorded in the major myths and legends, and even to find some remote rural towns. The small universe era. A secret resistance force on a certain planet. Swoosh. This is the treasure you requested. A digital beast handed over a secret manual. Bardock opened his eyes slightly, grabbed the secret manual through the air, and slowly flipped through it. His expression became more and more strange, from the initial anticipation to shock. Extreme shock. It was as if a new world had opened up, and this was the first time he knew of such a medium. Nonsense, this is not the real book. Bardock snorted coldly, you glib digital beasts, how dare you use such a thing to humiliate me? Spare me. Lord Bardock, spare me. This digital beast was a player, and he was trembling. So it was still too gentle? Not explosive enough? This was not even the real book, and he felt that it was humiliating him to this extent. He did not expect his taste to be so heavy. Don't worry, we will show our sincerity. This player was trembling. Leave. The anger on Bardock's face faded slightly, and he waved his hand, letting him leave. Swoosh. In an instant, the entire hall was empty. Hai Landong also knew that this level of secret manual was very precious, and it recorded the truth. The other party would not give it to him so easily, but he did not expect the other party to use such a shameless book to tease him. Forget it, continue training my body. He returned to the room and opened the special gravity room. Rumble. The terrifying gravity crushed every cell of his, and he began to train his body. This was the result of Carolyn's learning in Shushan. The gravity room in front of him was a large forging furnace, using the terrifying pressure to train his whole body, soul, and flesh. Rumble, 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 the huge gravity, even a high-level god like him was squeezed in an instant, and the cells of his body were bleeding slightly. A year had passed. Other than Hai Landong, there were other pixel creatures that kept hiding their identities, training to become stronger, and they had also achieved many results. According to this situation, Carolyn's speed is still a bit long. She will not be able to catch up in a few hundred years. She can't stand out, so she can only rely on me to stand out, break through to the 9th grade, and fight against the outside world. Boom, he continued to train. On this day, dark clouds appeared in the sky. A terrifying alien spaceship slowly stopped above the planet, leaving a thick black shadow on the various skyscrapers. Finally, they still found out where I am? Hai Landong stood up and looked at the sky. He knew that this day would come, and it was only a matter of time before he was found. After all, Shixing's current power was too great. Then, let me verify the results of my training. He slowly stood up and looked at the sky, his fighting spirit burning. I see, Bardock? The legendary cosmic warrior who is most likely to become a Super Saiyan? The short Frisia with 2 horns revealed a strange smile. He disappeared in an instant. Bang, Bardock flew backward in an instant, smashing into countless buildings. Too weak. Your race doesn't have any real powerful combat talent. Except for being strong in weight, there are no advantages. If it weren't for the relatively large number of reproduction, which can be used as a batch of cosmic warriors, you are not even as good as the high green planet. Frisia laughed. You can transform, right? Then transform for me to see. Bardock stood up from the ruins and laughed. Then I'll show you my strength. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Decode. Bardock roared. His body seemed to have undergone some kind of advancement, and his body became more precise. It was as if he had transformed from a low pixel of 480p to a high pixel of 1080p. Boundless golden flame soared from every single one of his cells. His whole body was wrapped in golden light, and his pixelated hair danced in the air. He looked like an eternal god of war walking out of an ancient myth. His whole body was filled with a terrifying aura that surpassed the 8th order gods. This time, it's not bad to recultivate. I quickly returned to the peak. Hai Landong clenched his fists and felt the strength of his body. But the road to 100% 9th order is too weak. It's the first time I've seen such a weak 9th order. Boom. Is this the Super Saiyan? What a strange aura. Frisia didn't understand what was going on. His whole body crackled, and he raised his whole body to the ultimate transformation. A handsome white creature slowly walked out, exuding a powerful aura that was not inferior to Bardock's. You are very strange. You obviously exude a high-level aura, but you seem so weak, only comparable to me. Hai Landong's expression didn't change. He slightly stretched out his palm, and a large amount of energy was sucked in. Before, the 3 pillar gods were in the weak 9th order state, and there was no energy to absorb. But I'm ready to replenish the huge amount of energy needed after transformation. Let me become a real 9th order god. Boom. Rumble, along with a large amount of energy pouring into his body. He was like a traveler walking in the desert, replenishing all nutrients hungrily, raising his whole body's strength to the peak, replenishing his spirit. The flames on his body instantly expanded. Frisia's expression changed completely, looking at the man in front of him in horror. Less cells, lower capacity limit. Hai Landong continued to organize his thoughts. I've collected the energy of countless planets, and I'm satisfied just like that? This kind of complete 9th order fighting strength is so weak, it's only comparable to the weak 9th order gods. This kind of fighting strength was weaker than he imagined. Worthy of being the weakest 9th order god, the full 9th order god that replenished energy was only equivalent to the weak 9th order gods. But this kind of power is enough to crush me. Boom, Harlandon disappeared on the spot. Pong, a fierce punch. Frisia's face was instantly smashed, and he was sent flying. Even if it was comparable to the strength of the 3 pillar gods, it was not something he could resist. This level of monster. Frisia's expression changed dramatically, and he instantly turned and left, disappearing from the planet and flying into space. Want to escape? Bardock's expression was calm, and he chased after him with a kick. Frisia was instantly kicked into space, turning into a meteor. On the entire nearby planet, countless experts looked at the sky of the universe. What's that? That's the overlord of the North River system, the emperor of the universe, Xianxia. How did he? Is that the legendary cosmic warrior of the pixel planet? On the passing planets, countless people exclaimed. Pung, pung. Pung, Xianxia had no power to fight back at all. Rumble, at this time, Cell flew over from afar, and the king of Cybertron slowly walked out. They had been secretly observing, frightened by this terrible power, but they did not dare to let Xianxia die, because once Xianxia died, the two of them would no longer be able to resist. This is the level 9 above the level 8 god? Cell's expression changed dramatically. What a magical path, the king of Cybertron whispered. Optimus Prime, the king of Cyberton, whispered, but it feels like the weakest rank 9. However, how can a transformation erase the threshold of the realm? Do you want to join forces? Bardock's body was burning with raging flames, and he looked at the three people in front of him. Then, I will kill all of you and beat you all into submission. He actually has such a terrible power. Transformation? I can only use that one strike. The three people roared, forming a triangular formation, surrounding Bardock. Rumble, the terrible faith sense turned into endless radiation waves, rushing to their respective planets, and almost all the people on each planet heard the figure. Our people, please give us your power, the three people slowly raised their hands. This was their strongest strike. The three great experts had already prepared for their people to contribute their power at any time. They originally planned to use this move on others, but they did not expect to use it on this mysterious Super Saiyan. Boom, endless radiation waves gathered in their hands, and the three people's strongest strike instantly condensed. A huge radiation light ball smashed toward the center. Bardock slightly clenched his fist, his fighting spirit surging. Then let me block this strike. In the outside world, accompanied by the live broadcast of several digital beasts. He actually transformed? Saiyan, decoded transformation? Shocked. The transformation of the Super Saiyan had truly crossed the threshold of the level 9. This outbreak of cosmic battle caused the entire network to explode. Aha! This works too? Was this a transformation? His mosaic body had become more exquisite and high definition? It's like a living person? Is this the legendary decoding? Turning a mosaicked human into a real living person? Countless people were dumbfounded. This was actually true, the heart has no mosaic, naturally high definition, the players from before had actually done it correctly. This was really Super Saiyan, the form of this universe. This was the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan. It was simply too amazing and shocking. Even the divine light of harmony couldn't stop them from decoding. Cute girl, it's the truth of the dark. Alchemy Emperor, it's hard to imagine. It seems to be fixed, confused. Akina Mountain sped up. The mosaic hides the secrets of the entire universe. Let them be blurred. Remove the holy light and remove the mosaic. It is indeed a powerful way to reach the level 9 world. Seeing the truth of the world. When the big shots saw this scene, they were not only shocked by the powerful battle between the weak level 9, but also felt that it was too exaggerated. The mosaic was simply terrifying. It contained the essence of the world. Of course, Suji was naturally shocked too. He looked at this terrifying battle. He didn't expect to break through the weak level 9. Although it was the weakest, it was enough to make people see a terrifying dawn. This kind of path could be said to be heaven-defying. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying light bloomed. The three of them gathered their own energy bombs and bombarded Bardock. Almost all the creatures on the planets in the universe looked up and saw the terrifying white light. It was like a cosmic explosion. Countless people were praying and looking at the sky in horror. Voila! The light dissipated. Bardock was still shrouded in raging flames. He looked at the three of them quietly. Your era is coming to an end. Weaklings, accept my rule. Xianxia, Cell, Optimus Prime, and the others were exhausted. They looked at the terrifying flame figure in front of them. It was almost impossible to resist. Even the energy bombs were useless? No, it wasn't useless. With such a huge concentrated power, he would definitely die. He distorted the surrounding laws. Those below level 9 couldn't distort the laws to attack, so they couldn't hit him at all. This was the level 9 they were about to speak. Suddenly, Bardock's complexion changed, and his aura weakened. He muttered, "It's almost time to transform. This incomplete Tier 9 world is too unstable. The energy stored in it is about to drop. Damn it. I'm actually crippled to this extent? Today, I'll let you go for now." With a flash, he disappeared on the spot. Frisia and the others looked at each other, their pride shattered at this moment. Come again next time, how could he block it? On this day, the civilizations of all the major planets were in an uproar. Everyone knew that the era was about to change. One day later, the civilizations of all the major planets spent their days in fear and doubt. Countless civilizations began to research and observe the images left behind. They hoped to successfully break through into a Grade 9 transformation form. A feasible Grade 9 path has appeared. A sunny path has appeared. Others don't explore the other Grade 9 paths but want to follow this path. Suji looked at the various civilizations with an indifferent expression. However, this principle is actually very simple. Only pixel creatures with the bloodline of the entire race can reach it. The principle is, the number of cells is small, then a breakthrough is made, and then the characteristics of the entire race's cells are used to continuously increase the number of cells. He lowered his head and revealed a hint of surprise. The entire universe is heading towards this incredible weak Grade 9 path? Planet Cybertron. In the sci-fi mechanical city. The king of Cybertron, Optimus Prime, was tall and mighty. His entire body was a robot made of streamlined mechanical armor. A tinder that emitted energy flames revolved around his heart. King? A pyro company warrior that looked like a bumblebee spoke with a nervous expression. The king of Cybertron closed his eyes. I already understand the transformation form of the Super Saiyan. Frisia and Cell can't do it because their bodies are too big. They have about 100 trillion cells, so it's impossible for them to break through. But we're different. He reached out and grabbed his real body. Whoosh. It was a white ball that looked like a mysterious and sacred flame. Electric arcs surrounded it, emitting endless light. This was a stone ball. It was made into a dragon ball on planet Stone, but on planet Cybertron, it was made into a tinder. This was their real body. They were also the descendants of the entire race. Our real body is a stone ball. The number of cells is countless times smaller than the two of them, only about 1 trillion cells. In the entire universe, other than pixel creatures, the Pyro Company has the least cells. But my breakthrough speed is still too slow. The king of Cybertron took a deep breath. How smart was he? He instantly understood the breakthrough method of his race. They were essentially the entire race, like the pixel warriors, they had the ability to synthesize and decompose. They could first use their lowest cell number to break through the threshold and then increase the number of cells. However, there is still an earth-shattering difference between our race's 1 trillion cells and hundreds of thousands of cells. We can only escape. In the distant future, we will make a comeback. Crack, the tinder of the king of Cybertron suddenly split and turned into 6 gems. I have divided myself into 6. The fusion speed of the rank 9 path of cultivation can be faster. All the major tribes, take my body and help me cultivate. Poof, the 6 gems split. When I gather all 6 infinity gems, I will become the eternal emperor of the universe and return. The so-called Super Cybertron Vader and Frisia are just ants that I can destroy with a snap of my fingers. The ancient universe prophecy spread like the legendary warriors of the Super Cybertron. Planet Lamu. Cell took a deep breath and sighed deeply at the terrifying power. He was horrified. A branch of the entire race's bloodline, pixel creatures, has such terrifying transformation combat power. Rank 9? Damn it. I also have the bloodline of the entire race. His expression was ferocious. As a former terminator of the virus, he not only had the genes of Frisia, Red Beetle, and High Green Planet, but naturally, he also had the bloodline of the entire race. However, even though he had the bloodline of the entire race, the number of cells was too many. It was a normal 100 trillion cells, so it was impossible for him to walk this path. This was the number of cells of a race, which determined the length of the rank 9 path. This made him extremely envious of the Tinder race. The number of cells was small. However, he was not the most miserable one. Among the 3 people present, Xianxia did not have the ancient bloodline of the entire race. He was the most miserable one. Damn it, I can only cultivate honestly and think of hiding so that I won't be found. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared. Fortunately, I'm different from the others. I'm a lone wolf without any force to tie me down. However, Cell raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the 7 black star Dragon Balls. After collecting the population of the entire Lamu planet for hundreds of years, there were more than 60 billion people worshipping it. It had been filled with endless evil willpower. The king of Cybertron should have thought of his own path of breakthrough. And these Dragon Balls in front of me, each has 1 trillion cells, which is very small. Just like the king of Cybertron, they have the possibility of a rapid breakthrough. What an enviable advantage. Apart from pixel creatures, who has the fewest cells, it would be you Tinder Dragon Balls. Cell cracked open the corners of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile as he looked at the 7 Dragon Balls. But in front of me, this huge and terrifying willpower is enough to make each Dragon Ball give birth to its own consciousness and quickly fuse with the entire Dragon Ball. Since I know his path of cultivation, then the Dragon Balls in front of me can also do it. I just have to give Bardock some trouble before I leave, lest he really has time to find me. He looked at the 7 black star Dragon Balls and grinned. Come out, Shenron. Boom, a huge black dragon that covered the sky appeared in the air, its eyes scarlet. Mortal, state your wish. Kill Badar, Cell said. The power of that life is too strong. I can't kill him, Shenron replied. Cell grinned. Then I'll change my wish. Because of the cruel consciousness and soul of all living beings, fuse with the cells of the entire Dragon Ball, become a real creature, and kill Badar. Shenron was silent for a moment. Mortal, I agree to your wish. Cell immediately left the planet and laughed heartily. According to this situation, the dark dragon soul of all living beings will quickly fuse with the Dragon Ball cells. In another 10 years, 7 evil Dragon Ball warriors will be born one after another. Planet Stone. Xianxia was at a loss, and his face was filled with a strong sense of helplessness. Cell and the Cybertron King all had the ancient bloodline of the full gods, but he did not. The full god bloodline had a natural talent for radiation and true energy, and his affinity was very high. Damn it, they are all descendants of the ancient gods, so they are favored by the gods? Xianxia sat on a chair in a daze. Next to him were the High Green Planet's Elder and Android 18. On the shoulder of Android 18 stood the Red Beetle Elder of the Red Satin Army. Don't worry, I have confidence. This time our Red Beetle clan will guard Planet Stone. Puff. Puff, Elder Red Beetle laughed eerily, as if he was having a seizure. He opened Cyborg 18's body with a click and pointed at the core inside. It was a beautiful crystal gem. This is? Xianxia frowned and suddenly showed a touch of disbelief. He felt that this crystal was extremely unusual. Yes, this is another clan of the Pixel Planet, the Gem Nation. They are also pixel creatures with a small number of cells, but they form a crystal cube. The Red Beetle Elder looked fanatical. To tell you the truth, a long time ago, Android 18's soul was damaged while fighting against Cell and the virus. Later, I looked for a new carrier everywhere and finally found a crystal girl from the Gem Nation on the Pixel Planet. I implanted the memory of Android 18 in her soul. The Red Beetle Elder pointed at this gem. Yes, this is the new body of Android 18, a gem cube. Do you understand what I mean? Everyone's expression changed. They clearly sensed that this gem cube, Android 18's body, had only a few 100,000 cells. At the same time, Android 18 had just broken through to the high-level god level. You mean, yes, this is a coincidence of fate. The Red Beetle Elder looked fanatical. On the Pixel Planet, the confrontation between the 2 ancient tribes, the Cube Tribe and the Gem Tribe, is happening again. Although I have been hunting the people of the Gem Nation for hundreds of years in order to find the new Android 18, and they call me Moonman, it is still worth it. Half a month later, Vader made a comeback again and encountered the extremely terrifying Android 18. Huh? You're actually from the same race as us from Pixel Planet? Bardock was shocked. Both of them were equipped with powerful transformations and had undergone decoding transformations. Although number 18 was slightly inferior and had almost no ability to retaliate, she had gathered the chi of all living beings on the planet and cast an origin chi bomb, successfully repelling Vader. At this point, the era was reshuffled. Among the three forces of the universe, only the Stone Star lineage survived this crisis. Cell and King Cyberton were nowhere to be found. The forces they left behind were quickly divided up, and their names would become ancient legends in the future. A new era had begun. It was ruled by two major factions, the Super Scion and the Stone Star clan. Another 3 to 5 years had passed. Is that so? On a sealed planet, Sima, Bardock was seriously flipping through number 18's book. The pages had already turned yellow and rolled up. The secret of the world is really inside. It reminded me from the beginning. Number 18's body contains the secret of the world. As expected of those unknown high-dimensional life forms, they are very mysterious. As he flipped through the book, he directly abandoned the shyness and started to study it seriously. Even he had to admire the foresight of those pixel life forms, they were really becoming more and more mysterious. At this moment, the Super Scion race, the strongest combat race in the universe, had sealed themselves on a rich planet as their base. They did not choose to rule the various civilizations in the universe but chose to live in seclusion. In the outside world, the forces on Frisia and Stone Star were still ruling the entire universe. The Scion race and Stone Star had signed a resource balance agreement. The Scion race would not interfere with the governance of Stone Star, but Stone Star had to provide the resources of the 4th level to Sima planet on a regular basis. Why did they live in seclusion? Because they were the Pillar God race. Only by sealing the butterfly wings and eliminating the interference of the outside world could they advance the civilization of the world line and let the destiny in the dark guide the future development, entering a true high-speed civilization train. In the blink of an eye, they have once again ruled the entire era, but we are already disdainful of it. We only hope that they can bring us some threat and some entertainment. Hailandon shook his head and decided to continue living an ordinary life. He directly chose to abdicate and let the other members of his race lead the development of the civilization. The new king of the Scion race ascended the throne. He was a tall and mighty member with a bad temper. Of course, he was also full of pride. That was the pride that belonged to the Isidal people, but now, perhaps it could be called the Super Scion, the pride of the bloodline of the number 1 combat race in the universe. Without a doubt, this was a proud race, in a short 10 years. Meanwhile, he silently cultivated, and under the best simulation of the world line, he married a woman, gave birth to a child, and continued the civilization of his race. The new king of Sima also married a woman and gave birth to a child with extraordinary aptitude. The child was born with great combat strength, and was known as the most aptitude high-grade warrior in history in the last few hundred years. The entire Scion civilization had the 4th level of energy of the entire universe. In addition, every one of them was originally not weak, and with the help of the world line, they advanced by leaps and bounds. On average, every member of the older generation had reached the 5th or 6th level. Moreover, in this life, they had sharpened their temperament and experienced the vicissitudes of life. They no longer relied on the auxiliary intelligence system that they carried with them and became a true ordinary person. Everything was thriving. The world civilization that had the deduction of the Pillar God was always riding on a high-speed train. Until this day. In the sky above the entire sealed Scion planet, 7 powerful evil warriors suddenly appeared. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura and they also had the 9th level transformation ability. What is this? Dragon Ball? This is? Dragon Ball Warrior? All the warriors on the entire planet were boiling. Maybe it's time to retreat. Bardock laughed and his expression froze as he looked at the 7 terrifying dark green dragon scale monsters. At most, I can only block one of them. Retreat? How is that possible? The surrounding warriors roared. One by one, warriors wearing battle suits flew out from the planet, their faces filled with the determination to fight to the death. They could retreat. Abandoning their king and escaping alone was the best way. However, they refused. The Isidal people's lava and hot-blooded pride, no, it was already the pride of the Super Saiyan. They rushed up one after another and turned into the most brilliant fireworks. Rumble. Endless chi exploded. All kinds of chi cannons flashed. This cosmic battle was tragic to the extreme. In the end, almost everyone died in battle. At the last moment, they obtained spiritual sublimation. Many people broke through themselves and their spirits were tempered and transformed, fusing with their bodies. All the Isidal people of this generation had fallen, even Bardock was no exception. But before they died, they sent their newborn babies out of the entire planet. Once again, our civilization is extinct. Setting foot on the peak and then quickly declining, like a flash in the pan. All the Isidal people could not help but sigh and return to the spiritual universe of the Pillar God. On this day, the entire universe was in an uproar. What happened? That's Bardock, the strongest warrior in the universe, the Super Saiyan. According to the vibrating light, we seriously suspect that Bardock has broken through the legendary Super Saiyan 2. How could he still lose? What kind of terrifying enemy is he? Even the entire planet was shattered. This was an unprecedented battle that even attracted ancient priests to repair and recast the entire planet and restore the broken ecological soil. No one knew what enemy the Super Saiyan race encountered and why they suddenly fell and disappeared. Some people said that it was Frisia who destroyed the entire Sima planet. Only they had such terrifying strength, and the planet Frisia was on also tacitly agreed to all of this. Because the other party was destroyed, although they did not know who the enemy was, they could continue to rule the entire universe with an even more powerful deterrent. The Frost Demon Frisia and number 18 behind him were still the supreme emperors of the entire universe. Only Cell knew all of this in secret. Even he could not help but admire them. What an admirable group of fighting races. They are hot-blooded and have their own pride. Obviously, only Bardock will die, but the entire race did not retreat. Hua. La la, in. The cold and deathly silent dark universe. Several space cabins flew to the distant universe with babies, drifting toward the backward small planet set up according to the coordinates. Although no one knew the truth of the Saiyan race, their mysterious origin, and where exactly they came from, after the end of their race civilization, perhaps, a new continuation would be ushered in a few newborns, in the vast universe. Suji quietly looked at the history of the universe civilization. Everything that happened made him a little emotional. Hualala, surrounded by endless cold and dark stars, a snow-white and delicate porcelain god slowly walked out, and his aura was already different. Is it finished? Suji turned around and asked with a faint smile. In the end, he would have to wake up from his dream of entering the mortal world. However, Suji did not expect that it would end so quickly. A great universe civilization era was brilliant like fireworks, blooming and disappearing in an instant. If he really wanted to make a comparison, compared to the inconspicuous Earth civilization era, it was like heaven and earth. His own civilization universe had obviously developed to an extremely high level. Yes, I guess I've completed a journey of my life. Carolyn's expression was extremely calm as she said, they were too comfortable, a highly civilized technological society, and a peaceful scientific research life made them almost forget the passion and glory of the Isidal people. Now that they have returned to the spiritual universe, they feel like they have changed a lot and matured a lot. It was really like the furnace of life, polishing people to become mature. It's equivalent to, in the spiritual society, a national virtual online game of the Isidal people, playing a virtual life? Suji suddenly laughed. Back then, the virtual network of the Isidal people was extremely developed. At that time, there was an online game of mecha, which was extremely realistic, allowing people to practice mecha and then make friends. Can it be explained that way? Carolyn was startled, and also laughed. Perhaps, the virtual games of higher civilizations are so difficult to understand. We are known as the Protoss, and the people on these planets do not know that their lives are just an online game. They are just NPCs, high-level life forms coming to experience life. But, will there be Protoss from a higher dimension who treat our entire civilization as a game? Carolyn said. Suji was speechless. It was Carolyn saying that outside of a circle is another circle again. In fact, Carolyn herself did not expect it to be so fast. It was so fast that she only increased her progress by a little more than 10%. Although many people had a qualitative change in their soul and made a significant leap in their progress, it was only by a few percent. This time, overall, it only increased by a little more than 20%, and the current soul and flesh fusion progress was 54%. Although it ended just like that, Carolyn's body and mind were extremely happy. Because this had already proved that it could work, then the path of rank 9 was already a matter of time. Secondly, although she had not advanced to the rank 9 world, the sea orchid in her body had advanced to this realm. Although the three pillar gods had advanced themselves, although the daughter of Xinlin and the others in their bodies had cultivated the rapid method of nuclear fission, and the demon cores in their brains had fissioned into cell nuclei and implanted them, they were still on the path of rank 9 and had not transformed. The sea orchid could fight, and they could barely fight. Thirdly, it had advanced the entire era of the universe. The demon core race had their own path of rank 9, and the entire race also had their own unique path of rank 9. I don't plan to come again for a while, Carolyn said. I need some time to digest it. Now, due to our interference and the stimulation of the Super Sima, the speed of the entire space civilization has increased by leaps and bounds, from level 1 to level 8, and then to level 9 without any hindrance. The civilization has not stagnated. Although it is not the true rank 9, this alternative model can give an extremely difficult path of rank 9 a compromise, Carolyn said with a serious face. Suji did not speak anymore, but just listened quietly. After chatting with Carolyn for a while, he directly left. After all, she had just returned and woken up from a long dream, but she still needed to consolidate. Suji also thoroughly felt that the extraordinary rank 8 civilization had developed to this point, and the path of rank 9 had become completely different. Carolyn's side has transformed, in a short period of time. Suji murmured. It seemed that the war between the three pillar gods and the other two worlds was about to completely end. The appearance of rank 9 means a large number of deaths, and even higher life forms will begin to fall. My path of God is not far away. The galaxy was vast, pitch black and quiet. In the void, a white-clothed porcelain youth stood leisurely in the vast dark universe. He looked up at the galaxy in the distance, and then leisurely lowered his head. His eyes were incomparably deep, like the two most beautiful crystal gems in the world, foreseeing the future of the era of the small universe. Your Majesty. The first priest lowered his head. Several powerful white porcelain priests, facing the almost omnipotent supreme mysterious existence of the universe, almost did not dare to make a sound. It was this ancient god who created this universe, planets, living beings, latitude, time and space, past and future. One was everything, and everything was everything. The other god had disappeared in seclusion, so they could only come to see this god. The porcelain youth gently turned around, his face without joy or sorrow. Your strength is too weak to maintain the order of this universe. Please punish us, Your Majesty. The first priest walked out, his face full of guilt. Yes, those living beings were stronger than the priests, and they could no longer truly maintain order. In the long run, the experts of the universe had to treat the priests as targets to be bullied at any time. After the war, they were sent to wash the planets and repair them. As the oldest congenital gods, how could they tolerate it? They were ashamed. They felt that they had let down the expectations of the gods. Suji shook his head, reached out, and 12 crystal gems appeared in front of each of the priests. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The crystal gems seemed to have a life of their own. The beautiful glazed light refracted dazzlingly, with an endless slide of the image of the stars stretching in it, reflecting the entire universe. This. The 12 priests were amazed, exclaiming in amazement, obsessed with the extreme beauty of the gem. Whoosh, the crystal gems were suddenly wrapped by a beautiful and luxurious golden scepter in the void, covered with fine and dense carvings, and the gem was inlaid at the top. This scepter is an angel. The porcelain youth said with his hands behind his back. Whoosh, the crystal gems in the scepter seemed to contain a hazy consciousness of life. The eyes of the first priest burst out with a bright light. What was an angel gem? Was it similar to the gem-driving core of number 18, but it was completely different. It felt like there was an endless world within it. As a matter of fact, it was a new world bottle. Suji used all the materials of the gemstone people from the gemstone country and used hundreds of thousands of cells to create the magic core bottle. He also used substance to increase the level of his life. It could be said that he spent a lot of money. After playing for so long, the clayman could already play with different types of clay, such as the pixel clay with a huge granularity and the gem clay. Every gemstone magic core bottle had its own soul world. It was like a gray space where countless souls could live. God controls life and death. The white-robed youth turned around. This is an angel scepter. It can contain the dead creatures on this planet. The true form of an angel is an angel scepter, but they still have bodies, and their bodies are created by you. The heavenly officials were startled, and their eyes lit up. How could they not feel that this gem only had a little over 100,000 cells? Unlike their 100 trillion cells, this was also a life form that could quickly break through to the 9th level. In fact, angels themselves were a world. If their own soul world broke through to the 9th level, it would truly be a double world. Next, they would undoubtedly support these 12 angels and help them put in resources to cultivate. They would even help this scepter create a body that could be used temporarily. Was this the omnipotent God who created all things? They could sense that this angel gem was filled with boundless knowledge and wisdom. No amount of praise could describe it. Angels support generations of gods to manage the universe. With a light step, the white-robed youth disappeared into the vast universe. Farewell, Your Majesty. The 12th generation heavenly priests present, each holding a scepter, all bowed their heads in respect. Whoosh. A moment later, they created all kinds of bodies for the angel scepter as their true form for practical use. It can be considered as 12 underworlds. Suji sat in the living room again, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered. This way, it can be considered as completely completing the land of death for the soul. At the same time, it will increase the combat power of the gods. There will be powerful angels to assist in managing things and fighting. However, this is almost the era where everyone can transform into a universe. They all use the threshold of having very few cells to break through to the 9th level first. This is the cultivation system of the entire race. After all, the cells of the entire race have this characteristic. They can specify the number of cells, size, and volume of a descendant. They all think that the demons are at the 9th level because they have a unique racial advantage. In fact, the entire race also has a huge advantage against the 9th level. As for the older batch of heavenly officials, they felt that they were about to be eliminated by the times. After all, they were all life forms with a normal number of cells. However, they would naturally die of old age. When they died of old age, the next heavenly official would inherit it. At this time, it could be said that the history of the primitive era of the former universe had been completely completed and enriched. The foundation of the universe civilization had been laid. In the future, it would completely enter a prosperous era. Cell Secret Lurking, Frisia and Number 18, the 6 Infinity Gems of the King of Cybertron, the 7 Black-Hearted Dragon Balls, the babies of planet Sima were sent to outer space, one new starting point after another. In Suji's eyes, he saw the beginning of a brilliant universe myth. It would even be an era with many 9th level beings. This is the true universe. The 8th level is the life form in the world, and the 9th level is the world itself, and the universe itself is composed of many worlds. This is the true small universe. The world of the small universe was exactly what he wanted. They were all a bunch of 8th level gods. Without a 9th level world, what kind of universe was it? At most, it was a world. Although these 9th level were the weakest and the weakest disabled 9th level beings. But it was quite fitting. After all, it was a small universe. Naturally, it was a small 9th level. There was nothing wrong with it. Although using the computing power glasses to calculate, a 9th level cell's battle power was 1, the battle power of a super scion was only 1.08 million battle power, and a true 9th level was 100 trillion battle power. There was still a path of 9th level cell number to walk before he could reach the 9th level. Suji sat in the living room with a clear conscience. He had just returned from the teleportation array. After all, Carolyn had woken up from her dream and was still digesting the great increase in strength. The era of the small universe, a new era was beginning. All aspects were developing. At the very least, it would take some time for the Sima babies to grow up, wake up, and take revenge. But obviously, the next generation of experts, who were still babies, could not keep up with the latest wave of world wars. What's going on here? Suji's expression flickered, and his gaze finally fell on Dicky. Chongming Legend, Heavenly Court. The towering builder tree stood on the ground, unable to move, but Dicky stood on the trunk of the builder tree, incognito. Mother Earth Ivy, you are very knowledgeable. Do you know what this cosmic creature is? 300 years ago, I observed the astronomical phenomena of the outer realm and found a strange scene. Dicky gently swiped, and a universe star chart appeared in front of him. Like a telescope, he observed that in a distant galaxy, millions of light years away, it seemed that the light of a planet was blocked by some huge cosmic creature. Ah? Alien creature? Why does it look like a huge octopus? According to this scale, it's comparable to a small planet. The cute girl was shocked. She picked up the picture and observed it, not surprised at all. It may be a real cosmic Cthulhu creature. If it's alone, we can try to kill it. Suji, his scalp went numb. The inner world war is still going well here. Carolyn next door is preparing for war, and the three pillar gods are also working very hard, but what are you doing here? Suji peeped in the dark and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He looked at the picture of the galaxy that the two of them were communicating with. It was indeed a terrifying giant octopus. It floated in the starry sky and circled around a sunlight golden lava star. It slowly rotated with countless tentacles spread out like sails. The entire octopus was like a catkin, rotating like a satellite. A true extraterrestrial life form? Suji was shocked on the spot. Dicky had flown for so many years and had truly discovered extraterrestrial life forms. Suji had never thought that Earth was the only life form, nor did he think that the Zergs were the only life form. Now that I've been flying in the vast universe for 7,000 years, an eighth-order god's lifespan has been reduced from the prime of his life to the point where he dies of old age. It's true that I'll encounter some strange things. However, this cosmic octopus is different from what I imagined. Suji sank into deep thought. He had thought that it would be similar to the kind on Earth. Once discovered, it would be a planet of life. Who knew that they would discover a lone mysterious cosmic life form? It was like Columbus sailing to discover a new continent. Who knew that instead of discovering a new continent, he would discover a lone dinosaur swimming in the sea? But meeting it is also an entry point. Life forms drifting alone in the universe might not be simple. Suji rested his chin on his hand. It could be a giant beast that swallowed the starry sky. That was a forbidden life form at the level of a super forbidden zone in the universe. If low-level civilizations encountered it, they might be destroyed immediately. Suji looked at the giant octopus. As it was too far away, it was like a planet observed by an astronomical telescope. It was very hazy, and he couldn't see through it. He was naturally shocked. Dicky had floated in the vast universe for 7,000 years. This was the first time he had encountered a true mysterious extraterrestrial life form. Dicky is consulting and is obviously researching this mysterious life form. Sister Meng obviously thinks that if it is alone, she would want to fight in the wilderness. Suji pondered. These fellows thought that it was a new life form at most. At most, it represented a new civilization. They didn't know that this wasn't within the scope of Suji's plans. It was an unknown life form in a brand new universe. At this moment, Mother Earth was still studying it seriously. Dichi asked, "What do you think about the realm of this creature?" In fact, the moment Dichi discovered this, he was also ecstatic. In the past, that giant woodcutter had once told him that the universe was real and the world was fake, telling him to explore the vast universe when he was young. In the end, he walked his entire life. It had been 7,000 years. A god lived from the prime of his life to the point where he almost died of old age. Other than the parasites on his body, he spent all his strength drifting outwards, and this was the first time he saw a real living thing. It was actually alive. How could he not be excited? Just like in Robinson Crusoe, in the vast vacuum of space, not to mention an octopus, even seeing an ant would be exciting. But before he could get close, he came back. "How's your realm?" "It's too far away, so I can't see clearly." Mother Earth supported her cheeks and had a serious expression. However, such a huge mysterious life form is indeed puzzling. Let me ponder for a moment and search my memories. After Meng Mei spoke, she closed her eyes and clasped her hands behind her back. Watch as I communicate with the various worlds. Listen to the various sages of the supreme ancient immortal realms and listen to their opinions. On the internet. Meng Mei directly logged into the external forum and found that there was still a frenzy of discussion on the current state of the world and the situation of the battle. I heard that Daddy Dicky has a new plan? I'm trembling. I heard that he wants to raise the level of the 9 transformations mysterious technique. He wants the alchemy factory to crazily provide red blood cells, no less than 10 billion red blood cells, so that the souls and living beings of a world that were killed previously can flow in the blood vessels of incense and withstand the sudden attack of the 3 pillar gods. Then wouldn't the alchemy factory become the red blood cell processing plant in the body, constantly producing red blood cells and being as tired as a dog? Laughing face, sob sob sob, it's too tragic. The righteous and brave hero of Mount Akina has finally become Dicky himself. The dragon slayer has finally become an evil dragon. Doghead, ha ha ha, I'm pissing myself laughing. The speed of Mount Akina is too terrible. I heard that it's not just that. Dicky is speeding up the population growth, restoring the ecology in the ruins of his 9 great inner worlds and encouraging reincarnation. Countless people were so scared that they had goosebumps. Dicky was indeed a connate ancient god. He regarded postnatal living beings as ants. They were really leeks that were cut one after another. Isn't that right? It's not just the humans of the primordial era, it's the same for us. All beings are leeks. The cancer stock market is going to be cut badly today. Crying face, F***CK, isn't the 9 transformations mysterious technique even more awesome? The blood power furnace, the inner world power furnace, the new version of the 9 transformations mysterious technique, the dual power furnace of the living and the dead, the internal cycle of life and death coincides with chaos and yin and yang. The real Panga real body, the double core is stronger than the single core. Coupled with the defensive power of martial arts, it's simply an enhanced version of a super safe. Emperor Penguin. JPG, it's over. Dicky secretly learned our safe's ultimate move and strengthened it crazily. The 3 pillar gods couldn't pry it open and cried to death. Many people had a bad feeling. This was too much of a show. I heard that it's not just that. Dicky has already integrated the 2 major systems of true chi and radiation into the 9 transformations mysterious technique and is seriously cultivating it. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Why was he still improving? Dicky was super hardcore. He was determined to integrate all the cultivation systems into the 9 revolutions mysterious art and form the Daluo heaven scripture with the 9 revolutions mysterious art as the core of his cultivation method. Then, he would continue to fight against the 3 pillar deities and slowly cultivate to 100% of the 9th stage. This person was too ruthless. They could already imagine the 3 pillar gods coming next time and seeing Dicky's grand unification technique with a blank expression on their faces. RIP. The 3 pillar gods opened the space and descended. Their faces were full of question marks as they cursed and started to pry open the safe. Laughing face, Dicky, ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? 3 pillar gods, you'll be the most miserable 9th rank in history. You won't be able to eat energy and will starve to death in the desert. Just wait for me to slowly cultivate and reach your level, then I'll hack you to death. Laughing face, Dicky put his hands on his hips and said, competing in stealing? You're too naive. Watch my grand unification technique. F***CK, everyone's faces darkened. This group of drama queens were crazily imagining things. But everyone instantly understood the strategy. They had to keep resisting and prevent the 3 pillar gods from eating meat until Dicky broke through to the 9th rank. Someone became more serious. But isn't he going to die of old age? That was the case in the past. Now that he has quality, he can be like Ermin and live for another 1 to 2,000 years. I heard that he was inspired and started to study Ah Chao's 3 body slaying technique. He cut off his 3 clones and increased the speed by 4 times. Maybe he can try to break through to the 9th rank faster. See, everyone sucked in a deep breath and their faces turned cold. Then wouldn't Meng Mei and the rest have no hope of turning the tables? They had invited a wolf into the house and were going to return to the rule of darkness. These few immovable world trees, god-slaying stage, moon osmanthus, and thunderhammer, wouldn't it be even more difficult for them to turn the tables and rebel? But now, the situation is different. Dickie can handle one of the three pillar gods, but he won't be able to handle the second one. Carolyn is probably going to secretly make a move. The three major powers are going to be like a storm. Everyone nodded. The situation was changing rapidly. Just as everyone was discussing, Meng Mei stood out. Cough cough cough, let me ask everyone something. Previously, Dickie discovered an unknown and mysterious universe life form in the vast universe. What do you think? Screenshot. Screenshot. Everyone was stunned and couldn't react. Balloon fish, so that's the case? Hurry up and show your usefulness in front of Daddy Dickie. Otherwise, you'll be killed. But I think your usefulness should be to continuously advance your dragon bloodline Joss Flames system and let Daddy Dickie have more things to learn. When someone completely squeezes your body dry and you can't learn anything, you'll have no value and will be thrown away after you're done using them. Serious expression, Ming Mei's face darkened. At least I've been glorious for thousands of years. Back then, I defeated Dickie and advanced civilization for thousands of years. As for you, you've been struggling at death's door under the rule of the three pillar gods. This octopus? Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on this blurry picture and they became completely serious. Ah? Another unknown life form? So that's the case. This big octopus is Cthulhu? Director Cthulhu? I don't know, but it revolves around a sun and acts as a satellite. This lifeform's habit is to bask in the sun? Just as everyone was discussing, some netizens with a higher level of knowledge suddenly observed some useful data. According to the size of the surrounding planets and meteorites, this octopus should be about the size of Australia. It revolves around the entire sun and star. It's very likely to be a cosmic life form in the form of a Dyson sphere. Everyone was stunned. What is a Dyson sphere? A Dyson sphere is a theoretical artificial celestial body. According to Earth's civilization hierarchy theory, a planetary civilization must develop into a stellar civilization, a huge amount of energy must be mined. But where does the energy in the universe come from? A star. That is, a superluminous celestial body similar to the Sun. This is the largest source of energy in the galaxy. And a Dyson sphere is equivalent to a hollow ball that wraps around the entire Sun and absorbs its energy. Everyone was stunned. A Dyson sphere is equivalent to a solar power plant that wraps around the Sun and completely covers the light of the Sun. Some scientists believe that the establishment of a Dyson sphere is an inevitable process of the development of advanced cosmic civilizations. The civilization's demand for energy is bound to expand infinitely. When the energy inside a planet can't meet the energy demand, mining the star is an inevitable process. If we Earthlings have a future, the future form of energy mining must be a Dyson sphere. No one had any objections because that was indeed the case. However, a Dyson sphere was only a perfect theory. It was impractical to build a Dyson sphere that covered the entire star, so there was a partial Dyson sphere that only covered a part of the Sun to absorb solar energy. The variants included Dyson cloud, Dyson shell, and Dyson bubble. In fact, through the Dyson sphere theory, this is also the possibility of humanity discovering a cosmic civilization. It is to observe the brightness of the star. Perhaps we can discover a super cosmic civilization that can use a Dyson sphere in the vast universe. It is worth mentioning that in September 2015, the Kepler Space Telescope once detected the first star in the Cygnus constellation, Tabby's star. It was discovered that it was blocked by 23% of its light. After all, even the largest planet, Jupiter, when it passes by the Sun, it will only block 1% of its light. Based on calculations, it is very likely that an object that is half the size of this Sun is blocking the Sun close by to cause this 23%. We started to suspect it was a Dyson sphere. When people wanted to observe this Tabby's star for the third time, the Kepler Space Telescope suddenly malfunctioned and could not be fixed. Until today, there are many speculations, but there is still no perfect explanation for what is blocking this Sun. Doghead, everyone, they wanted to continue observing, but the telescope malfunctioned. It's scary to think about it. Alien, what are you looking at? Alien, the high beam dog over there, please turn off your high beam. Haven't you seen Interstellar Civil Engineering? Don't blame me if you turn on your high beam so late at night. Doghead, even aliens want to punish the high beam dog. This shows that the high beam dog is hated by the entire universe. Laughing face, everyone reacted instantly, and they were a little shocked. And this creature, no wonder it was a cosmic creature in the form of a Dyson sphere. It also orbited a star, sucked energy, and used itself as a solar panel. The other person continued, the reason I'm telling you these theories is not because I want to say anything else. I just want to say that this creature is very similar to a cosmic creature. I personally believe that no matter whether it is a super civilization or a super creature, they will all have a form and movement similar to a Dyson sphere. Just like the creatures on Earth, they will instinctively shine under the sun. This is the law of survival for any creature in the universe. After Meng Mei heard this, it was an eye-opener. This was the law of the universe. Just like the 3 pillars of divinity, they were crazily eating energy and searching for energy resources. As expected, knowledge was the power of everything. With their current knowledge, no matter where they put it, even if it was in the entire universe or other worlds, they could use it perfectly. They would not be considered backward no matter where they went. But obviously, what they obtained now was the theory of the laws of nature from level 1 to level 8. Level 9 began to distort the laws, and it no longer applied to the laws of the first 8 realms. Meng Mei rested her chin on her hand. Then this giant octopus can only be a small satellite orbiting a sun to absorb energy. It feels like it has to be at least a high-level god, right? After all, according to the size of our 9 transformations mysterious art, the bigger it is, the more terrifying its combat power will be. It is very likely to be a level 9 path, and the scariest thing is that it might be a level 9 world-class cosmic beast. Meng Mei shook her head, feeling that it was not a good idea to provoke them. Moreover, according to the theory of evolution, it can't have evolved from a single person. There must be a group of uncles, fathers, and grandfathers, a group of level 9 worlds. We can't afford to provoke it, we really can't afford to provoke it. Suji fell into deep thought. The bigger, the stronger? He felt that something was wrong. Could he be at the 9th rank? Suji felt that this conjecture was wrong. After all, the previous insectoid queen had said, being small was the right path. Now that Suji's horizons had broadened, he completely understood this sentence. The smaller the creature, the less energy it needs. It can quickly pass through the energy accumulation period and reach the bottleneck of the next realm. With a higher realm, it can beat a lower realm and crush it. Of course, if they are in the same realm, they have less energy and are small in size. Ants are naturally no match for large creatures. Suji had a calm look on his face. At the same time, it doesn't mean that a big body is definitely weak. After all, the energy of the universe is limitless. If you keep practicing hard around a sun, you can also break through to become a god. However, they are too slow. Everything in the world is balanced. The bigger the body, the stronger the combat power. At the same time, it represents a greater price. Suji licked his lips. At the same time, to the bloody Zerg queen who waged war everywhere in the universe, the biggest advantage of being small was that she could turn the Zergs into real locusts. They danced in the sky, turning into a natural disaster. Even if this octopus is only at the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor realm. With its size, I'm afraid it has the energy of several ants at the 9th stage. The little ant ate the giant, and then once again accumulated a huge amount of energy, advancing to the next level, nurture war with war. Waging war, attacking the various giants in the universe, what? You have a rank 9 world, and our ant world can't beat you. It's fine, we'll send out rank 10 ants. He was just that shameless. Crushing one's realm and forming a true natural disaster that engulfed everything was the most terrifying advantage of the top race in the universe, the insectoid race. Should I try to communicate with them? Suji furrowed his brows. He felt that a god with such a physique was at its peak. It was almost impossible in a level 9 world. With a lifespan of 8,000 years, he wanted to break through to level 9 with such a terrifying physique? Could he finish the 9th stage path? If it was just a god, it wouldn't matter even if he died if he sent someone to scout the way. It was impossible for him to be like the three pillar gods, distorting the laws and following the vines to locate the coordinates of this place. We can risk it. Suji took a deep breath and said seriously, after all, Dicky spent 7,000 years searching, which is almost the whole life of a god, to find such a living thing. I can't let him down. In fact, it would be a lie if they weren't envious of such a large piece of meat. Although the octopus was not an insect tribe, unlike the energy of the insect tribe after its death, it could directly increase its cultivation. This external energy had to be converted and absorbed slowly, but it was still too much. Even though I can't absorb it directly, I can let the insect race of the Sand Table civilization absorb it and then cut it off. Suji's mind was filled with wild thoughts. No, how can I cut it off? As long as I leave them alone, they will grow old sooner or later. Death. In the end, the energy will return to the embrace of the Lord. As for those gods who survived the era and didn't die of old age, even though they took away my octopus energy, they are still the elites of the insect race and have been nurtured into battle power. Suji had already thought of how to deal with the aftermath before they even started. This time, I can do it. Suji calculated the distance to Ancient Tree Planet and stopped at a distant corner. There was still some distance to the star system where the octopus was, and it would take about 10 years to fly. Whoosh, as Suji sat in the living room, Samsara slowly walked out. The dignified young man in the black Yama robe gently drew a line in space and quietly entered Ancient Tree Planet. He floated into the distance. Suji said calmly, "Let's get close first. If it's a god, it doesn't matter if his doppelganger is killed. If it's possible, I've already brought the space teleportation formation and am ready to position myself at any time." Whoosh, just as Suji was sorting out his thoughts and approaching, the 7 realms were still developing normally. I see. After hearing the similar theory of the Dyson sphere, Dicky revealed a satisfied expression. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry. He had to deal with the invasion of the 3 pillar gods first. After all, the octopus was there and wouldn't suddenly run away. Whoosh, Dicky disappeared on the spot and said with satisfaction, "Mother Earth fine, I'll remember your contribution." Many years passed, and the 7 realms developed rapidly. The entire human world was filled with a terrifying demonic power. The terrifying curse-like radiance made it almost impossible for ordinary people to survive. However, there were still some cultivators who began to rebuild land and tribes on the ruins. The Great Zhou dynasty once again led its officials to rebuild the ruins. The Great Zhou dynasty rebuilt the lineage of incense. At the same time, some cultivators began to fuse the remains of the ancient creatures on the ground with the bloodlines to create bloodline medicine and cultivate the 2 major systems of Buddhism and Taoism. Therefore, in addition to the Witch tribe bloodline and the Sea of Consciousness bloodline, 2 more extraordinary bloodlines were added. Witch, martial, demon, Buddhist, Taoist, demon, and evil. The 7 paths existed side by side, and the world was thus completely completed. Year 15 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Buddhism and Taoism were established. They preached among the people, helped the common people, and accepted disciples. Many ancient god families and primordial sects knew that a new trend was coming. They sent their geniuses and descendants into the world to fight for a new era. At this point, the entire 7 realms entered the golden age of Buddhism and Taoism, year 57 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. The people multiplied again. For the new generation of daybreak citizens, an era had already passed. Many babies born in that era were already old people in their 50s or 60s who were on the verge of death. Year 96 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. The golden age of Buddhism and Taoism became more and more prosperous. There were peerless geniuses who broke through to the 7th stage of Heavenly Emperor and entered the Heavenly Court. Gradually, the ancient gods did not appear. Dicky remained behind the scenes and disappeared from the world. He delegated power to the ancient gods. The new people of the Buddhist and Taoist lineages gradually took over the positions of heaven and earth. This era was the accumulation of everything. It gave birth to many ancient gods and Buddhas. It was called the Era of Gods and Buddhas. Year 114 of the Chongming Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court gathered all living beings and entered the inner space again. In less than a day, dark clouds covered the sky. The ancient black three-headed demon god descended into the world again. The war has begun again. Countless people looked up. Dickie's expression was calm as he looked into the sky. On the other side, Suji frowned slightly. Dickie can no longer return from the war. I have to help him deal with the giant octopus. Whoosh. In the world of Samsara. Rumble, the Lord of Samsara appeared in the netherworld again. This ancient emperor sat on the throne. He was an existence that had dominated the entire ancient era. He looked calmly at the black and white impermanence, as well as Mengpa, who had returned. There are demons beyond the heavens. My world of Samsara will fight against them. Boom, the entire world of Samsara was in an uproar. 6 paths of reincarnation. Underworld. Black lightning flashed across the gloomy sky. Endless whirlpools revolved in the sky. A huge 6 paths of reincarnation wheel, mysterious and exquisite, covered in black patterns, floated in the air. Another few hundred years had passed. As Suji's celestial emperor realm continued to increase, the 6 paths of reincarnation in his inner space continued to expand. The number of reincarnated beings had increased to 5 million small magic cubes. It was already 5 million Cthulhu Samsara Mecha. This is the underworld? Ah. That's the stone of 3 lives. There was still a queue on the bridge of helplessness. The long line of people came from the countless dead beings of the 6 paths. Boom, the sky Samsara shook violently. On the throne of the Samsara palace, a slender black-haired figure sat quietly. His eyes were like 2 whirlpools that sucked in everything in the world. Your Majesty. Shangguan Man bowed slightly. Samsara official lord's dignified voice reverberated. He said coldly, there's an anomaly in the world. A terrifying giant demon has been discovered in the outer realm. It's hovering in the cracks of the void. A memory flashed across the minds of all the experts of the underworld. Black and white impermanence, ox head and horseface, magistrate Shui, Mengpa, cat hop, this. What kind of being is this? When they saw that terrifying colossus, their minds were greatly shaken. Boom, instantly, a huge wave of shock was created. Even Mengpa, who had been to the universe and seen that every planet was a living being, had never seen such a terrifying super life form. Not to mention the black and white impermanence and the others. They had changed the perception of the entire world. When they saw the extremely terrifying super life form, it was like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Their minds were spinning. Your Majesty, how can there be such a terrifying being in this world? Even if it's huge, the land of the 6 paths added together can't compare to it, right? Mengpa couldn't help but say. This was only a humble way of putting it. They felt that the entire 6 paths added together couldn't even compare to 1% of it. This was too terrifying. A giant that is comparable to the world or even unimaginably huge. This is the demon from the outer realm. Samsara official lord sat high up and said calmly, but there's no need to be shocked. Such a huge being is only at the heavenly emperor realm. The crowd turned pale with fright. Merely a heavenly emperor, the Samsara official lord was incomparably calm. The starry sky fiendish devil race has an extremely large body. However, in reality, their lifespan isn't that long. They can only live for about 1,700 years. The officials below looked at each other. 1,700 years old, was this considered short? This was equivalent to the lifespan of 2 heavenly emperors. Perhaps, for the reincarnation of His Excellency who had an extremely long lifespan, the reincarnation of His Excellency who had swept through the entire ancient era would only last for a very short period of time. The boundless heavens and 10,000 worlds are mysterious and unfathomable. Even the world's most ancient prehistoric existence couldn't measure even a fraction of its land. The boundless heavens and 10,000 worlds are so vast that they should have limitless possibilities. Naturally, there are creatures whose lifespans are different from ours, slightly longer or slightly shorter. Suji said. He had only noticed this when he was secretly observing the octopus. Previously, other than the Earthlings, there were only creatures from the Zerg sand table. If there was no comparison, he would not have noticed it. Only now did he realize that the lifespan of the Zerg race was naturally different from that of other races. The celestial emperors of the Zerg race had a lifespan of 800 years. According to Suji's observation of the self-failure cycle of this octopus, this celestial emperor's lifespan was about 2,000 years. As expected of the Zerg race, their reproduction speed was fast, but their lifespan was very short. Of course, there were too few races that could be compared at the moment. The specifics were still unknown. Below, Mangpa stepped forward and said respectfully, "But, Your Majesty, are we going to fight such a terrifying extraterrestrial devil?" In reality, their hearts were in turmoil. Even if this terrifying octopus was only a celestial emperor, it was probably the strongest celestial emperor in history. At the same level, a giant whale could crush an ant to death, and now, His Majesty was actually planning to fight this ancient and mysterious giant beast. They did not doubt His Majesty's terrifying power, but they were still worried about their own abilities. Of course, over the years, although they could not reach the God realm, countless experts had been stuck at the 7th stage of the Celestial Emperor realm. As a result, there were so many Celestial Emperors in the entire world that they could be seen everywhere. And in this era where there were as many Celestial Emperors as there were dogs, naturally, there was a higher combat power evaluation in the Celestial Emperor realm, Great Sage. A person who could fight against 10 ordinary Celestial Emperors was an initial stage Great Sage. A person who could fight against 20 ordinary Celestial Emperors was an intermediate stage Great Sage. A person who could fight against 30 ordinary Celestial Emperors was an advanced stage Great Sage. A person who could fight against 50 ordinary Celestial Emperors was an advanced stage Great Sage. Previously, Emperor Yun had gathered all of his talents, and his combat power was more than 100 times. It was simply a new upper limit for Celestial Emperors. It could be seen how deep this world's research on the combat power of Celestial Emperors was, and how strong their combat power was. Many of the terrifying great sages in the world had combat power that defied the heavens. There were even some terrifying great sages who directly made many Celestial Emperors their servants. They were used to carry their palanquins, to carry their shoes, to be servants at home. It was a flourishing scene. Especially in the dark Forbidden Zone. All these years, the secluded mountain prefecture lord, that human head tree, had an exaggerated combat power. Below him, there was Li Sanqing, the Buddhist sage Suing Luo, the bamboo bodhisattva. Many terrifying supreme great sages were fighting in the dark Forbidden Zone. It was already a flourishing era. All of you have underestimated us. The Samsara prefecture lord stood up. His expression was incomparably natural, and he had a naturally domineering feeling. Even if there are no people who have broken through to the God realm, they walk on another extreme path, constantly nourishing and polishing their foundations. Our world has the strongest celestial emperors. Our world has the strongest bloodline of the ancient gods. All of you have never seen the races of other worlds, and only think that we are weak. Little do you know that our bloodline is extremely strong. Pa-ta, Suji slowly walked down from the steps of the emperor's throne, one step at a time. He was steady and powerful. The living beings of our world are born with terrifying talents. Even though my people are only at the 7th level of the Celestial Emperor realm, their talents are beyond the imagination of the 8th level gods. The bloodline that distorts the laws is a power that only the 9th level gods can touch upon. All the Celestial Emperors were shocked. Even though they were only Celestial Emperors, their talents and bloodlines were something that even the 8th level gods could not touch. Yet, it actually touched upon the power of the 9th level gods. Only cat hopping in the crowd knew this. Indeed. Their talents were related to the disability of the 9th level path. In this extraordinary world, the Celestial Emperors seemed to be equivalent to the primitive civilization of the Sorcerer era, so primitive and crude, but in reality, their foundation was unfathomable. Their talents were actually similar to the arcane techniques of the 3 pillar gods. It was equivalent to an innate arcane technique. However, it was still inferior to the ancient lava earth of the 3 pillar gods. After all, the talents of this world were innate, and they could not cultivate other talents. It could be considered a kind of companion arcane technique. As for the arcane techniques of the 3 pillar gods, they could be learned later on, and they could continue to mine. A powerful arcanist could be said to be a warlock who had cultivated several talents. However, the Celestial Emperors who touched upon the 9th level laws were like cheats. They might be able to defeat an ordinary Celestial Emperor, even if he had a huge body, cat hopping curled up in the dark, feeling very frightened. This Lord Samsara is obviously planning to take this opportunity to stir up trouble. He also plans to take advantage of the war between the three worlds to slack off and touch Diqi's butt. Talents and the experts of this world are all madly climbing the ceiling of the Celestial Emperor. Who knows how abnormal these Celestial Emperors are in this realm, unless the Celestial Emperor Giant Octopus is also backed by the 9th level in ancient times. Even if it is not standing at the 9th level, it has to be a civilization that has at least stepped onto the path of the 9th level. Only then can they provide a preliminary method to distort the phenomenon of the laws, otherwise, they might be swarmed by this group of abnormal Celestial Emperors and bitten to death. Too shameless. Cat hopping kept organizing, his heart beating fast. Everyone, don't be alarmed. Lord Samsara said calmly, prepare for some time and immediately activate it to enter the battle. This time, the entrance will still be in one of the realms of the celestial realm. As soon as he finished, the entire underworld was in an uproar. As ghost messengers of the underworld, their true names were in the reincarnation cycle. If they died outside, they would return to the underworld. They did not fear death at all. Unless it was like the ancient times, where even the reincarnation cycle was destroyed, their true names were completely shattered. Only then would they walk towards death. Cat hopping curled up in the dark, goosebumps rising all over his body. He quietly posted on the internet, brothers, this is bad. At the critical moment of Diqi's second battle against the three pillar gods, a fourth world force has entered the fray and is preparing to dig out Diqi's backyard. What the hell, what the hell? The entire internet was in an uproar. All the players in the online game of the world of Samsara were stunned. This was too sinister. Now that several days had passed, batches of PvP players had entered the server. How many of them were there? In the animal realm, they had already established an online game continent. Each sect and city had spontaneously formed a perfect small society. On the streets, there were people in charge of sects recruiting new members, merchants selling and trading, auction houses, cultivation caves, forging associations, and even cultivation mahjong houses. There were also various entertainment facilities. There were even red-named evil organizations that killed people and stole their treasures. They were constantly being hunted down. As for cultivation, quite a few of them had already worked hard and were close to maxing out their skills. At present, the max level was 79, the peak of the 7th Order Heavenly Emperor. Many big shots were already around level 71. The fastest was level 79, and they began to increase their combat power. As an ordinary peak Heavenly Emperor, they hoped to surpass the exaggerated combat power of the Great Sage level. Of course, they were all single-profession cultivators. Most of the dual-profession cultivators were still around level 60. Even the celestial realm and human realm were surprised by these strange creatures. Apart from eating, there was only cultivation. It was incomparably dull and tedious, but they forcibly endured it. The flow of time was clearly very different from the other two realms. Their animal realm's flow of time was only comparable to that of the wizard community, but it was not much behind. Even they had to sigh at the prosperity of the animal realm. Damn, cat hopping, that spy, well done. This is obviously a new main storyline. Brothers, a new dungeon is opening. Charge. Dig out Diqi's backyard, dig out Diqi's backyard. Kill the giant octopus. The fourth calamity has finally appeared. We're going to kill Diqi, ha 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 ha. The combat power of the top sects quickly formed an alliance, and the major sects began to use their war resources. This was obviously a world boss, and the entire world was going to besiege it. The entire internet was also in an uproar. They had thought that this time, they would quietly watch a few world-class big shots begin a terrifying war. Who knew that it would be their turn to participate, dig out Diqi's butt, as expected of the world of Samsara, the online game world of the players. They were in high spirits, and their faces were flushed with excitement. They had already thought that Diqi was so confident that his safe was very safe, but they did not expect that it would be stolen on the other side. Following the chaos in the animal realm, the experts of the celestial realm and the mortal realm gradually learned of this matter and could not help but be shocked. The underworld is going to conquer the outer realm? It's an opportunity, but also a huge crisis. We are not like the people of the underworld who can be resurrected. If we really die, then we can only enter the underworld to be reincarnated and be trampled on. After all, they were different. They only had one life, and no one wanted to enter the underworld. But it's still an opportunity. If we don't go, riches are found in danger. It might even be an overt plot by the underworld, to let us face danger and die in their underworld. Many existences conversed, and even in the dark forbidden zone, countless giants were also awakening. Not long after, in the celestial realm's burning heaven, there was a loud rumble, as if a certain outer realm had opened up. The endless vacuum pressure outside swept across the land, sucking away the air of the entire land. Countless celestial emperor-level experts rushed in. Many experts were stunned. The vast sea of stars, the incomparably brilliant vacuum universe world. If it was an ordinary creature that entered, it was afraid that it would not survive for long. Only the universe cultivators who cultivated in radiation and true energy techniques could perfectly adapt to this world. Brothers, charge with me. A group of players brandished their long sabers and rushed forward. Lord Samsara stood in the distance with a calm expression. Samsara is originally a mechanical battle armor formed by my magic cube. It has always been my exclusive personal guard of the Zerg race. This is the first time we are going to battle and training. And those players mixed in with the exclusive personal guard of the Zerg race. It was not a big deal. Whoosh, a sun floated in the boundless universe, emitting endless light and heat. As it got closer, the terrifying radiation waves almost bathed them in the golden sunlight. In the distance, a pitch-black meteorite-colored giant octopus slowly circled in the sky, spreading out its tentacles, as if it had turned into an arc-shaped round cover, appearing in the form of a Dyson sphere, absorbing the power of the entire sun. Suddenly, the giant octopus's hundreds of eyeballs slowly rotated, having already discovered those strange ant creatures. In the starry sky, it was endless confusion, followed by great anger. Boom, the octopus's tentacles suddenly spread out, sweeping towards those laughable ants. The reincarnation official lord stood in the void leisurely. In the dark and gloomy universe, the outline of the sun shone brightly. It was like an eternal furnace, releasing endless light and heat. It was as if it was surrounding a huge and gorgeous golden furnace. I've extrapolated the extraordinary civilization's sand table over countless eras. Perhaps I can see how deep my foundation is, Suji muttered to himself. Rumble. Woo woo woo, the giant octopus let out an angry mental wave. Countless tentacles flapped softly, and the endless void seemed to be stirred up like a ripple. Everything was like a river flowing. This was a power that ordinary celestial emperors could not even imagine. A celestial emperor with such a physique could sweep away all the celestial emperors. Perhaps only gods could pose a threat to it. However, in front of it was a group of laughable ant-like celestial emperors. How could it not be angry? Even Suji could clearly feel its anger. He could even hear its spiritual will roar angrily. Where did this weak universe race come from? Why aren't you bowing down in front of me? Boom, a group of celestial emperors circled around it. It was as if a group of laughable fleas were surrounding an elephant. Are you an extraterrestrial demon? An ancient Buddha was surrounded by a golden halo like a small sun. He placed his palms together and muttered softly. Such a terrifying being. Haha, a colossus. It is really admirable. Just how deep are the mysteries of the world? Reincarnation official lord, what truth are you hiding? A handsome and tall scholar with fair skin held a feather fan. He was obviously the secluded mountain official lord, the incarnation of the human head Bodhi tree. Such a huge being is indeed amazing. It should be sent to my Buddha country. However, such a huge body. Another indomitable Buddha spoke up. He was full of benevolence. However, the players did not care and did not put on airs. These fellows from the celestial realm and the animal realm have ugly faces, but they are blindly competing here, chatting and flattering each other. They do not make a move and wait for others to test it out. Shameless. However, after coming out of this land, we have the same flow rate as them. Everyone's thoughts and actions are equally fast. The entrance to this instance is in the celestial realm? Is that so? The flow of time in the instance dungeon is the same as that of Deva. It is very likely that there is a repulsive force from the heavens here as well. If we from the animal path enter the other two paths, we might be able to enjoy their speed of flow. However, if we stay here for too long, there will be a repulsive force. We might not be able to stay here for long. This instant's dungeon has a time limit. Those wretched devas are all chatting. They must have sensed that we can't wait any longer, and are waiting for us to make our move. The faces of the big shots from the player sex darkened. Can't you be an honest NPC, you're so two-faced, trying to mess with us players all the time. They began to discuss and study the tactics to conquer the instant's dungeon. Yuan Qinghua was among them. In this situation, the celestial realm, the mortal realm, and the animal realm were all scheming against each other. The players from the underworld faction were temporarily not included in this. The celestial was the least flustered and waited for the other two to make a move. We're not in a hurry either. We're the weakest, but we're more patient than them. The mortal realm is much stronger than us, and they also have the celestial repulsion force. I reckon they won't be able to sit still and be the first to attack. These players muttered. To them, touching Dickie's but was also a great skill. Although Dickie was being held back by the three-pillar gods, how could Dickie tolerate touching the giant octopus that he had spent his entire life to find in this world? He had always been the one stealing from others, but now someone was stealing from him. If he stole the giant octopus, the two worlds would become mortal enemies. This was the first wave of confrontation, and the player factions would probably have to face Dickie in the future. Roar, a terrifying spiritual sense spread out. And these small creatures surrounded them and didn't kill them, completely enraging this terrifying universe octopus. It crazily extended its tentacles, wanting to slap these humming ridiculous creatures to death in an instant. Pa-ta! It suddenly sped up, waving its tentacles to attack the surroundings. But the tentacles were abnormally slow, and the surrounding celestial emperors easily dodged them. For such a huge creature, its tentacles should be its weapon. How can its tentacles' attack speed be so slow? It's like its thinking and physical speed aren't on the same level as us. It's like the feeling of the celestial realm facing the mortal realm. Countless celestial emperors wobbled and moved away. Their expressions became more and more solemn, afraid that there was some danger. The other party was deliberately hiding its strength. After all, such a huge universe creature was truly terrifying. As for the Azure warriors of the beast path, they were already used to separating into two groups to prevent being infected by them. Roar! In the next second, the giant octopus's spiritual sense let out an earth-shattering roar. How is this possible? You are all descendants of the ancient gods. How can there be so many descendants of the ancient gods? It was getting angrier. F***CK. Brothers, run. It's angry. How terrifying, descendants of the stock god. How did he know that I was trading? Hiss. Nomological attack, mind reading. How did he know that I wanted to be the son of the stock god? He saw through my actions. Brothers, run. In the distance, Samsara official lord's expression was calm. Suji said softly, intelligent subbrain, descendants of the ancient gods. What does that mean? The mechanical voice said, I don't know. Every civilization has a different name. But according to the context, it is very likely that it only refers to the descendants of the gods in the universe who have completed the path to the 8th level. The descendants of the ancient gods are the descendants of the gods? Then why was it so shocked? Suji was stunned and could not help but say, the bloodline of the descendants of the 8th level gods is at most richer and more talented. There shouldn't be any special abilities, right? The intelligent subbrain replied, it's not that there isn't any special bloodline inheritance ability. That's because of the racial advantage of the Zerg race, so the gods have one less cultivation stage. What stage? Suji was completely puzzled. Other than the path to the 9th level, there is also the path to the 8th level? The path to the 9th level was the path of the fusion of the cells, soul, and flesh. It was the fundamental method to raise the level of life. Then, what was the path to the 8th level? Suji felt that it was inconceivable. He seemed to have never encountered this stage before. If it was just him, it was possible that he did not notice it. However, so many ancient big shots of the gods, even those who were about to break through to the 9th level, did not notice the path to the 8th level. Suddenly, Suji's body shook, and his mind exploded. The path to the 8th level is also the fundamental method to raise the level of life. It is also to climb some kind of path, the path of the higher dimension of time flow? Yes. The mechanical voice of the Zerg subbrain came. Suji was stunned and stood there without saying a word. So, the 8th level gods also had to climb a path, the path of thought, to increase one's thinking speed, cell speed, and reaction speed. That was the real god. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times was the limit. The path to the 8th level was to climb this path. At this moment, Suji finally realized that the intelligent subbrain had said that the Zerg had a natural advantage. They naturally lived in the higher dimension of time and space. However, in the universe, it was not only the Zerg that had this ability. Some advanced space civilizations started to climb this path when they stepped into the 7th level civilization, when gods appeared. The dimension of thought was the threshold of advanced civilizations, a higher dimensional being against a lower dimensional being. If you were almost motionless, how could you fight? He had made an analogy before. It was equivalent to a Zerg coming to Earth. Humans were almost motionless statues because they stood in the higher dimension of time and space. Killing you at will had nothing to do with you. At this moment, it was completely correct. So that's how it is? The 8th level path of thought is a higher dimensional being fighting against a lower dimensional being. The 9th level cell path is also a higher dimensional being fighting against a lower dimensional being. Because the 9th level can distort the laws of the universe, it is equivalent to a flesh-dissecting drawing. Suji's voice was cold. It was not that he had not seen it with his own eyes. A higher dimensional being like the 9th level could naturally distort the laws of the universe. Fighting against a being without the phenomenon of laws was as simple as using one's fingers to tear through a wet piece of toilet paper. The 8th level was a dimensional being. The 9th level was another dimensional being. Every path represented an ascension to become a higher dimensional being. Suji took a deep breath. This is a perfect match. No wonder we didn't take the 8th level path. I've always fixed their speed at the highest. No wonder the Zerg are the top race in the universe. They naturally completed the 8th level path. Breaking through to the god realm in the universe is much more difficult than we thought. No wonder I felt that the 8th level was so easy. Although the 9th level would be much harder, how could the difficulty suddenly jump to such a terrifying level? It turns out that the 8th level is not that simple. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his thinking was broad and flat. The complete set of rules of a universal civilization had completely opened the curtains. It turned out that the 8th level had its own path, not a dimensional path that only appeared at the 9th level. At this moment, Suji completely understood the structure and racial secrets of the entire Zerg race. There were no more incomprehensible principles and structures. Knowledge was the power of everything. Suddenly, Suji asked, the reason the Zerg race is the top civilization in the universe is because the Zerg race naturally completed the 8th level path. The 8th level path is 100%. Then, in the universe, are there any top races that naturally completed the 9th level path? The Zerg's 8th level path was 100%. Every member of the Zerg race could enter a terrifying flow of time. If there really was a natural 9th level path, wouldn't it mean that the members of this race were born with laws that could distort the laws of the universe? Each of them was a terrifying and indescribable god. The subbrain did not answer directly. It was silent for a moment. The universe is very big. Is the universe very big? Suji smiled and did not ask any further. He said, then, the descendants of the ancient gods that this giant octopus mentioned are the descendants who inherited the rank 8 gods' bloodline. The descendants of the rank 8 gods' bloodline will also have the natural ability to control the flow of their bodies and can enter higher dimensional spacetime. They are naturally higher dimensional beings? Yes, the subbrain replied. So that's how it is? Suji gazed into the distance at the angry giant octopus. This giant octopus was also a descendant of the ancient gods. It could control itself to enter the higher dimension of thought. Its bloodline purity was quite high. Its current body flow was 59 times faster. No wonder it was so arrogant. With such a huge celestial emperor body, and being the descendant of the ancient gods, ordinary celestial emperors were low-dimensional beings. It was the indescribable and terrifying overlord of the universe, an indescribable forbidden existence. It had never met an opponent in the Celestial Emperor realm. But at this moment, pure blood, how can there be such a high level of pure blood ancient god descendants, and a large group of them? The space octopus angrily waved its tentacles, shocked and frightened. Even if it is a direct descendant with terrifying talent, it is impossible to perfectly inherit it. Normally, it will only be around 80. Only if it is a descendant born from two ancient gods can it reach true pure blood. Suji's expression was extremely calm as he looked at the space octopus. They can control themselves to enter the higher dimension of thought. Suji suddenly said, it's like entering the higher dimension of time and space from the lower dimension of time and space in an instant, becoming a higher dimensional being to fight. The subbrain replied, naturally, it is controllable. They will only enter the higher dimension of time and space during the battle and become a higher dimensional being. Otherwise, their life will quickly decline. As for us, the insect race, we are constantly accelerating. Under such circumstances, a god can only live for 2.5 months in the higher dimension of time and space. A god can only live for 80 days. Suji touched his nose. So the gods in the universe can really live for 8,000 years, unlike the gods in my orchard who can only live for 2 months. I thought everyone was like that. Boom, the giant octopus's expression changed completely. It was completely infuriated. Is this the reason why you dare to challenge my Galway alliance? Even if your bloodline purity is higher than mine, this speed cannot make up for the gap between us. Pitiful ant-like creatures, wait to be squeezed to death by me. Boom, endless tentacles emitted golden energy, engulfing the entire land. Whoosh. The Celestial Emperors still did not dare to fight. They each used their innate talents to move away. Like a group of fireflies, they softly and weakly drifted away. In the next second, the consciousness of this giant octopus completely let out an earth-shattering roar, as if it had encountered the most terrifying and unimaginable thing in its life. How is this possible? You are actually not the descendants of the ancient gods, all of you are. All of you are actually the descendants of the world. How can there be so many descendants of the world? In the distance, the players were also dumbfounded. They turned on the live stream recording and whispered to each other, expressing that they were a little confused. Senior sister's descendants? F***CK. How did he know that I like our senior sister and want to have descendants with her? Bullsh*T, my senior sister's Hoi is really good at it. 6 endless swords, she can become a king. Stonemer mind reading. This was too much of a show. Suji looked at the group of dramatic players talking nonsense while recording the battlefield. Could it be that the Celestial Emperors wanted to make the other Celestial Emperors lower their guard, to make everyone think that they were fools, or to pull their intelligence to the same level? To forcefully assimilate them, swoosh. Official Lord Samsara still stood at the farthest point, overlooking the entire colossus, an unimaginable cosmic octopus, and countless Celestial Emperors surrounding it like a rain curtain. This expedition from the world of Samsara allowed the experts in the world to see the outer realm for the first time, and it completely refreshed their worldview. Suji's worldview was also refreshed, or rather, completed. He said softly, didn't you just say that we are descendants of the ancient gods? Why are we descendants of the world now? The subbrain of wisdom said, they probably think that we are not descendants of the rank 8 gods, but of a higher level, the descendants of the rank 9 worlds. Descendants of the rank 9 worlds? Suji asked. The cold mechanical voice said, the descendants of rank 8 bloodline have climbed the entire path of thinking time and space. According to the purity of the bloodline, there will be different levels of thinking flow, and the descendants of rank 9 bloodline have climbed the entire path of self-fusion. According to the purity of the bloodline, there will be different levels of fusion of the soul and flesh. They also inherited a small portion of their parents' level of life. Suji was stunned. So that was the case. The rank 9 bloodline was naturally of a higher level. In other words, they naturally walked a portion of the path of self-fusion. Some of their descendants might naturally reach the 27% that Ermin worked so hard to achieve. What a unique and terrifying advantage. Ordinary gods might not be able to reach this height in their lifetime, but they are born with it. Suji praised and said, it is indeed enviable. Very enviable. This is equivalent to the second generation of a rich family, born with wealth that can rival a country. However, the truly terrifying thing is that without the support of their parents, the first generation broke through to the rank 9 worlds from nothing. Suji could not help but lower his head and ponder. The children of a rank 9 world naturally carry some incomplete nomological phenomenon. They inherit a portion of rank 9 organs, dantian, and bones. In other words, is the true origin of innate 8 meridians, sacred dragon providence, great accomplishment sacred body, and innate supreme bone? Although the descendants of level 9 gods are incomparably heaven-defying and powerful, it is indeed very likely that their organs will be dug out, their bones stolen, and their bloodline stolen. After all, they are all precious treasures. The subbrain, Suji looked into the distance and took a step forward, narrowing his eyes slightly. This giant octopus saw them using similar laws and phenomena, and thought they were rank 9 bloodline descendants? It really is an incomparably cruel and real universe. It indeed vividly reflects the law of the jungle in the food chain. Bloodlines will bring about serious inequality and strict social classes. Although there was such a situation of bloodline classes in my deduction sand table, the city-state society of the 3 pillar gods was the most cold-blooded and straightforward. Suji was instantly curious. Then, according to the theory of heaven and earth is a circle, and outside is an even bigger circle, the rank 8 gods live in a world, and the rank 9 is a world. Then, is it possible that the rank 10 is the universe? After all, the universe contains many worlds. What kind of talent will the descendants of the rank 10 inherit? The rank 10 is not the universe, the mechanical subbrain replied calmly. But the specific path shouldn't be answered by me based on the previous generation's Zerg Queen Mother's path. You should find your own path. Suji only smiled. Through the giant octopus, he could see that the average level of the outside world was weaker than he had imagined. God seemed to be a relatively rare existence. As for the rank 9 world, it was truly a vast existence that existed since time immemorial. Perhaps he had not even seen it before. He only had this concept from the fragmented inherited memories. This could be seen from the giant octopus's fear. But it was also a matter of course. Not everyone was like Suji, who had a high-density world sand table. The real universe was too vast and unimaginably empty, in the distance. The powerful existences of the celestial realm and the mortal realm looked at each other. They did not directly attack. They were still extremely vigilant. Descendants of the ancient gods? Descendants of the world? What does that mean? We are the descendants of some powerful ancient existence? The existences were discussing and were greatly shocked. Could it be that this extraterrestrial demon had seen through the secret of our bloodlines? Was it related to the ancient mysterious truth of the underworld? They thought of the old existences that were suppressed in the depths of the Avicii hell. Qi Tiandi, Su Huanjun, and the newly suppressed Emperor Yun. It seemed to be related to the terrifying truth of the 6 paths of reincarnation in this world. A term appeared in their minds' frowny face. True name of reincarnation, Qi Tiandi and the other prehistoric existences had once roared, we must take back the true name of reincarnation and find our true selves. Boom, everyone was shocked. In front of them, there was a huge opportunity. This ancient secret had been monopolized and no one knew about the prehistoric history. But this extraterrestrial demon in front of them might have seen through their bloodlines. Then, extraterrestrial demon, tell me, what does the bloodline of the ancient gods mean? What does the bloodline of this world mean? The secluded mountain prefecture lord could not help but ask loudly. You guys don't know? The universe octopus grinned. You guys are really sitting on a mountain of treasures, but you don't know that when I dig out your bloodlines and organs, it will be my greatest fortuitous encounter. Boom, the giant octopus directly attacked. Terrifying black tentacles covered the sky, and many of them were like huge whips that lashed out. Courting death. The surrounding celestial emperors roared in anger and could not help but attack. They are attacking? Let's charge too. A group of players in the distance saw this and their faces were filled with passion. They waved their weapons and charged forward. Charge. Brothers, charge. Clear the dungeon and fight the boss. The NPC has charged, how can we not charge? If you are a brother, then come and kill me. Charge. Death is a temporary thing, but cowardice is a lifelong thing. In actual fact, although their voices were passionate, their actions were weak. It was obvious that they had mastered the essence of slacking in traditional online games. They shouted the fiercest, but acted the most cowardly. This was because the power of the beast path was more than 10 levels weaker than the other two worlds. No matter how hard they worked, they only had a batch of ordinary celestial emperors. In their words, in this online game, the players were still climbing and their combat power was still relatively weak. They could only develop in secret. Rumble, in the distance, light shone. The terrifying size of the octopus brought about a huge power. Even if these celestial emperors had talents and were twice as fast as the other party, many of the ordinary celestial emperors were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. They could not even block a single move, only the great Sage Realm experts continued to attack. Terrifying auras were released, piercing through the flesh of the other party. Blood blossomed, creating an unimaginable attack. Bam bam bam, the entire world around the octopus seemed to have turned into chaos. Countless energy surged and tore in it. A large number of ordinary celestial emperors began to die, and the giant octopus was also covered in blood. A lot of black god blood and broken god bones scattered all over the sky. However, although it was injured, this terrifying space monster was not afraid at all. It still waved its tentacles steadily. We can't go on like this. A player's expression was obviously not right. After all, although the combat power was not obvious, it was the vision of a keyboard saint. This size is too huge. We are like a flea scratching on the skin. We break through a little skin tissue and quickly heal. It is not a big deal at all. Brothers, split into two. One team will attack the brain. After all, the brain is where the soul is. No matter how big the body is, the soul is gone when it dies. This is the vital point. Yes, before reaching the 9th rank, the soul is still in the brain. There is no true spirit imprint in every cell of the body. It is impossible to regenerate a cell with blood. One team will attack the brain and poke its brain. The other team will poke its anus. Charge. Blossom from the head and tail. In an instant, an elite commander in charge of the instance dungeon gave the order to split into two teams, intending to carry out an internal attack. However, when a group of people quickly flew to the other side of the battlefield, the other party obviously knew where its weakness was. It guarded its head very seriously. Even though they barely broke through the opponent's defense, the octopus's skull was extremely hard, and it was not damaged at all. Boom. This won't do. The front is not a place weaklings like us can go. Let's go and meet up with the rear. Call for the unlimited gun and concentrate our firepower. We will try to break through the defense there. The group of players' expressions changed. It was not that there were no powerful talents who reincarnated into the path of beasts. They were nurtured by the major player sects and forces. As the NPCs of the sects, they were extremely precious. Players could die, but these superb NPCs could not. Once they died, they would enter the cycle of reincarnation and might be reincarnated into another world. The unlimited gun was an extremely powerful attack talent of an NPC. In the past, Emperor Yun had integrated this talent. That was why he was able to fight against the Lord of Samsara with a long spear. Splash, a group of people walked to the rear. What should we do? Go up? Prepare the jaw stew, everyone roared. Even if we can't eat the meat with the big shots from above, we will still drink the soup from behind. Are the spatial rings ready? Yes, we are. We have been mass-producing spatial rings for this moment. Heavenly Craft Pavilion, your energy extractor? Although their cultivation speed was not fast and their combat power was far weaker than the other two paths, they had all kinds of immortal equipment and cultivation tools. The energy extractor was a necessary product to rapidly extract energy from flesh and blood. It was a necessary product to kill and rob people, squeezing out every inch of the other party's value. 1 million sand coins for one. Let's cut the crap. A scam? 10 times the price? Give me one. We want one too. At this critical juncture, many player forces gritted their teeth and went all out. This space octopus was countless times larger than the land of their beast path. If they extracted all its energy and turned it into spiritual energy liquid, they could fill up the entire land of the beast path. How could they not be excited? Today was the day for their sect to become rich. Bang, a hole of flesh and blood was violently pried open. Let's go, 3 all policies. Pluck off its skin, dig out its flesh and blood, layer by layer. This is an unimaginably huge amount of energy. On the other side. On the main battlefield. How is this possible? I was already very careful. The giant octopus was shocked. I killed these creatures and did not destroy their laws, flesh and organs. Why can't I find them? The heirs of a world must have natural organs of laws, fused with soul and flesh, possessing some kind of terrifying and powerful talent. But I could not find them. They were clearly the heirs of a rank 9 world. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered as an unbearable pain swept through his entire body. He couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, you damnable existences. As noble purebloods, you're actually so shameless and lowly. Bang, they were still fighting crazily. Those players are really shameless. Are you hyenas? In the distance, Suji looked at the battlefield. Its body was too big. Even if there were tens of thousands of celestial emperors, it would still take them a long time to reach the other battlefield. However, if this drags on, there might not be enough time. Suji's expression was incomparably calm. I have to be much faster than Diqi. Ta ta ta. Suddenly, official Lord Samsara walked forward step by step. At this moment, all the living beings on the battlefield, including the huge universe octopus, looked up in confusion. They saw a black-robed celestial emperor standing in the black light. He seemed to be the most ancient of existences. He wore a dragon robe and a crown, and his skin was sparkling and resplendent like jade. A terrifying and vast pressure surged out, shaking the entire starry sky. The universe octopus Galway Lien was horrified. It looked at the mysterious celestial emperor and felt extremely horrified. It was as if it was a piece of paper, and the other party was so weak that it could be pierced at any time. This world, how could it be? How could there be such an inconceivable existence? For the first time, the universe octopus was afraid. It felt even more horrifying than facing a god. It wasn't in terms of combat power, but it felt an incomparably deep foundation. That kind of aura was as vast as a world, and a boundless concept assaulted its face. In its days, it felt as if it was looking at a terrifying earth foundation that was as vast as the universe. It was hard to imagine how shocking a building built on such a terrifying foundation would be once it was broken through. Official Lord Samsara lowered his head and looked down at the entire starry sky battlefield. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes, and his voice was as cold as ice, filled with boundless majesty. I'll give you an hour. Every word of his seemed to shake the entire void. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a black aura that penetrated the land near the sun. It was like the land where the sun and night intersected. At this moment, almost everyone stopped. All the celestial Tao, human Tao, various ancient Taoist and Buddhist factions, including the universe octopus. An hour, right? Right. I'll kill all of them in an hour, and not a single one will be left. The giant octopus suddenly trembled, and it could feel the depths of its soul trembling. It could not help but roar in anger. It finally went crazy. At this moment, a group of the most terrifying great sages in the distance finally made their move, displaying their talents and Tao arts. They knew that they could no longer delay and observe in secret. That indescribable ancient existence was already enraged. In that case, let's divide it. First, trap its soul and capture it alive. Then, we'll discuss how to divide it. One by one, the great sages walked forward. Are you all joking? The giant octopus was completely enraged. It could not help but roar in anger, and the veins on its body bulged. Do you all think that was my full strength? I'm going to kill all of you. Boom! In the next second, these terrifying great sages that caused people to tremble finally erupted with their true strength and their respective talents. Physical immunity. Tenfold strength. Dimensional paper cutting. Absolute sword. Water splash. Like golden meteors, the existences shone with resplendent Buddhist light. Some were surrounded by terrifying chaotic true chi that tore through the void, piercing through everything and destroying everything. A wave of power twisted into a ball and turned into a beam of light. Its skull was instantly penetrated. All its defenses were like paper, and its vitals were exposed in front of the other party. How is this possible? The power of the laws, are you all fools? You can clearly break through to the god realm, but you're frantically polishing the upper limit of the celestial emperor realm. The universe octopus's face was ashen. It looked at this scene in disbelief. Not only did it see the forbidden existence that made people tremble, but every existence in front of it had an unimaginably terrifying foundation. They had all polished the entire celestial emperor realm to an unimaginably thick foundation. What kind of terrifying scene was this? What's wrong with this world? The universe octopus simply could not believe everything in front of it. This cosmic octopus would rather believe that this was a nightmare. It was already known as the strongest celestial emperor, and it could not think of anyone stronger than it in this realm. Not to mention, a group of them, not everyone had such a huge bloodline and body. Its huge body gave it infinite power, not to mention that it also had a very high concentration of god bloodline. It could enter a high-dimensional spacetime, and any ordinary low-dimensional creature would be motionless. In its view, it was the noblest and most powerful creature. In this realm, it did not need to group with other creatures at all. It only needed to silently guard a star and cultivate to break through to the god level. But in front of it? The world seems to have been turned upside down. Its consciousness was hazy. Looking at these horrible little creatures in front of it, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its lower body, and it completely lost its consciousness. A world made of flesh and blood. Dig dig dig. I'm a hard-working little bee. Dig 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 dig. I'm a little handsome guy who digs out kidneys. The power of a group of celestial emperors was terrifying. They turned into the strongest miners, and each of them dug hundreds of meters in an instant. Holding shovel-shaped immortal weapons, they pushed forward to mine flesh and blood. Like a wild boar digging the ground, their hands were almost convulsive, and they had unimaginable passion. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. This feels great. Is this the benefit of touching Di-Chi's butt? We're rich. Digging a few hundred meters casually, and we have the energy of a celestial emperor. Everyone went crazy, as if they were a wave of refugees, as if they had found a cosmic energy mine. Those big shots were fighting in the front, and they were slacking in the back. Was there anything better? Nothing. Rumble, the sky suddenly shook. The entire dark red flesh cave world inside the giant octopus suddenly softened, and the surrounding tight muscles instantly became extremely soft, so that their mining speed instantly soared. What the F***ck? He's dead so soon? The muscles softened, so he should be dead. According to our guess, he shouldn't have died so quickly. Those wretched big shots must have been lying low for a while. Why did they join forces so soon? Maybe the reincarnation emperor can't stand those people lying low anymore. If they continue to lie low, Di-Chi may come back. Someone made a very reasonable deduction. Ha ha ha. Those giants of the immortal realm and the mortal realm are all cunning and treacherous. We can't be as wretched as them and hide our strength in the dark. We should learn from them and fight openly, always fighting at the front lines against the giant octopus. Brothers, charge. Sob sob sob, giant octopus, you died a horrible death. I'll collect your corpse. Their movements became more and more frenzied, and they couldn't help but laugh wildly. Time waits for no one. In the outside world, the giant octopus's massive body floated silently in the void. Its soul had already been taken away and forcefully imprisoned. After all, everyone present was a cunning old fox. How could they possibly kill it? They needed too much information. Voila. Let's divide up this endless horrifying body first. We only have 1 hour. This terrifying fiend from the outer realm might have unimaginable information regarding our reincarnation, our bloodline, the true spirit of the underworld. An unimaginable ancient truth? All the sages had solemn expressions. The 1 hour given by the reincarnation emperor was not the time to win the battle, but the time to collect the remains. It was too easy to win. With their countless talents, they could kill the other party in an instant. So what if the body was huge? It was very easy to pierce through the skull and take away the soul. Voila, the terrifying existences all moved, using their various abilities to extract the energy contained in the flesh and blood, turning it into endless spiritual energy liquid. Even the tens of thousands of ordinary celestial emperors also moved crazily. At the same time, one or two celestial emperors quickly returned to the Six Paths world and brought a large number of experts, millions of direct descendants, to quickly excavate and excavate. There were no disputes or robberies. Because there were too many of them, they all silently collected and plundered extremely quickly. Large pieces of flesh and blood were turned into skeletons, all of their energy extracted. Because they moved too quickly, some of the flesh and blood were abandoned before all of their energy was extracted. They turned to collect other flesh and blood, causing a great waste. In the sky. It's like a group of ants chewing on an elephant at an extremely fast speed. Suji only smiled quietly, lowering his head to look at their madness. He had no intention of participating. After all, they were to be brought back into his stomach, into the 9 transference mystic technique. Rumble, the experts of the entire world were giving it their all. It was like a vast and boundless golden age. Finally, an hour passed perfectly. There was only one corpse left in the universe that had some residual energy left, and they all quickly retreated. Suji stretched out his hand and waved. The space tunnel was completely closed. Very quickly, after settling down, a group of great sages grabbed the soul of the trembling octopus. The entire soul was as huge as a vast mountain, and it was extremely rich in energy. Tell us, what's going on with our bloodline? Do you know some ancient hidden history? The secluded mountain prefecture lord spoke with a solemn expression. He had a strong intuition that he could find out some of the most ancient historical truths of the 6 paths of reincarnation from this terrifying demon, regarding the reincarnation prefecture lord, and the supreme truth of the entire world. 7 realms, Chongming Heavenly Court. The land was desolate and shattered, and it was flattened. Diqi's expression was calm as he looked in the direction where the 3 pillar gods had left, his hands behind his back. It knew that it could not defeat me this time, and so it left. But next time it should be able to learn the various forms of my body. To be able to fight a weak tier 9 at such a low realm, and not be defeated was still an unimaginably top-notch battle record. After all, the difference in realm was too great, and it was more difficult to fight beyond one's realm. Each realm was equivalent to a higher dimensional being facing a lower dimensional being. It was also a 100% tier 9 against a 56% tier 9. This was not considered a qualitative difference, and it could be resisted. Eh? Suddenly, Diqi's eyebrows twitched. After calming down and sensing the situation, he revealed a look of extreme shock, and then anger. Who is it? Who is it? Who has taken thousands of years to discover it? In that instant, he was infuriated. That was a living creature that he had spent the entire life of a god roaming the vast universe. How could he not be angry that his life's work had been taken away? Whoosh. He returned to the ancient tree planet and quickly headed towards the star. All he saw was a broken corpse that was riddled with holes, slowly floating in the universe. The octopus was already lifeless, and on its broken corpse, there was a row of literary and artistic words written in the primordial world. The strokes were elegant, and it was as if one was looking at a refined scholar. Don't blame us, it was only because we saw it in the crowd. When I saw it, all I could think of was various poses. On such a fine day, please let us sweat on it. Love is selfish, love is possessive. The wind is blowing. Standing in the sea of stars, the hot wind of the sun burns my broad and powerful chest. Mistakes, mistakes, taking away everything. We are not wrong. If love is a sin, then we are unforgivable. Diqi looked at it in silence. End of chapter 729. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.